You would call them
All
dinosaurs.
crazy
Libby.
unicorns and fucking crazy stuff on this map.
Oh, and there's a Pope.
Y'all think the Kraken exists?
Kraken.
Mm-hmm.
You smoking
You
crack?
the one that's always asking what's cracking?
I
Smoke?
said, do you think the Kraken exists?
I actually kind of believe it does.
Well, the kraken just means giant tentacle, right?
I thought it was
So
a giant
technically giant squid,
octopus. No?
Architeuthis.
Yeah, the fucking massive squid that's like destroying entire cruisers and ships and stuff.
No, not necessarily that. I think that was part of a wives' tale.
Yeah, I've never seen one, so I'm not gonna. I've never seen an alien either.
So like I have
look,
a couple
they even
questions.
have a sea pig, right?
Yeah,
Now
I
you
got a
might
couple
sit there
questions.
and think, well, there's no such thing as sea pig. Oh, but they don't have any sharks, do they? Do you see any sharks anywhere? No, but you see sea pigs.
Yeah, there's some weird looking stuff around here, man.
Sea pigs.
So
Sea
tell me
pig.
this, right? How this is a genuine question. How do we stay on the Earth if it is what force causes us to stay on top of the Earth if gravity does not exist?
Buoyant density, it's called.
The weight of our
Okay.
body.
Well, it is called gravity. It's called specific gravity.
Specific gravity. If you put an apple in a bucket of water, it floats, right? If you remove the water, it goes down to the bottom. Yeah, it's
So
not.
that's because of density, right?
That's buoyancy actually,
Well, density is
and then density takes over after the water's gone. Density takes over.
what causes
So
a
what I want to
helium
ask is
balloon
like,
to rise. Density.
okay, but here's what I want to ask. Why is it what determines the fact that more dense things go downwards?
They're
Why
heavy.
doesn't it go diagonal?
Because
or
the air
sideways?
around it is less dense. If the gradient was going the other way, then perhaps it would move that way. But the way things are, things that are more dense seem to be at the bottom of things that are less dense.
Right, but what causes that?
The flow of
Specific gravity.
the medium and everything in the medium, it's been, it depends the density on it. And
So if you take a less dense gas and a more dense gas that weigh the same,
Yeah.
why does another gas rise above it if they weigh the same?
you know when you grab a magnet and there's a
Because
flow, one
the
side of the
volume
magnet
is going
is
to be greater than the other.
But what causes the
You're
flow?
talking about a gas, right?
No,
Now, if
I
you're
know
talking
that.
about
I'm saying what
sulfur
causes the flow.
hexafluoride, right? Sulfur hexafluoride is extremely heavy, right? So to get the same amount of sulfur hexafluoride as you would a helium balloon, just to fill up the sulfur hexafluoride balloon, you would have the helium balloon would burst because it could not contain that amount of gas volume.
Right. It'd be like the size of the
They
United
might
States.
weigh the same, but the volumes are different. It cannot be the same volume if they have different densities.
I have a
Right, that
question.
still doesn't explain. Yeah.
Go ahead, question.
Do you guys know, like, so obviously we know there's some kind of light / energy in the sky, right? Like most people call it the sun, right?
That's called the sun. Yeah.
Yeah. Do we
like
know where, like, based on like these 1500 maps and stuff, do we know like the direction of this sun? Like, does it just go in a circle, or like what? How does it? What is the path that this sun takes?
It takes the path of the
East
eclipse.
to west. It travels east to west. It actually follows the path of the ecliptic plane that the sun, the moon, the planet, and the zodiac signs all travel in. Are you familiar with the zodiac?
I know I'm an Aries.
Okay, so you kind of are kind of familiar with the zodiac. What that means is when you were born, the sun was in the house of Aries as it rises. So the day you were born, when the sun rises, it will actually be in the constellation of Aries. That's what that means.
Now,
It just means it's a time and a season. It's a clock.
now, do we believe that these stars are other like sun flashlights, or
They're just lights in the sky. We can't test them.
We none
We
of us
do know
are
that the sun is a black body.
None of us. I guarantee that
wait, what?
nobody here is ever going to the fucking star, any star. Period.
Yeah.
So wait,
Nobody's
the
ever
sun.
been
Wait,
to the
what?
star.
What do you mean by the sun's a
The
black
sun,
body?
the sun is a black body. You can actually look it up if you're curious about it. A black body is an object or a body that absorbs all spectrums, doesn't emit anything like black. The reason why something is black is because it absorbs all light spectrums and does not reflect any.
Well,
that's why they call it a black hole. But how can it be a black hole? Because of gravity if light has no mass and is not affected by gravity. Therefore, light cannot be bent by gravity.
I thought Einstein said that light can be bent by gravity.
What's the speed of light? How can you determine the speed of light?
It's actually
How did he
determined
come up with
by
the gravitational constant? How did he come up with the cosmological constant? He couldn't quantify gravity and the
Josh. Those are
cosmological
great
constant at the same time.
We know those are great questions, but don't they measure the speed of light at going and coming back?
Like the atomic level, isn't there like the way to with high speed cameras and stuff?
You can't see an atom. You can just see the fog around it. You can actually look at IBM come up with the little boy atom, right? And it's just a bunch of gold atoms that they animated together, and it's kind of neat, right? Little boy playing with
I heard you
like a
can't
gold
see a
atom, and it turns into a balloon.
either. You can't see a
But
virus. I've heard
you're not actually seeing
that's
gold. You're not actually seeing the atom itself. You're seeing the electron cloud around it, right?
Say that again.
You're not actually seeing the atom. When they say they took a photograph of
Right.
an
You're
atom,
not seeing
they're
the
not
atom.
actually
Right.
seeing an atom.
What are
The
we?
only way we can see something like that is by any hopes at all is with an electron scanning microscope, right? One of
Right.
these devices that uses electron scanning, because electrons supposedly are in everything, and the only thing we would be therefore seeing is the electrons, not the neutrons ever.
So
The
what is there
protons,
then? Like, are we just assuming there's an atom there, or no?
well, we're seeing a cloud of electrons. In fact, you can solivate electrons.
Yeah, but I thought like with microscopes and stuff, you know how like the different the periodic table, right? The higher the number, the more dense it is, right?
Yes. But do you know what that periodic table is based off of?
No, what is it?
How it was found and how the equations come about?
No.
It's the substance itself weighed against itself, weighed against the displacement it displaces of an oxygen acid. Do you know what an oxygen acid is?
No,
No.
please.
Water. Water. Specific
Oxygen.
gravity, that's how it was founded.
I gotta
The
get
periodic table of elements is the atomic weights and masses are based off of specific gravity.
So you're saying since gravity doesn't exist, that the periodic table is full of shit?
I never said specific gravity doesn't exist. This exists. It's quantifiable, measurable,
quantifiable,
repeatable,
testable, repeatable, observable,
demonstrable.
So
demonstrable.
wait. What's the difference between gravity and the other gravity you were saying? Specific gravity.
Well, one is a thought experiment theory, right, to explain a globe model,
Right.
which is not reality. And the other one is how we determine how much fermentable sugars is in, say, beverage before it's fermented, so we know how much alcohol we will receive out of it and how much alcohol is in said product, or if you can use a hydrometer which tests specific gravity in
I
your
got a couple
antifreeze to
hydrometers
make
here.
sure you have enough like antifreeze in it and not too much water. Make sure you have the right amount of electrolyte in your batteries, that kind of thing.
I like the explanation of the fermentation and how much alcohol you're gonna get. I think
it's very needed because if you have too much fermentable sugars, you're gonna make what? Vinegar.
You're gonna make shit. Yeah, exactly. You don't want that. You want the higher quality stuff, man. 13.3% right here. I'm drinking.
Yeah, you want about 20% to 25% sugar
For my wine, I'm drinking right now. It's like
for your ferment.
13.5%. 13% exactly.
And then you'll get maybe 18% yield if it's wine.
So what is keeping everything on the planet? Like, why is air just not flowing?
Earth is not a planet.
Wait,
It's
what?
not
By
a planet.
definition, planet means wandering star.
Wait, planet means
okay,
wandering star? Or what?
Yes, the word planet means wandering star.
So what is Earth then?
Dry land.
It's Terra. What we live on.
What's keeping the air on the dry land?
What's keeping the air on the dry land?
Mm-hmm.
Air. Let's talk about air. Air is a gas, right?
Are you asking what's keeping the air on Earth? Yeah, you cannot have gas pressure without a container. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container without equalization occurring? Do you know what equalization is? Equilibrium?
Yeah, I know what equilibrium is.
So you understand that one thing we understand in science and our view of natural world is all things seek equilibrium, homeostasis.
Right? That's for the body. The body sees homeostasis.
No, it's not just for the body, also for the natural world, the ecosystem itself. Right? We know that all things have a balance. Like, sure, you can say, oh, meteorology, right? You can have high pressure, low pressure systems next to each other. Yeah, but the thing is over time, they equalize out.
Right, but my question is, what is stopping the air from flowing?
So how do you have air pressure 14.7 psi at sea level next to, say 10 to the negative 14 torr vacuum, which is pretty close to negative 32 inches of mercury? It's stronger than we can create in a lab, and this is what they say exists in space because of starlight. So how can you have that strong of a vacuum next to pressure without equilibrium occurring unless you have a container or an envelope for the gas pressure to exist? Because remember, gas pressure is defined by the molecules of the gas, right? The different mixtures of the gases bouncing off of the walls of the container, and that pressure that it bounces off of, that velocity indicates pressure. So you increase the amount of energy by heating it up, you're going to increase the pressure. You decrease the amount of energy by cooling it down, you're going to decrease the pressure.
Right, but what keeps it from flowing even on the flat Earth?
What keeps it
I just told you, there is no space.
What keeps it what keeps the
Then
gas pressure
what
on the
is
globe?
above
The Earth is standing still.
What's the
What
magic
is above us
fucking
at the
shit?
highest? I'm saying, what is above us at the highest point if there is no space? Is it just a continuous?
The container.
It must be a container. All
right.
scientific evidence points to if you don't have gas pressure, you don't have a container. And there's nobody in the world that can come into my shop and show me gas pressure without a container. It can't be done. It's one of those things,
So
man.
he's asking what's keeping the air from fucking off into space.
Well, space isn't real, and it must be some kind of container there. Period, man. It has to be. There's no other explanation for it. No gas pressure, no container.
Are you one of these believers in the Big Bang theory?
I don't have any theory about.
I believe in the Big Bang. I do.
Okay.
We
Do
could be-
any of you guys happen to know who invented the Big Bang Theory?
Can I guess?
No clue. No clue.
No clue. You have no clue who invented the Big Bang
Great
Theory?
answer. Great answer.
Great answer. Yeah.
Sheldon.
But Newbark, you said you believe it, right?
Right.
Denotes having faith and you
You
love
don't
it and
know. You don't
adore
know
it.
who invented it, but you believe it.
Yeah, true. Yes.
Boy, that's some really. Don't
Wait,
you think?
Wait, hold on. Before you guys continue, Record
Are
said
are
something
you
interesting. If space is fake, why would you need a barrier to contain things?
Hold on, man. Wait, let's get back to the Big Bang thing, man, because we got to finish up on that real quick.
Okay.
You believe in the Big Bang Theory, but you don't know who created it, how it was invented, how it was thought of, how.
I mean, I don't know who invented rocks, but I still believe in rocks, right? Like, you
you
know what I'm
wouldn't have
saying?
to be a Catholic, would you?
I grew up Catholic, but I'm more agnostic right now.
Okay, that might be have something to do with
Well, I'm
it.
agnostic now, so.
George Lamars, right? He was a Belgian astrophysicist, right? Theoretical physicist, because astrophysics is pseudoscience. It's not a measurement, and they even say themselves they do not use a scientific method. And anything that claims to be science that does not use a scientific method, therefore, is pseudoscience.
Pseudo.
So I mean, like, okay, you're right. No, it may or may not be true, right?
Invented by a Jesuit Catholic priest.
No, but my question is, okay, so but that kind of makes sense, right? Like, if we're living in hypotheticals, right? The universe starting in a giant, small, little dense thing and then exploding right into the universe that's ever expanding, right? I mean, what would be your explanation on how life just got here? Like,
God fucking put us here, man. Said, hey, man,
Creator.
check it out.
You know, Genesis 1.
But okay,
The
have you
first
seen
one
God?
verse.
Have you seen
God,
God?
in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's all you
Right
need to know.
there. That's your answer.
Everything right there.
My
And
answer,
right there even talks about salvation, about a sheet.
Where's heaven at? Where's it located?
Above you.
Heaven's above, man.
So that is outside of our container. That's where heaven is.
Yes.
Could be.
It's the realm
Yeah,
that we
the
cannot get to.
realm.
Now,
So-
there's either two possibilities with the air thing, right? Either there is no space, right? And there is no container and air is everywhere.
Air is even in space.
Or
Or
there's a firmament. And what's above it is waters.
Doesn't that it's mentioned in the Bible, that firmament thing? Oh, yeah, I think
It's
Now,
got to be
here-
one of
here's
those two
something I wanna ask.
possibilities because you cannot have air pressure next to a vacuum without equilibrium occurring.
Here's what I want to ask: how can you demonstrate the existence of heaven?
Look up.
No,
You
no,
see
no,
all
no, no,
those
no.
stars that you lust after?
No, I said.
You know
how
what
can
heaven means? The cosmos.
The cosmos, baby. The cosmos.
Heaven is literally a place in the Bible. That's not the cosmos.
What does Carl Sagan say what heaven is? The cosmos, right?
Yeah, but the
I was
Bible
quoting
says.
Sagan. I was quoting your guy, Sagan.
I don't know. I don't give a fuck about Carl Sagan. I'm saying that the Bible says heaven is a specific realm. So,
Okay,
like,
Carl
how can
Sagan
you?
is pretty much your ace in the hole when it comes to the globe Earth rhetoric. Pale blue dot. You ever heard of that?
No, the ace in the hole for the global rhetoric is demonstrable science. That's the ace in the hole.
Yeah, where's the horizon? Is the horizon flat or is it curved?
Josh, hold your
Okay,
tongue.
where's the light source? Why can there be total darkness on one side at the exact same time every day, and total light on another side of the earth?
Well, first of all, it's not the exact same time every day. It changes every day, but that's called the equinox. But that's a whole nother fucking lesson. But
the sun is not 83 or 89 million miles away.
Hey, guess what, man? Where do you live? Do you live in America right now?
Yeah.
It's cold, right?
Yeah, it's pretty cold here. Yeah.
Pretty cold. The sun's kind of low in the sky. Today is the actual solstice. I don't know if you.
Yeah, it's first day of winter.
It's the very first day of winter. That means the sun is at its lowest point it's going to be this year, right?
Doesn't that mean it's the farthest away from or we're tilted the farthest away from the sun?
Oh, wait a minute. You are asking a great question because that was my next question. Are we 3 million miles closer to the sun right now or farther away?
I don't know. We pretty far from the sun though.
Okay, we're 93 million miles away during the summer. And right now, in the winter time, we're only 90 million miles away. So why is it colder?
Did you
Why
know?
is it colder on Earth right now in the northern hemisphere? And we're fucking 3 fucking million miles closer to the heat source, man. Show me anywhere where you got a campfire, and if I get closer to it, I'm fucking colder. Show me that, and I'll buy anything you're fucking selling. Because if you can show me if I'm closer to a heat source and I'm warmer or colder, I'll fucking buy anything you're saying. Anything. And it's not possible to show me that because it's not possible to show me gas pressure without a container, man. And those are just two basic things you can just sit down and figure out for yourself right there in your kitchen. If you're closer to the heat, it's hotter, right? Come on.
Yeah, in fact, you guys can do this trick too. Right, this is my next point.
Go ahead, Josh.
48 pictures of the sun taken over a year, once a week, in the same place, at the same time. The highest point is the summer solstice. The lowest point is the winter solstice. The result is a symbol of infinity. You notice how the sun creates the figure 8 in the sky. Now, what you've seen right there, that path, that circuit,
the analema,
is the ecliptic plane.
Yep.
You'll always see the sun between those points, the moon between those points, any of those planets, those wandering stars in those spots.
Are these
between
guys
those spots.
in the voice text?
Joshua is in the middle of his sentence.
I know. Go ahead. My
And
bad.
like that right there can tell you a lot, and that is how they determine the supposed tilt, the axial tilt. That's how they determine the tilt because of that ecliptic plane. But it doesn't make sense because it's wobbling, and they say that's 12 degrees, but it's more like 20 degrees.
$23.4. Hey, are these guys in the voice text by chance? No.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, either one of you guys.
I got approved. I think.
Can you see the voice text? Can you look at the pictures in the voice text?
Yeah,
Can you look at
the figure 8?
the links?
Yeah.
I left you a link.
Yeah, I think they were.
It's an hour long. It explains the ecliptic and the analema.
I
mean, I don't know if that helped answer any of your questions.
So no, I have a question. I asked this the other day, but maybe you guys can explain it better because I still kind of didn't understand it. So from what I understand, right, there's sunlight on half of the world, right, and there's sunlight on the other, and darkness on the other half, right, and it's sort of like a flashlight flash beam that kind of goes across, right. Now I said if the Earth is flat and you're in the darkness, where is the sun hiding? Like if I go up high enough in the air, would I be able to see the sun, like shining on the other side of the Earth?
Yes, you
When
would.
objects get further from you, did they appear to get smaller?
Typically.
But is the object actually shrinking, or is it just appearing to shrink?
So you're saying if I went up like 10,000 feet in the air in nighttime, I should be able to see the sun shining in daytime?
No.
I think you got to go much higher.
No. Right, the sun is too far away from you to see it. Right, there's a certain distance. Do you know what the inverse square law is?
No.
No, he doesn't know what that is, but he's
Okay,
saying, go ahead. Explain it.
light. A lot of things follow the inverse square law. Heck, even air
Even
pressure when it's coming out of a nozzle.
a candle will display the inverse square law, man. A candle. That's a good one, man. I like
It's the
the
square of. It's the square of. Come on, guys.
dude, it's all right. It's the square, the light, as it gets farther away, obviously it gets darker. I mean, you can take a flashlight and it's
Right,
shining
because
on
it
the floor.
dissipates, right? Yeah.
It's not going to light the whole room up, It's going to dissipate over distance, right? You follow me? It's going to square the distance is going to square every time. I don't know, every mile or meter or millimeter or whatever you're using. If you're using a candle, you can inverse square law the candle light by literally by the time you
No,
get to the
here's
end
the
of the
thing.
go ahead.
Multiply by 2, that is square. Multiply by 2, that is cube. Multiply by 3, that is square. Inverse it, and you have the inverse square. So you reverse the number into a negative, right? This is actually a measurement of radiations.
So
Right?
there must be a inverse square law for sound as well too, right?
In physics, there is many laws that define objects, light, earth, and many more. These laws are formed with respect to some fundamental quality. Snell's law,
Mm-hmm.
laws of reflection,
Right.
laws of refraction, some of the laws which are formed on the nature of light.
I
We
like to
know
think.
that light travels in a straight line and can undergo various phenomena like diffraction, polarization, interference, reflection, and refraction too. In this article, let us study a law that denies that defines the intensity of light with respect to distance. Let us learn about the inverse square law. Right? The
Yeah,
inverse
dude.
square law.
I want to
This law
learn more.
explains that the strength of light with respect
I
to the
want to
distance
learn
of the
more.
source. Inverse square law states that the intensity of the radiation is inversely proportional to the square of the distance, or the intensity of light of an observer from a source is inversely proportional to the square of the distance from the observer to the
Right.
source.
Yep.
As per this law, light loses its brightness or luminosity as it moves away from the source. For example, when you switch on the light in the corner of the room and you move away from the source, the light appears to dim or become less bright due
Of
to
course.
an increase in the distance that you are away from it.
Yep.
So based on that, though, that must mean the sun is hella bright. Because that, how far away do you guys think the sun is?
Don't know.
But like, you know what I'm saying?
I mean,
If that
hey,
law applies and
I
it's shining this much light on our planet, right? Like that must be hella bright.
I think it's 62 miles away, man, personally. But that only is from an observation standpoint, where I've looked at a mountain that was 62 miles away, and then I looked back up at the sun.
Here's my
You know,
citation.
it's just an observation, actually, a physical, personal observation that I've looked at a mountain 62 miles away, and I said, "Look at the sun," and they look about the same distance, and that's all. There's no citation on that, but
You can't beat that science.
my science is solid.
Well, do you know what science means?
I'm not. I'm just. I'm just kind of
It
fucking around.
means knowledge,
I'm just fucking around, man.
right?
No, there's no science behind any of that. But
No, I'm saying science means knowledge, right? That's it.
yeah, I mean, it's just observational knowledge, measurement. You
It's the
can measure.
knowledge of this world, and the knowledge of this world is
I
food.
love what I live on, this dirt, and this dirt is awesome, man. It fucking produces trees and
If science
plants.
is knowledge, then Sci-Fi Channel is knowledge fiction.
Ooh,
Pseudo knowledge.
I like that.
Ooh.
That's pretty good. I like that, man. You might want to write that one down, actually. Make that a meme. Please. No, I'm here to learn
Uh,
and question as well, man. I'm not here to think I know it all. Fuck off. Yeah, I don't know.
Also, from the perspective side of things, on the ground, there's limitations from which the light will pass, and you won't be able to see it. But you also have to add that there's a limit to the sky that will also, like a roof, converge with the ground to a vanishing point, and that's why the sun looks like it's vanishing. Um, you can see the sun's focal point whenever you are at the correct perspective. You can see the sun dogs and halos, and you can see the light traversing through the. You can see the magnify effect of the sun traversing
Rainbow.
through the
Rainbow.
sky. But
You can
when
see
you are at the perspective from where you cannot see the light anymore, you won't see it anymore because it's out of focus to this point that you standing on the ground.
Now, are you guys under the presumption that the sun goes below the horizon?
I mean, I'm a round earther, so yeah, I believe, yeah.
Oh, here we go. All
Mm.
right. Let the party
I'm gonna
begin.
show you a GIF. Hang on. I'm gonna show these guys a GIF.
Yeah, take
It's
your
a
time, man.
sunset GIF. Somebody else has another one that I think is a little better because the table's longer and it
Go
looks
ahead.
better.
Thank you,
Um,
Josh.
hang
I
on,
want
I'm
to thank
trying to
you, bro.
find it. God damn
First
it.
of all, thank Josh.
Where's it
Uh,
at? Where the
uh,
fuck are you?
how do I say your name?
Fucking
New
asshole.
And just call me Nub or Nubrack, whatever you want.
Nub.
Yeah,
Nub.
call me
What's
whatever
up,
you want.
Nub?
Yeah,
All right.
Nubrack,
You can call me
Nubrack.
Dude, or you can
I,
call
I
me
was calling you
Dude.
Nubrick. I'm sorry.
No, call me whatever you want. That's fine, man.
I
Nub,
was
Noob.
I was thinking like
How about
Kubrick.
Noob? All right. This is a pretty interesting video, man.
Huh?
I must.
Yeah, you see the GIF I just posted?
Right, right,
Okay. So this guy, go ahead and explain it,
Now,
Josh. Go ahead.
he first shows you what he's doing. He's not doing anything funny. He's simply moving the image away from the camera, right? And then he puts this lens which causes a refraction, right? It's to simulate atmospheric refraction. Now, notice like without it, that image tends to be the same size, all like all the way down. It like gets smaller, right?
right.
All right.
Now, with that atmospheric reaction gradient in the way the Fresnel lens, it tends to sink
And it
as
looks like
like
it's
it tends
actually
to
getting.
set,
It looks
and it
like it's getting bigger
gets
almost.
bigger as it goes down.
So
Yeah.
oh,
Isn't
and
that?
so when that he puts that thing on, he's actually pulling it back, just like in the first
Yeah.
one.
He's pulling it back.
Yes,
Wow.
It looks like. It
you
looks
can
like it's
actually
getting bigger.
do this yourself.
Yeah. You can buy those lensing magnification things at Staples. They sell them for
And
like
remember, there
they
is
sell 'em for like
something called
people that
terminus line.
have a hard time seeing, and they lay this lensing thing over their magazine or whatever they're reading, and it magnifies the text so they can read it. Right.
Right, right, right.
That's all that is, man. It's one of those
So you're
magnify.
saying that when it goes over the horizon, it's actually getting. It appears that it's getting closer to us, even though it's getting farther.
Well, of course, it's getting farther away. We all know that. When we can verify the sun is getting farther away, even if we're on a spinning globe, it's getting farther away if we're spinning on a globe, right? Or the sun is actually moving farther away from us. One or the other, man. Right? There's no other. There's only two choices
Here,
in the
I'm
party.
gonna share with you guys a kit you can buy and test it yourself.
Yeah,
It's about the Chicago
I'd be
skyline, but
interested
it
in that.
has one of these things in it, one of these lenses in it itself.
Mhm.
And this was put together by the late Rob Skiba.
Shout out to Rob Skiba. I met the guy once, shook his hand.
See,
Great guy,
I'm
man.
still kind of confused. I think I asked this yesterday too, but there is a so like when it rises on one side of me, rises in the east, right? The sun, I see it on one side of me. Then in the
Yeah.
midday, I look straight above, I see another I see the sun above me, right? And then at the end of the day, I see it on the other side of me. And if I connect those 3 points, it's like a triangle, right? Or if you put a curve to it, right, you could put a curve to it, so it's like a half.
That's called it's called the ecliptic. Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? So like, if the sun, well, to what it appears, the sun travels over me from one side to the other. It kind of
Yeah.
looks like it's taken like an upside down circle path. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, I put. Are you in the live stream voice check, man?
Yeah.
There's a thing called LHFE at 12:14 past 12:14. So like a few minutes ago, I put a documentary. It's about an hour long. Go ahead and watch that, man. It explains the ecliptic, what you're seeing, how it works, how the analemma works, and how they've had this figured out for a very long time because they built buildings that will you can go to buildings they built a long time ago. I don't know how many years ago, but a long time ago, and the sun will shine right through that building on a certain day every year, right?
Right.
And that they've figured this thing out, man, a long time ago. But watch that little. It's called EWAR, LHFE Volume 2, man. Check it out, man. Or LHFE 2.2.
Hey, I actually like this kit because it gives you a little like thumb light,
Yeah.
an image of a ship and an image of a sun, so you can actually see the
Let me
ship
see.
disappear over the horizon, bottom up,
Bottom
on a
up
flat table.
on a flat table.
My question is, if this is all true, right? Why do all astronomers agree that the Earth isn't flat?
Oh, wait. That's a pretty big brush you just busted out of there. All astronomers?
I have never seen an astronomer agree that the Earth is
What
flat.
does it take to be an
Whoa.
astronomer?
Yeah, exactly. Who decided who's the astronomers and who aren't? People that look at the sky are astronomers, man. There's a lot of us.
Yeah. Anyone with a
I've been looking at,
telescope is an astronomer, Brickson.
I've
No,
been
no, I'm
looking at
just
the sky
wondering, what
all
is
of
it?
my life.
Does it does being an astronomer mean you work at one of these government-funded
shit.
facilities?
No, it means you just
Or
went to school for science and astronomy, and then you graduated.
We call that they went to
what course would that be? And could you actually graduate with that as a major?
I mean,
No,
What would the minor
I think
be?
it would
astrology
be
is a major, isn't it?
astrophysics. No, I think it'd be astrology is like
Astrology is a
astrology is
pseudoscience, my
different from
friend.
astronomy.
astrology is about
Yeah.
your horoscopes, man. Astronomy, we're talking about the sky and the lights in the
Oh, it'd
sky.
be astrophysics.
Yeah, that's a
Astrophysics.
pseudoscience.
Oh,
That's
here we go.
pseudoscience.
Somebody got the wiki interview with the astrophysicist. Anybody got that one laying around?
Come on, Joshua. Point out what you actually mean that
Oh my god, is that the real Daddy
astrophysicist is
Dove?
pseudoscience.
Yeah.
Oh my
Can you
god,
expand?
Astrophysicist is
Stop.
pseudoscience because it's astro and physic, right? So it's star and then physical. So
Physical
physics
stars.
denotes the study of physical things.
And you that's an
They've never
oxymoron,
actually touched a star. Can you get a cup of star?
man. I want a cup of star.
Can you grab this star, put it inside a cup, and paint it red?
Do these guys even know how far
I don't
away?
think they realize how science works exactly. I mean, they do seem like
Close
they are pretty
star.
young.
Anybody?
They probably just graduated a few years ago.
You're a bit on the youngster side. I get it, man.
I'm 29, so.
All right, yeah, you're a little
Yeah,
youngster.
okay, yeah, you're a little young.
You know what? I
Enjoy
remember
it though, man. Enjoy it. Yeah, Resolve just posted Michio Kaku. Do you know who Michio Kaku is? He's a
No.
Japanese
Oh
astrophysicist.
yeah, I know him. Okay, yeah.
I know that is.
Yeah.
you see his
Go ahead and
picture
watch
there.
that little video.
We
A little
always say
excerpt
that you make
from one of his
observations, you
interviews.
have a theory, you go make more
They're only
observations,
off
and it's
by
a very, very
120
tedious process.
zeros. Okay, or
Wrong.
some shit, right?
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our
Oh
field,
no,
it's by
he's
the
talking
seat
about
of your
scientific
pants. It's
theory,
leaps
right?
of logic. It's guesswork. It's
They're off
Just
guesswork.
listen to
It's
what he says.
guesswork.
It's 23 seconds. Listen to what he says.
Science.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna just refresh my memory. I'll be back.
Yeah, I just he's saying it's guesswork.
So if we're
Nobody
going by
I
science,
know of in my field uses the scientific method. It's a leap of logic. It's guesswork.
I mean, the scientific method is basically just fuck around and find out. You know what I'm saying?
No, do you know what the scientific method is?
Yeah, you come up with a hypothesis and then you test it, right?
No, it starts with an observation.
Observation first. What are you observing? Are you observing the sun going over your head?
Remember back in middle school when you first learned about science and earth science?
Right, yeah. So you make an observation, then you create the hypothesis, and then you test it, right? And then you see if that was true or not, right?
Kind of. You more like make an observation, then come up with a question about the observation, and then think of a way to manipulate something to come up with an answer.
Okay,
And your
so
I also
answer
want
would
to
be the
point out.
solution.
I like
Michio
Hank's
Kaku is
explanation of the
a
boiling water, man.
Yeah,
hold on.
but try
Michio
not to
Kaku
do it
is a
when
theoretical
Joshua is
physicist.
in the middle of his sentence.
Michio
Go
Kaku is a
ahead,
theoretical
go.
physicist. He's not an astrophysicist.
Who's not?
Who?
Michio Kaku, he's a theoretical physicist.
That's what astrophysicists are.
No,
Theoretical
astrophysicists are
physicists.
astrophysicists.
You cannot be an astrophysicist without being a theoretical physics in theoretical physics department, which is string theory and quantum and all that stuff, which is just trying to quantify what we know to hold true in Einstein's theories. And it's all our understanding of light. That's all it is. Our understanding of light. Think about it. How do you view and perceive reality?
Light.
Yes. Interesting, huh? And who is the light bearer? We are.
I don't shit, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't
Man.
think anyone knows how the Earth looks like unless you've been outer space. I'll be honest with you. I think nobody knows.
Yeah, but space isn't real, so like.
Oh, true. I don't
We'll
think
never
anyone
know if
truly
that's
knows.
the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, the space that is between you and I is definitely real.
What about the
We
moon
can
landing?
we
Do you
can
guys
measure
think?
it.
Do you guys
See,
think?
I don't know about that because NASA slipped. I don't know. NASA is weird.
I thought
You
you can.
think?
I thought you
Maybe,
can
Very
take
maybe not.
telescopes and see some stuff on the moon.
shit.
Is that not true? Like reflectors or something they left on there, or the flag or something?
I got a pretty good sized telescope, and I can't see anything like that.
Yeah, you can see
Mm.
this the soda cans that they left in the moon.
Hey, I got a
I've
Pretty
looked at the moon
clear.
and
video
I
of
never
an
seen.
oak leaf on the moon.
I mean, I've also looked at the moon with a telescope and I've never seen anything.
Dude, they drove
But-
dune buggies on the moon, man. Dune buggies, bro.
You could probably see the golf balls that they left in
Golf
the moon.
balls. They golfed on the moon and they rode dune buggies.
Do they have good golf
How
courses
cool
there?
is
Or?
that? How cool is that?
I mean, we were supposed to have McDonald's and Walmart by now.
For real?
Hey, Werner Braun wanted to, colonize the moon there, man. Come on.
So how can we prove a barrier exists? I'm trying to figure that one out.
Hey, does
Laws of nature.
belief is the enemy of knowing, man. If you want to know something, you got to go out and do it yourself.
But no one's ever
once you
blown up to the
once you
barrier.
observe something for yourself, you can deductively reason that it's true or not. I build
Hey, when
guitars.
you go to
Yeah.
the butcher, go
I,
ahead, bro. Finish your sentence. Go
I
ahead.
can cut a piece of wood the shape of a guitar,
Mhm.
guaranteed. Okay, why? Because
Yeah, and the next, if you want to make a
I don't have
wood
to
guitar,
theorize
you
about
need
it.
you need a tree.
Yeah, we do need a tree. Gotta have a tree, man. No tree, no guitar.
And if you go to the butcher shop and you see the steak, the ribeye stand there,
Mm.
right? You're not gonna ask the butcher, "Hey, are cows real?"
Are cows real?
I've seen a
I
cow
ate the
before though.
steak, the ribeye.
You, you need
Oh,
that
not
cow
really
for
good.
the ribeye. You need the necessary antecedent
Well,
for the
not
ribeye
nowadays we
is
got
that
that
cow.
fake meat, so like
Yeah, but the difference is I've seen a cow. I can touch
You
a
guys
cow.
know what cows are. You
Mm-hmm.
do
But
not
you
have
need that cow for that ribeye. There's no
you do
going
not have to
getting away from that.
theorize about the fucking cow, man. You know a fucking cow is real. I know that when I
So
wake
every time we demonstrate gas pressure and pressurized systems, a container is required.
every
So
time.
the fact that you're breathing air, and that says that to have that pressure for be able to breathe that air, that gas,
Mhm.
Yep.
you need the walls of the container and the pressurized system to have the gas pressure.
We live on a giant chia pet. Do you guys know
Wait,
what
hold on. If that's the case, why couldn't the Earth be shaped differently than flat, but still be in a container?
Good question, man. Good question. It could
Wait,
be.
flat Earth is a description. The two words on a piece of paper, flat Earth. That's not what the Earth is.
Well,
What is
A
the
what we
Earth?
do,
descriptor.
mostly what we do here.
It's not an object.
Exactly. Mostly what we do here is question the globe because the globe has all the answers to all of your questions. And we just question those answers and say, hey, man, if it is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, then we can actually take those calculations and determine what we should see and what we shouldn't see at 100 miles or 20 miles or 50 miles or 1,500 miles.
The Earth is flat. It's not
And
a
But the
we've
Earth isn't
figured
a
out
round. The
we
Earth
can
isn't
actually
completely
measure
circle.
those distances.
Yeah, but the Earth isn't a perfect sphere.
Oh, wait a minute. What do you mean it's not a perfect sphere?
It's not a perfect sphere.
It's
Eh,
a pier.
Show
It's a
me
pier.
show me one picture of Earth it's not a
draw a
perfect
picture of
sphere.
Earth. Draw us a
Please.
picture of
Thank
it.
you. Drop it in the live stream voice text. One
Please, hurry, please.
picture of
Draw us
the
this
Earth that's not a
diagram of
perfect
what Earth
sphere.
looks like. Please.
That would
who
be
dropped the
great,
bear
man.
pick?
I want to see. Hold on. Don't give him hints.
You know,
I
I
want to know what the actual image of Earth looks like from your pencil, and then the ISS should match. So come on and show us.
Show us
I
the
mean,
swear to
picture.
God,
show me an
when Neil
image.
deGrasse was
Show
sitting
me
there
an image
saying,
from the highest point possible of the Earth being its own plane.
Every photograph that you see
I
ever is of
got
the flat Earth.
video. I got video of
Hold on.
129,000 feet up.
Yeah,
And
but you can still go higher. You
of
haven't been
course
to the highest point.
apparently you can. I don't know, man, but I've got video 129,000 feet up. Shit's flat, man. And no fucking bendy fuck all, man.
That
No.
is
And
hell.
you guys,
"You
what
see
about
too
That
far,
that?
man."
little mountaintops, valleys, dips, and shit like that is basically flat. 71%
Anyone sent
water on the surface and 29% dirt. And fucking, there you go, buddy.
Hey,
anyone sending anything up is
See the image
dependent
I
on the
just
flat Earth.
What about
posted?
that Red Bull event with like that guy that we saw like live
Yeah.
stream the whole thing?
Press pause and look out the
let's
front door.
do the
Flag
Red.
is in.
You guys want to do the Red Bull thing?
Yeah,
I think
I
he
want to
went
do the
to
Red Bull
Let's
thing.
just look
and
out
red.
the
he
Hold
plane
on.
window.
Hold on. And Red Bull also, the whole world is Mexico. Red Bull.
Nevada, New Mexico, yeah. Planet New
The
Mexico.
whole
Planet,
fucking
planet New
entire
Mexico.
video.
Wow, what a big planet of New Mexico. The
We live
whole
on
world is
planet
around
New
New
Mexico,
Mexico.
by the way. Yeah, I love
Yeah.
that.
Well, planets aren't real, so.
You got
Planets
that.
are just
That
wandering
the,
stars.
the Earth is not a planet.
Yeah, he
I'm
brought up the Alex Baumgartner jump.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did, Josh.
Yeah, Nub just posted a video about it. Yeah.
There it is. Nub posted the video on the jump. Yeah. How far up? 120,000 feet, something like that, right?
Right. I
Yeah.
mean the Earth looks pretty round in that.
Yeah. How much of the Earth is New Mexico? Ask yourself that question.
I don't know in this chat. Shit.
Look at that. Look at it, man. It's completely the fucking state
Look
of
out
New
the front
Mexico.
door.
If you've
There's
Have
ever
you
been
ever
to
heard
New
of
Mexico, maybe you
have you
haven't.
ever
I
heard
have.
listen, have you
The
ever heard of
entire
Fish
planet.
Islands?
It's New
No,
Mexico.
he doesn't know that the garage and his house and his dog and his cat look like a round ball in his car and square things turn around with the GoPro. He's never heard of that.
I love you, Demok.
Cereal.
There you go. I posted a video of a globe earther debunking flat Earth. Live.
Guys, so I literally had of a globe earther debunking.
Yeah, go ahead, and mind you, look at the expression on his face.
Rocket shuttle launch, because I decided it's time to stop listening to flat earthers. Let me go directly
I don't
to
have
the
to
source,
imagine.
official
I
NASA
can see
rocket
it.
launch footage,
It's
and
Well, no,
there it
just
is.
play the video.
There's
It's
a
fucking funny as
curvature.
fuck.
I'll be right back.
As you
I'll be
can
right back.
see, I literally
I'm
paused
gonna
it
go
where I
watch this
was,
just for
had to come
shits
and
and
record
giggles.
this. So again, guys, here it is. Official NASA launch footage shows a curved Earth. Watch. Curved. What the?
The curvature turns
fuck is it
concave.
flat? The fuck? Come on. It's
I think the
fucking
Earth is a
concave all
frisbee,
of a
bro.
sudden. What
I'll
the?
be honest with you. I think it's a
Hold
frisbee
up.
or a boomerang.
Yeah.
This is horseshit.
Tina.
This is official NASA rocket launch
It's a
footage.
concave
It's curved.
Yeah, what's up?
frisbee.
There's your proof.
How does Earth
It's an
work
like-
as a ball?
oblong donut.
Oh.
Earth doesn't work as a ball. That's what I was gonna ask.
Exactly.
Can I get a presentation of anything but a flat city working, or a flat model, or flat water, or flat tracks, or flat anything? Do you have any globe stuff that can work in a lab live for us, please?
They got cartoons of the globe.
Demok, come on. We got cartoons.
What?
Come on.
No, hold on. No, okay, I'm good with that. But what we need is dirt. What we need is dirt, water, little trains, little cars, little hot air balloons, little boats, anything you got that can go around your fucking ball live, please.
Yeah, anything.
Please, anything other than a flat surface, please, buddies, because your physics fails to fucking show us how a globe works, but you seem to know how a globe works and how physics of a globe works and how physics of gravity, global gravity works, and like, come on, man, I just need to see how spherical physics work in a classroom, please, for gravity.
Honestly, I think nobody in this call really understands how the physics works.
No.
No,
Including you, huh?
we do.
That's
Let's
why
Yeah,
we're
including
here.
me. That's what I said.
hold
Nobody.
on. We're here to teach you how physics work. Go get in a sandbox. Go get in a fucking sandbox. Pour some water in it. Where it's level, it's level. Where it's not, there'll be some dirt protruding. Now, that's physics and that's reality. Now take some wind and blow it on the water. Now you have a tide. Now, can you please show me how a tide works on a round ball, please, with some real water?
Hey, I got this round ball
Hey,
that
we're talking
holds
physics.
water. It's amazing. You
Flat
gotta see it.
physics, a tide. I just showed you how a tide can be in and out.
In your bathtub,
Hey,
you
are
can do
there
it.
globers?
Sandbox, man. In the sandbox, man. Come on.
Are these two people globers here?
Fuck this funny ass.
But tides happen
Good
whether it's
question.
wind.
Yes, they are, Sonny.
Wait. But tides
Hey.
happen whether there's wind or not.
Hey, Newbreck.
You
Hey,
what?
welcome to
me.
the server,
Show me
Newbreck.
how
How are
tides. Hold on. I
Sorry,
need to
dude.
see how tides work without wind. Right the fuck now.
Well, I mean, you could just
Present
go
tides
like a.
working without wind. Don't tell me what I could do, Santa Claus.
I've been to Florida and I've been to a beach where it wasn't windy out and I saw the tides different.
Tell me what you've been doing.
Yeah, we just need the schedule of
What
tides
happens with
without
the
any
wind
wind.
like 1,000 miles away from there, man? You don't know, man. You weren't
I
there.
don't care what you do in the fucking closet, dude. Now present your case. Present out of the closet your fucking tides without wind, please, right now.
Bro, I feel like you're being kind of aggressive. I feel like you need to go talk
I'm
to
telling you a
actual.
personal
Because I'm
experience.
asking for a
I think you should go
presentation
debate
of your
some
bullshit
actual.
claim.
I think
You
you
made
should
a
go up to
bullshit
a
claim
college
that water
with
is moving
actual
around the ball
professors.
and producing a tide. That's a bullshit claim if you ask me. It sounds like Narnia. I'd love to
Why?
see it.
Why don't you go and why don't you go to your local university and ask the
Why don't I,
astrophysics
why would I
professor
need to go anywhere? You
We
guys
have
should have
to
the fucking
appeal
Because
to
if
authority, Sonny.
because no,
You should
because
have
here's the
the
thing. If you're
unlimited
going to
video
debate,
of
if you're
national.
going to debate people and actually, if you're actually serious about this and you want to debate people,
If you're
Hey, I
serious about
fucking-
this,
hey,
you
you
want to
would
go
have
debate
never-ending
people
Listen,
physics
who have
of
the highest
fucking
knowledge
debated.
level.
I
You wanna go-
debated.
you
God
wanna go
damn
debate
it,
people who have
One
the
at
highest
a
level,
man, I
right?
time,
debated a
please.
fucking physicist for fucking 6 fucking hours, man.
We need to visit the
I
lab
fucking
or the
have
school.
debated the
Yo,
fucking
let's all
physicist.
talk at the same time. Let's do it. 1, 2,
Let's
3.
hear
Everybody
that.
talk at the
I
same
I
time.
just have one. I just have
I
one
said, why don't
question.
you
Blah, blah, blah,
debate
blah,
these
blah.
motherfuckers? Well, I did, man. I debated these motherfuckers. And so
Okay,
did
Denmark
Wiki,
and
fucking
Flat.
Wakey.
Hey, dude.
All right,
And
now that
could I
we
just
done
ask?
that, let's do one at a
Could I
time.
ask
One at a time.
one single question of these Globers?
I feel like I'm on the Globetrotters the way you guys
Hey,
are calling me Glober.
Brixton.
Right.
E. Brixton.
What's up?
Welcome to the server. Hey, are you good at science?
I don't look into science that much. I'll be honest with you. I really
Okay. Are you willing to put money down on proof of the globe?
put money down on it.
Yeah.
I'm willing to put money down. If I'm willing to put money down
Really?
that I'm willing to put money down that you wouldn't be able to disprove the globe if you argued with an actual astrophysicist.
Okay, let's go.
Yes.
Let's go.
Sonny,
Okay. Who's laying the bet?
I'm willing to bet $50.
some gentle advice, gentlemen. This is a flat Earth channel. We're not here to solicit bets or create
I
bets
know. I'm just
or any
joking.
of that. So could we stop that, please? It might be funny to a degree,
Sorry,
but
I'll
it's also detrimental. Thanks very much.
I like that guy's
Good looking
accent.
out. Good looking out.
I do too. It's nice.
The
why we
old
have
dude
moderation.
spoke.
All
His name
all
is
I
old
was
dude.
trying to say is like you should get a margarita, go to Florida on a not windy day, and you'll see the tides go in and out.
Again, all you're seeing is like 1 centimeter squared. Barely.
Yeah, you know how big the ocean is, right? It's a lot bigger than that beach in Florida. You don't think there might be wind, elsewhere out there?
Right, but why? If there's wind elsewhere, why is that affecting the water that's next to me where there's no wind?
Because it's one body of water.
But there's no waves. It just goes in and out without waves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a cool presentation you showed us, story guy.
No school. No school. No
Thank you, storyteller. Can we see it now?
Hey, if you want to book a flight to me into Florida, I'll buy you a
Hey, I
margarita
want
and we
you
can
to
watch
make
the
water
sunrise
move
together.
without wind. A. B. Make water move without wind. C. Make water move without wind. If you have a problem with those, refer back to A.
I mean, you could definitely make water move without wind.
Yeah, I'm definitely waiting for your presentation, Sally.
Yeah. Set up an
Just
experiment.
shake
I
the
mean,
container.
you could drop water down the side of a mountain and there's no
Tell us
wind.
about
No, look,
stories
just
and
shake
sell
the
us wooden
container.
nickels.
Hey,
You can sell us a
can that
bridge
water
too, but I'm not buying it. I'd
If you
love to.
shake
can
the
that
container,
water be
you can make
attached to
waves.
the
Yeah,
can
Santa
that
Claus
water
is real too, Narnia. Let's fucking see it.
Bro,
Hey,
if I
can
pick
that
up a
water
box with
can
water
that
in it and tilt it
listen,
left and right, it's gonna make waves.
hey, real quick, but can you have that water attached to the outside of a globe and spin it while the
But your
water
globe
stays
is just going
attached?
left and right.
Oh, okay. There's two things.
No, you're supposed to make a
gravity.
ball go
There's
spin
two
around
things,
like a
okay?
globe, and the
Yo, do you
water
let
is
people
supposed
talk?
to make a tide on the
Jesus.
outside surface. I don't think you comprehend what your globe is doing, son.
You gotta let people talk, man. Like,
No,
no
you
matter
got to
how right
understand
you are, if
reality.
you
What are
don't
you going
allow
to talk
people to
about?
talk, no one's gonna
You
listen
talked
to
about
you.
a flat surface. You just said water on. You're going to wiggle it back and forth. That's not what a globe does.
What do
A
you want to
globe
talk
is a
Let me
about?
ball
explain it to you.
that
I
is
can
supposed to
explain
be a
it to you.
spherical item
You're
with
taking this
water on the
personally, dude.
outside
Cheers,
surface,
He is.
everybody.
and it's supposed to
Cheers.
turn underneath the surface of the water, and the water is supposed to be on the outside creating a tide. Can you please demonstrate such? And stop
Okay.
talking
Let
like
me
you
know when
know
you're done.
something.
Let me know when you're done. You finished?
Yeah, I'm finished with your non-presentation that you haven't shown us yet of water on a spherical ball going back and forth to create a tide.
Yeah, show him over the internet.
Are you done?
Yeah,
Just let
I'm
me know
done
when
get,
you're
seeing.
finished.
I'm done
should be
seeing
Because I
what
don't
you
want to
videos
get
have
about
talked
it.
presented.
over when I
I'm done
speak.
with the presentation because you don't have one.
Are you done now?
I've always been done with your non-presentation of non-reality.
My God, like I feel like I'm gonna start
Water
talking. And you
water
see what I'm saying?
that's how
You see,
tides
that's what
work.
I mean. The second I start talking, I
I
get
mean, is
talked
that
over.
too
That's why I'm asking
complicated?
if you're
Is
finished.
third grade physics beyond your comprehension with a little bit of water and a ball? I mean,
Hey,
what do we
look, man.
got
I
going on here?
understand you're trying to find
You
like
don't
meaning
understand.
in your life,
If
and
you
you're finding
understand,
it
you would
through the
have your
flat
camera
Earth
turned on
theory.
and you would have a cup
I
of
understand
liquid
you're trying to
All
and
right,
find
you have
like
a
meaning in life
ball.
through
let's
the
wait a
flat Earth
second,
theory
one
and
at a
whatnot,
time.
but you
Come on,
gotta learn
Demo.
to let
Take,
people speak their piece,
go
even
ahead,
if you
one at a
disagree
time.
with them.
One at a time.
Yeah,
Go
tell
ahead.
us about Santa Claus.
Wait, you don't believe in Santa?
Yeah, what?
No, I don't, Narnia. I don't believe in globes either unless you can present something.
I
Because
mean,
they
Santa
both
Claus
ride
is
under the
real. Like,
same boat. You can't present them, then they're not real. So come on.
I can
Yeah,
tell. Look, this is how Santa Claus. You ever woke up and had a present under your tree and you didn't know who put it there?
No, I don't have a tree. Next.
Well, you must have been naughty or something.
Yeah, cool story.
Wait, guys.
Cool
Okay,
story.
let's go. Let's get back to the goal. All right.
Yeah, let's get off the
And let's
stories,
just skip.
guys. Let's
Let's
get back
skip
to
the whole thing with
presentation
the
of
Titan
physics.
stuff because nobody's gonna present
We
anything,
were
and
talking about
it's
physics.
like
We were
the
talking
thing
about
with the
physics
tides
and
is
water.
completely outside of reach of
Yeah.
explanation and examples, and it's just
So
a
being able
infinite loop.
to
It's useless.
demonstrate physics with water, how they look in reality, how you see them every day under the air that you breathe, and you see reality react. You can't demonstrate that? Are you serious?
My man just told you
So
if you
what is
shake
it?
the
What is
box,
it?
it
What
can
is a
make
little
waves.
model that a director
Oh
or an
my God,
engineer
do
or
you
a designer?
know? It's crazy. Can
What I
anyone
mean, what
speak
is a
in your
flat city
presence?
model? Have you ever
Bro,
seen one of them?
why do you even ask
the,
questions if you don't allow people to speak to answer them?
I'm trying to figure out where you guys are coming from, where your demonstration of roundness. I mean, where does this happen?
That's fine, but you have to learn to allow people to answer your questions because you can't have a conversation if you just over
Answer
talk
your
them every
question.
time
I
they
was
speak.
waiting for your demonstration.
I wouldn't even be able to get to a demonstration if I had one because you would fucking
can you
talk over
post
me
it?
when I
Can
started
you
talking.
You
can
mean
you
you can't
post the
post
link?
something in the back chat so we can watch it?
I don't have the
That's what
technology
a demonstration is. Do you
If I
to
had
understand
understand
one,
that?
that.
I don't have the technology.
I
Have
know, I
you
know.
Post it.
do you
So
have
you
like
don't have technology.
anyone in
It's all in one
in
thing.
history that have done this?
All right, I went on
Anyone?
YouTube and I typed "tides explained" and like here's a YouTube video you guys can watch.
Tides
Is it
explained.
cartoons?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
cool cartoon, man. Now we have real water doing it or not? Do you
Okay.
have real physics to explain or demonstrate, or do you got another cartoon story? I can draw you a cartoon story of Superman spinning the tides, but that's not what's going on. I
That
can
was
do this
funny. I'll
every
give it
day.
to you.
I can put this on the computer and I can say, look, this is what moves the tides. Superman's breath. He's blowing it with his fingertips and his toes. Come on now.
Is that
We're
the best
talking
you got?
physics. We should have a physical demonstration of physics class of physical water, right? With dirt, right? Explain with a tide on a ball. We should have a sphere in class, in science class, in national, like in geology, like in National Geographics. This should be explained, all of it. So, and he asked, in what time has anyone ever measured the globe directly? Do you guys know?
I don't know too many people that measured the globe going around it, but I'm sure someone has, right?
You take it on faith alone, then.
Well, I mean that's life though, right? You got to take a lot of stuff on faith alone, right?
No,
No,
you
not
don't.
really.
Not
But I'm
this.
saying, can you Google the guy or the group or the company or National Geographic person or the military or whoever's measured this planet directly, please?
Well, I mean, it's
Is there an answer?
I mean, like, so let me go back to
So
here,
you
right?
never wondered that.
All right, so if you're going to, like, if I'm saying the Earth is a globe on faith alone, right? I feel like you guys are going that the Earth is flat on faith alone, right? Because you don't
That's on
have
your
any
own.
proof.
No,
You've
we're
never
not.
traveled below the 60th degree or
Yeah,
whatever on the
Nabrak,
bottom.
you're making a positive claim on our behalf. We've got a lot of stuff to say. Don't presume that we got nothing other than belief of a flat Earth. We'll get there, but the whole thing now is about the globe.
Yeah, if you want to talk about faith and belief, we can head on down to the religious portion.
I mean,
The
that's really
philosophy
where.
department.
Like,
I
trust me,
see. My
everybody
thing
in
is,
here knows it's flat, doesn't believe it.
here's my
We
thing.
know it. Yeah, it's
I
not a
think it's
belief when
okay
it's
to
been directly
question.
measured. It's
I
been
think it's
directly
okay
measured
to.
to not be a globe, to not have a curve anywhere, ever, nowhere by anyone, no matter where they measured it. It's directly flat, horizontally, straight, and flat. Now, how can you have that anywhere on a ball?
Gravity.
What? Show me on a basketball the straight parts compared to the round parts. Show me all the straight parts right now, please.
I don't know how to demonstrate gravity.
Well, I mean, at
Obviously, some people do.
technically on all the sides of a sphere, there is a flat part, right?
No, there's not. Technically, on a
nothing but
sphere,
curves
there
in
is
every direction.
not one iota of a straight any fucking thing ever anywhere on a sphere, unless you're talking about some other kind of sphere in a cartoon, digital, uh, uh,
Right.
Digimon, Pokemon. No, this ain't Pokemon, buddy.
But take
This
the
is
okay.
spherical
We know how
cue
big the
ball
Earth is, right?
experience, buddy.
Like if you
What?
take a basketball and expand
How
it to
big
the
are your
size,
underwear?
if you
Listen,
expand a basketball to
if
the
I
size of
expand your
Earth,
underwear, are they going to
then
work different?
you know what I'm saying? You take a basketball, right? You expand
Yeah,
it to
we
the size
take
of
your
Earth.
underwear and we make your
Yeah, so I
underwear a
take my
bigger
underwear
pair.
and I take it the
Are
size
they
of Earth,
not going to
right?
work right? Are
Like,
they
and
physically
if
not
you
going to
take
work
it big
right?
enough, there is flat parts on the Earth, even though because
Listen
the
to what I'm
scale is so
asking
big.
you, dude.
Listen
You
to him
take your
talk. He's
underwear
I don't
the
think
and
you're
you make
listening to
it
my
big.
underwear and how big it's getting.
So why'd your underwear change? They didn't, did they?
Oh my
Scale
god.
guy.
Well, I mean, I
Because
changed
size
my
does not
own,
matter.
underwear, unlike, some people wearing
Size
diapers
is
here. So
arbitrary. It's in your mind. In space, there's no such thing as size. There. What do you mean size? To what? Your mind again? Now you went to your globe for your mind that didn't exist. You don't have any measurement. You don't have any proof. You have no demonstration. You went to your mind for size arbitration, which is crazy because you have nothing to go with. Now you're picking some crazy size word
I don't know.
like
I
ifs
was
and
talking
buts.
about science, and you brought up underwear, dude.
No. You said
Wait,
size, and I said your underwear are
Dude,
100 times
size is the
bigger.
thing your wife's wondering where the fuck it went.
So what did your underwear do that
oh
was
my
different?
god.
They're 100 times bigger now. Well, how are they different? Physics boy. So did
I
the
can tell
gravity
you
of your
take so
underwear
much of
become
your
great now?
personality and
So
meaning
you
in
got a
life from
big
this
pair of
point.
underwear sitting on the floor. Did they start being gravitational? Did they
Hey
become a
man,
sphere?
I'm happy for you that you found so much meaning in your life. Honestly, it's such a joy to see that you're
Well,
so
I mean,
passionate
it's
about
such a joy to
something.
see that you guys say
It gives you
crazy
such
stuff and you
meaning.
stick to it like a third grade parrot without any proof.
That was
Underwear boy.
all like
You can't.
Wow.
You're not even allowing people to speak, so we can't even explain our side of the story.
You said
For you to
something
understand.
big, and I said a big pair of underwear.
Exactly. He said something big, and then you cut
And
him
now
off
you said nobody's allowing you to speak, and you're saying all these words and speaking just fine, it seems like to me.
because I need to allow. I need to tell you preemptively before you cut me off again when I'm speaking. Which you've done
Yeah,
almost every time I've
anything
spoke.
worth saying, or you just say a bunch of nothing about underwear sizes.
So if you can just admit that you don't give a fuck about what we're saying, and that's why you keep speaking,
If
you know,
you
just
can
be
Yeah, we
admit
real.
know
you
all
have
about
a
it.
demonstration to show me that
Be
can prove
real.
anything to me about what you're talking about, size guy, that you just keep making up stories. That's all I
Hang
hear.
on, since he's talking
You
about
just don't
size,
want to
you do
listen to what
realize
we're
that the
talking
sun is
about.
much smaller than what it appears to be, right? You don't believe me?
Well, there was a guy
You
that
can
said the
believe
sun is
this guy
62
right here.
miles away, so like it has to be pretty big. If
You
it's
have to
62.
use a solar filter. You
Hey,
cannot view the sun.
how confident are you guys on the globe being an actual real thing, and at like a scale of 1 to 100?
I have never flown outer space and seen
Percentage of where's your
globe, so I
confidence
wouldn't be
level
able
in the
to.
globe? Just a percentage level.
I'd say
I would
95.
say I'd say
9.
60, 70.
60, 70 for you. Okay, so 60, mid 60s for you, and 95 for you. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
what proof do you have then? Let's hear that part.
For me, it's like deductive reasoning. It's like why would nobody who actually
No, I said proof,
puts their
not
time.
reasoning. We're talking about empirical data. Do you know what that is?
Okay, do you believe in God?
Usually people that are coherent will answer question S instead of going to a totally different topic. That seems a little bit out on the fringes.
Well, I mean,
And yeah, so
you
what
use
proof do you
deductive
have? I
reasoning.
mean, empirical data that's repeatable, falsifiable, observable, testable.
I'm sure there's observable and testable ways to prove the Earth is round, which is why the majority.
Instead
So
of
that's
being
what I'm asking.
sure, do you know
Where's
anything
your
off
proof?
the top
So
of your head?
where's your empirical proof then? Please provide it.
I mean, I don't have it. Honestly, I've
Well,
never done it.
can you
So it's
try to
faith in
find
him.
one? That would be great.
So how are you 60 or 90% sure of it if you literally by yourself
Said
have no
60 or
facts?
70. I'm telling you right now. I'm saying 60 or 70 because there's a
Okay.
reason why
Okay, good.
99.9% of people believe the Earth is
We don't
round.
care about them. We don't care
What's
about them.
wrong, buddy?
I'm
We're
sure
not
you
talking
don't.
about we're not talking about other people.
And that's
We're
a
talking
fake
about
number
you.
made up by you anyway, so stop lying about numbers.
And even if
Yeah,
it's
so
true, it's
I
just
just
because
want
it's the
to
world's
I just
biggest
want to
Can we
ask one
agree
more
that most
question
people
about
believe the
that
Earth
because you said
is
you were
round?
67% and 95% confident in the globe, but neither of you provided any confirming data empirically that can be done, as I mentioned before. So how many other things in life are you that confident with zero evidence?
Nothing else, to be honest with you.
So only this.
Mm.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Hank.
Even then, I'm still only like 67% confident. I'm not 100% sure.
Dude, do you listen to yourself? You're saying
What's
you
wrong,
got no
buddy?
proof by yourself in your own mind. And you keep on
Because
saying you're
I'm using
60% confident of it.
I'm using deductive reasoning, right? If
No, that's not deductive reasoning. You're literally saying you're a sheep following the other sheep. That's your argument.
So wait, why did the Flat Earth Society start in 1956?
That is bullshit. We're not the
Cares
Flat Earth
about
Society.
validity.
There's a lot of
Flat
fucking
Earth
CIA
Society is
operation psyops. We're not that.
controlled
You
opposition.
keep asking us weird questions about weirdos.
You can tell us, guy.
Did you actually read in the welcome page? It says we are not the Flat Earth Society.
No, I did not read that.
Yeah,
We're
nobody
reading
here
this
thinks it's a
page.
disk floating in space. Nobody here thinks we're the third object from the sun.
We like physics. We like provable, tangible, repeatable, testable, demonstratable, demonstrable, fucking measurable evidence, proof. We don't like conspiracies. We don't like believable bullshit. And that's what the globe is. You can't demonstrate it. There's no demonstration. You can't get a ball, spin it at any rate, magically fucking make water stick to it. You can't make air stick to it. You can't make anything stick to it. Nothing they've told you in physics class or physics in any way, shape, or form can be demonstrated on any scale. So yeah, it's a cool story, and you got to come up with this big word like if and big and so and this, but that just means you have nothing but a belief. There's no demonstration, but everything else in this world we can demonstrate on some.
on some scale, right?
So I just
So my question.
I sorry, Brickson. I just looked
It's all
up
good.
like 10 years ago. Steve Fawcett. Do you know who he is? You guys know who Steve
What
Fawcett
about
is?
him?
Well, he did something amazing. He did the first solo nonstop circumnavigation in the world around an airplane only going straight, and it took him 67 hours.
If he's only going straight, then that means it's horizontal the whole way. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth.
What do you mean? If
You
he
can't go straight on the
flew
globe.
west and he
You
ended up in
cannot
the
go
same
straight
spot,
on a curved arc area. That is
Oh,
impossible. You understand?
he wants to know how circumnavigation is possible. Right.
Oh, you mean how you can go around your block without going underneath it? Very carefully, buddy.
No. What I'm
Come on.
saying, if I walk a straight line, right?
Yeah, what about
And
it?
if
You're gonna
I'm
call it a
eventually
curve.
going to get back to the same spot I am right now.
Yeah, you went around
go
your
east to
block.
west.
That
But I did
block, you
not
went around it.
change directions. Do you guys know how a
Listen.
straight line works?
You did what?
It's not a
If I
straight
walk
line.
straight ahead, well, it is. I'm telling you, I'm walking straight.
How do you
On
know?
the
Wait, hold
globe,
up. How do
it's
you know
not a
you're going
straight line on
straight?
a globe.
Where's the
How do
evidence?
you know you're going straight? How do you know that?
Do you? I mean, I can walk straight in front
Where
of me.
is
That's
the
straight.
video evidence? Where's the live evidence of this
No,
gentleman
hold
doing
up.
it?
How do you know
Surely
you're
there
going
must have been
straight?
a fleet of
Bro,
people.
have you seen a straight line?
Have
No,
you
no, no,
seen
no.
the
How do you
video
know you're
footage?
going straight around the globe? How do you know that?
Because I end up in the same spot I am now, and that would be literally impossible.
Yeah,
if
can you
I
see
was
the
going
live
straight.
stream voice text? Can you see the live stream voice text?
Yes.
Yeah, right now there's been a GIF posted. That compass is ending up at the same place it started, and it's not going in straight lines.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
Just look at the GIF.
Okay.
The GIF I posted
There's a
7
magnet
minutes
in
after
the
the.
center of the Earth,
Yeah,
right?
that plane is not going straight. That plane is going in a circle.
That's not a
Again,
plane,
how do
that's
you
a
define
compass.
straight?
Well, I mean, I define straight
You're
as I'm
in the
going straight
damn
or I
air,
turn to the
dude.
right.
You
Dude,
do
you're in
realize
the
that
air.
if an airplane is going in a straight line on a globe, it's gonna exit the Earth's atmosphere, right?
Exactly.
No.
Like even even your idea of a straight doesn't even work on a globe. It has to curve. It
5
should be a
minutes
perfect
it's
circle.
awkward in space if it went straight. It's impossible.
It's impossible
You're
to
giving
walk
me the
straight.
definition of straight from geometry. It doesn't apply to a globe.
But wait, do you guys believe a straight line exists?
Dude, stop strawmanning
Answer
us.
that question. No, I'm just asking.
Of course it exists, but you're strawmanning us.
Well, what I'm saying, if you take that straight line, you draw it straight ahead of me,
There is no
I
straight
will
line
hit
on
me
the
again.
globe.
There's no straight line on a globe. Period.
man.
Ever.
Bro, again,
Okay, a
if you're
curved
going
line
in a
around the
straight
globe.
line on a globe, you're gonna exit the Earth's
Okay, a
atmosphere.
curved line around the globe. You fucking have
That's
to.
a circle, for fuck's sake.
Either way, it's a circle. It's circumnavigation.
It's a
one way or
circle.
the other.
It's circle
Whether it's a flat surface, whether it's a globe.
Have you ever seen a flat quarter? It's circle
Show me
but
the
flat.
curved adjacent.
Okay, wait. You guys believe in the XYZ plane of existence?
Dude, stop
We
red
don't
herring
know
us. What the
plane
fuck
is.
is
Hold
this
on,
question?
Let me get it
We're
real
talking
quick.
about facts.
What are
Listen,
you
hold
talking
on.
about? Stop
bird-
straw manning.
Okay,
Yeah, a
so
bird can fly in the air, dude, around your fucking house. Does that mean it's orbiting?
yes.
What?
Oh my God! Get this recorded. Somebody get a clip of this.
So let me get this straight. A bird just flew in a circle around my house.
Yep.
And you think that means orbit?
It's going around, right?
It's going around an orbit.
Oh my God.
Bro, okay, you
wait, I
gotta
need to
get
ask
your
that question
definition
again.
straight.
Hold on, I need to answer for that. Is going around something an orbit?
I
Please
think
answer.
so, yeah.
Okay, so when you go around your block, so you're in orbit.
Well, that's not around my block. That's a square.
We just said
It's
around.
exactly around your block.
said
We just
around.
told
No,
you
that's me
around
taking a
your block.
rectangular path.
No, you said it, not me. I asked you the question.
My block.
I said is
Now
going
what?
around
Skippy.
something in orbit. You said yes.
Okay.
I said
have a circle
going
block.
around. The
So-
same word is going around your block in orbit. You said yes.
So I guess
Thank
I'm
you.
orbiting around my neighborhood then.
That's
No,
that's
you're
what
not.
you think.
You're walking around it. You're not orbiting shit. You don't know what orbit means, apparently. You just use any word for orbit. Like I saw a butterfly fly past my face. It must be orbiting.
I mean,
look,
maybe,
somebody kicked the
but
beach
like,
ball past my nose. It must be orbiting.
Is the hummingbird orbiting the flower?
Fuck, man.
Come on, enough with the philosophy.
Okay,
Let's
but
get him
like,
on to the sextant.
like, okay, in physics, you guys believe that like.
No, in definitions we have reality.
You don't know what physics is.
Okay,
You
but you
don't know what
believe like
science
a
is.
force
You don't.
that
No, we don't
Enough
believe. We
Stop
with
only
saying belief. Look,
philosophy.
buddy. What you're doing is we're saying things and then you never rebuttal anything we're saying. You're just red herring, which you can look up the definition of red herring, which means simply changing the subject
we're
of the
not
debate.
belief.
And you're moving it away and you're putting the goalpost always at the same kind of question structure. Do you guys believe in? Do you guys think? Stop doing that. We're just trying to push the conversation in very simple manners, and you should just simply answer them.
Yeah, we're not
Either with
asking
I
you.
don't know or something else.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not talking about religions and
does
beliefs. We're
Newton's
talking
first
about
law exist?
facts.
Dude, what did I just say 10 seconds ago?
I'm asking a question.
That's exactly what I was saying
We're
don't
not
do.
in religion
Don't ask
program. We're not
questions?
believing.
You don't want me to ask questions.
No, that's
Okay,
not what we
fine. Go with
said.
Newton. What did you say?
Does Newton's first law exist?
Force equals ma in
No,
vectors? That's what you're asking?
No, I'm asking if an object will not change its motion unless a force acts upon it.
No, that's not true.
Do you know you're 106 years out of date, bro?
106 years out of date.
Yeah, Newton was
You know that's
debunked
been
anyway.
superseded. You know that's been
Newton was
superseded in
insane.
1915.
So what is the new if it got superseded?
The new
Einstein.
hotness. You guys tell them.
Relativity.
Time and space warping. Mass warping and bending space and time. It's just hot shit, boy.
This doesn't exist.
Yeah, you gotta be like high on a
It's
lot
not
of
mass
mushrooms to
attracting
believe
mass.
this shit.
Space does not exist. We're inside of a plane, dimensional plane.
No, hold on.
No, so like, listen. What your mainstream science believes is that there is something called the fabric of space-time continuum. So there's a fabric of two concepts, and that fabric of the two concepts bends around physical things,
Yeah,
and it
around
affects
another
physical things.
concept.
Bro,
I
if
just
you
want to make
believe
you
that, you're high as fuck.
All right, one more thing. I just want to make sure you guys are good faith. Do any of you believe in God? Yes or no? I just want to make sure we're all in good faith here.
Hold
Do any
on.
of you
Draw
believe
us
in
a picture of God real quick, please.
God? Define
Now
to me
shut
what
the
your
fuck
God
up.
is, and then tell me if you believe in it.
This isn't what do you believe in,
Exactly.
Cerber. So whether you believe
No,
in God
because
or not,
no.
that
I'm
has
asking.
nothing to do.
I'm asking this. I'm
There's
asking
a
this because I
religion
was
thing
told
down
that
there,
we
bro. There's
have
a
zero
religion
beliefs
channel
here.
down there.
It has
You
I
can
was
nothing to do with
told
the
that
topic
we have
except
zero
you
beliefs
running
here.
away from the questions.
I'm not running away from the question. I'm making sure you
Yes,
guys are in
you
good
have
faith.
ever since you've never answered a direct question.
I'm asking if you're in good faith. We said no one here believes
We're not talking
anything.
about
We
faith
base
here.
things
You're
off
the
of
one talking
evidence.
about belief
Look,
and
see,
faith.
look, truth flat
You're
Earth
religious.
is
Do you
honest.
understand
See,
that
truth
that's
flat
religious?
Earth right here. This
I
guy
believe
is
in a
100%
creator. That's it.
You're in the biggest religion ever created.
So,
The
so you
The
globe
believe in God,
religion.
right?
religion of
The
gravity, God.
heliocentric
Come on.
religion.
You have faith
Gravity
in
holds
the
you
Big
there.
Bang.
Keeps you where you're at. It holds you down, holds everything together. Gravity.
I know this
Gravity.
because
And all
I
the
asked
priests,
a
all your
question
priests
about it,
told you the
and you
truth.
See,
That's
said
why you have
no.
it's kind
faith.
of funny to me how you guys are very pompous and arrogant about something. I'm pretty sure none of you have.
Yeah,
any
because
fucking
we have
clue about what
reality
you're
on our
talking about.
side. Sorry about that.
And you try to sit here and
Hey,
feel better
Brickstone,
about
sorry.
debating people
Hey, Brickstone,
who are
we've made
average
laser
people, whereas
tests. Buddy,
whereas you
there's
never wanted
people
to
that
debate
have spent hold up.
astrophysicists.
Yeah, what about astrophysicists? All they're doing is just observing. Nobody's ever been to outer space to actually do things.
Pseudoscience.
Right now.
We've explained it to them that it's pseudoscience,
Give
and
them
they
a
don't
minute.
understand what
Theoretical.
pseudoscience means.
Take a
They
breath.
believe in
Theoretical astrophysicist.
pseudoscience.
Take a
Get it
breath and
right.
I'll unmute you. Here we go. Just take a breath first. You ready? Okay, here you go, guys.
E. Brixton, so what if we do?
You're just jerking yourselves off. Honestly, honestly.
How do you know that?
You guys
Wait,
are
well, hold
jerking.
up. How do you know that?
That's
How
what
do
I've
you know that we're
observed.
not full of shit?
That's
How?
what I've observed. That's what I've observed. You are full of shit. That's
You
what I've
haven't seen the
Prove us
facts yet.
wrong.
You haven't
Really?
seen the
Prove
evidence.
us
Show us
wrong.
where the curve
You haven't seen
starts.
our
The
evidence
Earth's
yet
curve.
because
Can
you
you show us
haven't
where
gotten
it starts?
past your logical fallacies and your biased convictions.
Which
Okay, I want to do the black
one?
swan with the guy. I want to see how he's gonna react after this.
They still
You
can't
ready, buddy?
figure out how gas pressure can exist without a container.
No, we're not going there because that's too complicated.
1 second. That's next.
Can you see the live stream voice text?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, you see those things with the balls, bye-bye ball, big red, and 2 oil rigs? You see them?
Yeah.
What did you say?
2 oil
It
rigs.
says one of them says bye ball. It's big red in the middle, and it's 2 oil rigs. Whatever. It's like 2 of them. I
Ask
posted
them where
another
the
one.
horizon's at.
Right. So you're seeing them. Both of you are seeing that.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Can you just read for like 30 seconds the Modus Tollens, or you want me to go through with it with you?
Can you read it to me? I like story time.
All right. Fine. Whatever. I'll be your bitch.
They like talking.
Right, so this is a very simple logical structure. It's called the Modus Tollens. And it basically has an A and a B structures. It's basically P and Q, whatever. P is what you're saying should happen or should not happen, and then Q is in a relationship with the P. So the P proposition that we're making is if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959. That's the P1. And your Q says that every single horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So let's say you get your eyeball's height from absolute ground level, you measure that in feet, you get the square root of that, you multiply it by 1.225. That is the exact distance to which you can no longer see any more than that. That's the ultimate point. Now that's the Q1.
From the current horizon, you're looking at a ground level.
So that height
Foot observer height.
So again, you see that 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height. That observer height means from ground level, like sea level 0, to your
Yeah, that's what I was
eyeballs.
asking.
That's what it means. Okay.
Yeah.
You're not measuring from like the top of your house to your eye. No, you're measuring from absolute 0 level to your eyeballs. All right.
Okay.
Now you do the math, and that's the distance to the horizon that you'll get. Now, if you measure anything higher than that, not lower, because lower can be very easily achieved. Anything higher than that, which simply debunks the statement of Q, implicitly debunks the statement of P, which was that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles.
Okay, what about
Can I
like
ask you a
light
wait,
refraction
hold on.
in the atmosphere?
Yeah, hold on real quick.
So-
Andrew, can I ask you a question?
You asking me?
Yeah, it's very pertinent to the
Sure,
meme
sure.
you posted. Do observations necessarily correlate with reality?
What do you mean by that?
Could you observe something contrary to reality?
Again, what do you mean by that? I understood the first question.
I
My question is be more specific.
Do you need an example?
Like somebody seeing something that's red and they're colorblind and that
talking
thing is
about a
actually
magic
purple or
Correct.
something?
Correct. That'd be a good example. Yeah.
Whatever. That's not. Hold up, because I know where you guys are going with the refraction. I'm gonna say how that's actually debunking your globe, because that's
Well, no,
why this
Andrew, the
argument
point,
is so powerful.
no, Andrew, the point of it is the thing that you posted, like these, it's giving this syllogism and saying, look, here's the syllogism, and
No,
you can
Daniel,
agree with
I'm
the
not saying this
syllogism.
is reality. I'm not
No,
saying this
it's
is
No,
an
but
exactly
the
what it is
conclusion.
like.
But the
listen.
I don't
It's
think
an
they
actual
comprehend
direct
what you're showing
measurement.
them.
Hold
I
on.
don't think
It's
they
a direct.
comprehend.
Hold on.
It's
The
a direct
thing, the
measurement
syllogism.
because
Hold on.
there are known distances,
Hold on.
known heights. Using the Pythagorean theorem, then it's geometry, simple geometry.
Yeah,
This
there
is
is no
direct.
fucking
Daniel,
whatever you guys are
Daniel,
talking
listen.
about.
This
Let me
is a direct measurement.
I know your argument. Hold up,
No, you
because
don't. No, you don't, Andrew. Because all I'm
I'll
saying
shut you
is
up
that the
if you
syllogism
don't
that you
stop.
posted.
Okay, here we go.
Oh,
You don't
you're
believe me.
making shit up. That's not direct
It's a
measurement.
direct
These are
measurement
directed.
because we have exact data on the distances from the observer. We have the exact camera height of 1 foot above the water from the actual camera operator.
To be honest, that photo looks kind of photoshopped. If I'm being
Welcome to
completely
Flatter.
honest.
it's not. We
Oh
can
my
give you
God!
the
There
video,
is
but
no
it's
video
not.
then, bro. Here it
I mean,
is.
if they can fake space, they can
Here
fake
it
that video too. So like,
No, you can't fake that, bro.
out of your
I
mind.
mean, you can't believe one without the other. Like it could be fake.
So you think they're faking 2 oil rigs sitting in the fucking water that your grandma
I
can go
mean,
take
for
a picture
money,
of
of
right now?
course they would fake
That
that
your
shit.
grandma can take a picture of right now for free.
Yeah.
No,
Get
bro, hear
real.
me up. Hear me up. There's a lot of
Fucking real.
debates between flat earthers and globe earthers. This has been going on for years. Nobody in the globe earth community, let's call it that way, says this is fake.
No one's
Nobody.
ever
Like
said that, and they
everybody
know
accepts
better.
it's real.
That's
Fucking
ignorant.
no one.
They're direct fucking measurements.
I'm
They
saying it's
all are
fake.
distant from each other. They're all a certain height off the fucking. Come on, man.
You
Get
can do
real, dude.
this yourself. Go online, just rent for a month a P1000 Nikon, go next to the seashore and zoom in. You can do it yourself. Okay? This is not bullshit. We've got like dozens of videos, examples of all kinds of people going on all kinds of places, zooming into all
And
kinds
they're
of things on
showing
the
you
horizon.
direct measurement, distances, heights, no curve in the planet ever. I don't care
So
how far you go,
forget about
1,000 miles, 1,200, 3, 10, 50. There's not a curve. If you can put the flag where the longitude and latitude of the curve of the planet starts, I implore you, please. Because every little school kid would go there and everybody in the world would love to pay the toll.
I
So
have the
wait, 'cause
camera set up. Look, I have the camera set up right there. It's loading right now. There's a little, a couple of seconds where you have the video of us. I screencast it from the original video. It's coming up. It's the setup of the camera only for this actual video. You can verify that with the timestamps on this little video that I'm loading. So
I
go
didn't
ahead
get to
and
the
talk
absolute
while that.
argument. Nabrak said that there's refraction in this, and you're absolutely right. And Daniel wanted to say that, oh, because we're looking at things that's actually not a 100% representation of the physical thing. Let's say if you would go and map, like 3D map and scan the whole thing, and then you do the 3D render in your whatever app or anything, it wouldn't look the same as you're seeing optically. That's pretty obvious. But that's actually our argument, what I wanted to get. If anybody is saying that we're seeing more than we should because of refraction, which is, by the way, everything Globers say to these kinds of pictures, you're debunking yourself. Because nobody ever measured the radius of the Earth using anything else other than observations. Eratosthenes, Al-Biruni, whoever you want to cite that measured the radius, what they've done is do observations. And based on those observations, they've measured the radius. When you're saying that we're seeing more than we should because of refraction, you're basically saying Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni did shit because they've been affected by refraction too. So every single measurement of the radius using optics is inherently flawed. You've basically debunked yourself. And if you say there's no refraction, you're saying then there's no globe with the radius of 3959. So however way you put it, the Earth is not a sphere with a 3959 miles radius. It's debunked. Take your time.
That's bullshit because everybody else believes the Earth is round. That's all I
Amazing!
Okay, so wait.
Logical fallacy. That's
So what side of the disc are we on? Are we on the top side or the bottom side?
You see, Nobrak, you're doing the same thing
We're
I
not a
told you not
disc.
to do.
We're not a disc.
Well, what are
bro.
we?
Sonny,
No
don't
one
let him
on
do
here
this.
believes that. No
Don't let
real
him do
flat
this.
earther thinks we're a disc.
What are we then?
We're not the
I
Flat Earth
just
Society.
presented an
We already
argument. I
told
just presented an argument.
How
You're not
deep
red
is the
herring us
Earth?
again. No, buddy, you're not red herring the argument again. You have to answer and debunk the argument.
I have nothing
We're
to
not
say to that
moving
other
away.
one. I have to go out and experiment this for myself.
Okay, good job. Then you're not rebuttaling, not red herring anything. Go and do it yourself. End of conversation.
All right, now what's now how deep is the Earth?
Again, we're not going away.
It's 8 miles deep.
No,
We've only
that's
been
as
8
far as
miles
we've
deep.
ever dug.
And I mean, what do you guys?
That's the farthest
What are you
we've
guys
drilled.
guessing
And you
that's
wanna
The
below
claim
that?
furthest
what's
we
going
have
on
been
4,000
is 8
miles
miles deep.
And
The
what do you
furthest
guys
we have
think is
sampled
beyond that?
is
Is what
8
I'm saying.
miles deep. We don't know. We've never been past 8 miles. Do you know what that means?
But
The
so you don't
furthest
think that
have
all of that
sampled
is
is 8
speculation.
miles.
So you don't think that we have like this lava or molten core?
We don't know. You can't go there. That is
don't know about a core.
pseudoscience.
Wait, something very interesting.
It
can't
is
You
verify a
believe
core.
that gravity is created by that molten
unverifiable.
iron in the middle of the earth, right?
The gravity is.
Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said? They've only drilled down 8 miles.
Right,
So
I
we
get
know what's
that.
down until 8. So we don't know what's beyond that. Anything beyond that is purely speculation. Did you hear that?
Well, how is the Earth able to keep and maintain all this heat? That's giving us this
Well,
heat
hold
on
on,
this
Nobrak. So
atmosphere to
I
live.
want to give you a red pill. You believe
Wow.
in gravity, right?
Yeah, I
And
do.
I think you believe that molten iron core creates that gravity, right?
It's the mass that's attracting us. Yeah, the mass of the
Whatever,
Earth.
but there's still arguments that core of it is creating some kind of pull,
Right,
right?
yes.
Electromagnetic pull. Well, right now I'm in electrical engineering, and we've been doing experiments with literally levitating pieces of iron inside an electric field created by a coil rod.
Right.
Now, what would happen if you increase the I'll keep it simple. If you increase the power of that you input inside of that coil, you'll basically start heating up the living Christ out of that iron. And when it gets molten, guess what? It's non-conductive anymore. So your molten iron core of the Earth cannot conduce or create any kind of electromagnetic pull or anything like that.
Also,
because it can't.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
Did
don't
you
don't
know?
forget. Can you draw a geo rock for me and explain to me how that's got nothing in the center and everything on the outside edge, please? And it's called a geo rock.
Well, geo rock doesn't support life and heat for
Oh,
the
hold
entire.
on.
Neither
Neither
does
does
a
anything.
spinning ball.
Hold on. Support, like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, life
We're not
needs
talking about
our
what supports
planet needs to
life.
be a certain
We
temperature
didn't
for our
ask
life to
about what
survive.
supports life. Have we been talking this whole time about what supports life?
Well, this
Because if
goes
that was the
into
case, we'd talk about
the
a
shape
piece
of
of
the
bread
Earth, right?
supporting the life of mold or peanut butter or a turd. Come on, man. Life is created from death. What?
I mean, you know what I like to
Listen,
say.
you're talking about mass attracting mass with gravity and material of Earth material. We have a rock on the planet called a geo rock. The mass on the inside of the rock, the center, doesn't exist. It's only existing on the outside. Can you please show us how gravity made that?
Well, the thing that's like confusing me is like you guys don't have a lot of answers, right? Like you don't know what's below us, you don't know what's above us, you don't know what's below the 60th degree on the South
Bert, do you
Pole.
know what was below 8 miles?
Yeah, but we know what the
furthest they've
surface
ever dug?
condition is.
Do you know what's below there?
I mean, you would think one person on this
you know
planet
what's
would have
below?
found out what's below us, what's above
not
us, what's
planet.
below that.
Nobrak, so what?
No
Wait, hold
proof
up.
of
We don't
planet.
have the answers. So what?
So if you don't have the answers, you can't tell someone to believe your answers when you don't have the answers.
No, hold up. No, I'm not saying we know what is 100 miles lower. We're saying we just know what the Earth is doing curve-wise. We're not saying what's below us more than 100 miles. Nobody said that.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Anybody here said anything about what is below us 10 miles more? Anybody? Ever? I don't know. Did anybody say that?
I think a lot of you are bad faith except for True Flat Earth because you believe in God, and there's no demonstrable way to support that. So
Oh my
that's all I'm
God.
saying.
And interestingly, nobody invoked God to explain any of the stuff they've been explaining to you here. So
Yeah.
you're just not listening.
You asked a question and I answered it. That's all that happened.
And
I don't mind. I don't mind True Flat Earth saying anything. He's very consistent with his demeanor. Everybody else is bad faith, though. So that's what I'm saying. True Flat Earth's the only one here who should be speaking.
Bullshit. No, they were all consistent with everything they said. You just don't have the brain to understand. You don't have the eyes to see.
Tell me
No, I
what
have
was
the brain to
inconsistent
understand.
in my argument with the Black Swan. Name one thing that was inconsistent with that.
I personally don't have enough information on physics to
Yeah, you
argue
do.
at
Yeah,
a
you do.
level.
He just gave you enough information. It's game over, and you haven't responded to any of it.
Yeah, I gave you everything you needed, all the tools.
You didn't give me everything I needed.
And now you're
because
going back
there's
to your
much more to it.
presuppositions about
Yeah,
people
we did.
believing in God and
You have the
invoking all this
video.
stuff.
Did you
to
look at
that.
the
Because
setup
the way,
video of
because
camera?
the sheer arrogance and pompousness of the way you guys talk to
No,
people.
we have reality. Listen,
And then you
your
talk about reality, and
entire
then you only
existence,
believe in things that you can prove, but you religious. It makes
your
zero sense
entire
to me.
existence
It's
on
such
a
a
daily
huge
basis.
logical fallacy.
You
It's
do
insane
not
to me.
experience curvature. You do not experience rotation
Well, I
or
have a
motion
woman in my
of
life, so
Earth.
I experience some curvature.
You're
Sonny,
gonna
did you hear what he just
You
said?
guys
He
might not. You
said
might
that-
guys
Hold
be
on one
flat.
second. I'm gonna finish. We're gonna finish this. We'll unmute you in a second. But you have, in your experience in life, you have no experience of seeing curvature ever.
I have a girlfriend, so
And
yeah,
no
I have
has not
curvature.
has any other human in existence now or ever before. And the same thing applies to motion or rotation. You have a vestibular system in your head that's aligned to down on a flat horizontal plane. Whenever you're moved in any angular motion or angularity, a change in angle, your vestibular system picks it up. So therefore, and also you cannot provide a demonstration of a vacuum, period, in nature. Doesn't occur naturally, nor can you provide an example of gas pressure being contained without a container. So those three things you don't experience at all. So the burden of proof is on you, because the axiom of all humans is that we live in a flat stationary plane and we're contained.
I got server
Because
muted.
gas pressure cannot exist
I
without a
got
container.
server muted.
So the burden of proof is entirely on you.
Actually got muted too.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Did they just say that they were Satanists?
I guess indirectly, yes, but
Yes,
it's funny. The guy
because
that just
they're
left,
claiming to
he's
be atheists, right? Which is basically the same thing as Satanist. Philosophical belief
So
system
they
based
meant
on the belief that there is no God, that they are the
He
God of
unmuted
their
me for
own
a second.
Yeah. Did
body,
someone
their own
actually say
domain.
that? Should I unmute Newbrack? I don't know if Daniel left, but
he left. It's only Nilbrek left.
so here we go. Ebrixon left too. Here's Newbrack. Got anything to say?
No, not really, not right now.
Okay, that's probably wise. It's the wisest thing I heard you say.
It's funny because the guy that left said that we only believe in things that we have proof for, and I'm like,
Technically,
funny enough,
that's
we
not belief.
If
Belief
you don't get the
means
comedy in
And then he
faith.
that,
claims that he
then
has
you
a
gotta start
non-religious
your day
position.
over. Bro.
A doctrine, a false doctrine, the doctrine of man is what they practice.
I wonder if hell is like below 8, 8 miles.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Don't know. As far as I can tell, they said that the drill bit didn't melt or anything. It just got stuck. Like the material down there just like got stuck like Play-Doh, and it just stopped working, jammed it up. They couldn't lubricate it anymore.
But wouldn't that be due to like high immense pressure?
Well, it's almost. I'm thinking like an oobleck type material.
Well,
That's what they say the mantle is.
like because like I'm still I mostly believe there's so like all the gravity is creating this immense pressure the deeper and deeper you go into the ground, right? Like why is that? Why?
That's a problem if we're what is it, 65 billion years old or something like that.
So pressure just builds up over time then?
Well, no, I'm saying second law of thermodynamics would equalize the temperature, especially from the vacuum of space, which is pretty close to absolute zero.
No, but I'm saying the deeper you dig, we do we agree that like there's more pressure, it's harder to dig as you go down because of
you
pressure.
realize that's
It
not
gets
because of
hotter
gravity,
the
right?
farther down we go. That's all we know.
Well, with
The materials get more dense, more resistant. There's a lot of pressure created because of everything around you. It's hotter and hotter. There's all kinds of problems generated not by gravity.
Now, what causes volcanoes? Well, it's not subduction. Look at La Palma, right? Look at Hawaii. Those are volcanoes, and there's no subduction there.
I think it may be worth noting that in the 8 Mile drilling they did there, that all of their expectations were off in magnitudes. In other words, there was far more water in places that they didn't think they would ever find water. There was far less hard rock, but it did eventually come to a point where it was like a jelly, and it just like coagulated, and the temperatures were off from their calculations as well. and it just bound up the drill bits to where they couldn't go on. And it was like a honey, like a thick substance, like a really gooey tar kind of, but it wasn't tar. It was whatever that is, whatever soil.
Super viscous. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Couldn't
don't you
lubricate
think
them.
like this would be something that like everyone would want to know, like in the world, like what is below us, right?
Dude,
Yeah,
we're
well,
going
we
in
all
outer
want to
space and we
know.
haven't even mapped 5% of the oceans.
Well,
Your
see, we all
argument makes
want to
no
know.
sense.
We all want to know, Nubrick, and that curiosity of yours is a valuable thing for you because look, we actually went out and measured the surface, not once, thousands upon thousands of times now. Flat earthers have been doing these observations and are still doing them every single day, and this information is piling up. We have our own wiki with the lasers, the laser test that we did dozens and dozens and dozens of times. I mean, so that's where your curiosity should lay, is that water always lays level and flat when contained, and that includes the oceans or your swimming pool or your kitchen sink or your bathtub. We know water is nature. And also water never obtains the shape on the outside of any object, period. So this is a big deal. That means we're in a pressurized system that's flat and stationary. So the skies move around us. The luminaries move around us. They reset in a clock-like fashion every single year over the same exact geographical location for thousands upon thousands of years. Did you know that?
No, no.
Yes.
Yes,
Did you know they laid out the city of Baghdad with an astrolabe that uses the very same elevations of those very same stars over the exact geographical locations? You could go there with astrolabe today or sextant, and you could duplicate the very same thing with the very same stars from 2000 BC or whenever 1000 BC, whenever they laid out that city, and the same exact location. If we're on a spinning ball in 4 different vectors going at a total speed of 1.5 million miles an hour or something crazy like that, in 4 different vectors, how could the stars possibly be in the exact same physical location above Earth? How?
When they're all whirling around at those speeds too.
You can do the same thing with a sextant today.
Well,
Sailors are navigating exactly the same way as they use the astrolabe. It was a predecessor of the sextant. You could do it today yourself, and you'll find yourself in the same location within probably less than 100 yards.
Well, supposedly the stars that we see, and I was taught anyways, that it's light that we're seeing from billions of years ago. So the stars that we see in the sky might not even be there anymore, right?
Well,
Because
then
that's
how come
billions
they're in
of
the
years
same
ago.
exact? Well, why are they in the same exact place as they were thousands of years ago?
Well,
And
that's just
you
light
can
hitting
locate
us
your
billions of years later.
you can find your location using the same stars. How is that possible with all those motions?
Is that a belief or a fact?
How is it possible? You tell me. Billions of light years away? Are you kidding me? That's part of the whole thing, man. I know this. I used to know those numbers by heart. All of them. I could tell you how far away the farthest nebula was, how large it was supposed to be in light years. All that, like I'm a nerd. All of us here are.
So
We learned
we're
both.
most of you like round or globers, as you guys call us.
We all were. Every
We're all
single one
brothers.
of us.
Yeah, every
Maybe
single
a
one of
few,
us. Every
except
single
some.
flat
Every single
earther
one.
used to be a globe earther.
Yes,
Yeah,
except the
because
ones
we're
that were
all
born.
both the same thing.
We
So
all want truth.
except the ones that were born in geocentric families, and there's a couple of us in here. Not me. I was a glober
Yeah.
my whole. Listen, 58 years. I thought I was on a globe. Do you know how much life that is? That's me.
You
Yeah.
know when they
That was
say
5
once you go flat, you can never go back, baby.
I mean, I don't know what kind of women you've been with, but nah, I prefer the curves.
Yeah,
So
there are
you're
those of us too.
So you have a whole lot to
But
think
once,
there.
Yeah, once you know it's flat, you can't go back.
Yeah.
So
Do
the
you
thing
like
about this,
retarded women?
Do I like what?
Retarded women.
Do I like retarded women? I mean, I like to be smarter than what my woman, because otherwise she can outsmart me, you know.
Then you should hang out here.
So you're saying I should hang out here because there's women that are less intelligent than me?
It shouldn't be hard for
No,
women to
there's
outsmart
actually
you.
women here who can figure things out.
that are smarter than you.
It shouldn't be hard for women to outsmart you.
Hey, P
There you
Mac.
go. Is that more to your speed?
What?
Sonic.
Yeah, see, look at that picture that they just posted. It obviously has
Yeah.
curves.
Now, is that possibly? But why would they put France right there?
Like, look at that Joshua's picture in the live stream voice deck. That's
But look where
proof
they
that
put France.
Yeah, well, who gives a fuck about France? No offense to French people, they just lose all the time. But like, yeah, look at that curved Earth.
Yeah, that's fake.
Sacre bleu.
See, if they had showed you that your whole life, you would believe that.
You
I
think that's
would.
a
Hell
donkey
yeah, I
donk?
would. What?
Well,
You
isn't
think
that
that's a
something?
donkey donk? That's a fake
Yeah, the
movie.
Earth is an ass.
Filled with assholes, right?
Yeah, like Globers, thinking they know anything, and then coming in here knowing nothing and arguing with people who's actually gone out and tested things.
Yeah, we actually have to teach people about their own paradigm before we can even get into a logical conversation about what Earth actually is and the evidence at hand.
That's crazy, you know, because like that, I give you guys props for like convincing people to go against like what people were taught as children, right?
We're not convincing anyone. Look, this is not a freaking get someone out of mind control and then mind control them again. No, or convince them of anything or convert somebody to anything. It's not possible for one. But we don't care if anybody's converted. We have no ability to convert anybody to anything, neither do you. As a matter of fact, none of us have any power to convince or cause actions in somebody else that didn't come up internally within them in the first place. You may spark something, but they have to make the decision to be motive.
Well said, Sonny.
You know
So were
the
you
weird
taught that Santa Claus is real or the Tooth Fairy?
Well, I mean, you can't prove or disprove it, right? Unless you've seen Santa.
Yeah, you see, we
Yeah,
don't
but the
have to
point is
disprove
you were
something. You gotta prove it. You don't prove it, doesn't exist.
Hold on, I just want to point out real quick that I showed him a picture of a girl that had like a map leggings, yoga pants with a flat ass, and he says, "Yeah, you see those curves?"
I'm still looking at
I mean, for the size ratio, there's still some curve there. Like whether you want to believe that's flat or not, there's definitely a curve there.
Okay, you see what A through 9000 bot just posted Skunk Bay time lapse?
No, I don't.
It's you got to scroll down a little bit.
It's a bot. It posted it.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Okay. So that's Skunk Bay time lapse, right? Now, this is also the same, right? Now, this is due to atmospheric refraction. Now,
What am
would
I
you
seeing
say
here?
that the water is rising above the land?
I mean, it looks like the water's pretty much in the same spot throughout this.
What about the second line? You know, the second horizon in the background, because the foreground is a false horizon, right? You want the back horizon, the far horizon, right?
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Does that move as well?
No, it looks pretty much the same.
Are you sure? I mean, there's even a white line there that you can like.
I'm watching the footage. I don't see barely. It's moving
You
a
don't see the
little.
mountains going up to that top line back there? You don't see a change in size in between there? getting closer to the line? Sure it is.
Oh, okay. You're
Think
you're
about that.
saying the line in front of the strip.
There's a
No, you
Yeah,
have a
white
lower,
there's
line
two
as a
lines.
lower
red
You
line
have
line.
a
and an upper
short line and a longer line, right? They're like dotted lines, kind of.
The dotted line that's the white one on the bottom shows you the first
Oh,
time
okay. I'm sorry. I was
when you
looking at the
see.
wrong image. I was looking at the one above it, the GIF.
Oh,
Okay, so now I
All
see it.
right.
Yeah.
So it's kind of obvious, isn't it,
What's obvious here?
that the horizon is changing location.
The water level is
Well, that's
going
not a
down.
horizon,
that's
but
not the water level either.
So what is that then?
Atmospheric
that's your
refraction.
refraction. That's your refraction.
That's the refraction that you guys are quoting. It's not bending the light up. It's actually
Hmm.
warping it and bending it down.
How could it change like that if that's what we're being quoted as being curvature? How could that be? Is the ball going in and out? Is it breathing? No, it's
I
not.
guess the
There's
Earth
no
is an old dude smoking
It's
cigarettes.
flat. It's flat like water.
The reason why it
It's flat.
appears like that, why you see that shimmer, is like a heat sheen, a heat shimmer, is
Right. It's
because
like a mirage when you're
water,
driving, right?
well, kind of. You're not actually seeing a mirage. You're seeing a heat sheen,
A
right? A
mirage, by
mirage is where
definition,
you
means
see,
you're doubling things.
yeah, you're actually seeing a mirage is an inverted image of what you should be seeing. So you would see far off in the distance up on the sand dune, like what you would see ocean. You would think it's ocean. You'd run off there and find out it's just another sand dune.
There's all kinds of refractions. There's like 6 types of them or whatever, something like that.
Yeah,
Do
you
you see
have,
the image?
you even have inferior mirages as well.
Did you see the image I posted you guys at 47 minutes after? Can you blow that up and read that out loud, please? Could you do that? Newberg?
Yeah, I see that.
Can you blow it up and read it out first,
For
would you?
light to travel around a curve from point A to point B, the light would have to continually refract in a downward direction. From the light to keep refracting in a downward direction, it would be necessary for atmosphere to keep becoming denser, as shown in the diagram below. 1, the least dense air, to 5, most dense air. The yellow and black dots indicate light moving from less dense to more dense atmosphere and refracting it in a downward direction. The black dotted line indicates the direction of the light would have continued to take the refraction had not occurred. The atmosphere is not layered in such vertical sections, so light cannot travel in this manner.
Now, what did you understand out of that?
I was just reading it. I wasn't really like
Yeah,
comprehending
good
it.
job. Very nice.
Yeah.
Now, can you actually comprehend what you're reading?
All right. Can you just explain it to me, please?
Yeah, you're a very good auditor,
I
but
just
can
said it
can
like
you
I was
comprehend it?
reading it and understanding it in the same time.
So
You know,
light
that's what
can't.
you should
It's
make for
basically
school.
saying light can't bend, right?
So it's also
No, it's telling you it can, but to do it, it's so fucking impossible. It just won't
right,
happen.
right, because what you're claiming is Snell's law. Snell's law only can work if it has this thing where, like, if you're pointing a light down into an aquarium, or the light, like you see the bending of a pencil when you dip it in some water, right? So it only goes off in one direction. So what this is saying is true. It's saying that it would have to look like this in order for what you're telling us is happening to happen around a curved surface. It would have to do
You,
this, and the atmosphere doesn't do that, because from an observer to the object isn't changing the density in that direction.
you know of any laboratory apparatus that bends light without using two mediums or optics, because that would be two different mediums, just using the single media of atmosphere, of air. An atmosphere is a misnomer. It denotes air as a circle or air as a sphere. Gas is not a shape. So that's actually an oxymoron in itself. Like planet Earth. Earth is dirt. That's all it means, right? It simply means dirt. And planet means wandering star. I don't think we are moving at all. and they tell you that we're spinning at 1,059 miles per hour at the equator. That's faster than the speed of sound. Uh-oh. How do you go from like the equator to somewhere up north, going from, you know, faster than the speed of sound to 250 mile an hour and land the plane? And then how do you go towards that without hitting that shear speed? Now remember, if it's a ball, it's ought to be moving that fast because wherever we are, the sun moves. Do you know what rate the sun moves in the sky? 15 degrees per hour.
I like the fact that he's desperately googling things to try to come up with
Well,
some kind
I'm
of
always
That's good.
proof.
Google. I'm always
That's
googling
good.
stuff. Yeah.
Now, you have to be aware also of Wikipedia. It's just something to be aware of. Okay. If you're in higher education, you should not use Wikipedia as a citation.
No, Wikipedia's ass because it's written by people.
Right.
Lol, my
So
university
anyone can
this
contribute
before?
to that.
wiki.
I'm going to post a Wikipedia article. I don't know if you've seen this Wikipedia article before, right? I like it. It's Wikipedia is not a reliable source.
On
Wikipedia.
Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Ah.
They call it vandalism.
I mean, I don't know. When I look up in the sky and I see the sun and the moon, right? I just get so like, how is it so perfectly that like the shadow on the moon is always like a curved shape, right?
But say that again.
Okay, so like the moon, right? When you look at the moon, there's like crescent moons, right? And the shadow on the moon is always curved, right? Why is the shadow always curved on the moon?
What is this question?
What is
Do you know
this
what the
question?
moon is?
Is it curved on a new moon?
What is the moon?
And there's no moon at all? Is it shadow curve?
Right, but you know, like the different the crescent
The,
moons, right? It's
the
always a
phases.
curved
The
shadow.
phases of the moon. Yeah, but we don't know what the source of energy is for the moon. And we know it's not the shadow of Earth. That's been clearly demonstrated, especially with the selenium, the impossible eclipse that the globe has
It just
no.
lines up so perfectly, though. You know what I'm
Yeah, how the
saying?
fuck does the shadow go the
Uh,
opposite direction on the selenium?
opposite direction. The shadow's coming down from the top side when
And
the
furthermore, how come
sun.
the Earth's shadow is much smaller than it should be?
Are you? Well, we can shine like a laser on the moon, right? So we can technically measure
That's what I want
the
to.
distance.
That's what I want to try. Um, I'm glad you said that. Right? If we can get a glober and a flat earther on the same like observation, that would be awesome. Like, see, what would need to happen is there needs to be like identical laser equipment, high power infrared laser equipment with FAA window of clearance, right? So that we don't hit any planes or anything, and it's infrared. And it'll mess with their instruments. So it can't be seen by the naked eye. So nobody else will be able to see it unless they have a special camera aimed at the moon, the dark side of the crescent moon, or the shadow side, right? And it'll light up clear as day on the camera if it's a physical surface. Understand?
Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry, I got distracted.
If the moon is a physical surface and if the moon is a reflection, like the light of the moon is a reflection of the sunlight, then it should be a highly reflective surface, right?
Right, and that's why
So
we
it should be able
supposedly
to
we have
reflect,
moonlight, right?
right? So it should be able to reflect infrared light, right?
Technically, yeah, I believe that. Yes.
So, like, if we had infrared lasers, high powered infrared lasers, each of us, like you and I, and we aimed it at the moon when it's like at the crescent phase, where we can clearly see a lit portion and a shadow portion, right? And we
Right.
fire these lasers at the shadow portion, right? I will fire mine, and then you will fire up your camera and aim it at the moon and see if you can see the flash.
Right, that'd be cool.
And then you record your data, and then you'll turn yours on and fire it at the moon, and you'll let me know, and I'll turn my camera on and see if I can record the flashes. That way we have independent data.
Yeah, no, that would be cool.
Yeah.
When can we do that shit?
We got to come up with the lasers, and costs a lot of money.
Dude, Nabrak, we've presented to you literally hundreds of reasons why it can't be a spinning globe. You've presented nothing other than just crying.
I mean, I haven't
I know.
cried.
So we got more. There's more though. There's more. So do you know that a reflective surface, what shape it must be? You only have two choices. Do you know what those two choices are?
No.
Either flat or concave is the only way something can reflect. A ball or spherical does not reflect
Exactly.
light.
I'm gonna show you a video. I'm gonna post a video, right? And it kind of. Oh no, that's on my phone. Fuck. Never mind.
Also, something else, you can find out the formula for how quickly light intensity in candles, that's the international accepted unit, how quickly the intensity of light decreases, and you'll find in the formula that you're dividing whatever you're amplifying upwards by the radius squared. So if your moon is about hundreds of thousands of miles up in the distance, that's pretty bright considering how bright we're seeing it here. At level surface, like on the moon, it should be literally billions of times brighter than it is from here. Can you even comprehend what that will look like?
Also, I do have that video. Here it is.
Like, if they filmed on the moon, it should be so bright, it would melt the bloody cameras.
I mean, the sun is bright. I mean, reflecting it should...
No, literally, look up the formula for light intensity, and you'll see it's dividing by radius squared. Now, that's the radius, like, between, let's say, your point of view and the surface level of the moon. You measure that, which is, you can Google right now, the distance between the Earth and the moon. You double that. You increase the intensity of the moon by that. And that's how bright the moon should be at level surface. Well, good luck with that.
Or no, light's not heat, so...
Well, actually, it would affect the optical apparatus as if heat would do it, but that's not a discussion. But it would actually do it that way. Like, you can literally burn an optical sensor using light.
You can,
but that's another
on
discussion.
On the radiation, though, you can't put a
oh, this is just... Oh my god.
Yeah, you can't put a magnifying glass under your...
You can literally burn CPUs and motherboards using electrical current. You can heat them up using
you
that.
You guys are bloody trippers, man. You guys are fucking trippers.
Fucking trippers, all right?
That guy just came in and said we're trippers and he just left.
Bloody ripper trippers. These trippers are rippers.
You fucking live in Australia, mate. Upside down, motherfucker.
Yeah, bro. Look.
G'day. Welcome to tomorrow.
We're actually wrecking the trippers.
Yeah, so I guess welcome to summer, huh?
Yeah, summer down here, down under.
We're still waiting for debunks of everything we've said. At least one thing, at least one thing.
Do planes actually fly upside down, or is just bloody big guppies in the water, mate?
No, see, planes don't actually fly upside down, mate, because it's all a reference to the center of the Earth, so there is no upside down. So put that in your...
That's a conundrum,
but it's a ball, right?
Well, not only is Australia
still here
tomorrow, but
okay,
6
so
months from now.
Whoa! When did they measure the curvature of Earth? A direct measurement. When did they do that then?
Well, they did it a fucking long time ago, thousands of years ago, and
really, you got primary reference data for that?
No, I can't remember the dingleberry's name, but you can
I
do the
didn't
two.
ask for a dingleberry's name. I asked for primary data reference material.
Okay, well, you can use the two sticks thing, and it doesn't work.
Did you say sticks?
Yeah, who was it?
And how do
Aristophanes.
sticks and shadows how do sticks and shadows equate to a direct measurement, my bra?
Oh, wait. Jezza, have you been drinking again?
That's not important.
I don't drink.
Oh God! Can we hear the sip? Really forgot that sip sound. Can you just open up?
Let's hear him out. I need to laugh. Seriously.
Please, we want to hear it. We want to hear you take a sip. Like, please.
So I have a question. Can people in the bottom part of Australia see Polaris?
You mean like towards Sydney?
Like, yeah, the bottom part of Australia. Can they see the North Star or no?
Negative Ghost
That's
Rider.
right.
Do you know how far south of the equator you can see the
Can you see it
Polaris?
from Melbourne?
No, you cannot see it in the southern hemisphere. You can see it at the equator. You cannot see it south of that.
So why not though? If it's flat,
I know.
I can't see forever.
That's the big question, isn't it?
Who said you can't see it below the equator? Who said that?
Everyone in the southern hemisphere.
Just because
Oh,
they
really?
practice eternal.
Now, apparently, you don't know about the Royal Observatory many times, where it's been seen at 23.5 degrees south latitude.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Numerous.
So
yeah.
that
You said no. You said not at the equator or not
He
below the
just
equator.
shifted 180 degrees in like half a second.
No, I didn't
And I
shift
just gave you the
180 degrees.
I just gave you the exact data of how far it's been seen. Because you know why?
That's funny because he
Because I
said you
looked
shifted
it up
flat.
and found out that information.
Okay. So you just said that
Yeah,
you
you
can
hadn't
see it.
found that information, but you were just spouting something that you didn't know
No.
anything about, weren't you?
Yeah. Okay. And now I'm agreeing with you, and
Yeah.
I'm saying and then I'm going to ask you a question. What season of the year can you see that?
Why are we talking
I
to
don't
Jazza?
care. If it's seen at all, it's not a globe.
No. What I'm saying is
Unless
that
you have proof of water convexity, you have proof of convex water somewhere. Got a measurement of that?
if you can see it at a certain degree below the equator at any time, north or south, can see the North Star or the Southern Star, that proves the globe.
It doesn't
No,
prove
it does
shit,
not prove
bro.
Yes, it does, bro.
Why are we
Sorry.
talking to Jazz like this?
Wow. So you must have curved water then. So where's that?
Wait, Jazza, did you meet your the mother of your children? You said like a year ago you got a kid you never met. Did you meet him?
No, I haven't met her yet.
Damn. Sorry, bro.
It's Christmas and on Saturday, so I'm in the future. So yeah. But anywho,
Saturday. Jesus, you're well in the future, bro.
No.
So no proof of sphericity. Okay, moving on to motion. Do you have any proof? Was axial rotation detected?
Yeah, that was detected many moons ago, and again in
Crickets. Someone roll the crickets, please.
I can make.
We
I
don't
can
have
make
patience.
Go ahead,
I
Jazz.
think
Okay, good
if
one.
Jazza
So
wants to
strike
go and
two.
get
So
hired,
no sphericity, no motion. How about a demonstration of gas pressure without a container? Do you
wait,
have
I
that?
can do
Can
it
you
for
provide
him.
that demonstration?
I can do it for you, Jazza. It's been done many years ago, right?
Many moons.
Yeah, but actually,
Yeah.
you're actually right about that, about the gas pressure thing.
It has.
You're actually that is the one thing you're completely right about, is you can't have
One
gas
thing,
pressure
no.
without a
I'm right
container.
on both the first two also. So don't forget those. No, you're not going to run past that. Whistle past a graveyard. No, 1 and 2, no sphericity, no motion. And did you provide the demonstration of gas pressure without a container? What's your
No, I can't because I'm not fucking Superman. And two, you're
Have you
completely
ever
right.
heard? Have you ever heard of gases being contained without a container?
No, I have not. You're completely right.
But
Okay.
you said somebody
So
did it
any of
many,
those
fact that
many
three
years ago.
things, so
Eratosthenes
that
didn't
means,
prove
here's
shit.
what that means. Any of those three things I just mentioned are all just beliefs in
No,
your
no,
mind that
Sticks and
somebody told
shadows
you
don't prove shit,
information and
right?
secondary information. You just happen to believe it wholeheartedly, and now you're jumping in with both feet, trying
no.
to defend it, which is only a belief. You have no empirical data to back up any of those three claims. So we can move on, just understanding. We'll go
No, no.
back to this, going through these 3 points with you in future conversations because you just have a belief. So now we want to hear what else you believe in. You
Jazz,
don't
No,
have any
hang on,
facts.
hang on,
Bro.
hang on.
Unmute Brickstone because he wants to talk. Just that we've been hearing him for like 2 years. That's fine.
Jazz, did you come in here to destroy Globe Earth? Because you're doing a fucking good job, bro.
No, I didn't.
Rat snake.
What I did
So
come on here
I
to
unmuted
is
you, Brickstone.
Sonny, you were just saying about gas pressure, right?
Yes, I was. Yes.
And you are completely 110% correct.
Okay. Explain, please.
Every gas within the atmosphere under gas pressure is under gas pressure. If we take the propane tank scenario, every particle of gas is producing an equal amount of pressure within all walls of that fucking of that container.
Walls.
So
walls of the container.
walls of the container. Right. So
So
why
what would
is
that
it?
mean? What would that mean?
Okay,
If
so
you cannot have gas pressure with a container, like what would that
okay,
mean?
okay, so gas pressure is gas pressure. We know what that is. We just established that. So why is it that within the atmosphere, I'll call it the atmosphere to keep you guys calm.
Yeah, otherwise it's an oxymoron. Yeah, Atmo is
Okay.
gas and it
Yeah.
has no
Actually, Atmo flat is still an oxymoron, so
Yeah,
you
we
can
don't
just
want
call
to
it
use
Atmo.
Finish your question.
Atmos. I'll call it the Atmos. Can you provide
The airplane.
evidence? Can you provide evidence of any other gas within the atmosphere that is held within a container under gas pressure that has a fucking pressure gradient? Can you do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
What?
All pressure has
A
gradient.
butane bottle or a propane tank.
Wait, just that.
Well, then
Wait,
it's not
Sonny.
under gas pressure.
Hold on. Stop using atmosphere. It's an oxymoron.
So
We're not gonna.
he's appealing to there is no
Listen.
space, is what he's
No.
doing.
You
That's not
cannot
what
even
I'm
measure.
referring to.
Hold on. I'm about to speak. Shut up for a second. You cannot even measure if there's a gradient without having pressure with the assistance of a container in the first place. You wouldn't even know if there's a gradient unless you had a container to measure it with.
So what you're saying is that a propane tank that I've heard used many times is that there is a pressure gradient between the top and the bottom of the bottle.
Yep.
Because if that's what you're saying, if you take off the valve at the top, then there's going to be some propane left in the bottom of the bottle. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, no, that's what you're
Cool it
implying
off.
by saying
No,
that.
I didn't imply that.
Hold on. The
I
colder
said
something
within the
gets, the
container,
less pressure there is. The
there has to
hotter
be
something gets,
pressure.
the more pressure there is. It's warmer at the surface than it is up there in the
There's
sky, right?
pressure inside
Yes.
a propane tank.
Right.
There's liquid propane above it. There's gas.
Could that be the cause of the pressure gradient? Temperature.
And then if you
Gradient in
open it,
any
where does
container.
the gas go? In what directions does the gas go?
Okay, so
just answer. What directions does gases go if they're uncontained?
They equalize. This is what I'm trying to say to you.
Omnidirectionally.
Yeah, they equalize. I don't have to say omnidirectionally. They equalize to what?
Well, that's
ever
a scientific definition of the direction they move in.
atmos fucking pressure they're in. They equalize to that.
Yeah. So you live in pressure, so therefore you are contained.
No.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
No. Okay. So
Yeah.
if hang on, if we have
Gas
hang
pressure,
on.
yeah. Gas pressure, yeah. You don't like gas pressure because you think you live on a globe. Bah, 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 bah.
Can't listen. Yeah. So, do you agree that there's a pressure gradient?
Jazza, what's your point, buddy?
Within a container. Yes.
I'm just getting to it. No. Hang on, Sonny. There is
Yeah, you have
no
to have pressure first.
there is no
You
pressure
got pressure
gradient
first.
in a container under gas pressure. There is no pressure gradient.
Pressure in the air. There's a gradient. We're in a contained system. Therefore, you would not have a gradient if it was an open system.
Jazza, you're talking about pressure gradients when we're just talking about the first thing, which is pressure itself.
Yeah.
Don't get
I
the
know.
pressure gradients,
So
just get
you
to
don't-
pressure in itself.
Okay,
You can't have it without a container.
Pressure is X,
so
that's the primary. X is the primary. Pressure X, you have delta X, that's secondary to the primary of
okay, so
X,
I'm just going to
which is
shut
the
the fuck up
pressure.
because you guys don't understand
Yeah,
what
okay,
pressure
goodbye,
means.
Jazza. We're
Okay,
so
that's
All right,
sorry.
catch ya.
Goodbye.
Oh, that's great. Just go ahead. We've heard that before.
Yeah,
But,
like
go
2
ahead,
years.
because we have proof and you don't.
No,
Now you're
you
being
don't. You
butthurt.
don't fucking listen.
Jazza,
Hey,
listen.
Jazza, there's a
Fucking
snake
nothing.
named after
You
me
gotta
too.
stop
listening to
drinking.
numbers like you.
You
All
gotta
right.
stop drinking, okay?
Okay, catch us later. Love you guys. You're dumb as
Yeah.
fuck.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Catch us
say,
later.
Jazza, real quick. Okay, well, fuck off then.
He's drinking too much.
I
Still
know.
at
I just
it.
wanted to tell him that it's okay. There's a snake named after me too, Rat Snake. Yeah.
Oh,
I
he's
just want to
back.
let you know there's a snake named after me too. Don't feel bad, bud. You can actually look up Joshua's blind serpent or snake. It's like the side. It kind of looks like a worm, but it's not actually a snake. Harmless.
So I want to throw this out there. I can prove the Earth is round. Okay, it's easy.
Okay.
If you throw a boomerang, it comes back to you, right?
Yeah.
Earth is round. It's just that simple. I don't understand why
Is
you
the-
need more explanation.
Is the boomerang orbiting?
Yes, it spins around you and it comes back to your hand.
So
It's
that's
like a yo-yo.
is that an orbit?
Is this?
So
I've never heard this
if you go
argument.
around,
Wow.
What I'm saying is,
So
if you
if
throw a
you-
boomerang and it comes back to you, like the Earth is round. I don't
You
know
do
why-
realize that has
something-
nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It has to do everything with thermodynamics and mechanics, right?
It has everything to do with the shape of the Earth.
So if something is moving around something, is that an orbit?
Yeah, if the ghetto bird is circling
if you-
your
if you-
house,
If
that
you
means it's
can't
orbiting your
fathom-
location.
If you can't comprehend that the boomerang proves the Earth is round, I don't know like how much I can.
Where
dumb it
did
down
you
for
get
you.
this? Like,
you
I've
just
never heard any
Coriolis,
retard say this.
I'm gonna
You're
guess
just
Coriolis.
joking. That's a good joke. So didn't we ask you the same thing before about going around the block? Was that was you or one of your
Oh,
buddies?
that was
huh?
Nubrak. That was Nubrak.
Wait,
So if you go
wait,
around
wait,
the block,
Wait,
are
he's
you
not my
around
buddy.
your
I don't.
neighborhood?
Just for the record, I don't know who Brixton is, but like he's
Wait,
on
hold
my
on,
side.
Brixton,
So.
you wanted to be unmuted to say that?
Yeah, I mean, I just
Is
debunked
it
the whole.
like an
flat Earth.
actual question, like an actual point you wanted to bring up?
He muted me again. Come on, man.
Well, what
only like
would
I
be
just enlightened
your
the masses that you
explanation of it? Would it be Coriolis?
Well, that is the most simple explanation. If you can't
No, it's
understand
not.
that the
It's
boomerang proves the Earth to bring around,
called
like
aerodynamics,
there's just no
airfoil.
further we can go
Wait, but
past that.
my question never got answered. I know it was like 20 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago. I asked, how come the bottom of Australia can't see the North Star?
Dude, there is
It's too far
atmospheric
away.
obstruction.
It's too far away from you. Therefore, the angle that you're looking at it becomes so narrow. It's beyond your resolution that you're capable of with the human eye.
Yeah, remember the sunset that we talked about?
There's something called atmospheric obstruction, you know? It actually gets dense enough so that at a given distance, nothing can be seen.
Do you know what visual acuity?
The law of inverse square.
Well, I already told him that,
No,
but he
that's
doesn't
the
get it.
eye itself. Do you know what size the aperture of the eye is?
Oh.
Tiny.
What size the lens is in your eye? Do you know that?
I assume most people don't know that. No.
Yeah,
No
most
shit.
people don't study the parts of the body like I have. You're right.
Weird flex,
Yeah.
but okay.
So, yeah, no, it's just I've been alive a long time, so I haven't a lot of chance to read. So anyway, yeah, your eye can only see so far. Just like a camera, it has a certain mechanical capability of how it lets light in and where that image is the angular size.
But what I'm
of where
saying
the
is, if
image
you
can-
had like
from
the,
Almost
where
like
it
a
is from the
pyramid.
rest of the eye.
but if you had the best camera in the world, you're telling me that from the bottom of Australia you can't see the North Star.
You can't do that, dude. Oh, listen. You want to get into technical things? We can't build that. It's too complicated.
So
It's
yeah,
like
that's why we.
saying. Sorry, go on, Sonny.
Well, I was just gonna say, yeah, that's why we stick to like the
Did you
nature
know
of.
at the South Pole they actually have something called, or South Pole, they call it the South Pole, but in Australia they can actually see something that they can see something just like it in South Africa called the Southern Cross.
And what is that?
That's the Southern Star. It's a constellation. It's called the Southern Cross.
Can you see that anywhere on that latitudinal position?
You cannot see it anywhere in the northern hemisphere.
No, but anywhere in the southern hemisphere you can see it.
Why are we even entertaining these conversations of what can you see from
Wait,
where?
I'm just,
hold up.
saying this. Hold on. I'm just saying this. There's no parallax.
But can you
No
see? Can you see
angular
that
parallax.
anywhere in the bottom hemisphere, the South
You
Star?
can line up a monument that will showcase these stars, and it will be like that forever.
Right,
The Egyptians set one up down there in New Zealand.
Right. No, but what I'm saying is, anywhere in the southern hemisphere, can you see the Southern Star?
Yeah, I want to find the
Yes.
shape of my ceiling.
wait,
I'm
wait,
gonna
wait.
look at the door, bro. You're trying to find the shape of a wall looking at your cell phone or looking at, I don't know, some teddy bear in the room. What's the fucking relevance?
So what I'm saying is,
know,
if
right?
you can see it
No,
anywhere in the
answer
southern,
the question.
I just
Answer
wanted to
the
entertain
question.
this for a little bit.
No, just I want to stop this because it's gonna get completely degenerate. Like, just answer the question straight up. We're not going with something that's completely useless to the shape of the earth.
what's the question?
See, you're not even paying attention to what I said.
Well,
You're
because
trying
you
to find
interrupted
the
me.
shape of the earth. No, I'm not interrupting you. Okay, I started asking you about what you want to look at if you want to find the shape of that thing. You're looking at something else? You're looking at a teddy bear if you want to find out the color and the shape of your wall?
So if you're all seeing it from the southern hemisphere, are you all
You
looking
just
north?
answered the question. Are you mentally deranged?
Are you all looking north then?
Wait,
if you're
what's the
from
question?
the
Here's the
southern?
thing. We don't know what the stars are, how far away they are, but we do know that we cannot see parallax, just like if the stars were arranged like they are, and if we're moving, we should see some sort of parallax in the stars over time because we're moving. Just like if we're on Earth and we're driving down the highway and you look out the window and you see the foreground moving fast, the midground moving a little bit slower, and the background moving even slower, and then the far background, like the far off distance mountains where you can't see anymore, is moving even slower. That is called parallax.
Nubrak,
There's
dude,
no
I mean,
stellar
I have a very
parallax.
simple question that none of you can seem to answer. If you are in the southern hemisphere looking at the Southern Star, which direction are you looking?
I'm going to tell you
fuck?
something
That's a simple
that is
question. I don't know why
You
you're getting
just
so mad.
presume there is
something. This is
something called the
speculation,
Southern
just like
Star. There
anything
is no
would.
fucking Southern
Well,
Star.
hold on, someone else in this Discord said there was a Southern Star. So can we clear
It's
that
No,
not
up?
he
the
said
Southern
about a
Star. It's called the
constellation.
Crux, the Southern Cross.
Okay, the Southern Cross. So which way are you looking at the Southern Cross? Which direction?
I don't know. Probably
Well,
south.
yeah, I mean, okay. So
Probably 30 degrees, and it rotates in that direction. How?
so
Just like a North
everywhere,
Star. Well, how?
if we are flat and the
The thing
edges are the
is,
bottom,
hold on,
that's different
hold on,
directions.
hold on. You're thinking that the luminaries that we see above our head have anything to do with the reality that we can observe here. That's in a completely separate realm that we cannot get to. It's a hospitable environment according to scientists.
Like D&D.
Space, it's hospitable, right?
Right.
Now, what if it's a crystalline sky? What if there's a dome and it's crystalline? And what we're actually seeing, right? What we are
Right.
actually seeing in the night sky
Right.
is waters
That'd be crazy.
moving around in sololuminescence
Yeah, that'd be
in the
crazy.
waters,
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
right? But then again, that would be quoting Bible, and we try not
Wait.
to do that here.
No,
Can you
no.
explain that, the water
No,
thing? I
guys.
don't
Yeah,
understand that.
isn't a dome a
Well,
semisphere?
this
So
is like a
why would the
biblical
sky be a
studies.
semisphere? Why
Huh?
would
No, the
all
dome
right,
should
all
be
right.
a semi-ellipsoid of rotation, but you wouldn't get it anyway. These
Yeah,
conversations
all the
are
stars rotate east to west. You can even look at the star trails.
Real quickly, we don't have billions of dollars. We're just regular guys around here. We don't have $1 billion to look up, the sky and things like that and these answers. What we have done, though, with our few dollars is disproved what NASA has claimed, right? The curvature. We've done laser tests with our
That's
few
enough.
dollars.
That's enough. Curvature's
But
gone. Globe debunked.
this guy is asking a genuine question. Okay, so you need to listen to him. I'm also a flat earther, right? I'm a flat earther, but he's asking a genuine question.
No,
He's saying
we
that
don't
why
care
can't you see
about
the
it.
why
Because
can't we see
he's red
Polaris
herring.
from southern hemisphere?
Sonny said it like 1,000,000 times. You just cannot see it because of atmospheric conditions and because your eye cannot see it.
Then why you are able to see several other constellations from the southern hemisphere? They are also equally far away from there.
How do you know that?
You can see the different constellations from there, which are visible from both
You
the
said they're at the
hemispheres.
same distance from
according to
you.
your
How do you know
firmament
that?
proposal, they would be. According to your firmament proposal, if it was that,
Dude, the whole idea of a firmament is to have the argument of a necessary antecedent to gas pressure, which is a container. Everybody says that. From that point on, nobody says the shape of it, what it's made like, the materials, anything. No, we're just saying it has to be. Nobody has an actual mathematical
shit's too
function
funny.
on like
I'm muted.
7
This shit's
scales
too
that tells you
fucking
what it
funny,
actually
bro.
looks like. We
This
don't
shit's
fucking have that.
hilarious.
You would need to
No,
be able
don't
to
make
make
it
a shape
don't
in
make
order
it
for it to be a
complicated. Just
proper
answer the
proposal.
question that why it is not visible from the southern
Sonny
hemisphere.
answered it 1,000,000 times. Am I retarded?
Yo, I think someone
don't
from
get so
Microsoft
mad.
support
Calm
just
down.
found out and was listening in.
Bro, listen to me. I am also a flat earther. I know that the earth is not a globe, but this is a genuine question. The people who are coming in here and they are talking to you, they are trying to, do the research. They are trying to find the reality. So you need to answer them.
I'm much more
It
likely
is
to
our
listen
duty.
to this guy than the angry guy.
Sonny answered the question precisely, beautifully.
Why
There
is
was no
Microsoft
issue with
support
it.
talking?
What y'all just said was we wouldn't understand and we don't have an actual shape.
No, I talked about the shape of the dome to you. That is half of an ellipsoid of rotation,
All right, and I
which
asked
is
you to explain it.
irrelevant.
It's irrelevant. It's very relevant. It pertains to the question of the stars and why we see
The
them.
reason why I'm trying to stop this because it's degenerate. We've given you millions of reasons why the Earth is not a spinning globe, and you keep on just changing questions.
Of science, there is no degenerate answer. In the pursuit of
No,
science,
no,
we
it
have all
is.
the
Listen.
knowledge.
If you would meet with a scientist and you would keep on red herring him, that is degenerate
It's
questioning.
not a red herring. It's
Someone
a question.
gave me the server.
No, a red
I
herring
know,
means
I
by
found
definition
out.
you're changing. Do you know what a
this is
red herring
great.
is?
It's a bird.
Can you cite for me the definition of a red
This is
herring,
fucking
Lily?
great. Holy shit.
Me?
Yeah, because you just said that's not a red herring. I'm saying it is. I'm making the positive claim. I'm gonna explain
Something,
what it is.
especially a clue that is or is intended to be misleading or distracting.
Oh, distracting. Interesting. Now, what have you guys been doing for like the last couple of hours? Literally distracting the conversation. We're saying something and then you're moving
by
the
a
goalpost.
general question throws off your entire argument.
Oh my fucking god. Did you
Hey,
just
break
hear
down
what I
right
said?
in
No,
that
can you
stuff
just
for
recite
asking-
what I just said? Can you just recite what I just said?
No, I can't recite whatever you said about the weird.
Yeah, why not? Because you're paying attention?
Because you won't explain it.
Oh my fucking god.
I asked you to explain it, and you said, no, that's a red herring.
No,
and you said,
you know, guys, I've been a flat earther for last 3 years, and this is for the first time I'm actually doubting my belief.
Microsoft support
Okay,
doesn't
just
sound
because
like
of-
he's a flat earther, to be honest.
No, I'm
Okay,
a flat earther. You can ask me all. You can ask me
Shit,
anything.
his
Which
name's
may,
Microsoft supporter. Wait a minute, what?
Wait,
Look,
why
right?
would you doubt your belief just on this thing?
because this is for the
No, it's
first
flat
time I'm
Discord.
hearing this fact.
I remember you.
You know,
You're a flat earther, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther. That's what I'm saying.
No, meaning like your name was Flat ARTHUR. Is that you, right? You changed your name?
No. That's a different guy. I know this person
Whoa.
also, and I'm in his affiliation. Okay, I know that guy. I'm a different person, and whatever research I have done in the last 2-3 years, all the research has led to the same conclusion that the Earth is not a spherical. But this is a genuine question. We need to find out why this particular star is not visible from southern
This shit's
hemisphere.
funny as fuck.
Vlad, the reason why I'm not
if you
answering the
see,
question.
let me complete. Okay, so if you are not able to see Polaris due to the distance, okay, or due to the atmospheric, atmospheric, hindrance. Yeah. So why then you can see the constellation which is called that the Big Dipper constellation, which is further down north.
Yeah, okay, I'll
and
just
you-
entertain this 1 second and then we're over. So when you're looking upwards, you're looking through a given volume of air. If you're looking parallel to the ground, you're looking through literally dozens of times more volume of air. Ergo, your obstruction is way bigger this way. When you're looking upwards, you're looking through far less air than you would look if you actually looked at the horizon.
but the closest
Hang
distance
on.
between 2 points is
No,
a straight
okay, we're
line.
done. You
Where
just
is he-
digest what I said and we move on. I'm fucking done with this.
Where is he?
Like
Where is he
seriously,
located?
if you were a real flat earther and this thing made you question your belief tonight, you're not a real flat earther. Dude.
No,
Sorry.
that's gaslighting.
Flat
That's
Discord.
gaslighting right there. That's not cool.
That's gatekeeping. That's kind of gatekeeping.
Okay, what is
Yeah.
gaslighting? No, because
That's
Lily
kinda-
just keeps on saying logical fallacies. Cite
That's
for
kinda
me the
gatekeeping.
definition of gaslighting, please, Lily. Yo, Lily,
Wait,
please
a
stop
little bit of
using
doubt.
logical fallacies if you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, thank you.
Gosh.
Hang on, flat Discord. I'm just wondering, what's your physical location? Would it be
I'm in India.
3 p.m.?
Yes,
3:30?
it is 4 p.m.
4 p.m. Okay, yeah.
Excuse me, Josh. Arthur, you said you were having some troubles, right? Some doubts. Have you actually went out and measured it yourself?
What?
The water for curvature?
No, I'm not talking about the water. Whatever I have observed, as I mentioned before, that all the research and all the observation
This
I
shit
have
is
done,
fucking funny,
that
bro.
all led to the fact that the Earth is not spherical. Okay, but this is for the first time I'm hearing this fact because I have never been to Australia. I never observed that from my own eyes. But this is a genuine fact that some of these stars are not visible from the southern part of this world. So if it is
What do
the
the stars
reality,
have to do
then
with the floor? The Earth.
I'm sorry.
What do the stars have to do with the Earth?
Well, if we say that if we believe that there is a
I think I just
this
convinced
particular
Microsoft
thing
tech support to go from
above
flat
us,
to round Earth with
firmament,
my
okay?
star
If there is a
analogy.
firmament and these stars are
I'm doing
somehow
great.
attached to that
I'm saving the
firmament,
nation.
then we should
I'm
be able
convincing
to
these
see those
flat
stars
earthers.
from
Let's go.
anywhere, from
I knew
any
I'd get
part of
one
this
thing.
world.
Bam! Let's go!
Why?
Because that's an observation.
Let's fucking go, boys. We
Yeah, that's
doing
an
work,
observation.
God's work.
The
Your
heliosphere has an
observation is
angular resolution limit.
Okay, but like I said before, with trigonometry, a straight line is the shortest distance. So if you looked at it at a diagonal, or straight up, or slightly to the side, that would be the closest. You're not looking at it head on through the Earth, right? So the people who can see it straight up, depending on the distance of the firmament from the Earth itself, you should be able to see the same thing with the measured size of the Earth.
Sorry, what is your argument?
It's the same thing that we were going to before with why can't you see this constellation in one part? And you said that the density, or the pressures, or the
I never
conditions,
mentioned pressure.
the conditions, as you said, would change how you could
Simply that
see
it's
it
too
because you were
far.
looking through a lot more.
Dude, most of
Yeah,
these
okay.
guys are in their
And
like
what's wrong with that?
50s,
Hold up,
60s.
what's wrong with that?
The Earth is relatively small.
Oh, how small? Do you know the numbers?
Not according to the flat Earth model I just got here.
Dude, I'm asking you about the globe. Okay, whatever, move on. He doesn't know. Just move on. Fine. It's relatively small. Move on. What's your point?
We need to find the answer to the,
No, wait.
I heard you saying that it is because of this density of the
Okay, and that's not
atmosphere.
enough? That's not enough?
No. Why would that be enough? Why would flipping off density be
Because
enough?
there's a ton of other evidence that proves the flat Earth.
Okay, so we were asking about that.
And I'm agreeing to you. I agree to whatever the evidences you have. I have done my own research. I have done my own bit on that, okay? But, you cannot just refute this question that it is actually far away. That's why you can't see that from the southern hemisphere.
So
That is
again, what's the
not,
problem with me saying that? I still don't understand. What is inconcise with that statement?
because you can see the other stars from the southern part, but you cannot see certain constellations and this
Your argument
Polaris.
makes no sense. We don't know the distance between the observer and those things to have any kind of positive claim. What the fuck?
It actually does make a lot of sense. It's like going back to unified field theory. We don't have that, and that's why scientists are ready to completely disregard current physics if it would line up with something that can actually combine the macroscopic scale with the quantum scale. It's the same thing here with
Dude,
with
how
the
many
flat Earth
mushrooms
theory.
did you take? We were talking about stars and now you're talking about
No, yeah,
unified.
I'm trying to explain why this question is relevant. It's because
I
you want a
started shit, man. I fucking
model.
started shit.
I don't need a complete model to know the Earth is not a spinning fucking joid sphere.
No, that's right. We don't need to have all the
So why
answers.
are we talking about this?
We don't need to give all the answers, but that is a genuine question, okay?
You can
If
see
we
the North
believe that
Star
there is a
from
firmament,
India, which is south of the equator from Mumbai. Thank you.
we can see this. We can see that, yeah. We can see that from India.
But it still doesn't have anything to do. Looking at the lights in the sky or the lights in your ceiling doesn't have anything to do with the floor.
That's
Period.
right. Then we don't have
This
to.
argument started because I
then
said
don't
you
need
can't
to discuss
you can't
the
see the North
firmament.
Star from
Because
Australia.
if we are just
And
talking
now
about
they're
the
all
floor,
mad because they
we
can't
don't have to come up
give
with
you a
this
good
theory
reason
that
why.
there is a firmament above this sky, above the
Because it's a fucking
cloud.
globe. That's why you can't fucking
Nobody
see the
did
North
that.
Star from fucking Australia.
So, I mean, if we don't have the answers, that why
Yeah.
certain things are not visible from a particular, part of this world, then we don't have to come up with this theory that there is a firmament above us.
True. That's true. Anything other than that, we have gas pressure at sea level, period. Gas pressure is pressing upon the walls of a container, the square inches of a container, physical wall
Yeah,
of a container.
I
The
agree
whole
to that.
thing.
I'm with you with that point, yeah.
Mhm.
But if
Awesome.
we are talking about,
That's
yeah,
the other thing, as I mentioned, we don't have billions of dollars to explore this. We have, with what few dollars we have, we've done what we've done.
Okay, well, what about Bob Donnell? Bob Donnell spent $20,000 on a gyroscope, and he found out there was a 15-degree per hour drift.
Okay, can you tell us the details of how that worked?
Yeah, he had a
How does the device work?
It's a laser gyroscope, so it's
I know what it
more
is. I
accurate.
want you to tell me how it works.
That's exactly what I was just saying. It's a gyroscope. Gyroscopes, they want the center of mass, or in this that case, it was laser measured for higher accuracy.
You have
To be,
several assumptions in there about what it's doing.
I've
You
had
don't
a
have math.
gyroscope as a child.
I don't know what you're talking.
Year-olds could tell you how a
Yeah,
gyroscope
you
works.
haven't explained to me how the technology of how it works, but that's besides the point. It's secondary as well.
I literally
This is
just
great.
said the mass
Secondary.
wants to
It's secondary
gravitate towards
information
the
by a
bottom.
man-made device. Please, you don't have
You can
sphericity
make
of
a
Earth. Period.
gyroscope
That's
at
where we
home. What do
start.
you mean?
You show
Gyroscopes
me a
aren't
direct
complicated.
measurement of Earth's curvature, and we'll go on from
That's
there.
a
Do you have a direct
$20,000
measurement of
device.
curvature
It's a
anytime in history?
$20,000
A direct
gyroscope.
measurement? You're interrupting me. Boy, I do this all the time.
You
You're interrupting
interrupted
me. Don't
me.
do it again.
You interrupted me. Don't do
Okay.
it again.
Well,
I was literally explaining.
I'm a referee. Guess what?
You did
You
interrupt
don't.
him though, because he was explaining his point and you interrupted him.
Okay,
That
I'm
is
probably
kind
a
of
little
true.
tired. I probably need to. I probably need to back off. I've probably been on a little bit too long. Maybe I'll unmute him. I'm just gonna recede here.
You know, guys, that I'm in touch with a couple of these prominent flat earth proponents. Okay, so I'll ask this question to them.
Brixton saved them.
This is really.
Okay, can you actually create a concise question? Can you just make it now?
The
From
same
beginning
question
to
was
the end,
that I
what's the
was
question?
asking.
No, make it
The
very
question,
concise, because I'll explain to you why it's stupid.
See, that's not
well,
cool.
the
I'm
the
much more
question is that
more
why
likely to
you are
listen to
not
him.
able to see Polaris from southern part of this world.
We
just
gave the
said it.
explanation for that. Move on. What else?
No, that's not an acceptable. That is not acceptable actually, because you then see the
Would
other
you
stars.
No, because what?
Well, if you are saying that we cannot see Polaris from Australia because it is very far away from there, then why can you see the Big Dipper? You know, the constellation of 7 stars.
Okay, your
Because
question is based on one presupposition, which is that those two things are equally distant from your eyeballs, correct?
But how do you know that it is not? I mean, it is there is a
This shit's so
difference
fucking
of
funny.
distance between those
you
objects.
do
That's
you
what
do
I'm
know that
fucking
the North
saying. You
Star is
don't.
This shit's
not
fucking
right
hilarious.
above the north, right?
Okay.
It's off by a few degrees, right? The one thing that is true though is the ecliptic plane. Do you know what the ecliptic plane is?
No, tell me.
It's where the sun, moon, the planets, the zodiac, all of these travel along the ecliptic plane, east
Okay.
to west. Big old
All
strip,
right.
right? And
Yeah.
this right there should tell you something, right? You don't need to worry about North Star, South Star. You have compass, right? You have other
Yeah.
zeniths for navigation. You don't really use the North Star for sextant navigation. You use the zenith star.
Yeah, but that is not the question. The question is
Yeah,
that
he
why it
wasn't
is not.
saying.
I'm saying it's irrelevant due to your
Okay.
position, right? You want to find out where your position is based on the zenith of the star that's above your head and based off of
Yes.
where you should be by looking at another
Oh,
star
I
datum
have a good question.
and measuring the angle between you and that to come up with the adjacent,
All right.
which is your court.
I have another question to change the subject if you guys want. How come if the Earth is flat and we're not moving?
Wait. Can I ask you a question real quick, Brandon?
Sure.
Number. All right, look. If I drop 2 items in a vacuum, are they going to fall down?
Yes.
I'm trying to hear some flat earthers respond. If I drop 2 items in a vacuum, when they fall down?
Bro, your question should be: do they fall down at the same speed? Jesus Christ!
Do they fall down at all?
Oh, of course they fucking do. What the fuck?
Okay, how do they fall down?
Oh my god.
Well,
How do they
that
fall
would be
down?
gravity.
That would be relative. Well, I'm fucking retarded.
How is it?
You
How is it
literally increased
specific?
my
No,
key.
you're gonna say specific gravity, but how is it specific gravity when there's
No,
no?
we're saying relative density. Nobody's saying gravity.
How is it relative density when it's a vacuum? It's a there's nothing else in there. but the
Yes,
object.
there is a big difference between the density of the object and a vacuum. That's why they're going at the same rate. Hello?
They're still
I said
falling down.
relative density.
Why are they going downwards? Why aren't they going upwards or sideways or diagonal?
Dude.
No, because there is gravity. There is a gravitational pull which is acting upon
It's gravity.
the Earth.
Yes.
Well,
What the fuck? Okay, this flat guy Discord, he's what the fuck? Did you guys hear him?
Flat Discord, they don't believe in gravity.
This guy's sus as fuck.
Yeah.
No,
so yeah, I
you
heard
know,
that.
believe in gravity?
And
there is nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong accepting a fact. There is nothing wrong in accepting a fact.
Sorry,
And the fact
what?
is-
You said you've been researching flat Earth for 2 years and you think gravity is a fact?
No, but there is some
a
fact,
fact,
right?
he's
There
accepting
is
that it's a fact
something.
now.
Whoa.
Listen, there is something which is actually pulling down all these things.
So there is an electromagnetic
You can call
bias
it-
downwards. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, so you can call it gravity. You can call it electromagnetic, force or whatever you want to call it.
Bro,
We agree that there's
But
a
there is
force
a-
pulling everything
You're not a
downwards.
real flat earther, dude. Sorry.
Can we agree
I
that
am.
there is a force
That's very
pulling everything
geeky, man.
downwards?
Helium balloon.
Yeah.
Where shut up.
I don't
Where's
know
a
how
helium balloon
I
going?
got
Where is a helium balloon going?
It's going up.
I always know. Yes,
Uh-oh.
but you're VC only now, not a flat earther.
No, I am.
You just said there is a downward bias.
No,
Where is
you're
a
not.
helium balloon
No, you're
going?
not. You said gravity
Well,
is
helium
pulling
balloon is
everything
going
down.
up
So
because
you're a
the
glober.
air
After
inside
that
it is
statement,
actually
you cannot
You're a
lighter.
flat glober. Are you flat?
You literally just said there is a downward bias, and now you said that helium balloons go up. You literally just debunked your own statement.
Hold on.
No, I
hold on. Hold on.
I didn't debunk it.
Helium
What I'm
balloons
tell you
saying
why.
is,
go down in
I
a
can tell you
vacuum.
why.
Helium balloons go down in a
listen,
vacuum. So you know.
listen,
Who
it goes
said
up.
helium balloons go down? Who is the retard that said that?
That's me.
Or you're a retard.
Buoyancy is a function of air pressure over gravity. So if you put it in a vacuum, a helium balloon will fall.
You always answer to retard.
Helium balloons do go down in a vacuum.
Actually, you know what would happen to the
Wonder
helium balloon
why.
if you put it? Hold on. You know what would happen to the helium balloon if you were to put it in a vacuum chamber?
It would expand.
Yes, it wouldn't rise or sink. It would
If
fill up the
if
entire.
you had a
It would
balanced
actually break.
pressure,
The balloon would actually break
if you had a
because of
balanced,
entropy.
It was
if you had a
exposed to
balanced
as
pressure of
strong
helium,
of a vacuum as the theoretical vacuum of space. Yes, it would explode.
Yeah, it would explode like nuts. That's what would happen
that's
because of
assuming
entropy. But we're not getting to. No, that's not assuming nothing. That is a literal fact.
that's assuming that the fabric of the balloon would explode.
see,
It's
helium
not
And then
strong
there would
enough to
be no
hold the helium
vacuum.
inside. No,
Helium
if
balloons go upwards
Because
because the
the
force of
environment
everything else
completely
below it is
comprised of
pushing it upwards.
helium.
And so the reason why helium balloons go upwards is because the force of the air pressure, the other gases and whatnot below it is pushing it. It's acting upon it and it's counteracting the force of gravity until it reaches a certain height where the helium density is the same as its environment. Then it'll stay there. That's why it goes
Yeah,
upwards.
cool story. Yeah, it makes sense on paper, but it also makes sense on paper if I only use relative density. So what's the problem?
The problem is
The
the whole
vacuum is
reason
the
why you
problem.
deny the existence of gravity is because gravity would knock out everything you're talking about.
No, the reason why we're saying there's no such thing as gravity is because nobody's ever done an experiment and actually presented us the
demonstrate
dependent
gravity.
and independent variables.
You can't demonstrate
you can look
gravity.
up
It's demonstrable. It's non-demonstrable, right?
So
Specific
can you
gravity is
tell?
demonstrable,
Microsoft
which is
support
relative
got
density.
muted. Fuck.
Can you pull out of Einstein's paper, General Relativity, 1915,
muting
and
everyone here.
show us
What is the
where
force
the
that causes
Special
specific?
theory of
No, hold on,
relativity.
hold on. What's the force that causes
Yeah, you
more
can't.
dense things to go
So you
downwards?
can't.
How does it go
You're not going
downwards?
to even try.
No, I'm saying you got to explain because
Yeah,
I'm
you're
not
asking us
getting it.
questions that only God can
Well,
answer.
see, here's the
So
thing:
you think flat earthers are God?
if you replace
You're
the
not
air,
explaining why
hold
everything
on.
goes
If you
downwards.
replace the air with water, would all the objects that are on the ground still be on the ground?
What do you say?
If you were to replace the air with water,
Hmm?
would all the objects that were on the ground in air still be on the ground if the air was replaced with water?
The air was replaced with water.
They're
Yes.
denser than water, yeah.
Water would
Everything is denser than water, really? Your body included? You're gonna sit at the
I
bottom?
said
Hold on,
if
hold on, hold
they're
on.
denser.
She said
everything is
if they're
replaced with
denser. But
if they're more dense, they will
would
go
everything still be the same if the medium was changed?
No.
air,
No.
water.
Some objects would float.
I'm not understanding what you're asking me.
Some
The way
objects
you're
would
asking
be
me is weird.
neutrally buoyant.
He's
Yeah,
trying
that's
to make
true.
the point that gravity is not needed.
Yeah. So
But what? Why
that
would? Why
kind
doesn't?
of
How do we
removes
know
the
up from down?
gravity from the situation.
How do we know up from down?
There is no.
No, don't let
What
him
do you
do
mean
this.
up
Listen,
from
whenever he's
down?
asking you something
Why are
like this,
you
call it
trying
out
to
a red
go with
herring.
There is
Stop
only
planar
up and
How
down.
do
geometry
we
all
know
of a
We are
there's a
sudden?
not in
vestibular
space.
system?
We are not in space. There is only up, down, right, and left. Period.
Forward,
There's
backwards,
no
left,
like
and right.
direction
We
is
cannot
relative.
go up or down. Can we dig with your bare
Right, we
hands? No.
can't,
Can we
but we can
fly?
go
No.
towards the center of
We're
the
not
earth, which is
Goku.
what gravity is.
Let me ask you something about the core of the center of the Earth and gravity and whatnot. Wouldn't those molten
Why
metals lose
explain?
their
I already
magnetic?
did ask him that.
Well, never mind then.
They couldn't get it anyway. You can ask it again if you want. See the answer.
Yo, did you see his response? Flat Discord. He said there are many flat Earth researchers who believe
That
in.
believe in gravity, yeah.
Well, then they aren't flat earthers, I guess. I don't know. Maybe they're just
Okay,
dumb.
this might be a stupid question, but I'm gonna throw it out there. If the Earth is flat and we're all on the same level, we're all not moving, why does toilet swirl one way in the northern hemisphere
That
and the
has been
other way in
debunked.
the southern
No, they
hemisphere?
don't. What the fuck you talking about, dude? Did you
That
ever
was
check that for
literally
yourself?
debunked.
Depends on the shape of the
Did you ever
container.
check that for yourself?
He was asking the question.
Yeah,
Don't yell at him.
I've
Just
been to
answer.
South America and the toilet flushes the other way.
Yeah, you're literally lying right now. You
I
can
am not
just go
lying.
online.
I physically been to
Listen, just
Mexico.
listen to me. Okay, bro. You can go online and you'd find people that support your globe, test this thing, and prove it wrong. This is fucking fake.
Well, I'm telling you what I've
Yeah, I'm
experienced.
telling you, go and do your research. Stop being full of shit and lying to people. You've
Anger,
never
bro,
fucking seen that.
y'all ask the guy, y'all ask him if he's ever seen this, and he's like, well, yeah, it's just on the internet. And you're like, no, have you seen it? He's like, yes, well, I've seen it. He's like, and then you tell him to go on the internet to disprove what he's seen?
Yeah, because I know he's never gonna do it by himself.
No,
So I'm at
mean,
least just
it's a
asking
very
him.
simple thing. Like,
Roger, listen, in the live stream voice text, Roger just gave you the video. Go and watch it and then ask the question again if you have the brain cells to even do it.
It's crazy. You tell the dude not to trust the internet, do it for yourself. When he does it for himself,
Oh
you say
my
use the
God.
internet to disprove yourself. It's
How
crazy.
about you make a video that
And
that's
what
happening?
proof did
How
you
no,
about
bring
you go and
before,
make a
Daniel,
video right
before
now
you
that that's
left
happening?
with your
You
tail
know,
between your legs? What proof did you bring before you left earlier with your tail between your legs?
What are you talking to me, Sonny?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, Daniel. That's right.
When I went and talked to what's his
What proof
name in
did
the
you
other
bring?
chat?
What proof did you bring for the globe for your spinning space monkey religion?
When
Before?
when I went and talked to
Did you
the
bring
other
proof?
guy in the other chat, is that what you're
Were
talking about?
you
When
the
I
95%er or the 65%er?
I was curious.
Of
wait,
confidence?
I want Sonny, I want to answer to Danny why I pointed out to the internet. This guy asked me why when you push on your toilet it's going leftwards or rightwards if you're in the northern or southern hemisphere. He has that from the internet.
no,
The
I've
reason why I
literally done
pointed
that. I've
Okay,
literally
fine.
done that.
No, you
The-
haven't. Then you're
you
a
know
fucking
what? No,
liar,
this
dude.
guy's
No,
just full of shit.
no, he's not. It actually depends on your toilet pressure. Okay, it's
There you
only
go.
I
There's
didn't
a
know what
respectable.
causes it.
And the
I'm not
angle
saying,
of the and
but
the
I'm
angle
saying
of
what
the
I
angle of
saw.
the rotation. Yeah.
I was gonna
or
say
the
there's a
wind
lot of
blowing.
has a
What was
lot
it
to do
again?
with the container itself. The
Well, hold up, no,
construction
but if you're
also.
seeing a cricket literally, I don't know, starting to sing when it's like morning, does that mean the cricket is causing the sun to go up?
I mean, shit. I mean, based on some of this logic here, maybe.
Based on
Oh,
the
because that's your
globe.
fucking logic. That's what I'm
Based on the
saying.
globe logic, dude.
You
That is
may
the
be
globe.
so
I
a
mean,
toy that go
you're
left
literally
way.
hold
Said,
up,
observe for yourself.
You're
and now you're
literally
saying
telling
if
me
you
something that
observe it,
I saw was not real, and that's fucking
No,
bullshit.
I'm telling you, you've seen it happen
No.
once or twice, and you made a generalization
So
on that.
this is the way
You're
it's
saying
working
it's
right
something
now.
it's
He
not.
observed it to
He is
happen.
giving
But wait,
you
he
something he's
observed it.
observed, and
Yeah,
you're
he
gonna say
observed it.
it's
Yeah, what
wrong,
the fuck?
and then you're gonna
Dude,
give him
no,
something you
listen,
observed, and
listen,
then
that's
you're
not
gonna
the way it works.
please let me
Okay,
go,
can
What's
Mister.
happening is
Hey,
he's
can you
putting
let
all
me
the
actually
No,
can
I
you
was
let me actually
the
explain to him?
whole
Thank you. Okay.
thing.
somebody should mute the angry dude. He's really immature.
Yeah, thank you. So the way you prove something is you keep on following the scientific experiment many times. You don't do it twice. By the way, he didn't even do any scientific experiment, but let's just presume he actually followed the scientific method. You should do it thousands of
Wait,
times,
we
not
believe
the
in science
5
here?
times you've done it. Oh my god. Can you just okay,
I
say
was
what I
memeing
just
there.
said.
I was
Just
memeing there. I'm sorry. I was memeing there. I'm sorry.
Okay, fine. You did a meme. You did a meme. Can you just repeat what I just said?
You said that you need to follow the scientific method.
What else? I added something else to that.
And you
Thousands
can't
of
do it
times.
more than twice, more than 2 times.
Is that what I said, everybody in here? Is that what I
Yep.
said?
That's what you said.
No,
What did I say?
absolutely not.
What did he say?
Rewind the freaking tape. These guys are lying now. So
I'm,
you don't have proof for your globe, and now you're lying to defend your belief system that
Lying
we
about
already
what?
previously pointed out is a religious belief system because you have zero proof to back up your claims.
I mean, I went to the bathroom at least
Wait
like
it.
5 or 10 times
It's
while I was
not
down there.
It's not personal. It's not personal. It's just by definition. By definition, that's what you are, and that's what you're doing. You're presenting to us religious zealotry.
I mean, I'm not religious, so.
Okay, so
Textbook. You are.
let's
You believe the
ignore
globe,
the
right?
toilet thing and put it on a larger
You
scale.
believe the globe, right?
Oh yeah, wait,
believe
wait,
in the
wait,
globe?
hold up.
Which is Indian,
Hold
bro.
up. Wait, he has a point. Let's take the toilet thing, bring it to a larger scale. Why do typhoons
like
go
the
one way and why do
traffic
hurricanes go the other way?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna point out.
You
What a
guys
Yeah,
fucking
mute
idiot,
Lily,
yeah.
mute Lily too, because he's gonna talk to.
Yeah, ridiculous. You guys
Mute
Why?
people for
really
Fucking
want.
retards, yeah.
So it's really like, I mean, sometimes in the server we've let this go for a really long time, and it's fine. I mean, it's a good conversation actually. It can go on for a while, and we've got much better at handling it. But used to be in Miggy's day when we were doing that, and I know it's not that right now, and it's fine because we are progressing. But however long you want to let religious zealotry go on and on and on and on, think about the bandwidth being taken up that somebody who's actually really interested in not just trolling could benefit from the information. If people aren't
That's
willing
so
to
bad
take in the
faith that you're
information
saying
and
that
all
because
they're
there's
doing
so
is
many people here who are religious.
you're fighting their cognitive bias, then it goes nowhere. It never will because they're just a
Even
bunch
if
of
we're
I
not
got
weasels.
talking
global
about
They're
the
muted.
globe,
cowards. They're
how can you
liars,
shit on
and they don't
religion
care
like
if they
that?
are.
Even if we're not talking about the globe, how can you shit on religion like that when there's so many religious people in this Discord?
Religion is I'm talking about religious zealotry where you're professing something that is only a belief with zero proof. I believe in a creator 100%. You know why? I have empirical data, scientific data. The earth itself is the
The
proof
only
of the
data you could have of a creator is watching him create the earth. There's no other way you could
creation.
prove
Earth.
him
No,
to
that's not
exist.
true. We have
They
flat
muted me
stationary
because they
earth that's
can't answer my
contained.
question.
That didn't
Why
happen
do
by
hurricanes
accident.
and typhoons rotate
How
different
do you know
directions?
that? Wait, how do you know it didn't happen by
Because
accident?
We've been literally
design.
explaining to you for
Wait, are you
2
for real?
hours.
Is that a flat
Because
executor
there's
asking this
design.
shit?
Design doesn't come
You
from
didn't
nowhere.
see the earth
Information doesn't come
created
from
though.
nowhere. Information has to have an informer. A design has to have
Says
a
who?
designer.
Says who?
Says The Earth itself. Look at all the design in your
No, the
body.
Earth,
Look at the
the Earth told
cellular
Do you
arrangement.
know
Look
what
at
the
the flowers.
Fibonacci
you?
sequence
How does
is?
the seed have all
Wait,
that
Sonny,
I
inside
know
of
what
it?
Sonny,
the
That
Fibonacci
creates
sequence
a
is,
100-ton
but what I'm
tree,
saying is,
2,000-year
Sonny,
you
tree
don't
know
go
full
that
of
with
something's
this
little
not.
seeds.
thing.
Sonny, you
I know
gotta
what the
mute
Fibonacci
Avikstan.
sequence is,
Mute
but I'm
Avikstan so you can
asking,
speak, bro.
how do you know?
Yeah, just
How
mute
do you
him.
Just
know
mute
like
Avikstan, bro.
something can't randomly be created? And then why are you muting people for asking genuine
Because
questions?
Because we
nothing
just want
randomly
to
is created
talk
like
and
that.
be heard cleanly. You know, if you keep on interrupting, we can't talk and actually
You
be
guys are
heard.
the one interrupting us, though. We're
Bro,
asking
Sonny was
genuine questions
monologuing and you just jumped in. He was trying
because
to
he was
explain something.
insulting people who are religious. If you believe in
Okay, you
God, that
can
is a
talk
religion.
after. Just let him finally talk after an
He's not
hour
even
of.
getting the point, yeah.
He's been talking way longer than I have. First and foremost. Second of all,
Oh my God.
how are you going to insult religious people when damn near everyone in the Discord is religious? That doesn't
Because
make
you're
any
lying
sense to me.
about your own religion. That's why.
I'm not what?
You're
How
lying
am I
about
lying
it.
about my
You're
religion?
lying and saying
Sorry.
it's not a religion. It's not a religion. Why don't you guys believe? Because we believe. What do you come in here asking flat earthers? What do you guys believe? We don't believe. We're
Because
not
it's
talking about
very
belief
bad
here.
faith to say that
You're the one that has the
we don't
entire
make
belief.
conclusions based off of. Can I
You
say
are
I
in
let
your
you talk? Can I talk,
entirety
please?
in a belief system. That's it. Just be honest
I
about it.
let you
That's the
talk.
problem. You
May I
global
talk,
not
please?
be honest. You're inherently deceptive and dishonest.
No one here is an okay. Okay, let me ask you. Okay, why do hurricanes and typhoons go opposite directions? Genuine question.
Okay,
Don't
no,
mute
we're
me.
not
Just
doing
explain
this.
that.
No, listen,
Just
buddy.
explain it. Just explain
Can
it.
I just
It's a
respond
genuine
to this
question.
quickly? Just
Okay,
quickly. All
sorry.
right. So you see that there's a breeze coming from the southeast, and then later the same day you see a breeze coming from the northwest. Does that mean that I'm standing on a spherical object because the breeze changed direction? So what are you even trying to imply when you say one storm system might go from an easterly direction and another storm system might go from a westerly? It's got to do with high pressure and low pressure. What are you even trying to imply? Or how do you see it logically making what's below your feet round
Lily Rel, this is
if
fucking
the
funny.
wind changed direction?
Because if the Earth was flat, why would the direction of the winds change if it's all about higher and
Low
lower?
pressure and high pressure, moron. Why
I
does the
just said
wind?
higher and lower. What are you talking about? If
Why
Okay,
it's
so
about
couldn't
now
higher
you
and lower
let me
answer his
just
pressure,
question?
if it's about
Why
higher and
listen?
lower
now.
Why
pressure,
couldn't you
why would
answer
the
his
wind direction
question?
ever
Hold on, I'm gonna
change?
shut you up. You never stop. So why can't you answer his question instead of asking another question?
They're
Asking
fucking
another question
retards,
after
dude.
someone asks you a question is dishonest.
Yep.
Do you get that? Yeah.
And just to take that
That's
one step
dishonest.
further to show you how illogically you guys are thinking, your model presupposes that the air is stuck to your ball. That's why when things leave the ball, we don't see any rotation below it because the air is stuck to the mass as it rotates. So how exactly do you have hurricane storm
Winds. Just
systems
winds.
traveling in opposite directions, or even just a breeze, any breeze, if your air is supposedly stuck to your spinning sphere? You wouldn't have
I know,
winds in
Lily.
all
It's fucking
directions, which we
hilarious.
do have. We do have hurricanes moving in different directions, generally due to a high pressure and a low pressure system. It's irrelevant about the ground level as in sea level, the same way that that storm system will move across the sea
These
level.
guys are like in their 50s, 60s.
It's just try and follow the logic here. Okay, you tell me, does the air move with your sphere? Or does the air move in opposite hemispheres in different ways? And try and wrap your head around the fact that no matter which way you go on this answer, you're going to contradict something else.
You believe gravity exists?
Brixton answered the question.
Well, I need to ask. I need to know
No!
if you believe
Stop
gravity exists.
fucking! I'm done. Can we just ban
Because
these people?
you guys are excommunicating important factors in science and saying you can't use important factors in science. That's like playing a video game. That's
You
like
don't
playing a
know what
video game.
science
Hold
is,
on.
bro.
Let me
Wait a
speak,
second.
okay?
I
That's like playing a
won
let
a
me
bet
speak.
tonight.
I let
Wait
you
a
speak.
minute.
Let me speak.
Brixton,
That's like
shut
playing a
up.
video
You
game.
Brixton.
That's like playing a video game and saying, "Oh,
I
this
just
character
won
is broken
$1,000.
because of a specific ability they have, and if they didn't have that ability, they wouldn't be overpowered."
Brixton, Solar asked you a very beautifully presented question. You provided nada answers. You you instantly
I want
began being a red
$1,000 from
herring.
one of you I want $1,000 from one of you numpties tonight, testing their science acumen. You want to go for that?
No, first I want to hear Brixton give the answer to Solar because he had a brilliant point. It was so perfectly presented. I want to hear the rebuttal to that.
I unmuted.
So does gravity, like you asked me, do I believe in gravity? Let's say yes. Now back to my question I asked you. Does gravity hold the air to your spinning sphere? Or do you have counter-rotating storm cycles in different hemispheres? Pick one.
Gravity holds the air to the atmosphere. Yeah, absolutely. It holds
Okay,
the
so
atmosphere
you've destroyed your point about counter-rotating storm cycles, storm systems in different hemispheres, because they can't be counter-rotating if gravity is holding the air to the spinning sphere. In fact, we have no wind, right? We've never experienced a breeze because the air is always tidally locked with a rotating spinning sphere.
So then that would mean the water can't move either, right?
Bro, they're
We're talking about air.
you're finding
on topic.
real.
I'm just using your logic. So it means water can't
Does,
move, right?
in your
All these
imagination,
people are
because
real.
this is only where this exists. In your imagination, does the gravity imaginary force hold the
This is
air to a
wild.
spinning sphere so much so that we have no wind? Or, like your original point, we do see counter-rotating storm systems, so therefore gravity can't be holding the air, but we also see counter-rotating storm systems in the same hemisphere. And when you
Wait,
actually
Solar,
go into the research, you'll see it matters not which hemisphere you're in. It's about the high pressure, low pressure system. And high pressure will always flow to low pressure, like the high pressure gas that you're breathing now would flow to the low pressure vacuum every single time to equilibrate. High pressure always goes to low pressure. That is why we
Yeah,
have
they
wind
muted me and Lily.
systems.
Path of least resistance.
he asked about water in the ocean. You're actually right? Because your Earth is spinning at 1,050 miles at the equator.
The
And
rate
all
of
of these
spin
big...
doesn't matter if it's
Hold up,
constant.
dude. Let me add something because you said this and it's also debunking yourself.
You guys
We
are making
shouldn't
so
have
many
the water
presumptions
moving
that aren't
either
true,
because of
man,
gravity.
that don't matter.
What?
If a bus is moving at 10,000 miles per hour, at constant rate, are you gonna
Bus is
feel the
moving
change?
at
Dude, did
I'm
you
saying, if you're
just...
on a
Okay,
bus,
listen.
if you're on
This
a
kid
bus
is a
that's moving
fucking
at
Okay,
10,000
stop,
miles
Brixton.
per hour and it's constant,
Stop. You're
no.
inferring to rectilinear movement. The Earth is
the
spinning
rate
in
of
a circular movement. There is an inherent difference between the two. First point. Second point.
If
You
your bus is
didn't even
moving,
understand what Solar said.
Oh god, this
Can
is
you
funny.
recite what he
bro.
said? Can you make in your
Can
own
you
words
try
what
to
he said, his point?
spin in a circle for
No,
24 hours?
Bro, stop red herring, please, for the love of Jesus
Because the
Christ.
shit you're saying is retarded. All the
You're
shit
Why?
you guys have been
you're
saying is
putting in a
very
red
fucking
herring, bro.
stupid. I was trying to be nice, but a lot of the stuff you guys are saying is very fucking stupid. And you're making
Okay, repeat what
egregious
Solar said.
assumptions.
You just said it's
You're
stupid.
knocking
Can
out
you
all
repeat what
types
he
of
said that's
different
stupid?
faculties of science to prove your point.
Can you
Because that's what
just
helps you to prove
fucking
the theory.
repeat what Solar said?
Nah, you guys are bad faith. I'm done here.
Wow.
Yeah,
Tail
no
between
intellectual
legs
honesty.
and running.
Demonstrated again. You got to pick one. Either the air is glued to a spinning sphere or you have wind. We experience wind. So therefore the air cannot be stuck to your spinning sphere. And when I presented that option to him, he still went with the air is stuck to the spinning sphere, even though the entire point he was trying to make was that air moves differently in different hemispheres because of spinning sphere. So if he can't even understand that in the simplest form, then yes, he is done here because he was never competing at this level in the first place.
Now, these people, this is what I hate, and I would like to propose that we make this some kind of a built in our blood thing. Whenever we point out an argument or anything we might say, if anybody's red herring the living Christ of that, we point it out and we go back to the discussion each and every single time. We don't let the conversation change.
I agree with you. Every logical fallacy, stop it right there.
Exactly.
Stop it.
Point it
because
out.
It's illogical. It needs to be stopped and then directed back to the basics of the first thing we were asking.
And please
Because of
don't let
course you're
them
like
change the
down the road
conversation.
sometime. Yeah, don't let them do it. Because then we all get in the weeds, and then we have 6 flat earthers all in the weeds, going deeper and deeper into the weeds, and we lost the first question. It was never answered.
I mean, we've presented, I think, genuinely on paper, 100 reasons why it can't be a spinning globe. None of them have been interacted with. None. We could have stopped at the first one. Like,
Imagine spinning
and please, to all the Globers, stop changing the
things off your
conversation.
body.
Stop giving answers with questions and stop red herring. If you don't know what red herring means, in other words, it means changing the subject for simple terms. Stop doing those two things, please.
Andrew.
Yes.
I agree with
It's
you,
because they cannot
but
answer it that they need to obfuscate. That's the
I was gonna
only. So
say,
when they're doing that, they're demonstrating they have no rebuttal for the question you posed. So therefore, they're going to ask their own question so that they don't seem incompetent not knowing the answer to yours, but that they somehow seem important by now being the question asker.
Andrew, I agree with you, but at the same time, telling people like what to do doesn't work that well from personal experience.
Well, I know, but they gotta understand why what I'm asking them to do is objectively good. It's not like they have to do because I want it to be done. It's the only way in which any conversation can work. Like, what are you getting with politicians? Everybody's first hand. At homes, second hand. Strawman's third hand. Changing the subject all the time. Do these conversations ever feel in any way enjoyable? Never ever. Why? Because you're not supposed to do those. Don't not do those because I'm saying so. It's just obviously bad to do them.
Yo, we're fucked
So
as
please,
a
in any
society.
conversation you're having,
We're
don't do
fucked.
those two things. Changing the subject and then answering with another question. Just stop.
I think that's also dependent on us and how we ask our questions. If we, what I've seen is that their attention span is normally about 15 seconds. So if you can't get your question out in the 15 seconds, they're already thinking about the next thing, or they've focused on one word in what you've said, which is going to become the next red herring. So we need to become more proficient at placing the question very concisely and giving the airtime back to them so that they can now respond to that specific question rather than a long paragraph and then they get all stuck in the weeds in other parts. What frustrates me is that I can see always that we're listening to them. Every point they make, we listen, we respond to. Yet when we raise our points, they can't even understand our point, let alone respond to it or go any further from it. So they're really, like you said, it starts with listening,
Yeah, why are there
but then
6 of the
also with
same mod?
being able to ask that concise question so that it
That's a
doesn't get
good
lost.
point. Frickson, I am qualified to speak on the subject. I am a chemical engineer from the
So now you're
from
giving
the
us your
ABC
resume? I think I'm just
accredited
going to
North
erase
American
it.
use with it. They believe that Frickson is actually fucking doing this shit. Wow.
No thanks.
That's fucking funny, bro.
Not interested. Anything here.
That's
If you have
fucking funny.
if you have proof, on the other hand, or evidence, then I'd
That's like
surely like to see that. But so far we haven't. And
it's like going into a job interview, doing incredibly badly. The guy asks you to leave the interview room, and then you start sending your resume saying, please look again, see how qualified I am. But you've just demonstrated that you lack the ability.
you couldn't navigate your way around a paper bag with your credentials, bro. With the thought processes you have going on.
Sunny, I don't know if you can answer for me, but how does water rotating in a toilet prove sphere or flat? I understand that it's implied that it's got to do with rotation or that there's axial rotation, which is somehow responsible for that. But how does water in a toilet prove flat or spherical?
Because that's where globe
I've
earthers'
never heard.
heads are, in the toilet.
I've never heard of any
Got rid of curvature and they look in the
explanation
toilet to prove their ball. That's what's going
how
on.
that correlates with
Exactly.
anything.
You should just
It
see a
correlates
picture of
with
a plumber
plumbing.
standing there with
You're
his
gonna
head in the toilet.
So what you could do is you could take an observation of a plumbing phenomena. That's what it is. It's a phenomenon of plumbing. So it has nothing to do with anything. They don't have
How does
rotation one of the
We
physical.
got toilet
They say
affirmations.
is an object, Earth, which
Toilet
Earth is not
affirmations?
a freaking object.
I proved it by looking in the toilet.
Boomerang Earth. Like, what have we heard tonight? It's been amazing. What a night. Wow.
Yeah, the
Hey,
flat
Hank.
earther standing at the beach
But
with
it
his
doesn't
hands on
have
his
to curve.
hips.
I looked in the toilet.
Yeah, the flat earther standing at the beach looking out at the flat horizon saying it's definitely observably flat. And then the ball is standing with his head down a toilet saying it's a sphere.
Exactly.
Yeah. We need a meme for that. I'm sure there'll be one by morning. It's probably here already. They don't know us for.
In my thoughts, I had the image of the flat earther doing his thing on the beach. And then you have the ballers sitting, taking a crap, trying to prove the globe, looks down in the middle of that bowl. There's two floating magic balls. I'm just kidding.
I know. I'll tell you what exactly is going to happen. We're going to flood their databases with so much flat Earth evidence and proof and videos and confirmations and testimonies and conversations.
Wow, I'm hearing their plan.
Debates and all of this flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth. It's going to be everywhere. So I hope they have a whole bunch of server space.
Wow.
Because it's going to be out everywhere. Believe me, how many thousands of us are making these observations probably every day? Thousands of flat earthers out there doing long distance observations with Nikon cameras and all kinds of different things, telescopes, lasers, mirror flashes.
Yeah, I know. I saw most of these.
Then I look up and there's a name, Goose. Let's see if he has anything to say. Anything to say about that, Goose? Now that
He's been begging to be unmuted forever, yo. What's
Wait,
up?
he's
Speak
muted
up right
again.
now.
What?
Yeah, because if they don't answer,
Wait, that's a good question.
I
That's a
don't
good
give them
question.
that much time. Okay,
I
Goose,
speak?
are you there? Okay, there you go.
Okay. So I wanted to say before that there's a lot of interrupting, so that's kind of like a little bit weird. If you want to host an
Just say
open
what you want to
discussion,
say, bro. Just stop complaining. Just say what you want to say. What do you want to say?
I set a timer. It was 15 seconds before you interrupted me just now, by the way.
Just say what you want to say. What's your glow proof, dude?
No, because the idea is
What do
that
you
every
got?
time we've had somebody come in here,
No. Don't worry about complaining. Don't worry about that
that
right now.
one was
You're
4
muted.
seconds
Speak.
before you interrupted me.
Speak.
You're concerned
What do you
trolling
got?
now.
Like that. What's the
What's
point,
the
bro?
TOS?
What's the
So
point?
I
No,
won't
because I'm
interrupt
trying to
you.
get to the point, but the issue is you're not allowing me the
Go ahead.
time.
What is your point? Go ahead. Start
So
talking.
the issue is that you're trying to bring people in here for an open discussion, but every
a
single
fucking
time
Go ahead.
you're
Start talking about your proof, dude. Don't worry about
that
concern
time was
trolling.
6 seconds before you interrupted me. I'll repeat myself.
Stop
Okay,
again.
stop fucking
That
concerned
time was
trolling.
less than
before I
1
fucking
second
I'm
before you
gonna mute
interrupted
your
me.
ass then. Yeah, because I'm a referee. You don't understand moderation in here? What the fuck?
Oh my god.
I'll
Bro,
give you
I'm
another
fucking
chance.
dead. I'm fucking dead, bro.
Don't blow it. Stop concern trolling. Get to your globe proof, okay?
All right, so I'm just curious because if I were to go, because I know you were making fun of the whole beach idea, if I go to a beach at the sunset, right, and I stand, or I actually first I lay down on the beach, I watch the sunset, I stand up, and then I see the sunset again, but it hasn't gone down below the horizon. Can you explain that to me?
Wait, what?
Should I repeat
I didn't
myself?
understand. Did anybody
Yes,
understand it?
I got it. I got it. So if I lie on my bedroom floor and I can only see so much of my floor, and then I stand up from my bedroom floor and suddenly I can see a greater amount of angular distance, or I can see a broader angle in the room. Does that make my bedroom spherical?
That's not an equivalent. We're talking about a bedroom
It's
versus.
directly equivocal because you said if
That's
we
not.
lie down and then stand up, we can see further. So, do you think a taller man can see further in the crowd, or do you think a shorter man can see further in the crowd?
How is a room, me laying on the floor of a room looking at the wall 6 feet or whatever 12 feet away, equivalent to looking at the floor, or laying on the beach looking at the sunset, and you can pick whatever distance, but it's not 12 feet? Why does it?
Maybe you're
They're
slow.
both flat
So you're
horizontal
gaining
planes.
elevation. You're gaining elevation, and you can see further. Is that simple enough for you?
But where
If you
does
gain elevation, do you think you should not see further?
right? And so when me
No.
with a
Listen to the
recreation,
question. Listen to the question.
I need you
If
to let me
someone
speak.
gains elevation, should they not see further? That's my question, question mark.
Yes, you
Or
see further.
you should see further, correct, right?
Yes.
So erroneous. What's your point? So when you gain altitude, we see further. We can then see the sun that is a further distance from yourself because you gained elevation.
I'm just confused. But before, because I do recall somebody said that you can't compare the bedroom versus the earth, but now it's being compared.
Sorry, what?
You needed me to repeat it?
Yeah,
What don't
what
you
the
understand
last thing
here?
you said?
How about you explain what's happening in your
He's
model? What's happening
he's
with the
trying to
sun on the
assume
ball?
he's trying to assume that something in the real world, like your bedroom, is not equivocal to this fantasy ball model you have in your mind. So if someone can do a demonstration in their bedroom and prove that it is not the religious assumption which you assumed it to be, then yes, a bedroom can be used as a demonstration to show how flawed your logic is, that you don't even need to leave the room that you're in right now to disprove what you were trying to claim. So if I stand on a ladder on the 10th rung, you think I can or can't see further than when I'm standing on the ground? And does that have anything to do with the shape of what that ladder is resting on?
No, but that's not the difference there.
So that was the right
I'm
answer. And
confused
now you've
because
answered your question.
I'm confused
Okay.
earlier. It
It
was
wasn't
stated.
me. All right. And you obviously misunderstood what was stated earlier. So but just stay on point. It was your point that you raised. If you gain elevation, it has to be a sphere because you can see further. That was your point. I've just
If I
demonstrated or
had
tried to explain to you that
a
gaining elevation means you will see further, irrespective of what you're on top of.
it's not equivalent. The issue is, so if I see farther, there's
Directly
something
equivalent.
impeding my direction. I can't see it. There's something in the way.
Okay, explain that on the sphere. What's
I want to
happening in
ask
the
them
sphere? You're on the
It's
ball.
if
The
they
going
sun is in
believe
the
it's
beyond the
back of your
flat.
space.
horizon.
Explain.
Do they believe that
What's
it
If I
moving?
tilts at
take
Wait,
all?
the sun is moving.
the
Because,
sun
like, what
is
about,
is
like,
So the
rotating.
sun is
there's
moving
way
in
more
your.
people in
Oh,
Asia,
really? The
right?
sun is
And
moving,
landmass.
moving.
Why
The
isn't
sun's
it
rotating.
tilting that way?
We got that on
So the
record.
sun is moving, right? And you believe in the heliocentric model? I thought you're spinning on a globe and circling the sun. And
Yeah,
tilting
Scheduled
away.
for the black swan, like
so
a
when I lay
werewolf.
on when I lay on the floor and I stand back up, the sun is moving back up. You're saying? Is that what you're
I'm
saying? I'm
asking you
trying to
what is
reference.
happening on your globe model. What are you experiencing in reality? Tell me. Because we're telling you what we're experiencing. Us on a level, motionless ground, sun disappearing in the western horizon. Now explain to me what's happening on the globe.
I think he's trying to
The
say
sun is
that you can
burning. The
lay
sun is a
down.
hydrogen, helium.
It's a
Burning in
similar
vacuum, right?
idea.
While
It's a
you're
similar
tilting,
idea.
spinning, and orbiting around sun, correct?
I think
Is that what's
you're
happening?
not understanding me here. I'm not saying the sun isn't moving.
Go ahead, explain
I'm
it.
not saying the sun
Explain
isn't.
yourself.
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm not saying the sun isn't going behind the
Don't
earth.
tell
I'm
me
not
what you're
saying.
not saying. Tell me what you are saying.
No,
Let me know
because
what you
I
are
have
saying.
to
Obviously,
clarify.
that's a
Otherwise,
fucking
you're
red
going to
herring.
claim that I'm saying it.
There's
Like,
red herrings
I
all
need
over
you
here, bro.
I need you to let me explain it here.
Bro, this is
Okay. We're good? You're gonna let me explain it?
Make a claim, clown.
Okay,
Make
the
a
name
claim,
calling
clown.
really doesn't help your point here.
Explain
But
it. Go ahead.
we'll go on further. So, if I sit here if I'm laying on the ground,
make your claim, clown,
and the sun is setting, the sun sets beyond the horizon, I stand
Is
back
that
up.
how you explain what's happening on your globe
You
model?
need to
telling
let
me
me.
if
You
you
asked
lay
me to
down?
explain what I mean, what I'm arguing.
That's how you explain what's happening in your model. You're
Vlad,
telling me if you lay
Vlad,
down, right? That's the
Vlad.
explanation.
I need you to let me explain. You cannot keep interrupting me. Okay?
What are you
I love
explaining
this
right
guy.
now? Tell me.
You
I fucking
asked me
love
to.
this guy.
First, you said I can't explain what I'm not explaining.
I love
You said
this
I have
guy.
to explain my point.
I
Now
want
I'm
you to tell me
explaining.
what is happening on
Vlad,
your globe model.
Vlad,
Don't tell me if you lay
Vlad,
down, what's gonna happen.
Vlad, please, please. You need to let me explain. This is a big issue. There's a lot of arguing going on, and when you interrupt, it doesn't help.
Because you don't know what you're talking about, dude. You're telling
Vlad,
me if you lay
you
down.
don't.
What the fuck does that mean? I want you to
You're
tell me
not
what's
letting me
happening in your
explain,
model.
Vlad.
Don't
You're
tell
not
me
letting
what
me
happens when you
explain.
lay down. Tell me
Okay,
You
what's
guys are
happening with
interrupting
the
each
earth
other
and
over
the
and
sun.
over again.
Vlad,
Like, start over or some shit. Both of you
Like-
guys are interrupting over.
I'm not interrupting anybody. He's in. Well, I'm in.
You are.
Okay.
You're not saying anything. Start talking.
Because you're interrupting me. Vlad, I can't keep doing this, all right? I need you to let me explain. This is not
Shut
how
the
you
fuck
win an
up.
argument.
Keep talking.
It's not very nice, by the way.
Dude,
So,
dude, stop talking about me. Go.
if I'm laying on the beach and the sun
I
sets,
love this guy, bro.
I stand back up. The sun is no longer set. Did the sun go back up? Where did the sun go?
So you're asking me a question right now when I told you, explain to me what's happening on your model.
The
Are you
sun
telling
is
me again,
going
you're laying on the
behind
beach and
the
you're asking
earth.
me a
It's
question?
going around. If I take some spherical thing, an
Oh,
orange.
wait, the sun is going behind the earth, and it's not the earth moving and tilting away from the sun. The sun is going behind the earth, right? Is that what you said? Welcome to flat earth.
You're
the sun is disappearing in the
you're
western horizon.
misrepresenting.
The sun is moving above the flat earth. Yes,
The
you're
earth
right.
is rotating. The sun is staying in the same place. But I'm
Oh, now the
talking.
earth is rotating. That's what I'm
You're
asking
not
you the whole time.
Vlad. You're not letting me
That's what I'm
explain.
asking you the whole
You
time.
said the
Vlad,
sun
Explain to
set.
me what's happening on your
Vlad,
model.
you're not letting me explain. Every time I try to explain, you interrupt me.
You just want to talk about me, dude. Talk about your
Because
model.
you're interrupting me.
I want to challenge your claim, bro.
Make your
I'm
about
claim,
laying on
clown.
the beach. Hold on one second. Let me speak really quick.
Make your fucking claim,
claim
clown.
about laying down on the beach and watching the sun fully set and then standing back up, assuming you're 6 feet tall, that the sun comes back into view, which I challenge that because I'm 10 minutes away from the beach and I've been on the beach at least 2 to 3 times a week. At least one time a week is during sunset, and I've never observed anything like that in my life. If you observe the sun
You're just talking
disappear beyond
nonsense,
the
dude. He's telling me
horizon,
what he's
simply
doing. Laying
standing
down on
up
the
is
beach.
not going to bring the sun back into view.
It is,
So that's
and
a
I've
mind
done it
exercise
before.
what you're doing.
Dude,
And tomorrow,
you're just telling me
I'll
stories.
do it tomorrow.
You're just
I'll do
telling
it
me
tomorrow.
stories. What you do? You lay down on the beach and then you get up on your feet. I don't care about that shit, dude. I asked you what is happening on your model, and you said the sun is moving. Thank you very much. The sun is moving, dude.
Vlad.
On your model, sun is a burning ball of hydrogen, helium in the vacuum,
Vlad,
and you
please.
are rotating and spinning and wobbling on the ball around sun.
When
Yeah,
you
are
stand
you
back
falling
up, does the sun
backwards?
come back into full
We got
view?
people in
Is
was
that what
already
you're
I
saying?
need you
TMG
guys
saying
to let me
Vlad.
explain my point. This isn't gonna
I
work.
need you
It's
guys to
already
stop
Every time I
talking
try
and
to
listen to
explain
me.
something,
Talk
already
about how
addressed
I
before
lay
you started.
down. And I can see the sun when I get up on my feet. I need you to listen to
okay,
me
the
and stop
mocking,
interrupting.
dude, the
Because I'm
mocking.
gonna keep talking. I'm not
How
gonna
old
say
are
anything
you?
for 2 hours. I'm
Moderation
gonna lay
is
down.
required. Hold on,
It was
hold
already
on. We
addressed
need
before you
a little bit
started.
of a reset here.
Who can see further in the crowd, the tall guy or the short guy? This was addressed before you even began. Observer height lets you see farther. It's not a globe proof.
Yeah, so we need to
That's what I was
direct
trying
it
to say.
back
It's not a globe proof.
Glad,
because
please.
listen,
Angular
the lights in
resolution
the
thing.
sky, no matter what they're saying about them, have little correlation to the condition of the surface, which is what we're getting at, which is what they always escape without answering to, the surface of Earth. Now I know we can go to all these different things, but whenever you're looking at the lights in the sky, take them to Ace Hardware store, have them tell the attendant there to measure the ceiling light in the room so they can put their floor tiling down. Honestly. So we just got to stop them there because I don't care what they're saying about the lights in the sky. There's a lot of speculative conversation we can have about the sun, the stars, the moon, all of that stuff. Yeah. But it needs to be directed back to it, that there's no globe proof in it.
Yeah, it
Correct.
doesn't
No,
prove
Sonny,
it.
you gotta lay
So
down. Sonny,
And
you
this
gotta lay
is
down on the
not.
floor, and then you gotta get up on your feet, and then you're gonna see the globe proof.
Is anything to avoid talking about the surface of the Earth and its complete lack of curvature. That's all they're doing.
Exactly, bro.
Correct.
Exactly.
But what I wanted to raise here, the guy started off his whole point with that we interrupt. We interrupt when we've heard the question before several times, and we know the question probably better than you're going to ask it.
Oh my god, is that
This
the
is
girl
not
getting
your
though?
point.
Yeah.
Oh my
You come in
god,
here
stop
saying,
it for
"Oh,
us.
let me make my point," because you guys aren't even listening to my point. This gaining altitude to see further, probably the first thing that you discussed back in 2015, maybe even 2014. It's almost 7 years ago now. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize the tallest guy in the crowd can see further.
So,
So why can
curvature.
they see further? Is there something in the way,
Curvature.
maybe?
Goose, I got a question for you.
What's that?
You believe you live on a
Angular
globe, so
resolution.
where
You
is
place
the
them on the
curvature?
surface, you can see below you, dude. How fucking simple
The
is
curva-
that?
Where is the curvature?
the curvature's on the face of the globe. If I took an orange
Show me.
and I looked real close,
Oh,
it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like a
But spherical trigonometry requires that we have curvature in all four directions, not just near to far. And there is not curvature
Yo,
in all
me,
four
me,
directions. There is only allegedly curvature near to far.
yo, me and
That's the
Brixton are gonna
directions.
hire a
Far
guy
is
from
any
Fiverr.
direction. You look any far is not a. I'm not sure what you're
We
explaining
should
here because
hire
if
like
I
an
was to
astrophysicist
stand
from
up on
Fiverr.
Every time you look in a direction, you should see curvature on the edges of your vision, right to left, but we don't. So if we don't see it there, then we're not seeing what you think you are seeing when you think are looking out and saying, "Oh, look, the Earth is curving. You can tell."
Was this guy here for the Black Swan like an hour ago? Because this has also been dealt with ad nauseum just now in this conversation.
Point. This is the main point, though. Regardless of if it's been dealt with, like the Black Swan is like it's almost as good as it gets next to the sextant. The paper towel rules shape Earth. It's a good one.
that meme doesn't really make any sense because if you look, towards the end of the rule, you also
No,
see
it
it.
doesn't make sense if you're trying to look at it as a ball earther.
I mean,
That's what
if
he's talking
I
about. That's what he's talking about. Hold on, shut the fuck up. That's what he's talking about. Near to far,
Vlad,
left to
please.
right.
I'm trying to get my point across, Vlad. Please, man.
the paper
I have
towel
not.
rule, you can speak.
If you're looking at it expecting curvature, assuming that you're on a ball, you're right. It doesn't make sense.
But that is ignoring that if I was I'm looking at the coast, I can obviously.
You're ignoring that there's no curvature.
Isn't that the whole argument?
Yeah.
So you're just gonna say that
there's the
I'm.
Black Swan.
If I'm in the middle of the ocean on a boat, I see it all directions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You've seen that picture before?
Are you talking about the black swan or the paper towel?
Black Swan or the paper towel?
Period. The Black Swan. That's the paper towel is a silly example. The Black Swan is legitimate and reproducible.
I have a question. When was the last time that anyone in here heard an original Ball Earther question?
All repeated, all the time.
Hey, lay down on the beach and get up on your
Well,
feet, man.
I think
You
it was
proved the globe.
today when
Oh yes, that's his idea, right? And he's the first one to raise this point. Okay,
when
great, good point.
when someone asked if it's not a ball, then how do boomerangs work?
I think that's a little bit speaking on the whole, it's been made before. If I'm theorizing something, the fact that somebody has argued it before doesn't mean it's wrong. You know what I'm saying?
The question was originality. Do you understand the definition of original? When
Yeah,
you
but
come in opposing that this is your original idea,
when
and
did
it's
I say
flawed.
it was my idea?
You've did it multiple times.
When did I say I never cited it as my own invention?
So you're just going off for someone else's bullshit that you never checked yourself.
I've done it.
Correct.
I've
And
done
your
it myself.
source is
lacking.
I've laid on
because-
the beach and I've stood up.
And that happens, right? You see further, right?
And a tall man in a crowd should not see further, right?
He's gonna
That
see
makes
above the
sense.
people that are in front of him.
And he no further though. He won't be able to
Vlad,
see
please.
a greater
Yo, Vlad,
distance
please.
around him compared
He's
to
gonna
someone
see
like
things that were
Vlad,
previously
please.
blocked. He's not gonna see further because of the
Vlad.
atmospheric,
Please,
whatever
man.
term for not being able to see beyond a distance. But he's obviously gonna see above. You know what I'm saying? He can see above the heads because he's taller.
Okay, so in all of our
How does
calculations,
it apply to your claim,
the
clown?
observer's height is taken into
Yo, I'm
consideration.
cool. We're talking to flat earthers, man. I
This
got
isn't
muted.
rocket
Standing up,
science.
he's only adding
Bro,
3
this has been a
miles of
wild fucking stream, bro. They
And
don't
so
believe in
bringing the sun
gravity.
back into
They
view, I
don't
think
fucking
this is
believe
completely
in nothing.
I'm gonna do it tomorrow.
They don't believe in gravity.
just
They
for
don't
shits
believe in
and giggles.
space. They don't know what's underneath us. This is
Hey,
like
Goose,
wild,
you and I
bro.
in the middle of the
It's all
ocean,
shit
two
and
islands.
giggles.
Listen, yo, Goose, you and I in the middle of the ocean, two islands, 10 miles apart. We're standing at the beach looking at each other. We both have a drop. Who has a drop?
It depends on how far away if it's 10 miles.
A what?
How much
It
drop?
Let's say
drop
20 miles away. Let's say
How mu-
20 miles away. We can't see each other, okay? My Earth goes down, your Earth goes down. Meanwhile, we're looking at each other. Whose Earth is going down?
It's relative. That's just a trick question.
Ooh, it's relative. Really?
Mocking isn't
Okay,
really an
thanks for the
argument,
answer.
FYI.
Okay,
So-
thanks for the answer. Thanks for being
So
honest.
in the real world, you have real answers. And then in fairy tale world, you say, oh, everything's relative.
Fairy tale
Light
world.
speed is traveling at light speed. And even if I'm traveling at light speed away
Is it
from
not
light,
relative?
it's
I'm
still-
confused. Is it not
Listen to
relative?
that point. It's not relative. Of course not. Distance is not relative. A dip is not relative. The Earth curve, which
You're not
should be a
asking.
physical
You're
geometric
asking.
edge. Okay, I hear you. You're not even listening to me, right? Okay, you talk.
No, continue. I want to listen to what you're saying.
Did they ban him?
Were you gonna say something?
No, it seems that only when I speak, then you have so much to say, and as soon as I keep quiet, then you keep quiet too. So either you don't
'cause he
want to
doesn't want
listen
to
to
hear.
what I'm actually saying, or you're not trying to have a conversation, or you're actually not being genuine and wanting to hear the answer, which is very simple, buddy. We've explained this to you. If I stand on a step ladder with 1 step, or I stand on a step ladder with 10 steps, am I going to see further on the higher elevation height? Answer is yes. Does that have any bearing to do with ground shape? No.
I
So
live in Narnia,
elevation
bro.
means increased viewing distance. In all of our calculations, we take observer height into consideration. You guys are saying that you can lie down at the beach and the sun will disappear and then you stand up and the sun's back. That's also wrong. Been provided to you by your faulty sources of information. When you go and look at the actual definition, the sun, just in its angular size, is about 5 degrees. And for you to have that full 5 degrees below the horizon, and then for that 5 degrees to come back up above the horizon, is something like 30-story building. So you need to go from ground level, observe the sunset, then go up to the 30th story of that building, and then you can see the sun again. But your false misinformation providers will tell you simply lying on the beach and then you stand up and now you can see the sun again. It's wrong. So I urge you, please do go test it. And when it doesn't do
I'm gonna
what
do it
your
tomorrow.
information provider said it would, please be intellectually honest and ask, why would the guy that I believe every word coming out his mouth, why would he lie to me and say I can experience this just on the beach? You can see more of the sun from lying on the ground and standing up, but you will never see the sun set and then simply stand up as a 6-foot observer and now the sun is
And
fully
come back
back
into
into
view.
view.
Can I speak?
It'll
Exactly.
never occur.
That's insane. And you're talking bare eyes, right? No optics. You're talking bare eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
But
he
I
said.
just wanna
And you're making the claim that you can lay down on the beach, watch the sun completely set beyond the horizon, the horizontal line that we see, and you stand up and the sun comes back into view. That's with your bare eyes.
Yeah.
I'm like appalled. It's so crazy that's insane. Well, like I said, I'm gonna do that tomorrow just for fun. What the hell? I like sunsets anyways. So I'm gonna go ahead and
Yeah.
test that in real life tomorrow. And
But to believe in a
report
ball,
back.
you just have to make broad sweeping statements and
Oh,
never
dude, I
actually
wish I
test.
can make claims like that and just,
I mean, I
you know,
tested it
and take the high
myself.
ground.
You have not, because you would know it is fallacious then.
Well, I'll know
So,
that you're full
the
of
same
shit
way
if
you,
I do it tomorrow and it
the
doesn't work.
same way you tested counter-rotating toilet water because you went to the
All right.
southern hemisphere
Flat Earth
once.
Solar. This is the cycle. I tell you something. You tell me it's fake. I tell you another thing. You tell me it's fake.
Incorrect.
You tell
You provide
Very
no
simple.
empirical data.
We provide you very
my
simple
empirical data is me laying on the beach.
explanations as
Like,
to why
what is
it's
your
wrong.
definition of empirical
Yeah.
data?
Let's see your video of you laying at the beach with known heights
Yo,
and known
he said
distances, and then go. Yeah.
Do you have a
he
video
said
of
his
you laying on the
empirical data
beach?
is laying on the beach, yo.
No, I don't need it because there's actually direct measurements. The black swan is an actual direct measurement
So
with known
you don't need it,
distances.
but
You
I
interrupted
do.
me. You just interrupted me, Goose. So known distances
Goose.
and known heights. All you have
Clown,
to do is use
goose,
Pythagorean
red herring,
theorem and
black
voila,
swan.
simple geometry.
So I need a
You see, the thing
video.
is, though, we've proved
Eyes,
that
please.
with measurements,
Goose
Please let me
optical
clown.
measurements, recordings for years
for a
now,
statement.
and they disregard all of them. You know, if you're an honest person and you look at stuff
Paper
honestly, you have to
towel.
look at that and say, okay, well, there's some maybe the Earth is a little bigger. You know, I still believe in the ball, but maybe it's a little bit bigger. You know, there's something that might be there, and you should look at it. But if you disregard everything completely, then you're just being dishonest with yourself, because there's a lot out there for you to look at. There truly is, and if you really have an honest heart about this, you know, it has to pique your interest. If it doesn't pique your interest, then something's wrong.
Vlad, I saw your message in the chat. I wanted to talk about that. You said empirical laying on the beach. I get that you're mocking it.
Dude, you're
Google
too funny, bro.
empirical.
I can't.
Vlad, you need to let me speak, buddy.
Vlad,
Empirical.
You gotta
fucking
stop
Vlad.
saying that, dude, and just talk, man. Just talk your shit, dude.
But you're
Vlad.
gonna keep talking over
You
me
gotta
unless
let me
I.
speak. You gotta let me speak.
There it is again.
Just
There.
stop, bro. Just
Now
talk
you're
your shit,
fortune
man.
telling and
Vlad.
mind reading. Okay, good job, Goose. Hey, Goose, can you go to where is it?
You guys
38
gotta
minutes
let me
after
speak
the
here.
hour.
This is the issue.
Can you go to
I
38
gotta.
minutes after the hour and see where me, Sonny, has posted a link? And when you go on that link, there's going to be a little video of this camera setup for the Black Swan. Will you just look at that little video for a second?
I
Hey,
can't,
Goose,
bro.
have you seen any of JT Nolan's
Bro, I fucking can't right now.
observations?
Listen, guys. All right. This can't be a
No,
dog
I'm
pile.
asking a question. I'm not making
No.
statements or asking proofs or
Jay
whatever. I'm
Tallon
just asking a
Media.
question.
Yeah,
If
we
you
know
ever...
infrared photography from,
Yeah,
we
no,
know
I'm
Jay
asking
Tallon.
Goose if he's actually seen any of
You
this
guys
stuff.
can't see. This is part of
Yeah,
strategy.
Goose, we're
No,
back on.
dude, I'm just
We're
asking a
talking to
question,
Goose
bro. I'm
here.
You
not
guys aren't letting
attacking
me
you.
answer, and when I
I'm
try to
asking.
answer, I'm hit with another
What are you
question.
trying to answer, Goose? What are you trying to answer?
What was
Goose,
the
you have
question?
nothing to say. Goose,
I
you
have
have
nothing to
nothing to
say because
say.
you're
If
not
you did,
allowing
you
me
would
to.
already
This
say
is
it.
part of
You
the
would
deal
already say
here.
it if you had something to
You're
say.
gonna ask me a question. You're not
No,
gonna let me answer.
no,
Man,
because
Nobody's
speak,
gonna
you want
follow
Vlad.
up
you're
with a
shown
Let
to
him
question.
be a
speak,
zealot.
Vlad.
I've been
Yeah,
hit
you're shown to be a zealot.
50
You're a
questions
religious
in a
zealot.
row,
You
and I
lose
can't
interest
possibly
really
answer them.
quickly, and now
Briggs, you
you
got
will be muted.
unmuted? How did
You
you get
just have no
Let him
unmuted?
speak,
respect
Vlad.
for
Thank you,
us,
Sonny.
this
Kazakhstan, you're
server.
next.
You
How
have no
did you get
respect
unmuted?
for our moderation that we're trying to control things. You are the one. Like, yes, we interrupt you with logical fallacies because you use 4 or 5 of them in one sentence, bro. Do you realize that?
Vlad, please.
You
No,
have
he
no
does not.
empirical data. What I said
Fucking
before
Vlad,
is
please.
correct. And
Please,
anybody could
Vlad.
tell me if I'm wrong. I'm sure you have no problem telling
Vlad,
me if I
please,
am wrong.
man.
Please do.
Vlad, fucking
If you
please.
don't have the data of the height,
Vlad, please, man.
distances, like we do, then we don't want to hear about it. It's just
Vlad, please,
hearsay.
man.
Hearsay is not allowed in any court of law, in any land that I'm aware of, except
Vlad,
kangaroo
please,
courts.
man.
Darn it, Sonny.
Wasn't
Let the
flat
man
Earth
speak.
proved in a court?
Let Goose speak.
Wasn't flat Earth?
Let Goose
Wasn't
speak.
flat Earth?
Let Goose.
Wasn't flat Earth? Wasn't flat Earth proved in a court of law?
Yes. No, the globe could not be proven in a court of law.
Ah, you
That's
got
what
muted. That's fucking funny.
They couldn't prove that the globe was true.
Yeah, look up Thompson versus Garcia 2019.
Briggs got muted. What's up, Funky?
There's an image of it.
This shit's funny as fuck. This shit's so fucking
So
funny.
did we get actual measurement of the radius yet?
This shit's fucking funny,
I was
bro.
asking about curvature, but it got off in the weeds again.
No.
Let Goose speak.
I
Let
haven't
Goose
seen
speak.
any of that.
How'd I get muted?
Yeah, the R value is a really fun subject.
Because I asked why does in the toilet why does the toilet flush
Holy
one way in
mackerel.
the northern hemisphere and the
I
other
thought
way in
that
the
was
southern
someone.
hemisphere? And they muted me. And they said I didn't do it. I said, yeah, I did. I actually did do it.
So you see
And they
that little
muted me.
setup video? You guys ought to copy that so you can
I'm gonna upload
the
this
Black
to
Swan
YouTube, bro.
setup.
This is like
MP4.
I've
If you
never
follow that
like,
link I put at 38 minutes. Download that for yourself. It takes a little while to load, but if they watch that, that's from when he's facing the camera down at the water and he just rotates it up past the surfers to the oil rigs and you see the islands in the background. Boom. Earth 2 million mile radius right there.
Brixton's there too. Yeah, he got muted. He just got muted now. We keep getting muted and unmuted.
That means the surface of Earth, because of that observation, would be 8 times further out than the moon.
Oh, that was such. I only have one.
Right?
I'm the van. Dude, I'm uploading it to YouTube.
What
so-
is quite interesting is Goose mentioned the format, that he comes in here asking, quote unquote, an original question, to which we just deny. I think the format is actually, they come in here, ask question, but don't ever listen to response. So that tomorrow they can ask the same question, making it as though there's actually points against this. So the repetition that's going on here now is actually, they come in, ask some repeated question, but assuming that it's their own idea, or that they've come to this realization themselves. We then thoroughly debunk from multiple sides. They claim they didn't hear any point raised. So it goes round and round for 2 hours. Then they use a scattergun approach to ask multiple unoriginal questions again, to which each one has a concise answer, but they don't listen to the answer so that they can continue to claim that there's still 5 unanswered questions.
Damn. Like I fucking.
Yeah, they don't answer the question. They claim we're interrupting them. We're interrupting them because they're not answering the question. And we interrupt them multiple times because they multiply don't answer the question multiple times.
Fucking answer the
right?
question.
Yeah, and he was trying to imply that no matter what valuable original question he asks, we just
Fucking
sort
answer
of
the question.
hand wave dismiss, saying, no, that's not true. Whereas we actually provide the citation and sources for why that's not true.
Mm-hmm.
And when we request from them to provide anything that substantiates that idea, they can't, but yet they still claim the victory lap, saying
Mhm.
that they
Yeah,
come
Goose.
to us with questions, valuable questions, and we just don't want to give them an answer. We just want to tell them they're wrong, whereas we've given them like 30 answers. They haven't understood even the first one out of the 30, which means we can't even get onto the complex part of that question.
Hey, I have
And
a
then they
question.
claim that
No,
we
no more
are
questions.
I have a
Let
question.
Solar finish.
No more
one time.
fucking questions,
Yeah,
bro.
I'm basically done.
Yeah, I wanted to say something real quick. So Goose at 45 minutes after text chat. I never claimed to have an original question. Yeah, we know that, Goose. You didn't
more
have an
fucking
original
questions.
question. We've heard these parroted over and over, the same
No more
exact
fucking
things
questions.
you're quoting. It's not from your mouth. Yeah. How did you, all of you guys get the same thing to squawk back to us? Blah, 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 blah. I mean, each one of you, this very same thing. How is that possible? Did you go to the same parrot school, how to parrot back information, regurgitate stuff like a bird?
Yeah,
I
stop
have a
parroting
question.
shit.
Sure, go ahead.
So this is a general Earth question, not inherently about shape. How come in the distance like mountains and stuff look blue?
What?
Look blue.
Yeah, like mountains in the distance, they look blue.
Because the air is full of water vapor, and there's so much of it that it alters the color. And what happens when you look at a bunch of water collected together? It turns blue.
So does that mean in the afternoon, like on really cool sunset
Wait,
days,
you
it
should have
means...
said in the afternoon. That's specific.
Oh no, I just meant in general. Like in the
Well,
middle
it
of the day,
depends,
looks
because
blue.
for example, when the sun is going down, we can see close to the whole spectrum light. Like you can see violet, blue, red,
I was gonna
yellow,
ask.
literally.
Purple, orange, red.
Yeah, it depends where you're looking.
I think
Is there
what that guy
fire
was
vapor?
asking is that subsequent mountain ranges become more and more blue until eventually they become so opaque that you can't see the
Of
mountain
course I
range.
get the mercenary.
Is that what you're
Of
talking
fucking
about?
course I
That
get the mercenary
as
now
things
that I
get
won't get the
further and
fucking...
further away from us visually, there's more air between us, and eventually it becomes
Wait, why did I
occluded or
choose that?
occulted, just simply due to the bluish air, the water.
Yeah, it's the water. Yeah.
Rich air. Is that what you were asking in your question of things turn blue?
No, I just thought when you went further away from them, they changed colors.
Yeah, but different colored mountains, like in the distance, will change to a different color. So probably not
go
all
lighter.
mountains turn to blue. Some may turn to different color, but when they all converge and the vanishing point, they're going to do some strange things visually
I can
that
give
we can
Kaisa...
detect, but it's not. You
there's,
can't
it's
just say all
impossible.
mountains in the
I actually
distance
can't
turn
get...
blue, because
I
that
can take
isn't
out a
correct.
bruiser.
When you look through the what you call atmosphere,
That's
whatever.
awesome.
I could take out
You're basically looking through water. I mean, that's actually the case. You are genuinely looking through water. It's just that it's made in very small particles, and usually it's changing the states in which you're finding it. But you are watching through water. And when you consider that, you also have to consider the way water refracts light and the colors that it might generate. It's getting incredibly complicated. All kinds of... You can literally see any kind of color depending on where you are, what you're looking at, and what is going on around you.
But when I vape, it's always white.
Ask the guy from 2 kilometers away from you if, like, start vaping when it's night, when you're in the city, and a guy that's zooming on you from 2 kilometers. See what that looks like.
But the guy 2 kilometers away can't see me because of behind the curvature.
So, one second. KDA, you said you have evidence for flat Earth?
No, he just said he can't see it because of curvature.
I have evidence for flat Earth.
He posted that in the VC check-in.
Yeah.
So
Well, actually, it was kind of a
what's
question.
up? Well, no,
In
let's see it, man. If you make that claim, let's see it.
well
Or you're lying about that.
in the it kind of turned into a question because the guy kind of answered it in the introduction channel there in the VC
Well,
check-in.
what was your evidence then? What was your evidence?
Oh, that it's flat?
Right.
Because I'm not falling over right now.
You're not what?
I'm not falling over. Like my ball isn't rolling when I place it on the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, that was it.
That would make you think that you're on a flat plane.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was the guy in the text channel. He made it sound like the Earth was a giant cylinder.
Dude, you just said 5 minutes ago that you won't see you from 2 kilometers away because of the Earth curvature.
Hacker got me.
And that's wrong because it should be 3 miles or 5 kilometers. So at 2 kilometers, you very much can still be seen.
Plus that, yes.
You guys are just flawed. Like pretty much everything that comes out of your mouth, because you're reciting from someone else, and these are not your original ideas, they are flawed. Every single one of them. Yet the people in this room, when they come to you with actual evidence, it's often their own experienced evidence. So it's not a reciting or a recitation of some erroneous bullshit that someone spewed to you that made you laugh at flat earthers because you probably didn't even understand the point he was making. And then when you come to a room like this where we want to actually challenge every point on its merits, and that you can take the same argument down 5 or 6 different avenues, and that we've got answers for every single question you stupid globers can throw at us, we have answers for.
I have
And
a
if you
question.
only had the listening strength to hear the answers, you would no longer be assuming you're living on a spherical ball. What
So
you
I
what you
know
just
the
said
Earth is
now,
flat.
the ball not moving, that's probably was one of my great evidences as well. If you think about a conveyor belt, when a surface is moving and a wheel comes in contact with a moving surface, the wheel starts to rotate. This is like first grade, really, really basic. So you got a conveyor belt, lower a wheel down till it touches the conveyor belt. What will happen to the
I'll be
wheel?
right back, Brooks. I
It
gotta
will
pee.
start rotating.
Holy shit, this game.
Okay, now take your vehicle, place it east or west, or north or south. Just place your car in neutral and watch the wheels rotate as the earth spins underneath it. Oh, wait, that doesn't occur. And if I travel east, I'm going to use just as much petrol as if I travel west. Or if I travel north or south, I'm going to use the same amount of diesel, the same amount of fuel in any direction, which is not what would occur on a conveyor belt, where simply by placing the wheel in contact with the moving conveyor belt, the wheel will start moving. So if you were on a spinning sphere Earth and it was moving easterly at a consistent rate, which we're told, simply placing the car in neutral, you would start to experience the moving Earth underneath your free moving wheel. Did you
I have a question.
understand that?
So I
Did
know
you
the Earth is
understand?
flat. Oh yeah, yeah.
Just respond to the point that's been said, and then you can go on to your question for sure.
Yeah, I understand.
But it makes sense that if something underneath you is moving, that simply placing the wheel there would cause the wheel to move.
Yeah.
And do we see that in the real world? Like if we suspended a wheel from a balloon, a helium balloon, that this wheel is just resting on the earth, we should
Why would a
start to see
balloon
that.
have a wheel?
So I'm saying to take it so that it's buoyant, so that the wheel is literally floating above the earth,
Oh,
so
I know
that
what you
there's
mean.
no weight, so that you can't claim, oh, but a vehicle weighs a ton and therefore the wheel can't rotate. So let's say
You
we
sound
take
like
away
Donald
all
Trump.
that. take away all the mass, suspend this wheel so it's just in contact with this quote unquote rotating Earth, we should see that wheel rotate. And we don't.
So I have a question, because I know the Earth is flat, but I've been thinking about this for a while. What if China is round though?
Wow, so funny, bro. We didn't see that coming, you know? We're actually that stupid. We thought all this time you're not trolling. Yeah, I
No,
mean, that was
no.
actually so hard.
Well, but
Yo,
think of it
buddy,
this way.
listen, shut up. Okay, listen. We know you're the troll. Just if you want to have a smart conversation, go on. But if you're a dumb troll, just shut
Hear
up,
me
please.
out. Hear me out.
No, no.
That was original, so I'll give you that. But it was originally stupid. So you've now given us a benchmark as to what you are and at what intelligence level you operate at.
Well, this is
And
gonna
if
blow
you
your
think
mind.
the
Just
rest,
gonna say that,
if you
I'm
think
onto
the rest
something.
of the realm is flat, but China can still be a sphere,
Well,
then you've demonstrated that I'm wasting my time talking to you.
Well, no, I'm honest, because the guy in the intro, he said that nobody knows what the shape is. That it's just like the base of the universe. So what if the reason they're so secretive is because it's round over there?
Yeah, a bunch of diarrhea,
Wow.
right? The god. Yes. So we're not going to waste any time on you.
So smart, dude. So smart. But he was original. Yeah, we gotta give him that.
Yo, if the Earth is flat, how come there's different elevations?
We're not going to post day videos in the live stream chat. That's not what we're going to do. So Ebrixton is now incognito. We can talk
Thank you,
to
Roger.
Cronky Dan. Cronky Dan, are you the... Oh, he's not. So I'm not going to unmute him. We can talk to Kalajadu.
Hey,
Kalajadu.
how's it going?
What's up?
Not much.
How did you find us?
Oh, I saw it on a stream.
On a
And I
stream.
figured I'd pull up.
Yo,
Yeah.
don't tell them. Don't tell them.
Are you here to have a normal adult conversation, Kalajadu? Is it
Yes,
something you are
sir.
capable of? Yeah?
Yep.
That's all we want, right? We only want honesty and just normal conversation, right? Is it something you can manage?
I believe so.
Oh, you okay. So, have you looked into the topic already?
Yo, they don't believe it.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah? And what is your, what do you think about it?
It's interesting, but a couple things don't make sense to me, man.
Well, you're talking about senses, right? Which sense do you use to experience the Earth as a ball?
0.
Right. So that is nonsense, right? No sense will tell you that you are on a ball ever. So the Earth presents itself as flat and non-rotating to everybody ever alive.
Is that the real daddy,
We
though?
do not experience the Earth as a ball. So I find it funny that people come here and say, well, it doesn't make sense. Well, which sense do you use to experience the Earth as a ball? That is nonsense, right?
Yeah, man. Yo, I'm high as hell, but yo, you're making sense right now.
So what is your question? What are you confused about?
Oh, I was gonna say, what's up with that gravity shit? Because they say since it's a ball, it pushes in. So how does that work if
What's
it's
up with
flat?
that gravity shit, man?
Well,
Smoke goes up, balloons go up.
Yeah.
What's
So
up with
when
that
you drop a
gravity
helium
shit, though?
balloon, it goes up,
God
right? And
damn.
it's not. So I'm assuming you didn't look into what gravity is or how it's
No, I saw the
explained.
movie. I saw the movie.
Yeah, you saw the movie, but that's just the movie, right? And I must admit, the movie Gravity is a good movie, and they use a lot of CGI. It looks real, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It looks better than the NASA pictures.
it looks way better than NASA. Correct.
And better than what they
So
give us from the ISS.
right. So the way gravity is explained in the current consensus is that it is the warping and bending of space-time, right? So, which is just a theory. It's just an idea, right? Somebody, Einstein, brought this idea and made some calculations with it.
They don't believe
Nobody
space
has ever
exists.
proven that we can bend or warp space-time. So it's just an idea.
Yeah, they
It
don't.
has
Space is bullshit,
never
bro.
been proven. So, which makes you wonder, why do you believe in an idea? Why do you believe in something that has never been proven? I could just easily claim
Gravity's
it's
fake.
invisible
Outer space is
unicorns on
fake.
your shoulder.
Nobody
Right?
knows what's
It's
below the
never been
60th
proven, but I can
parallel on
claim
the
it.
bottom.
Thus,
We
it's
don't know
real,
what's
right?
below us.
But when you look at
We don't know
relative
jack shit, bro.
density, it makes more sense. It makes sense, right? Relative density is something you can actually prove. You can put a beach ball and you throw it up, it falls down because it's heavier than air. But when you take that same beach ball and you take it down in a pool and you drop it, it shoots up, right? Because the medium
Yo,
is
all
denser
these
than the
guys are
ball.
like 50 years old
So
that like
that
that their
dictates
ex
its
divorced them, their
directionality.
wives divorced them, and they have nothing better
more
to do.
dense objects, they fall compared to
They
like
fall.
Compared to the medium in which an object is,
I'm
if
gonna
it's more dense,
troll
it's
these
going
guys
down. If it's
every
less
single
dense,
day
it's
when I'm
going
playing
up.
TFT.
But
When
why
you
is that?
drop an
Because
anvil, when you drop an anvil, for instance,
That's
and
Wile
you
E.
drop it
Coyote
through
shit.
air, it falls. But when it falls into a pool of mercury, it floats.
yeah, but why?
Why? That is the natural order.
The natural order, bro.
That is just
Can't
how
believe they don't know
reality
the
works.
fucking natural order.
So there's no like actual like reason. It's just the way it is.
So why does a hot cup of coffee always goes cold, right? Why does that always happen?
Well, it doesn't always.
It just happens, right?
Nah, this shit like doesn't the temperature like spread out and shit?
Yeah,
Like,
it calls
osmosis, whatever the
Yeah,
fuck.
that we came up with a word entropy, but entropy doesn't exist in itself. We just called it that. The thing in itself is the real, but what are you
Yeah,
asking of is symbols like words or formulas, whatever. These things don't exist. We make them up.
Yeah. So what's the word for like the reason why density?
Relative density. We got the word, and the phenomenon is real. What else you want?
The phenomenon is real, bro.
That didn't really
And
explain what I asked.
An apple fell on Newton's head, and he said there was a force pulling it down. He called it gravity. But if that apple kept falling and landed on water and it floats.
Oh my god, is that the real
would've-
Daddy Nub?
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Right, but you used gravity to describe density, right?
No.
Can you show me a formula where there's the small g and big G in relative density, please? Thank you.
No, I'm saying he used gravity.
Who used gravity?
Yeah,
Like
we're
in
saying
your
something else.
No, in your example with Newton, you used
No, I'm
gravity.
saying
right?
he,
Floating
so
apples,
Newton
checkmate.
was sitting
True.
under a tree, an apple fell on his head, and he called it gravity. That's why the apple fell on his head. But if that apple fell into water instead of his head in the floor, then the apple would float.
Oh,
and
shit.
it stops. Its motion stops. It does not move anymore.
Oh shit.
Why doesn't gravity pull the apple underwater?
Oh shit.
My question is, why don't things just go up, to the left, to the right? Like, why do they go in those specific ways?
Natural
goes up.
No, I'm saying like
These guys have
something
answers
that's-
for everything, bro.
Something that's more dense is gonna go down.
Right.
But like, why?
So you're describing.
Why doesn't it just
density,
go
you're
up?
Not describing any.
Why doesn't it go to the side? Why doesn't it go to the right?
That is the
Why does it-
natural order of
The
things.
natural order,
Just
bro.
as I asked you, why does a hot cup of
Take
coffee
an apple. Take an apple
always
and put it
goes
at
to
the bottom
cold?
of a fish tank, and then let the apple go. It goes straight up.
Yeah, but why?
Right. You
It's
said
less
it.
dense than the medium.
You said the apple is less dense than the water. So if you take an apple and
The
put it at the
natural
bottom of a
order,
fish
right,
tank and let
Ultima?
it go, it's gonna go
You're
straight
damn
up.
right.
Wait, hold up. I'll give
We
something to
learning
this
a lot
guy.
in this
Whatever
bitch.
the reason might be that you want to hear it, it's never gonna be gravity because gravity doesn't explain that.
No,
So
that's fine.
stop asking it.
I'm just asking like, what's the
Some
reason? Like,
things,
why does it move?
yeah, listen, some things can never be known, just like why a hot cup of coffee always goes cold,
Think you
right?
can put
That
the
is the natural
people's
order
mics
of
to pop
things.
up when they
It's
talk?
called entropy. It's a
It's the
natural
fuck
law.
natural
It's
law and
never been
order, bro.
broken. That is how we experience our reality, right? High
And
pressure
now, if you're
will,
gonna ask what causes entropy,
right?
we'll simply say we don't
Pipe
know.
down, clown.
Nobody knows, right? So high pressure will always go to low pressure. If you fill up a balloon with air and you let go of the nozzle, it will deflate. It will go from high pressure to low pressure. That will
That's how it fucking
always
works.
happen. Why that this happens? It's natural law. Nobody knows, right?
Heat always moves to cold, hot to cold.
I
And I got
see.
an example
So
for your sideways movement. So if you take a helium balloon in a static environment and release it, it's going to go straight up. You take that same helium balloon outside, let it go, it goes straight up, but then it hits wind. Now it's going to be going up and sideways. So you wanted a sideways motion. There you go. There's a sideways motion. Just add wind. It's another variable for you.
You guys are all fucking trippers.
Thanks.
Cool story, bro.
Why do you believe that the Earth's flat? I don't get it.
We don't believe it, and we've got empirical evidence for it.
Because it doesn't curve.
No, but why do you believe it though?
Well, you know
We
how
don't believe in. Listen, do you believe
Yo, the
1 plus
wind
1
comes
equals
from
2?
one side to the other.
No,
Everyone
that's a
fucking knows
fact.
that shit, bro.
Yeah,
Once
you
you
just
measure,
answered your
once you
question.
measure, once you measure something, you don't believe it anymore. You know it.
No, but it's not flat. That's the thing.
Well, if it isn't,
So
then
do
that's
you
the
got
Earth.
any
Measure,
measurement of
it
curvature?
measures
Art?
flat. Sorry.
Huh?
So you say it's not flat. Do you have any measurements of curvature drop over distance?
What do you do? Oh, Roger, what do you do for work?
That's
Okay,
not
so it's
important,
no.
irrelevant.
It is, because apparently, like, most dumb cunts believe that the Earth's flat. So I just want to test to
Oh,
see what you do for work.
okay, so
Trigger later, dummy. Hasta la pasta. Next. I can assure you, most people in here know more physics than any of you.
What a bunch of losers that would do that. Really? Do you guys get this at this time of the morning every day, or or what? I'm not usually up this time of the day.
oh,
It
I got
triggered the people
Phil.
who
I
don't
got
believe in globe.
Phil is stalking us again. Phil is stalking us again. Oh, he's in my
Yeah.
DM.
Wait, Dr. Phil? He's back?
He's in my DMs. Stalking.
Oh, back at it
Somebody
again.
let him back in.
No. No.
No, it
I've heard
doesn't.
him talking Gems Panda server. He's still mentally
Well, I
disabled.
guess he can still message us then.
He's
Well,
denying that.
we know
I
that's the
got
only reason. We know that's the only reason he's here is to DM newcomers, to try to turn them away with bogus information, with his
Yeah,
fake
obviously.
self.
Hey, yo, I got a question. What, you know how like pilots fly planes and shit, and they follow like specific
Yeah.
paths? How does
Yeah.
that work? My friend's a pilot, so I'm wondering, like, how does that work?
How does the pilot
You
work?
can ask your friend what does it tell in the manual how to consider the Earth, and it will actually tell you that you have to consider it as a flat plane that is motionless. So wait, your friend says he's a pilot. What does he say? What is Earth?
He says it's round.
He says it's round. Is round a sphere? Tell him to bring a proof here. I'll give him $10,000 bucks.
$10,000? All right.
You
I'll
too, bro.
tell
I'll
him
give
to-
you $10,000 bucks too. For one Yeah, and proof if alone. you provide proof and he doesn't give you the I'll give my name, $10,000, you address, can and sue everything right him. now. You can I'm sue on a him live and stream you'll right now, lose. bro. I'm on a live stream right now. I'm giving you $10,000 you and your friend, for just one proof of globe.
What would you consider proof?
One proof of globe using scientific method. Anything that's empirical.
Globe, bro.
Okay.
Prove the curvature, prove the spin, prove the Earth being.
Come on, bro. You're gonna make 10 grand. Like genuinely.
Yeah, it'll take me some time. I gotta run some experiments, man.
Really?
Just give me
I
some
thought
time.
everybody knows this. Everybody knows it's a
One
globe.
proof
it's
of
it's
globe.
common sense. Everybody knows it. So now it's gonna take you some time to find
Yeah.
out about something that.
Yeah, why would anyone
I
sue
gotta grab a
anyone
bunch of
over
rulers and
someone
shit, a
thinking the
compass,
Earth
and
is
bunch of
fucking
rulers.
flat?
Yeah.
Really? You're gonna measure the globe with rulers?
Yeah.
Bro.
Genius, bro. Your friend Pilot too. You're gonna give him some rulers. He's gonna measure it too.
Yeah, he'll measure the skies. I'll measure
Oh,
the
bro.
lines.
So do that. Come back, and you got $20,000, just like that. How easy was that?
20,000? You're doubling it now?
Yeah,
my
we're just
dude.
doubling it.
10 for
20.
you and 10 for your friend
Is it
Pilot.
40K? 40K next?
Oh, it's funny. Now you got nothing to say, huh?
Bro,
Go
you
home,
just had like some
get
weird.
some proof, bro, and come back.
You
That's what you gotta
that
do.
seal
Don't you wanna
sound?
make that
I got
money
nothing
right
to say, bro. You just had a stroke.
now? So there you go, bro. Go make some money right now, dude. Never made that kind of money in your life. Why don't you go do it that easy? Get some rulers.
If you double it to
Friend
80K,
too.
I'll do it.
Measure the Earth and come back.
All right, 160K now.
You're a fucking clown, dude. You got
Clown,
nothing to
man.
say. That's it.
320.
You fell apart. You're a snowflake.
Snowflake
600K.
Got
clown.
nothing to say.
1 million.
What else you want to talk about?
Wait, he
million.
just doubled 600,000 to 1 million. He's mentally deranged.
I'm
I
saying
rounded
he's got
down.
nothing to say, bro. That's why
I
he's just talking
rounded down
nonsense
because
right
I don't know if you know about
now.
decimals.
Why are you here, bro? Are you triggered that the Earth is flat? Is that triggering you on an emotional level?
No, it triggers me
The
that your
Earth is not
brain is
moving. Now
flat.
you triggered? Huh?
It triggers me that your brain
Wouldn't
is
you
flat,
like
bro.
it to be moving? Wouldn't you like there to be a curve somewhere so you can find it? But there isn't, right? So you're gonna come here and tell us how triggered you are. You have anything to say, bro?
Who
Any
you
intelligent
got,
questions?
LeBron James
Do
or
you have
Michael Jordan?
anything intelligent to ask? Ask one intelligent question. Go ahead. Go ahead, I'm waiting, bro. Why are you quiet?
What the fuck, the fictional sphere?
What is
Just
the meaning
one
of life?
intelligent question. Go ahead.
What is the meaning of life?
To find the purpose. To find the purpose. To find the meaning. Next.
And you guys
Is that
don't
your
play
Earth
Apex?
question, bro? We're
Huh?
talking flat Earth here, my dude.
What?
We're talking flat Earth
What?
here,
What?
not the meaning of life.
Like I'm Playboy card. What? It's never too much. It's
Yeah,
never too
triggered?
much. It's never too much. What?
Triggered?
Huh?
What the fuck is happening, bro?
My boy, as he talks, I think he's got like a machine in the brain, and whenever he
That
actually
boy's
says
scared.
something, he has to decrease his IQ. It's like a
That boy's
lever. You have
scared.
to
What the fuck
throw
is
out
happening?
neurons and
Dude,
synapses
flat
as you
Earth
talk.
scares the shit out of these kids, bro.
Yeah.
Petrified.
Bro, I
They're
shat my
falling
yo.
apart.
I'm gonna need my
They're
mommy to
fucking
change
melting.
my diaper, bro. My diaper is so full of poo poo right now. I'm so scared. Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bro, what the fuck is
Cool
happening?
story, bro.
It's sad.
Nice.
that, my god.
Bro, like honestly, what the fuck
And
is
that was
happening?
gone. I'm not gonna toy around again.
Thank you, Roger.
Do we have any other people that want to talk?
Oh my god, is that the real daddy nub?
This should
Yeah.
be
Oh
wild.
my god, stop my forehead. Stop.
We got some other guys that are completely new.
Nubrak was cool from yesterday, but I don't know what happened to him today, dude. He started acting like a bitch, man.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
he's
what
got the
Flat Earth
numbers
does
in
to
the
you.
room, like,
They talking
it was
like
cool.
Vlad,
calling me
don't
a
you know
bitch.
that meme with first time? What was it? I need help with this. So first time
calling me
you're
a bitch.
rejecting it. What was the second time? Like completely rejecting. Then you're kind of thinking, kind of interesting. Then the fourth one is okay. It actually makes sense. Then like the sixth level is no, it's absolute bullshit. And then you come back and then you realize it's reality.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So you guys want to talk to Goose?
No, not Goose, bro. Nubrak.
Nah.
Nubrak was alright yesterday. Goose is a triggered clown, bro.
We can
Nubrak, we can talk to Nubrak.
unmute Nubrak.
What's up?
Unmute
What's
Nubrak.
up, guys? Welcome, welcome.
What's up?
What's up, Nubrak?
Yeah,
You
I
were
felt
silly enough
kind of
yesterday,
no.
bro.
I was just mad. There was
What
that. I
happened
don't
today,
know.
man? I heard you talk shit today. What happened, bro? Like you spiraling and all
Yeah,
kinds of
no,
shit.
I got
Couple of
mad,
lovers
bro.
in the chat and you lose it.
No, yeah, there was that one guy that kept interrupting everyone, bro. I was so mad.
So Nubrak, what did you learn, bro, in the last couple of days, man? Like, tell me what you learned about Flat Earth, and tell me
I learned.
how it makes
I
sense
mean,
to you.
from you guys. I learned a lot of things. I learned that gravity doesn't exist. The deepest hole we've dug is what, 8 miles deep. Is it the 60th
How
parallel?
about
I
the
don't know how.
surface of the water, bro?
Oh
How
wait,
about,
no,
remember
bro.
yesterday we talked about water having to have to be contained? We talked about it like 3 different
Right.
times,
Yeah, the
and the surface
containers. Yeah,
being level.
everything.
Do you
All.
understand
No,
it right
bro.
now, right?
When you say gravity doesn't exist, do you know why?
No, yeah, I'm kind of confused about that. I get
Well,
you were
okay.
talking about relative gravity and shit, but I don't know.
No, that's
the-
relative density. So here's the thing. To prove something is real, you gotta make an experiment that proves that. You follow?
Right. I'm with you.
And that experiment has to be based on the scientific method. You follow?
Yes. Okay.
Now, you have to research what the scientific method actually states, what you need. And you'll see you have to come up with a hypothesis, which usually is 1 phrase, 2 phrases, whatever.
Right.
That is what you're trying to prove. And then you've got independent variables, control variables, etc. The gist of it is that what you want to do is find the relationship, the cause and effect relationship between something and something else. And to
Right.
prove that, you gotta freeze everything else that might affect it.
Right.
For example, how temperature affects gases. Well, you freeze the pressure, you freeze the volume, you freeze movement in it. You do all kinds of things, so you just change the temperature. So you know concisely what's the link between temperature and whatever you want to prove. So, gravity needs an experiment based on this philosophy for it to exist.
Right.
Therefore, we need an experiment that has specific dependent and independent variables. Look them up, get familiar with what these things mean, and then look up an experiment that actually confirms the existence of gravity. What was manipulated, what was frozen, what was not manipulated, all these things. What we're saying is that such thing does not exist. Ergo, gravity doesn't exist.
Because not a single experiment has ever been conducted to prove it. Simple as that.
You got it now? At
That's
least
why.
our argument, you don't have to believe in it. You just gotta understand the argument, then you do your own research and you find out.
Nubrak, did you check that PDF file I sent you yesterday and why things rise and fall?
No, I didn't check that out yet. No.
I mean, dude, everything you need to understand is there. Everything. Just learn a few simple things, dude. This is basic physics, bro. Relative
Yeah.
density is the most first grade physics, dude.
And check this out. You were talking about experiments, so I thought it might be a good time to just interject this part. That did you know, or well, what I'm telling you, what I'll just tell you, that in cosmology or astrophysics, there is not a valid experiment that can be done with any of those fields because they have no independent control variable.
That's wild.
You ask why?
Yeah. Why?
Because you can't go there. I mean, any kind of experiment presupposes the fact that you can manipulate these things, right? Can you manipulate planet Mars? Its structure, its spin? I don't know. Can you do anything to it? Absolutely not. So can you do an experiment? No. It's like saying, can you do an experiment in a universe created in your dream where you can't control the dream? That's basically what
Yeah.
what
I
you're
mean,
saying.
science trying to do that now, but yeah. Oh, I get what you're saying.
Well, if it ain't doing that, it ain't science, and what we're calling it is pseudoscience.
Yeah, by definition, it's pseudoscience.
You know
and that's
what's
why Michio
what's crazy,
Kaku-
right? Because I grew up and I taken science classes. Everyone does, right? All the way through high school, right? And then college, you choose what you want. How come most of the science stuff, right? I pretty much believed all the science stuff that was told to me, right? Why is it that it's just this that people are hiding, or people are the flat earth are coming out saying that it's wrong?
No, they're
right?
not hiding it actively. Just people simply have been told this, like you, right?
Right.
If your kids would ask you about it, you would have simply regurgitated everything you've been told, and you would genuinely think you're saying the truth. It's this. It's not like everybody's actively in a conspiracy. That's crazy. No, they're not. They're simply just thinking this is reality, and they keep on saying it to other people. It's not some crazy conspiracy. I mean, it is in a sense, but it's not active. People just do it unwillingly. People genuinely think they're saying the truth when they're trying to explain the spinning globe. They genuinely
Right,
believe
but
in it.
why would
Teachers genuinely believe in it.
why would they? You would think if they're gonna teach this shit, there would have to be a reason behind it, right? Like you don't think that they've done experiments for hundreds of years and that's why they're teaching it in schools, right? Based on what they think is the best knowledge, or do you think like in the past like 50, 100 years they discovered new stuff to, come to this new conclusion now?
Sure, you can think of it that way, but when you actually go down to reality, you realize that's not at all what's happening. I mean, it makes sense what you're saying, but only in your mind. When you actually look at reality, it instantly falls apart. Because what has actually happened in the last 100 so years is that everything we're teaching has been shifted. From medicine to physics to logic to everything has been simply shifted. Now it's getting into politics and into all kinds of psychological things. Everything is getting shifted.
Teaching little boys that they can be little girls now in school.
Being legal to take pills that can change your sex when you're, 2 years old? That kind of stuff.
And you know what? It's not the
go to
only
Google.
topic that they've lied about. They've lied about education, medicine, science, all the different fields of science, biology, genetics, a whole bunch of pseudosciences in there. They've lied about all of them.
Go to
Evolution.
Google and put in a search for "Can men have babies?" and see what pops up.
And men have babies?
Yeah, that's
well,
a
I
good
bet
one.
I bet
Put
you
that into-
nowadays I bet you they can, right?
No, a biological man. Just search "Can men have babies?" in Google and see what pops up.
I don't know. I saw there was an article once, and I saw this guy, and it said like it's the first guy to have a kid. I know.
Yeah,
it's
see, well,
crazy.
that's the point. They're getting into everything.
Right.
And say that.
And the reason to do it is because if you've got a nation full of individuals that are strong and well educated, you're done. You're never gonna control people that are that strong. You're instantly done. Like 5 minutes after you've created some law that is authoritarian, you would find yourself with a bullet in the head or your house surrounded by 20 million people ready to kill you. It's like, that's not gonna work. So you need people to be stupid and just obey and believe in your lies. That's why they're hiding everything that has to do with the truth. Because the thing is, any bit of truth, here's the actual reason why. And I don't hear this argument many times said, but this is the strongest argument. The reason why you have to lie about everything is because if somebody genuinely figures out the truth about something, it's only a matter of time until they decipher it all, because everything is connected. The idea that things are separate, it's stupid. Everything is holistic. That's why you gotta lie about everything. Because any small thing that gets into the mind of somebody that is the objective truth, they're done. You just gotta give them some time. It depends from individual to another. But if they got just one thing, they'll figure it all out. That's why you gotta lie about everything. So you decrease your chances of people waking up.
So do you think like China technically has it right then? By like teaching them like I forgot the leader's name. I just read now they're gonna teach his thoughts to every children in school.
Well, in other words, that's basically what's going on here. Only that what we're being taught is not the minds of one dude. It's the minds of some dudes that decided that's what is supposed to be taught. Fundamentally, it's kind of the same thing.
I guess so.
But you see how controllable Chinese people are? The whole nation?
Well,
They all know they're controlled. This is funny because they all know they are and they accept it.
They accept it. Yeah, it gets to a certain, you hit a breaking point. You hit a certain point where there's like no turning back. Right? That's why you have the Soviets of the world. That's why you have the Bolshevik revolutions, the Nazi regimes, you know. And people are like cattle, you know, they're easily trainable. They're easily manipulated, especially when you get them in groups.
Right.
You know, and these people, there's a whole science to it. Go on and look up experiments, you know, of manipulating the crowd. You know, read a book called The Battle for the Mind. That's a good start. Or another one. It's called The Rape of the Mind. Read that one. It has a lot of the Pavlovian conditioning. You know, just take step by step.
Shit, man, there's a lot to take in, you know.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
a
I
lot
would
of people
share
in here
those.
spend
I would
years
share
trying to
those
get
books
this.
here, but I can't post.
I used to see you're new to this. You don't really seem new to this.
No, I'm not new at all. No, I haven't really been in the conversation for a while. Take a step back for a bit.
Okay, because you just got the vis and you obviously know some stuff.
Yeah, I know a lot of stuff. But I learned that the more you know, the less you know. It's weird that way.
That
The
is,
more you
yeah, that
learn,
is true. Yeah.
yep, the more you learn,
The more you
start
realize you
decoding it,
don't know,
breaking
yeah.
down all the lies, you realize that you don't know shit. That like everyone's lost. Everybody. But that's the
Yo,
journey
is
to
Dr.
figure
Phil
it
in
out.
your guys' DMs, yo?
Sorry.
Dr. Phil is back at it, dude. He's DMing me like crazy, dude.
Yeah, he's DMing everybody. The poor old guy just needs to
Such a
convert.
fanatic, dude.
Yeah, he is.
Fundamentalist fanatic, dude.
It's a panic attack.
He's obsessed with flat earthers, dude.
He's
The
like
dude
a
is really
vampire.
It's really kind of disgusting. Like,
It is, man.
it's revolting. Like,
Imagine, right?
now,
And
yeah, sorry.
a school teacher spending his free hours thinking that flat Earth is the most ridiculous thing ever, and spending all of his free hours DMing other people.
hmm And meanwhile, in the chat, flat earthers are explaining what a man or a woman is and what it means if you have a womb or not. Does that imply that you're a woman if you have a womb? Shit like that. It's the best ever. Holy crap.
This is just.
You just gotta laugh sometimes, man.
You can't make this shit up. You
I
can't.
know. Like, if it weren't actually
crazy in
happening,
here.
this is the craziest freaking psycho thriller, like clown world, like adventure. You're in the mind of somebody with like 42 personalities or something with these people. It's incredible. What a ride.
So how long did it take you guys to come to
It
your
took
own
me a year and a
conclusion?
half. Because I was a nutty. I went to the National Olympics of Physics like 4 years in a row. I was balls deep into believing the globe. Like balls deep. I couldn't let it go. And like, I kept on watching. I think it was on like, was starting to watch videos on BitChute. And there's a guy like, there's Space Busters and Globes Busters. I kept on watching Space Busters and I was like, that's so stupid. Here's the formula for it. And then one day I realized that all of my debunkings, because I knew the explanation using formulas to everything. But then one day I realized, wait, hold up. I'm just explaining with numbers. Formulas out of nowhere. Well, these ones have to come from actual experiments. And then when I realized, okay, let's check where this is actually coming from. And then I went like, I was getting ready for the exams and all that, and I was asking my teacher, how do we get to those ones? Because you're always being taught it's very complicated, but it's from experiments. And then actually going after you finish your 2 hours of whatever, physics or whatever, can we go back to that? Like, what was the actual experiment? Can I read a book about it? I'm genuinely interested. How did they do it? You'll never find the answer. There never is none. And then I realized, well, hold up. Yeah, I got it. I have explanations using formulas, but nobody can explain the formulas using actual evidence, experiment. And then I started to realize, okay, that's a problem.
Yeah,
And the
that's
thing that
kinda...
got me sorry, go on.
No, that's kind of weird that you're saying like no one could fucking give it to you.
Yeah, that's true. Like, well, we can go with all kinds of things. But it's funny, lots of scientists want to write books about all kinds of things. And then they go on and they ask somebody that found the relationship between some disease and some whatever particle. And they go and ask them, how did you come to this conclusion? Nobody can give you any evidence about anything. You go to NASA, you ask them this, and they're like, "Oh, here's the pictures." Okay, fine, but really, how did you first knew this? How did you know how to send the satellite up there? Like, if you're telling me the Earth is a spinning globe because of pictures from space, that means you knew it's a spinning globe from before you send the satellites up, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to do it. So give me the explanation that you would have given 100+ years ago when there were no satellites. Nobody's gonna give you anything.
I think a really easy experiment we could do to prove it's flat is we could get a really big selfie stick and take a picture of it. Probably wouldn't be too much of a budget.
Who the hell unmuted this guy?
A funny guy again, dude. I'm telling you,
It's a
dude. He's
genuine
got so much to
suggestion.
say.
It's a
He
genuine
was
Damn, dude, you
supposed
got
to be
so much to
muted.
say, bro. Take a selfie, huh? And you think you're
Which
funny.
one is? Which one is? It?
It's K-DA God.
Oh, that guy. I see him here.
Oh.
What was his? What was his deal? I kind of
No,
forget.
He's got
They all
issues.
blended in.
Dude is triggered. He's got
I mean,
major issues, yeah.
How much
The
would that
nuppies are
cost,
blending
though?
into each other.
How much would it cost? Is my question.
I don't know, bro.
These
You
are
got
the
some.
questions of heliocentric fundamentalist fanatics. This is the reflection of their intelligence.
Zealots,
What was
yeah.
your question? KDA, what was your question?
How much
Go
would
ahead.
it cost to make a selfie stick that long? That's his question.
See what I mean?
Like a metaphorical one,
That's
not
the
an
globe
actual selfie
fanatic
stick.
intelligence, dude.
Yeah. Do you have a better question, Kay?
Oh, no, not really.
Are you
Yeah, of
sure?
course you
It
don't.
was more just
Can you
like an
dig?
idea of
Can you
'cause
dig
if we
in there
took
a
a
little
picture
bit
of,
in whatever you got in there?
Oh
And
no, I
can
was
you
just
dig
thinking,
around
you know,
Wow, that was
come
your
up with
idea,
an
bro?
original question?
if we
That's the type of ideas that go
if
through
we
your
took a
mind?
picture of it, we could finally show them that it's flat.
You know, we have videos and lasers and all kinds of things. What are you talking about? You obviously haven't done your research, and you have no idea what flat earthers
Wait, we have
know.
pictures too?
Oh my God.
The Guinness Book of Records longest distance photograph is of a mountain 274 miles away.
Well, that's awesome.
Right. Shouldn't be possible on a globe Earth with the radius of 3959.
Yeah, more people should know about that.
Yeah, bro.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
You know,
we can hear your little snarky smile behind your voice. Did you know that we sense that? We've been listening that long.
like
We
I,
can
I
tell
literally felt this guy strolling from the first phrase he made. It
Yeah,
was that obvious.
we're the best smart asses in the world, man. If you're trying to troll us, you better be on your game here.
Are you talking to me?
No, you were talking to some black dude at the edge of the city. Of course we're talking to you,
Oh, sorry, man.
dumbass.
So, what about like like satellite TV and stuff? Like, are there satellites actually above us, or like are satellites just not a thing?
We have
Yo,
observed
Nubrek,
things going around us, but if you observe them, you would see they have a balloon attached.
I got a video for you.
Nubrek, what do we
That
remember
descri-
yesterday's
that-
talk about space?
I have a video for you that it has the whole program of the balloon program and all the satellite mission names. The balloons have the same exact name and numbers with the same equipment attached to them on the balloon. I'll show you the video.
What's
Watch
up,
it at
Sonny?
your
You got that picture with a satellite in between the viewer and the moon, and you can see the satellite passing through. It has a balloon attached on it. That's the most beautiful one.
I don't have that. I don't think I have that.
Nubrek, you don't remember yesterday's conversation about space and everything that's claimed to exist in this non-existent medium?
Right. But I'm saying there
About
is.
right, like so remember what we concluded, dude?
I don't remember the exact conclusion because there was a lot said yesterday.
We concluded that this outer space, the vacuum of outer space, is impossible. Therefore, anything that's claimed to exist in this impossible medium is impossible as well. It doesn't exist. You don't remember talking about pressure yesterday and containment? That we must be contained? There is no outer space? We went over it yesterday like 3 times, dude. Now you're asking about things that are supposed to exist in this medium that doesn't exist?
Well, that's what.
It makes no fucking sense, dude. It's like asking me about Santa Claus when we concluded there's no fucking Santa. And you're asking me, oh, well, who
Dude,
brings the
Christmas
gifts
is in 5 days, and you're gonna spoil it for me?
Can we just mute that guy?
Not cool, man.
What the fuck is this guy talking about, dude?
No, what I'm so satellite TV is just like balloons with technology on it.
And cell towers. Why do you think they're putting cell towers every 150 feet all over Earth? Why
Right,
would they
because we
need
got.
Why would they need those if satellites are everywhere? And tell me this about satellites. Why is it that in every open area, like the deserts here in the Southwest, no coverage anywhere in the desert, wide open skies, the most wide open sky, or in the mountains, closer to these so-called satellites? Why is there no coverage until they put a cell tower?
Oh, you don't even get satellite service out there?
No service at all. Zero,
Wow.
zilch, nunca, nothing.
You would
And
think don't satellites have to point to a certain direction or whatnot?
Yeah, it's called beamforming technology. Your phone uses it too
right?
with Wi-Fi.
So can you tell me how the satellites are accelerating and decelerating because it's a circular orbit?
I have no idea how satellites work. I'm gonna be honest.
As a matter of fact,
Oh,
how is the Earth accelerating and decelerating?
and you ain't feeling it.
Because it is. Because if it's an elliptical orbit, you have a difference of something like 240 feet per second difference in speed per second. Per
Also, a
second.
question for you, Nobrak. I'm
Mhm.
pretty sure you've used GPS on your phone, right?
Of course, yeah. That's how I get
Because
my
a lot of people say, "Oh, that's the proof of a globe." Well, I'm
Ground
pretty
position.
sure if you went up the mountain, you lost the signal, didn't you?
most
Yeah.
most of the times, yeah.
How does that make sense if it's a satellite? Wouldn't it actually be supposed to be better if you're going up, ergo getting closer to the satellite? Ain't make no sense.
You would think so, unless like the beams are like directed in like channels, you know.
At a geocentric satellite, how do they maintain geocentricity?
Well, it's like how do you? It's the same kind of signals as like cell signals, right? Like you have to point from my cell
It,
phone to the cell tower, and then from there it has to go. Or does it radiate everywhere around the phone?
you know that 99% of all communications on Earth, that means internet, cell, everything, radio, like all that stuff, that anything going through the air, that 99% of it is undersea cables?
Really?
Yeah. And did you also know that in every 100 miles, if Earth was curved at 8 inches per mile squared, with the miles squared, that they would need 6,667 feet extra cable? That's more than a
Mm.
mile and a quarter of extra cable every 100 miles. How much extra cable is that in 5,000 miles across the abyssal plains and the ocean floor?
That's a lot of
Yeah,
cables.
enough to sink the fucking ships.
Good to know the 666 in the number. Just saying.
Yep. Yeah, there's another one.
Like, no, bro, you're saying you're like having a cell tower on the ground, you're sending an info to the satellite, then the satellite is sending an info to the cell tower on the ground, and then that cell tower is sending a signal to you. Then why would you even use the satellite in the first place?
Yeah, why would you need undersea cables at all if satellites are doing the communications? Wouldn't they just trajectory the data from
Directly, right.
Earth, triangulate it over to Europe from the US or from Asia?
You would think so, right? But that's
Yeah,
not
they
how it
don't.
is.
No. So those ships, if you can show me the technology of them laying the cables, you know what? Those ships that were laying the cables, they knew how deep it was because they do soundings. So you think they didn't know that the Earth is flat? They're sailing along on flat water, looking out every day at a completely straight line of a horizon and doing triangulations, which requires a basement or a horizontal datum to get your elevation angle from. So you can have a circle of equal elevation to do your celestial navigation with. Flat plane. Unless you have evidence or can show us a
No.
curved adjacent.
So on every satellite supposedly we see in the sky, they all have this balloon on it that's like carrying them around.
They have to, otherwise you wouldn't be up there. Unless it's a plane. So these are the two
Well, dude,
options.
hey.
You're either just seeing a plane, or it's a something holding from a balloon. That's it.
Hey bro, if you want to see what one looks like, just look up satelloons, and often they launch them from Antarctica, and it's literal satellites connected to balloons. And if you didn't know, NASA is the largest buyer of helium, which is very interesting. No.
Yeah, they buy like about 98% of the world helium. Just NASA.
Oh,
I wonder
also,
why if they just send satellites.
your GPS uses triangulation via towers. That's why if you get in an area where you do not have 3 towers available, your GPS on your phone puts you where you aren't. So it starts getting spotty or starts jumping around until you reach that 3rd tower to get your actual triangulation.
That is.
Go to the top of a mountain and see if you get cell service. Happen.
You lose your fucking signal on mountains. That's for damn sure.
That's right. And
Yeah.
GPS phones, though they work in farther distances than your standard phone, even in their own literature, it tells you that it's not guaranteed to work anywhere you go because they do not work everywhere you go, which they should if it's using satellite.
It should. It really fucking should.
As a matter of fact, it should be a lot easier for you to receive information in the middle of nowhere than in a city. If you actually know electrical engineering, signaling and beamforming and all that kind of stuff, you'll make all the sense in the world that it's so much easier to send the beam to somebody where there's no electricity, no fields interfering with nothing in the middle of nowhere than in a city when there's like RM signals, AM signals, Wi-Fi. How does that make any sense if it's from a satellite? It should be a lot easier if you're in the middle of nowhere because there's nothing to interfere with the signal.
You're right. Which gets me thinking though, like I guess if you look in the sky and you use telescopes, you can maybe see balloons on the
You do. You actually do.
right. But what about like and I've seen with the telescope that you supposedly, and I've seen it kinda. I didn't see it super zoomed in, but I did see you're supposed to be able to see the International Space Station in the air.
Yeah, that's a hard topic. Everybody has a different opinion about that.
And what's your opinion on that?
I personally have none. I just know the things. Like a lot of people say it's just a plane. It might be a plane that is also somehow painted to look like the ISS or whatever. It might be there's all kinds of things. There are people saying that it's some kind of a hologram or whatever. The thing is, we have no clue. I mean, you can come up with all kinds of explanations. Nothing concise. That's why I myself never have any opinion about something I can't prove.
Well, that's good at least, right? Like so there's no one there is no like any kind of evidence. Like you take a telescope, you look at it, you can't tell it's the nobody knows what it is. It's just an unidentified flying object.
To know what it is, you gotta go there. You can't go there, so end of
So
conversation.
Yeah.
Nubrak, check this. The ISS is claimed to be as big as a jumbo jet, right? Jumbo jet flies at 6 miles. You can barely see it. ISS is at 250 miles. You think you can see it?
Is it really 250 miles away?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
440 kilometers, 250 miles. And you believe you can see that shit?
Well, I mean, people do see something.
Can you
up
see
there.
a school bus from a mile away?
Probably, yeah. Depending depending on your elevation, maybe.
Okay.
You can maybe
So
see
like
a
I
mile
said,
away.
airplanes fly at 6-7 mile stops. You can barely see it. It's like a little dot in the air. Hold on a second.
Yeah, my uncle he likes taking pictures of.
So you get what I'm saying, dude?
Well, I mean, my uncle he's really into big and telescopes and stuff, and he takes all these photos and stuff. I should see if
And
he
did he ever
if
take
he.
a photo of this glowing little?
I
body that's in the
should
sky?
see. I mean, he does have really like zoomed in telescopes where he can actually see, and I've seen it too. He set it up, and I saw the rings on Saturn. Like, and you can actually see like rings on Saturn, and it
It's
looks.
still 2D.
And
I know what you're talking about. It looks like rings, but they're not rings. It's just light. That it looks like there's a ring going around the circular
Right.
light.
I mean,
It's still 2D. It's still just a light, bro. They're not rings.
it's so nuts because it looks like a 3D. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
It
hard
may
to.
Yeah,
look
but
like
you
a
see,
3D, but for as long as you can't check it, it's 2D, bro. It's just a light in the
Nubrak,
sky.
before you saw the image on the telescope, your mind has been already pre-programmed with 3D renders on your TV and on the internet. So when you see that for the first time in reality, your brain already connects that image with the one you've been associated with. You see?
I guess
Like if a baby saw that, I mean, I'm really curious what the baby would even think that is. Probably he would think it's some disco light.
Right.
So you don't know what it is. You're just that's the thing. We have no clue what it actually is.
So do you believe you will be able to see the ISS at 250 miles up? You think your vision is that good?
Not my personal vision, but maybe with a telescope, right?
But now people claim they see it with their naked eye, dude. So now, like, two stories at the same time. Is it telescope you need to see ISS, or can you see it with the naked eye? Because most people claim they can see it with the naked eye, dude. Oh, there's an ISS. Look at that glowing light in the sky. It's ISS. Really? What the fuck is glowing, dude? Since when is ISS glowing? And since when you can see objects in the sky that are 250 miles away, dude? What kind of vision is that? I'd like to have your vision, dude. Shit. You know what I mean, dude?
Right.
So, and again, going back to space, dude, like, again, you're telling us about things that are claimed to exist in a medium that we already debunked? Impossible, bro. Not only debunked,
Also,
impossible completely.
but also we're looking up in the sky trying to describe what's below your feet, right?
Yeah, I mean, nothing makes any
If we're
sense,
being
dude.
honest.
We don't claim we know what the stars are, dude.
So my uncle took this picture I want to show you, and he can show me this in his telescope too. I mean, this looks round. Who can I send this to?
Is
Jimsy?
round, let me ask you this again, back to first grade geometry. Is round a sphere? Are
No,
those
no,
two
but it
things
looks
the same?
very, very spherical, right? And he doesn't edit his photos, or he just takes it directly from the telescope, right? He has like the best of the best, pretty much. Besides
sure.
observatories, I just sent it to you, Gemsy. I mean that looks, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it could almost be 2D if you, but just the way that every single circle is angled, right? It looks so much like it's curved.
Dude, you cannot verify any lights in the sky. They look like circles. Some of them may look like balls, but until you can verify it, dude, just your belief.
Yeah,
Just a programmed belief.
the human eye is not capable of seeing with any kind of optics spherical shapes. We don't have stereoscopic vision. It's not possible.
Bragg, do you believe that the moon is a sphere? I mean, it looks
It,
like a sphere, right? Wouldn't you say that?
I mean, based on that picture, yeah, it really does.
Based on the picture, but how do you explain the fact that we all see the same size? Everyone on Earth only sees one side of the moon, just like it's 2D.
Wait, say that again?
Everyone on Earth sees the same face of the moon. Like you never see the other side of the. If it was a sphere and if it was rotating, you would see the other parts of the sphere.
Right,
We
but
don't.
I mean,
We
unless
see
it
the moon as
rotates at
2D
the
circle, and everyone sees it the same.
Its rotation would only have to speed up or slow down even just a fraction of 1 mile per hour to eventually have the two have
Yeah,
the sides
and
reverse.
for it to
And
do
you're in the
that,
far
if
side
it's
reverse.
orbiting, if it's orbiting, it's going in a constant change of vector. So how could it possibly be showing the same face? It's changing speeds. It would have to because it's circular orbit. It's a constant acceleration. So to keep up with the Earth, it would have to accelerate and decelerate. Accelerate, decelerate.
I'm gonna send you another. Oh wait, that.
Well, we didn't see any photos from you, bro. What are you talking about?
Those irregularities.
Where can I link it? I don't have permissions to link
You
photos.
could DM it to me. Gemsy's not in here right now, so you could.
Oh, sorry. Who is this?
Sunny.
You're talking. Crunky Dan, you're gonna have to go up to VC to get your VC verified.
And I've already sent you some DMs, Newbrick. I've
Yeah,
sent
yeah,
a couple of you some things. So I hope you take some time. There we go. Oh,
That's a photo of my uncle took of a pilot, because he's a pilot and he.
yeah, but you have topography here, right? And that looks like some kind of a fisheye lens.
I don't know what lens he used. I mean, could be, could not be. But the moon photo, that's directly through his telescope, and like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this photo to me, like, if you ask me, you know, is it a sphere? Is it flat? Just based on looks alone, it looks like a sphere. Just based on the shadows of the craters, right? But like he said, you can't trust anything in the sky.
So Nubrak, what does this look like to you? Where's those what you call craters and all that shit? Where is it?
I linked it to Sunny.
This picture's coming up here.
No. Look at the picture that I just posted.
Where is posted at?
Live stream voice text.
I mean,
you see the transparent moon? Where's all those what you call craters and all that shit? Where is it?
I mean, you see a little bit on the right hand side with the light.
Wait, what do you see?
I see.
You see?
I see little
You
craters.
see part of the moon, but you don't know what it is. You see craters?
Yeah.
So you see craters?
Yes.
On this photo.
On this blue photo, yes.
And you don't see the blue sky right through the moon.
Well, I see the blue sky going through the moon, yes.
So is the moon a physical object? What other physical objects do you know that you can see through a few times in the month that keeps changing? One day you can see through it, one day you can't. What's up with that? Is that a physical object in the sky? Because all I'm telling you here, dude, is we don't know shit about the moon. I'm not claiming I know anything, dude. I'm just showing you that what you claim, the craters and all this stupid shit, you don't know anything about it, dude. You're just telling stories that you heard from heliocentric priests. We don't know anything about the moon, dude.
No, I'm just saying based off what I see, whether they're craters,
Right.
whether they're light illusions.
So Newbrick, yeah, I understand what you just said. So think about this image of the moon, and when you like enlarge that photo that was it your father?
My uncle.
Your uncle took there. You see the detail of the craters.
Yeah, right.
See how much, quite a bit of detail, isn't there?
There is, yeah.
So how could you possibly see that much detail with anything we have here at 250,000 miles away?
Hey, I ain't questioning how we see it. I'm telling you what I'm seeing. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I don't know the
Okay, so
technology
here's-
on how the fuck you can see
So
250,000
listen,
miles
I'm
away.
gonna teach you a little trick here.
Okay.
That you could do this yourself.
Yeah.
The aperture of the eye, the human eye, we can only resolve to 0.002. Right? So that's based on the size of the eye, which I was talking about earlier last night. So or this morning. If you take the so-called diameter or the diameter of the moon, and then do a little just a little equation division problem, and you take that distance and the size, and you do a fraction or decimal. You need a decimal out of it, and you find out what that decimal is. I guarantee it's going to be something like at least 4 or 5 zeros, if not more. Way beyond what the eye or any optic device ever made could possibly resolve any of those, like craters. Like you could do it with the craters, but if you even did it with the size of the moon, but try to do it with a 50-mile crater at 250,000 miles. That's what's incredible. It's not that far. You couldn't see it if it was. It's simple mathematics. That's what we do.
I mean, it's
Simple
also
geometry.
crazy. I sent Sonny another picture of Saturn and its rings. I mean, like, unless something's fooling me, that ring looks like it goes behind it, and it looks very spherical, right? And I don't know if that's an illusion, whatnot, but like that's a real photo you could see through a telescope on Earth, and
Yeah, I'm uploading that one now. I would sure like to know what the I would like to know more details about the telescope.
right. I mean,
What
I can ask
telescope?
my uncle, or actually, he goes to shows all the time in Vegas. Like I think once a week or once every couple weeks, they meet up in the desert where there's no like light pollution, and they set up
This
their.
photo is edited. This is not the way Saturn looks. This is edited shit, bro.
Yeah, it has I think it has post processing, and a lot of those high-end telescopes do have post processing
I mean,
included.
do they?
Now,
I mean, if I look through the telescope, I see that though. Does it do post processing?
100%. I'll put my money down that
and
he
it's
tampered with this
processing it
picture.
as you're looking at it.
Oh, okay. Then.
Yeah. So listen, the Nikon P900s and 1000s see very similar images. I could show you one of the moon, and it's even better than the one that you
Right.
have from a P900. So the images of Saturn from a P900, they look similar to that, but not the same.
Yeah.
It's just weird, like you know what I'm saying, like
Yeah, we do because we've been
like
looking at this for a
can you
long time.
admit to me whether it's edited or not? Like that photo looks like a sphere with like the ring going behind it, right?
Yeah, but the problem is with that,
It's
remember we talked
edited.
about the sun, the lights in the sky, and no independent variables. We know nothing about what these are, the source of energy, what they actually are up there. No one knows. No one knows. No one has ever known what these things are above us. How did they get there? How did they move in the same predictable patterns every time without fail? How is it that they do that? We don't know what they are. Period. It's like they're supernatural to us.
Space is wild, you know? And the crazy thing is right, like whether like, we can believe it's a sphere, we can believe it's a circle, whatever, right? But like you said, most of us will never know because we're never gonna go physically out there, right? And the other thing is, why would God or whoever put that shit up there? Why would they put that shit up there? And
What kind of question is that, bro?
Well, I'm just getting more like bigger picture, right? Like
We're
why?
not going anywhere with this, bro. Why would God put the lights in the sky? Like, where are we going with this?
Well,
Like if God was to
I
put it
don't
in the
think
sky,
anyone would have an answer for that.
like
Potentially, it's necessary for our ecosystem. I mean, why is everything here? That's natural. It has some kind of use, doesn't it? Could
Have
be
you
for
ever seen
that,
the
could be
star
for
in a jar?
beauty.
New
Is
bracket.
that a
Have you ever seen
reasonable
star in
answer?
a jar?
Oh, my bad.
What'd you say?
Oh, you're good, man. Oh, I was asking if you've ever seen star in a jar.
I've never seen a star in a jar. No.
Fascinating video, bro. You should look it up. Just search star in a jar and check it out. See what it looks like.
So does that sound like a reasonable answer? Why would he put him up there? Potentially for the ecosystem?
I mean, if somehow it affects something, I guess.
And by the way, that Saturn image is layers. I've actually seen it's like 3 different layers that are added on to produce that.
100%. Thank you.
I mean,
So
I've seen this in his telescope that he showed me. So I mean, unless it layers in on that telescope.
Isn't it? Yeah, it's an electronic telescope, right?
I don't know what kind it is.
All telescopes come with the softwares, bro. They enhance the
Yeah.
imaging. Find that out.
Either way, there was something I wanted to share with you. I do not have permissions, so if Sunny can actually share that, the GIF that show what I'm.
Who was that now?
I shared a GIF.
Oh, I
DM'd
see.
you.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
I got
so you see that there, Newbrick?
Where is it?
In chat.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like a 3D.
Right, it's an optical
cube.
illusion, though, right? Yeah.
Correct. So now, if he never showed you that other viewpoint of that, that would look like 3D cube.
You're right.
Suspended in space.
But that's not flat by any means either, right?
Oh my god, is that the real daddy no?
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
actually
Oh my god,
convex, so it's the opposite of
Stop.
a sphere. I can also show you Egyptian carvings that look three-dimensional. They look like a three-dimensional statue, but when you look at it from the side, it's obviously convex carving. But when you look at it straight on,
I mean, do you
looks like a
so
3D.
like do we whether whether Earth is flat or not? Do we think that Saturn could be a sphere, or there's no fucking way?
There's no reason to think that it's a sphere. Like it doesn't look like a sphere to me. It might look like one to you. It doesn't look like one to me. It looks like a light. Okay, so okay, well, okay. Will you play this game with me? 15A. What things look like? If you look in the live stream,
Okay.
I'm gonna post two images.
Okay.
One is one that I took, and one is a screenshot.
Okay.
So see, most people think that comets look like rocks uh, that that have a tail of dust that
Right.
is reflecting light. That's what they think, but I just think it looks like a light. Don't you agree? If you look at my picture, looks exactly the same. This light that I took from somewhere around Times Square.
Oh, that you got a picture of a comet?
No, I took a picture of a light that looks like the same thing that the screenshot looks like, which is an image of a comet.
It yeah, that does look similar in some ways.
Yeah, so that's what it looks like to me. But you're not going to agree that, well, a comet is a light without evidence, are you?
if you edited out the buildings there and just left the light and the tail, it looks exactly.
So I'm not saying this to get you to agree that, you know what, it's a light. I'm getting, I'm, the honesty of it should be perhaps
We don't know.
I do need evidence, because if I were to go off of what Eli's saying, now I would have to, based on my logic, say, okay, well, it looks like this. It looks so much like this, so it should be that. But you're not going to agree to that unless I can show you concrete evidence. Same for us. You may think that Saturn looks like a sphere, but unless we had evidence, there's no reason to jump that gun, right?
So I mean, but the only evidence would be to, well, even going there, you might not believe it.
Well, who's done that?
No one, right?
What's done that? We have technology that's done that?
I think we've sent supposedly, right? We've sent a
Post it in the
rover
chat.
out.
Should be like on Google everywhere then.
No, I mean, isn't that there? We sent a, what was that? It's the farthest thing we sent out in space.
Then there should be pictures of it then, right?
Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, the Voyager 1, right? Like, that's what supposedly we launched 1977, currently 14 billion miles away.
Post it. Let's take a look at her.
Well, I'm not sure what, I mean, I don't know what I'd be posting. The picture of the craft before it was launched, or like, what do you want to?
Well, did it take a picture of Saturn?
I
supposedly.
do think that it actually took pictures as it passed by certain planets, and it did take pictures of both sides of it.
So you're not looking at it right now.
No, I'm looking it up on Google. I don't know, but I
Yeah,
remember.
that's what I'm asking for, because you said, do we have evidence? Not that pictures are necessarily evidence, because they could be doctored, they could not be real. But at the very least, we should be able to get a source so we can take a look. Nobody wants to just go no, right? Let's investigate together.
And then the problem is, I want like actual.
But without that evidence, there's no reason to jump the gun. Is all I'm saying.
So I look. Okay, I don't know if photos look kind of silly, but post. Who's talking?
Eli.
I'll send you this. I just found that on. I mean, it's NASA's site, but there are images of the Voyager took of Saturn as it passed by it. Right. Got.
This is going to seem weirdly unrelated, but has anybody talked to you about the Black Swan?
Yeah, I've heard a lot about the Black Swan and the red herring. Trust me.
Okay, so you know that NASA couldn't have sent anything there to take pictures if they didn't have the radius of the Earth first. Are you aware of that?
So because they
You know
needed
how
it
many
in math or
many
whatever.
times they sure did. You know how many times it took them to loop around the Earth before they went to the moon?
How many times?
They say 7 times. I haven't confirmed that, but that's what they say. In order to do that, you would need to know the size of the thing that you're orbiting. You damn sure need to be able to calculate for how much fuel you need, et cetera, et cetera. And you would have to know like the distance from the center of this place to the center of whatever thing you're shooting for to make the right trajectory calculations. So just a note, you know,
So they, I
if
mean,
you care about that kind of thing.
well, they probably have that, right? If they claim to do what they've done, then they absolutely have the diameter of the Earth, right?
Well, they would have to. My question would be how.
Well,
But that's I mean, that I don't want to take
right,
away
right.
from the picture thing.
Right. I mean, there's
You
a
know,
bunch
I
of
love
pictures.
it.
If you go to the galleries, if you click on the galleries, oh wait, I'll give you this link. It actually shows like it took pictures of the different planets as it passed by. So I'll say.
All right, give me a second. I'm gonna share it with everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it's so surreal. Like, I mean, I'm looking at these pictures. I'm like, it these photos look fake. Like,
Well, you know what Elon Musk said, right?
no, what he
These
said.
photos look so real, so fake. They gotta be real.
Yeah, you know it's real because it looks so fake.
Thank you, Roger. Good morning.
I mean, it's sort of like though.
Morning.
It's sort of like, even like a giraffe though, right? Like if you've never seen a giraffe and someone told you, yeah, there's a horse-like creature with like a 8-foot long neck like, and it has spots all over it, you'd be like, no, that animal doesn't exist, right? But because, I mean, that sounds fake as fuck. But then we see one in the wild and we're like, holy shit, this exists, right?
But what if you never seen the giraffe, and instead of seeing the giraffe, all you seen was composite images or CGI generated images? Would you believe it then?
I don't know. It depends on the image, right?
Well,
No.
it's a known composite. Like it's a known composite, admitted composite. Would you believe it?
Well, I mean, so like for example, right? I've never seen a whale, but I believe whales exist.
Well, I mean,
I've only seen pictures of whales and maybe videos, right? But
But that's different, right?
it's much
Because
different.
anyone who's been anyone who's been I don't even know where you would see a whale. But
right. But I'm just saying, like,
but
Out at sea. Out at
people
sea.
have people
Out
have
at
seen
sea is where
whales.
you'd see a whale.
I mean, it's sort of like
So
if someone went into the rainforest, they saw this new frog that no one's ever seen, and they took a picture of it and they posted that online. I would probably believe them. I'd be like, all right, you've seen a new frog, like, cool, right? Like, is that wrong, or is that, you know what I'm saying? Or do you trust people to a sense, right?
The picture of this frog you can only get from this one person. No one else has.
Yeah, he
has
discovered a new
privy
species, right? Because people
to
discover
that
new
frog.
species all the time, so he's the first to
Well then,
discover it.
well then you would have faith in him like people have faith in Jesus, and that's okay, right?
I mean,
Yeah. So
Right?
a biologist would take the frog with him, right?
well,
Or
some
this,
leave the wild as it is, right? Like
right.
he didn't because he didn't know if it was poisonous, none of that shit, right? He just took a picture of it.
Then you have to take it at faith.
Right, and that's sort of like all this science stuff, right? It's just basically taking a faith and hoping that your faith is right.
That's what it is.
Well, I don't
And
know
I
about
respect
natural
people when they
science,
could.
but pseudoscience, yeah.
Well, like all these space pictures, right? I mean, you can choose to believe it's real or you can choose not to. It's I mean, so you know, I personally don't think people have motives to lie, you know, uh, about like pictures in space. I you know, that's
Nubrak,
me.
where's this rover claimed to be again? What type of medium?
What rover? The Voyager
This
1?
laser that
Wait,
Voyager,
wait a
where
minute.
is it?
Wait, if they lied, wait a minute. If they lied about the radius itself, why would they not lie about things supposedly flying around a ball that they don't have proof for? Why? Tell me that.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're not gonna experience every science thing, right? You're not gonna experience everything in life there is, although you know a lot of things that you've never experienced, right?
So no,
But
Brett, which type of medium is this? Sorry, Elijah.
At some point, you gotta trust
we
some people,
we
right?
could go with so there are two conundrums you have. One is they need the radius for the math to be where they claim to be, and they don't have it because no one can verify it. So that's like the frog thing, right? Okay, there's a frog, let's go on an expedition to find this thing. Can't find it. But unlike the frog, there's a method for determining your distance to the horizon. It's on Google, it's in calculators, it's on every video that you can think of up until 2020 when people started changing their rhetoric for the sake of the argument. But every video before that will tell you about the horizon being geometric. So all we needed was the method for determining that this claim was true because it's falsifiable. So, unlike a frog in the Amazon that we might not find, we're supposed to find this geometric horizon because this is supposed to be a consequence of the radius. That's not true. So my question would be, well, where did they get the radius then? They don't have an answer. If you Google how NASA confirmed the radius to use for all of their computations, there's no answer for a question like that. It's gonna go, oops, something went wrong on Google. Like so so the bottom line is there's that. And there's the other conundrum of the second law of thermodynamics violation being a space where um very, very, very dense balls of gas reside. That's another situation no one has ever seen. Like, you've never walked into a pocket of nitrogen, have you?
I mean, the air is made up of nitrogen.
Right, but because all of these elements are supposed to be inherently attracting to each other, we don't experience that. We just experience a one homogeneous mixture, don't we?
So these are the I went to
Is that
NASA's.
a yes or a
Wait,
no?
ask the question again.
Oh my god, dude.
Instead of these things coalescing into spheres like they supposedly do up there, here we just breathe one homogeneous mixture of gases. And it's the same all the way as far as we can tell. Top of a mountain, right here on Earth, it's the same composition.
Well, that's not true because on the top of the mountain there's less oxygen.
There's less all of them. It's not a different composition. It's a homogeneous mixture. There isn't a layer of a different gas up there. It's all the same. There's just less of it.
I don't know if that's right.
Google it. Don't I mean we don't have to argue, just Google it.
So the composition of the air is different at different height, or you're saying it's the same everywhere?
Yeah. There's just
No,
less
okay.
that it's
there's just
homogeneous is the answer.
there's just less pressure. But there
Homo-
isn't there isn't
Yeah,
a
homogeneous
different
is the answer, right, Elijah?
yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to run over.
And I just
So
sent
yeah,
I just sent
there's
you
no reason
the
to argue there. Just Google it. So those are the two conundrums. Like having a ball of sun is supposed to be 340, I think, billion times the Earth's pressure. So that's just air. No Earth, no mass, no anything other than the gas itself sitting in a vacuum. That's not anything anyone can recreate. In fact, it violates the second law of thermodynamics. So these are the two things that NASA would have to have overcome somehow for this to be true. So one is the practical way to get there. They don't have a radius. And the other is the medium that they claim they're traveling to like by the laws of nature is impossible. That's why when you talk to an astrophysicist, like if you look at Whitson and Kai's debate, the actual one that actually uh did astronomy, not the other guy who's like, I just like to have debates for fun, but the one that actually worked on certain things and went to school for this kind of thing, every caveat she had was, I understand how you might not believe it, and that's your choice. Why? Because there's no evidence. It's just a wild story with a wild claim.
So I sent you the 4 different tools that NASA used, and I gave you the link to NASA site on how they determine the Earth's diameter. I took a screenshot and
Okay.
I sent you the link.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second. I'm getting a call. Meanwhile, you guys.
Can you put it in the live stream? Did you PM him with that?
Yeah, I did.
Hey, put it in the live stream so we all have it.
Yeah, Reckoner, I am calling you a chat skank. hmm Yeah, go ahead. To real admins. Yeah, I have talked to admins too. I don't know what you're trying to say. No, you made the jab first, so get it straight. Don't play little games here. I won't allow it. I bet you wouldn't call me little man to my face, bro. Yeah, you wouldn't talk to me in person like that. But you know what? The way I'm talking to you right now, I would talk to you in person like this because this is who I am. Yeah.
Who are you talking to, Sonny?
So I suggest you take a second thought about who you're calling little man, all right? Little man. Or should I say boy? Yeah, I'm so insane, but you believe in a globe with no proof. Wow. I'm surprised they even let you stay around here, Recknor. You're ever so big and bold. Why don't you come on the mic then? Bring some globe proof or something.
Scary little boy.
Grunky Dan, you don't have VC verified, bro. You're gonna have to get VC, or unless you want to try him, Sonny. If you want to unmute him, bro.
Unmute which one?
Crunky Dan. He's all the way up at the top.
Yeah, why is it that like Globers always call names and then split? Anyway, I'll get off my high horse or whatever it is. Here we go. We'll unmute him.
So that link I linked that supposedly NASA is saying that that's how they measured the Earth's diameter. They said they used satellite laser ranging, very long baseline.
Yeah, I read it. So the problem is you need to know how to have an actual satellite to begin with. Sure, you might be using satellites to measure that, but how do we know how to send satellites up there in the first place? Because you need to know the radius of the Earth to use its gravitational pull.
Well, let's just say we use
according
those
to them.
things with the balloons. Wouldn't that be good enough? Whether we're calling them satellites or balloons, right? Like,
Well, that's kind of funny because they're saying they're just using gravity and the radius of the Earth to use them, so that basically debunks them in itself. But
Wait, they're using gravity, it says?
I'm pretty sure NASA says they're using gravity to
So they're
geocentrically
using
position
something that's
satellites.
never been proven. Interesting.
Right. That's what I'm
And
saying.
they claim these things exist in a medium that's impossible to exist. Interesting.
I mean, I don't see gravity being used in this article that I linked, but
Lubrek, I just wonder, like, what is it like with zero evidence, with all, like, everything we showed you and everything, like, what is it that, like, makes you pull to the globe? Why is it that you want it to be a globe?
well, I'm just saying that's
Like,
what
you literally don't know anything about globe, you have no evidence, you don't have proof, you don't have anything, dude.
no, okay,
Anything other than your emotions and being programmed with this shit.
Well, let me just tell you why. From the pictures I've seen of Saturn, right, and stuff, shit, whether it is or not, shit looks round. And or
what
sorry,
is that? Let's say it is. What does that give you? What does that tell you about the Earth, bro?
it tells me if shit out in space is round or spherical, then maybe the Earth is spherical too.
That's a faulty logic, bro. It's like me saying a light bulb in my house is lit, and that's my floor must be a light bulb too.
No, literally, the ceiling lamp I have is round.
I don't know,
Does that mean
like
my floor is round?
well, okay, so let's just say we see 10 things, 20 things out in space, right? And we see that it's turning around. We see it making revolutions, right? We're taking
When do you
pictures.
see them making where do you see them making revolutions?
Well, you would either need to take pictures over time or video, right? Which is
Dude,
essentially the same
regardless, you're
thing.
still just looking at the
Talking about
sky.
them spinning?
Spinning, yes. Rotating,
Yeah,
yes.
you've never seen any of them spinning, neither has any other human. But go ahead and try to show us the proof of that.
Well, I mean, there's pictures of the different
There's
sides of
pictures.
the
Dude,
planets,
you're
whether you
still
believe
looking
them.
at the sky. You're still looking at the sky to explain the Earth. You see the faulty logic in here?
No. Here's my logic, right? I mean, think about it. If we're able to take pictures of things in the sky, right, and we can
And we're
tell.
gonna know how the Earth looks like, right?
No, yeah, we don't know
Like,
how
what
the
the
Earth
fuck,
looks
dude?
like. Hold on.
Where are you going with this, dude?
I'm
Let's
trying.
get on the
Okay,
Earth, man.
once again, can I talk for just 10 seconds? So if I see things in the sky, and those things we take pictures of, we take videos of, we find out they have different sides, right? So obviously it's not just flat, and we do that for 20 different things in the sky, and
What's not just flat?
and everything, every single one of them, we discover, okay, all those aren't flat. It kind of makes you question, like, maybe Earth isn't flat,
What?
you know?
All those aren't flat. What isn't flat?
All the planets and the moons and
Who
the stuff.
claimed that?
Well,
Who claimed?
Well, okay.
What's wrong with you, bro?
Well, if it was flat in the sky, we would only be
Who
able to see.
claimed that planets are flat?
Are you guys not claiming that?
Did you ever hear anyone in here claim that?
Okay, so if you're on board with me then, and you think they're spherical,
who thinks they're spheres?
So what do you? I mean, I know you.
You've been told hundreds of times there are lights in the sky for all we see. You claiming spheres.
Okay.
Explain how they're spheres. And we're not even talking about lights. You're trying to prove the Earth.
So you're saying
being
that
spherical
in
by
the
looking
same
at
spot.
the lights in the sky and claiming they're spherical.
Well, you're saying.
Like, you see the faulty logic in here, bro?
You're saying the same light shows all the different, crevices, all the details on, and you see it spinning. If you had a video and you saw something spinning in the sky, that would be a great light optical illusion if that's the case.
I have a gif of a Pokeball turning.
Okay.
Is that then a sphere? A 3D
Well,
3D.
Well, that is a
This
sphere.
is unbelievable.
To be
dude.
fair, okay, go ahead, Roger. Sorry, you stepped all over.
No, it's okay. I just wanna remind him that looking at stuff doesn't make you know what it is, right?
Right. It could be an optical illusion, right?
Right. So and then if you are walking in a forest and you see trees all around you, that must mean you are a tree, right?
No.
No. So even if, right, and you have no way to figure this out, right? You are bound to Earth, but even if those lights in the sky were spheres, even if, then that doesn't tell you anything about the floor you're standing on. Go ahead, Elijah.
Yeah. So people have taken their P900s. They've shot the planets, and they have like 2 different rotations. So you have the light seeming to go one way, but then you have something underneath, kind of looks like a template that goes in the opposite direction. So I wouldn't call that a physical, tangible thing that's spinning. Not at all.
So you're saying out of the
Doesn't
millions of
look like
stars
that
we
to
see
me.
in the sky, the millions of planets we see in the sky, they all have little templates going across them?
What are you talking about? There's only how many planets can you see at night?
I mean, I can see a lot of stars, that's for sure.
How many planets can you see? Because you don't see
Probably.
stars. You don't see stars turning. I can assure you that. You think you can see stars turning? Because that was what you said, right? That's what I was responding to.
I said you can with proper equipment you can see planets turning.
Right. And I said, well, if you actually looked at those things, they're doing more than that. Because again, you have something that looks like a template going in the other direction. So to me, no, they don't look like planets just off of that observation alone. So you're asking me if it looks like that. I'm telling you no.
I mean, I guess that's just like a agree to disagree, right? Like you think it looks this way, I think it looks this way. Neither of us knows, right?
Hey, New Brock, take a look at the chat, bro.
Yeah, that's the point. Nobody knows what they are, right?
Exactly. That's the point. You're claiming their balls. And still, what does that tell us about the Earth again?
That's kind of the problem with people who just, how can I say it, that are unable to admit that they don't know something, but cannot live without having an answer and accepting any answer that comes by, because they just have to have this answer. They have to have it answered. It's like
100%, Sonny.
security or something.
100%, bro. They're afraid of not knowing.
So you don't understand yet the power of saying, if you actually don't know something, saying, I don't know, but I'll look into it further. But right now, at this moment, I don't know. I'm going to have to be comfortable with not knowing.
So I'm looking at these optical illusions, right?
No response?
No response to that. So when I'm looking at these optical illusions, when they turn them, you can see that it's optical illusion, right? But you can see these planets turning, and you don't see that
No, you
weird
can't.
angles popping out. You
No, you
don't see.
can't. No, you can't. You can't see anything turning. So why are you claiming claims?
You can though.
No, you can't.
There's technology to
What's
get
turning,
videos of Jupiter moving. I promise you, on this planet, we have the technology to zoom
Jupiter
in,
is moving.
or
Like all the stars and
Jupiter, and
constellations,
you can
east to
see the
west. It is
storm.
now rotating. It's just a circular light in the sky, dude. It's not a ball planet that rotates. Just a circular light. I've seen Jupiter thousands of times, just like everyone in here.
Yeah,
We all
Jupiter
see a
is not
circular light.
Jupiter is not a ball of gas, that's for sure.
Well, what about like? So you're saying Saturn with the rings? That's all a trick too?
Well, Jupiter is not a ball of gas. That much is certain in a vacuum because that makes no sense, no logical sense, no theoretical sense, no sense in any sense of the word.
Mm-hmm.
You see what Jupiter looks like? Right there.
Well, that's obviously not a good telescope.
Really? You have something better, right?
You
What do you
bought
see with your telescope? What do you see
Listen,
with yours?
you bought into the pretty pictures, the sparkly lights. You bought into this whole fairy tale. That's what it is, man. And I know you really want it to be true,
Mm.
but we're telling you, man, we've been looking at this for a long time. I mean, you don't have to believe me. I don't want you to believe me. That would be the last thing that I would
Okay,
want
let me
you to
ask
do,
you
is
this:
to
is
believe
there
us.
any possibility in your guys' mind, like not even a 1% chance that you guys think you're wrong
About what? About there being
about
a
like
gas giant?
all the planets being spheres?
About a gas giant in the vacuum of space, there's no way that I could be wrong unless the laws of the natural laws can be defied, which we've
And
never
I
seen before ever.
and I completely concur with Elijah on that one as far as gas existing in a vacuum of space. Not possible. Not in this
And
reality.
there's no one who would suggest that it is possible.
Well, I never said about a ball of gas in space.
Well,
I'm
that's
saying,
what Jupiter is. You brought up Jupiter. Jupiter's one of the planets. Its composition is gas.
well, so is ours.
Yeah,
No,
and we're
we
no our
have soil. We have rock. We
They,
have trees. We have a bunch of things. Jupiter is just gas.
yeah, and Earth is flat and stationary, measurably so. So Earth is not a planet either, unless you have a measurement of curvature to prove it is. Did you say you had that?
I don't know.
Oh. That's the basis of the whole paradigm. Everything relies on it. All the distances, all the size of those so-called stars you're talking about.
I mean, I'm just asking.
All
Do you guys think that there's even a 1% chance that you guys are wrong?
it's speculation.
Wrong.
Looking at the lights.
Hold on.
What are
Hold
we
on.
wrong about? We
Study.
didn't make any
Hold
claims,
on,
dude.
study. Wrong about there not being gas
No,
giants in the
not
vacuum of.
that. That all
Well, hold
planets are
on.
spheres.
Hold on. Well, hold on. First of all, this whole cosmology is a first law of thermodynamics violation because everything, including all the rock that formed into all of the things that you think are spheres, they were moving away from each other at one point. So, where did the energy come from for them to coalesce into balls in the first place? Again, another conundrum. No, nobody believes that. Nobody believes that there were particles that were moving away from each other at the speed of light and then, for whatever reason, came together. No, we don't believe that. Not even a 0.5% chance. No.
Shut her down now.
Wilbur has run out of arguments.
I'm tired.
See, that's what happens.
Well, I've been in this call for 6 hours, so.
And we've been here for years. Hey, hey.
Hey, Newbrook, I gotta say that I do appreciate your cordial nature
Of course.
and willingness to speak.
Oh, of course.
There's a lot of people who get very triggered and angry and start calling.
I don't like.
It's very toxic.
Hey, we could both be right. We could both be wrong. One of us could be right.
We could all be wrong. All of
Right,
us.
exactly.
And you see,
So I don't know
And
why
I'm fine with it.
I don't get why people get mad over someone having a different opinion, different theory, different thinking. That doesn't bother.
Can't we all just get it wrong?
I mean, we're all gonna die anyways, and none of this shit is meaningless. So, you know what I'm saying?
But see, you know, when you say we're not knocking anyone for having theories, right? There's just like what you guys need to understand is everyone, NASA, whoever else, claims that the horizon is geometric as a consequence of the sphere. In fact, that's how Al-Biruni measured the radius of the Earth. It's also a fact that that can't possibly be true because there's a method for doing that. We followed the method, and it's not true. That there's not us making a claim and being. That's just people thinking, well, the horizon is geometric, but it really isn't. Which means when we see things in the distance that are too far for uh, what you would be able to see on a sphere of the size that they claim, that means none of that's true. So people can believe what they want, but at the end of the day, if it's not a sphere, it's just not a sphere. There's no way to prove that it is.
I mean, unless it's an optical illusion. I mean, we as humans use light and shadows as pretty good
They never
indicators.
said it was an optical illusion though, did they? They said it was Earth curvature.
No, I'm
They
saying.
never
Whoa,
said
whoa,
they
no.
never said they never said it's an optical phenomena that there isn't curvature. They've always said there's curvature and you can see it.
No, I'm saying like pictures of the moon, right? And looking through the telescope and
And no,
stuff.
no, we're talking about the moon and all that. No, I'm talking about Earth though.
Well, I'm here to try to debunk you
Hey,
guys, right?
when was the last time you
Well,
seen
we
the
didn't make a
moon?
claim about the thing. We didn't make a claim about the things in the sky, but there's someone that made a claim about the Earth and its geometricness, and that's wrong. So unless you're here to have a conversation with us about the things we're talking about, I don't know what the point is. How you going to debunk us on things that we never claimed?
Okay, so my thought process is if I can prove to you that shit in the sky.
How you going to prove it? We spoke about it for an hour.
Lights and shadows, right? Lights and shadows exist, and that's what gives things a 3D dimension when light is shown on it, correct? There's no shadow when you draw on pencil, right?
Yeah, you can draw a shadow for the illusion.
But there's no shadow of the drawing itself. There might be a shadow in the drawing, but there's no shadow of a two-dimensional thing.
You can do that. You can do that with lights.
You can't, no matter how hard you try, you can't put a shadow on a two-dimensional thing.
Unless it's a light, then you can cancel out a portion of that light by crossing the frequencies, and then you have interference and it looks black. So there's that. So what?
So what I'm saying is, you look through at the telescope, you see the shadows of
And
the
you see
craters,
and you see a light, which we all agree on. And like I said,
and there's
with light,
shadows on that light that
but
perfectly
lights
align.
also can, right? Lights also can um pretty much cancel each other out, can't they?
Lights can cancel each other out.
Yeah. Like if you have somebody said the other day, no, matter of fact, that's two. That's two. The point is, it's a light. You're saying it's a shadow because of a light outside of that thing, like planets, like something is shining a light onto that, and then that's shining its light on us. We're saying, well, what if it's a light itself? If it's a light itself, then just by the way that it's made up, if you have another light that interferes with the frequencies, it could appear as though it's shaded.
So you're telling me there's all these different light sources that is causing every single shadow on the moon.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the hundreds, thousands of craters on the moon that there's shadows on it.
Those don't look like shadows to me. They don't never change in relation to where the sun is.
They do though. The shadows definitely change.
No, they don't.
They do though.
Don't. They
No,
don't.
they don't.
You
Do
need to
not
show
line
us them. You need to show us a measurement of those shadows that they're changing as the sun in different phases. Then you still have the burden of proof.
Well, he doesn't even have to show it. Just Google it right now. I dare you, because you're wrong.
Yeah, go ahead and do that.
So like a full moon compared to a half moon, right? There is more craters that are shadowed.
What about the shadow? Okay? If I were to change my angle to a light source, then the shadows would be different, right?
Right.
Right?
Right.
That doesn't happen for the moon. You just have these craters that look like, well, you can call them shadows if you want, but they don't change. Call them dark spots. Those dark spots are just there. They don't
Well, if
change
the light
in
comes from the
relation
other
to the.
side, then the shadow goes to the other side.
Okay, but it doesn't. It doesn't. If the moon was a 3D object and the light was hitting the other side,
Yeah.
the shadows are still the same. It's not like it's falling off of crevices in a different way. It's still the same.
But
Hello. Hello, my friends. How are you?
Good morning. Did you Google it yet?
Can anyone hear me? I just
Yeah,
want to make
I said
a
good
mic
morning, brother.
check because I buy the new GLB, I think it's called GBL earphones, $60, and I'm
Yeah, we can hear you, Silo. You sound good. But Elijah's in the
okay.
middle of a conversation at the moment.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
so
Okay.
like you take a flashlight, right? You shine it at a sphere, right?
Not you take a flashlight. I asked you to Google something because you're wrong.
Well, you're the one that has to prove me wrong. I don't have to prove shit to you.
No, you've made a claim that doesn't exist in reality. I can't even observe what you're talking about.
Okay, take a flashlight. Go get a flashlight.
So now
I
it's a
don't need a flashlight. We're talking about how the light bounces off the crevices or the craters of the moon.
Right,
You
and you can
said
do that with a flashlight and a sphere.
I'm sorry, don't interrupt. You said that they change. Me flashing a light on something else is not going to change the fact that the way that the so-called shades are shaded doesn't change. So you're going to have to I don't even know what you would Google cuz first of all, you're going to find out no, that doesn't happen. Why? Because we don't observe that. It just looks like what it looks like.
Yeah, it's a false equivalence.
So you're just wrong.
And shadows on the moon are easily debunked by a stellar eclipse, which proves no globes in space, which means no sun shining on a moon.
There's that.
Could the light come from inside the moon?
Well, that's not what he's talking about. He's talking about it being illuminated from another source, the source being the sun. So we've suggested that the light, the
So you
moon,
so
whatever it
you
is,
guys
could be
think there's
from
multiple light sources in the sky?
That's what they look like. I
That
mean,
just come out of nowhere.
When you
What do
at
you mean
night,
come
how
out
many
of
lights
nowhere?
do you see? At night, how many lights do you see when you look up?
Hold on. What do you mean come out of nowhere?
Well, you think like the moon, right? You think that's just a light going across the sky every
Let me
night.
ask you let me ask you something. In your room, when you turn the light on, is it just a light out of nowhere?
Well, I mean, the light was always there, but I mean, it's activated.
What do you mean it was always there?
I mean,
Somebody built it.
right? Okay,
You
so
knucklehead.
someone built the light bulb.
Okay, and it had a power source, right?
Right.
Like you had to hook it up to the electrical grid or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. So when we look up at the lights in the sky, we know that this place was created.
Okay, so
Because they couldn't have just gotten there by themselves, and it wasn't gravity that did it, because that's the first law of thermodynamics violation.
So where's the electric circuits in space?
What do you mean?
I mean, you said light needs a
Where's
source.
where's the electric circuits in your room?
They're in the ceiling.
How do you know? Have you seen them?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, but do you see them now?
No, because they're covered up by drywall.
Right. So why would you think that we could see the circuitry in space?
I mean, where's the drywall in space? Where's the circuits? Where's anything? Light
Go up
has to
there.
come from
Go up.
somewhere.
Yeah,
Do
obviously.
you think this place would be designed so crudely compared to our houses?
All I'm saying is light has to come from somewhere.
Have you ever been to a planetarium?
I have.
Where does that light come from?
It comes from the sides of the planetarium.
Where?
Projectors. There's a projector in the center that shines it up.
Okay. What about like an IMAX theater?
Right. Okay, there's a projector. Yes.
Okay.
So where's the projector?
I don't know.
I mean, but if you're watching an IMAX, you can see the rays of beams going towards it, and then you could look, okay, where are the rays coming from? And then you could turn around and see, oh yeah, that light beam, it goes from the projector to the screen,
Not
right?
if you were on the other side of the screen.
What?
Not if you were on the other side of the screen, a rear projection it's called.
So you guys think that there's a screen in front of all these billions
don't
of...
strawman us.
So you think this is a
You're the
rear
one with
projection?
the neurotic
defeated your
obsession with
argument with
answering
being
every little
polite.
question. Don't strawman us.
What?
I'm saying you're the
An
one that's
example
come in
is
here with a
not a
neurotic obsession that all things need to be answered. Don't strawman
Look,
us with that.
look. Yeah, all I said was lights need a light source. Obviously,
So it comes
they
from
don't.
behind it then. That's where you guys
All
think...
lights need a light source.
Right.
Obviously, right?
Right.
That's what they are in the sky.
Okay.
Light. You have an idea that those lights are actually reflecting light from the sun, but you can't substantiate that claim, especially when it comes to the moon, because of lunar eclipses. Isn't that sad?
You're saying the where the moon is behind the sun, or behind Earth, and the sun's on the other side?
That's what they claim. That's not what we see. Yet again, another claim that doesn't look like what's observed.
Newberg, don't you find it strange? You know, I don't know how long you've been in here, but for the best part of the last hour, don't you find it strange that you're not speaking about the ground at all?
Well, because you can't prove shit from the ground. What am
Yeah,
I
you
gonna?
can.
What am I gonna
What
prove?
are
Yeah,
you
you can.
talking about, dude?
Hold on. Yeah, you can. What? Again, you're
Well,
just
I'm not
flat
gonna
out.
prove stuff to
I'm
you.
sorry.
That's
I'm
what I
sorry.
meant to
You're
say.
just flat out wrong. I don't know why you.
Well, what I'm saying is,
Yeah, you
I'm
can.
not capable of walking the
Are you
earth.
not gonna? Are you not gonna challenge the fact that I said you're wrong when you say we can't figure out Earth's curvature from the Earth? You're not gonna challenge that at all. You're just gonna blow past it.
No, I believe. I mean, people can. I can't. There's a difference. I
You
can't
can't
do it.
measure the floor of a building.
I'm sorry.
You can't measure the floor of a building.
No, I could. Yes. Okay.
Oh,
But that's
well,
not going to
there
tell
you
you
go.
shit about the circumference of the Earth.
There is no
Me,
circumference.
It's not that you can't; it's that you refuse to do so because you're unwilling to, accept the conclusion. So
yeah, the geometric horizon, so they say, is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's not true. So when I can see a mountain in the distance, thousands of miles from, you know, a plane, theoretically speaking, I just see that thing because I don't live on a sphere. I live on a plane. No pun intended.
Ha ha ha.
So again, the claim is, yeah, you can. In fact, that's how they got the radius of the Earth, by looking at the horizon. Which is funny because in order to do that, you have to do trigonometry, which assumes that you're working with a flat plane. That's how Al-Biruni got the height of the mountain. So he assumed the flat plane, and then he looked at the horizon, and then he calculated what the radius of the Earth would be, which is wrong.
So I mean, honestly though, like I think the only thing that would convince you guys is if somehow one of us was able to go below that point, right, in Antarctica, right?
No, if they made the claim that the Earth is curving at a specific rate, and then we could measure that, that's when we would believe it, because we would be dealing with the direct claim of curvature. If there was curvature, we would know it. That's all we would need. Isn't that like so simple? The horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet as a geometric consequence of the sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Okay, can I verify that? Yeah, great. It's a sphere. But that's not the case. So what do you want me to do?
I'd like to
Nothing
add
else
something to
nothing
that.
else is going to change my mind about there not being evidence. That would
So,
be absurd.
so with your measurement there, Elijah, you would be using that every day practically. There would be places to go where you could have fun with that. You don't have that. People would be doing science experiments with the curve of the Earth and bending light.
And every single technology that is mechanical or physical in nature above the surface would be using the globe math in some way for the technology. Can you find us any
Have
technology
to.
from submarines, torpedoes, roller skates, bicycles, automobiles, aircraft that are using the globe, Earth?
missile systems,
Just
everything.
bring us one. Just
Transfluent.
bring us one. We just need one technology of anything that's using physical objects over the surface or under the water that are using the globe, 8 inches per mile square. Can you show that?
I can't think of it. I mean, I think the
You
only the literal only way to find out, which I mean, is to like that circular map that you showed me, right? That round map you showed me, where Antarctica is basically touching the.
No, that's not true. The only way to find out is for them to make a claim and then for us to be able to verify.
No, what I'm saying though, right? But the maps you guys are showing me, it's the outer edge of the map is all Antarctica basically in a circle, right? Of our plane, right?
That's what the map says.
Now,
That's just a
if
map.
let's just say someone was to go below to the like north, northwest corner of that plane, and then they magically appeared in the southeast of that plane of the map, right? Would
Magically?
that would basically prove that it's a globe, right?
Magically?
Talk about like Pac-Man world or some shit. What?
Well, I mean,
So have you done this?
well,
You're
what
going to
would
tell me that you've gone to one side of that map and you appeared on the other side of that map? Or is this in your imagination?
no, I'm saying if someone in Antarctica did snowmobile.
We're not allowed to take snowmobiles there. What else do you want to say about Antarctica?
You think people are gonna just teleport to the opposite side of the world? Is that what you're saying?
I know because I believe the Earth is round, so I believe it just keeps going on, and then it would teleport on your version of the map
Why the fuck would it teleport on our version of the map?
because your map's not round or your globe. That's why.
You're obsessed with the notion that you always have to return to some spot. You just keep going, potentially.
Yeah, but you're telling me not one person in the Earth has done that, and they've just gone on forever.
There's a map, isn't there?
Well, at the edge of the map, what's beyond that?
Don't know.
Well, ask the guy who makes maps, I guess. Maybe somebody has one for you.
the map that you're talking about is it's not our map, it's the map. Using a Cartesian coordinate system, by mapping out the stars, which is a planar geometry. All of them. Sometimes they superimpose it onto a sphere, and that's what you get to see. But for the most part, it's just a map of the sky. It's not our map and your map. It's all from the same reference. What's the sky doing? So what are you talking about?
So you don't even think in any fathom of reality that.
Hold on. What you brought up maps.
Okay.
What do you have to say about what I just said?
I have nothing to say about that. That's why I didn't say
Well,
anything.
why don't you Google it?
Google what?
Google what I just said.
I have no. Bro, I'm losing you with the map thing. We're not on the same page.
Why aren't we on the same page? You started talking about them like, you know, like you knew something about them.
All I'm saying is one person flew something, and they've been below to the edges of what you call your map. And
there is no my map. They're all just a projection of the sky.
The map is a projection of the sky.
Yeah, look it up.
See, millions of people circumnavigate the world going west to east to west. They do it in a mild arc with the compasses facing north. But nobody's circumnavigated going south and north to south through the southern landmass, through the ice.
Don't people just go west to east or whatever? Don't they just do that for fun and races and stuff like that? Because people can do that all day long as you keep your compass pointing north.
Does anybody have the image of the
So you're telling me
Guinness
not one person
World
has went
Records for
north to south and done the same thing as east to west?
Never.
No, never.
I've seen Robert Scott. Robert Scott has went there. His whole crew, a very experienced explorer. He died back in the early 1900s. There's been a couple guys that say they've crossed it, but if you follow the trail, they just go to the edge and then turn around and come back. They don't keep going through the ice shelf. So no, nobody we know has done it.
See, out of the billions of people, I find it very hard to believe that not one person tried.
Google it and give us a source.
That search for someone flying north to south.
Google it and give us a
Couple
source.
guys said they've done it.
Going north to north, meaning they went from north to the south, flew over Antarctica, and came back to the north. Google it. Find it for us. That's your claim, right? So it should be out there. The millions of people, like you said, so go find it. Should be easy. Maybe Ask Jeeves is better. I don't know. Figure it out. Bring it back to us. I mean like kind of right now, if you don't mind.
Sure. So here it is. Guy did a transglobe. I'm gonna link it, to you guys.
1974 American Airlines.
No, guy did it all on Earth. He did a transglobe expedition, and he made a longitudinal circumnavigation around the Earth using only the
Right.
surface.
He made a circle. He went from the north to the south and
that's what I'm
looped
proving.
around. But he didn't go over Antarctica.
You just said the magic words, the loop the route.
I said from north to north. Is that what that's showing right there?
Yeah. Yep.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
That's what he did.
He didn't go over Antarctica. How are you gonna go over Antarctica in a boat?
He said land or a surface, so he did all kinds of transports.
How is he gonna do? Where is it? Show me.
I mean, he's not doing it now, so I can't show you it.
No, where is it? Where is it in your source that he went from north over Antarctica and then came back up at the top?
Do you want me to read the paragraph to you, or do you not know how to read?
You can read it.
Okay. So they began in Greenwich, which is in the United Kingdom. They traveled south, arriving at the South Pole over the next 14 months. After going past the South Pole, they traveled north, reaching the North Pole.
Okay, it didn't say
and
that
then,
they went
from the North Pole, traveling south, they arrived in Greenwich again. So you asked me for
That's
proof.
not. No, I said over Antarctica. I didn't hear anything about over Antarctica. I said specifically
the South Pole.
I said specifically over and through Antarctica,
which is
you can
the
go to
South
the
Pole.
you can go to the south, but you can go to the south and then go back to the north. That's not going over and through Antarctica.
Do you not understand the how 3D objects works?
No, you're getting really.
Let me pull. Hold on. Let's pull up. Let's pull up Google Earth right now.
South Pole.
Yeah, I got Google Earth. So let's take a look at Google Earth right now.
Okay. Yeah, just real quick. We need the route information from that citation. Where is that route?
I'm looking, Sonny. I don't see anything. It says there's a
Oh,
plane.
so he's just bluffing me then, because I'm working.
Route.
He's just trying to play me. Oh,
listen, I want a route, and I also want the navigational. I want the navigation data because they had to be using sextants to go that far. So if you're telling me they want, I want the data points.
Does he know? I mean, because he's bringing up this expedition. Like, does he know about Captain Admiral Byrd?
Yeah, but that's not telling us anything. Captain Cook will tell you more about what's actually going on down there
He
than
said it
Admiral
took
Byrd.
14 months. Is that what he said? 14 months?
We got no data from Admiral Byrd
Captain
on
Admiral
where they
Byrd went
were.
over past the ice wall, and then and then came back and told us about his expedition. That's why I brought it up.
yeah, but that's a red herring. It's not really relevant to the topic right now.
Well, they also went to Devon Island, so we may as well just call this one null and void.
The thing is, if you take these claimed north-south circumnavigations and plot them on the AE map or such, you'll find that they just go down, touch Antarctica, and usually turn around.
Well, I'm sure they travel along some ice so you can see it for a bit and say, well, we're making our way around now, so we're going to start heading north.
Yeah, that's what they more or less do.
Yeah, but
And
according
then
to
they
him,
plot
he
it on a
wasn't in the same
globe.
spot. He was, you know what I'm saying?
Well, that's why we need the actual
We need the
data.
data.
You know? We need the coordinates.
Yep, Because if you have the sextant data, we can repeat it.
I mean, you can repeat it right now if you're able to get
No,
through
you cannot.
Antarctica.
You cannot. You have to poop in a bag and carry it with you. You can't take dogs with you. So how are you going to do all this?
Hey, I didn't say it would be easy, but I said.
Okay, so you're going to walk with a backpack. How are you going to do it? You're not allowed to kill anything to eat. So how are you going to do this? And how did he do it? Since that would be breaking the treaty.
I am.
Yeah, you can't bring internal combustion engines. You cannot carry fuel, nor can you store fuel along the route. Got to carry everything you brought in with you, and no engines, no motors.
Oh.
So good luck with your dog sleds. Oh, wait a minute, you can't have dogs either.
Oh.
That's right.
You said sled.
So,
You said
so you
dog
guys,
sled.
You can take dog sleds. Nobody said you can't have a dog sled. You just can't have the
Right.
dogs that
Have
go with
dogs.
them.
No dogs.
Right.
Get a polar bear, penguins. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, good luck with that
so,
shit.
You're not
There's no
allowed
so
to
you're
have.
polar bears on the
so you're
ice shelf.
basically saying, so in order for him to have gone through Antarctica, you would need things that you clearly can't have. Wow, genius.
Hey, I don't know if they gave him special privileges. I don't know what he used. All I'm saying is he claims he did it.
Yeah, you can be sure he
I
got
claim he
special
didn't do
privilege.
it. So now what?
Well, shit, you beat me.
Yeah, but the whole point is you're supposed to be giving us like evidence of someone doing it. And all you have is some guy who's made a great circle.
Who wrote a wiki page?
I wouldn't
Who
even
made
call
a
it a great
wiki
circle.
page? Okay, he made a wiki page that we can go and edit.
Hey, Nubrak, if I ride my bike around my neighborhood, does that mean it's a sphere?
Yeah, it's a fucking spear, bro.
My neighborhood is a sphere, right?
Yeah, of course, yep.
Right.
So then
That's the logic.
what's going on with the moon again then?
No, I see. I'm trying to prove that
Well,
someone did this transglobe expedition. I'm researching this shit and how he did it.
all right, we'll wait
Mm-hmm.
because that data would be nice.
And he's also going to explain how he did it, right? How he was able to go from place to place walking with a backpack only and a tent in his backpack at minus 50 degrees, whatever it is there.
Here's the route he took through Antarctica, by the way. And he has a whole site on it.
So let's see what that looks like on a brown map, or on our map that you call it.
But it's not our map. It's just the map. You can wrap that map around a ball, but it's still the same map. So when you do flatten it out, which is what they use for navigation because they don't use a globe, that's all that really matters.
So
You don't even flatten it out because that's how it starts.
No, I linked his route. Prove to me how that route is impossible because he did it.
Yeah, prove to us that he did it.
There is his story, if you want to read his story. Minus 116 degrees Fahrenheit. Just walking, taking a walk. Not allowed to have anything with you but you and a backpack. So you believe that, don't you?
I 100% believe this guy.
Of course you do.
I mean, Nubrak, we're kind of talking about all the astronauts in the world bullshitting out of their fucking mouths. So a few people claiming they went north-south circumnavigation.
Well, I mean, obviously, if it's that cold, everyone and their mother, we're not all gonna fucking go down there and see. But hey, someone had to do it, right? That guy, this motherfucker did
Yeah,
it.
but it's just another baseless claim.
Like I said, at some point.
Yeah, just bring us the data points from the navigation. That's all you have to do. Because if it's real, they would have that. It would be. They're showing you the map. So where's the rest of it?
Let me try to find it. I guess Google search.
I mean, at best, you're gonna find some fancy photo shoots,
Let's
some
find this
footage
guy.
of aircraft flying,
I mean, but the most important thing was
some
he showed.
random conversation, and you're gonna claim that's the evidence that this actually took place, and
I
they
have
did what
the
they said they
evidence.
did.
Here it is. Here's their photos. This is the evidence.
It's all hearsay.
Right there. I just posted the evidence that they went. See, they're on snowmobiles and planes, stuff you can't have.
Oh yeah. How could they ever fake that?
So if I make up a photo shoot of me going into a closet and then exiting out of Narnia and make pictures of it and show you a map how I entered the wardrobe and exited, that must be legit, right?
Hey,
Well, whatever he did, of
I mean,
course
but
not,
it's like
Roger.
any map that
But
you guys
whatever.
believe, right?
Well,
Like you
look,
guys haven't
the
traveled the
map.
world,
I
but
I already told you to Google it. So don't display your ignorance for everyone else who's coming in this morning. Google Maps.
what about? You want me to go to Google Maps?
Yeah, because you seem to think that there's a globe map and then there's a flat Earth map. No, there is not. There's just one map. Well, there are many maps, of course, but they all use the same Cartesian coordinate system using the map of the stars. Everyone uses 64 odd stars to navigate
Oh,
using celestial navigation,
here's
using a grid system.
here's the expedition route. It shows on the globe where he went. There you
There
go.
is no globe because there's no curvature.
Well,
What are you talking about?
Explain how he did that route. Then he marked the points. That's what you wanted.
Why would I have to explain something that's
That's an
done on?
animation.
Why would I have to explain something that someone said they did on something that doesn't exist, measurably and provably so?
So
Why would that make
so
sense?
I'm saying if he
But why would that make sense? Someone says, "Hey, I traveled to the sun." You can't. How you gonna look? You gonna believe it? Like because what? So again, he says he's traveled on a globe, and this is the proof for it. Well, you have to have proof of the globe first. Him saying
Hey,
he did something on a globe is not proof.
well, I'm saying if
That's
you,
begging the question.
let's just say he recorded himself in his travels and he went through
Let's
South
not just say he
Africa.
recorded himself. We're talking about curvature that doesn't exist.
Well, if he goes through South Africa, goes through Antarctica, and ends up in
Wherever he
New
goes,
Zealand,
whatever he does
then hey,
doesn't
don't interrupt me.
matter
Don't
because
interrupt
there
me.
has to be.
Don't interrupt me, please.
Well,
Please
guess
don't
what? I
interrupt me.
can't interrupt
Well, then you're a
because.
bitch. I don't know what to say.
Well, you're mad because there's no curvature.
I'm
I
mad
don't
because
know
you're
what to say.
interrupting me.
Well, you're mad because there's no curvature.
Well, you're mad because you're not letting me talk.
No, you're mad because there's no curvature and you know it. Now you're being dishonest again.
If someone goes through Antarctica, starts at South Africa,
I got done
and ends
telling
in
you
New
you
Zealand,
can't take all that
Repeating the
stuff.
same, listen, repeating the same thing over and over again doesn't make it more real either.
You can't take that stuff with you at all. Read the Antarctic Treaty. This guy didn't do that. He's just lying to you. Look his name up. I'll bet you he's a Freemason.
Yeah.
Oh my god, stop my forehead.
Stop.
See, this is why we don't bother with these types of discussions, and we stick to measurements of the actual Earth, Nubrak, because there's no way to prove if it did take place or it didn't.
Unless you were the person there.
Well,
HRH.
we know he did.
Carl.
We know he didn't travel on a globe because you would need a globe for that, and it's already provable that that's not the case.
Because this is what the entire globe religion is hinged upon. Endless hearsay that cannot be verified by you or me. So we need direct measurements. If there is no curvature, there's no globe, and there's nobody circumnavigating north-south.
Hey, all I'm saying, you go from the bottom of South Africa, you
I
go
know
through
what you're
Antarctica,
saying.
you'll
We
end up
all
in New
here
Zealand.
know what you're saying. We know what you're saying. We've heard it a million times. Point is, you can't verify it. It's hearsay.
Well, okay. Have you been everywhere in the world?
No, have you?
I've been
Then that's all
everywhere that I've
hearsay
been.
because you can't
Everywhere
verify
that
it.
I've been, everywhere that I've been, there hasn't been the curvature that should be everywhere.
Do you
According
believe?
to, according to the people that said that 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the distance to the horizon. Everywhere I've went, that's not been true.
By the way,
Everywhere.
they didn't ban dogs in Antarctica until 1994. So
Everywhere I went, that's not been true. So I know it's a sphere because everywhere I go, there's no sphere. Everywhere I go, there's no curvature. Everywhere I go, there's no geometric horizon. Everywhere. Everywhere I look, there's no geometric horizon.
So
Anywhere
are
I've,
you going to
anywhere
ignore
I've,
that the dogs weren't banned until the dogs weren't banned until 1994?
and so
So with dogs, do you think it would be possible to travel the Antarctic?
not on a globe. Whatever he did, it wasn't on a globe.
But that's how 3 dimensions work, right? Like, so you're saying
No, 3 dimensions work with drop over distance, and there is none.
so if you start at South Africa and you end up in New Zealand, did he teleport there? Like, how did he get there?
What I do know is there's no curvature.
Well, there has to be if he did a straight line between those 2 points, or a
Or
curved
he's
curved
lying.
line,
Or he's lying.
or he's
One of the
lying.
two.
Okay,
But
yeah.
so the only thing I know is there's no curvature. So how could he be traveling on a curving surface that's not curving? So
Well, the
that
Earth
only
curves,
leaves
but
that
very,
only
very small over large distances.
no, that's not very small. It's actually very great. 1.2
This is the
times the square
picture.
root of the observer's height will give you where that begins. But that's not true. So when you say things like it's so big, not really. Not according to the math.
Yeah, you have globnesia, Nubrak, because you know this. You've
Yeah,
been
can you?
through the Black Swan.
Yep.
It's
Could you?
it's amazing that you forget how the globe geometry should behave, but doesn't.
Mhm.
It's amazing how fast that goes.
Can you tell us the percentage of water traveled over versus how much land was traveled over on that trip?
No, I just did a quick 5-minute Google
Ah,
search.
really? It's a lot of water they had to go over. All that flat water and that little tiny continent supposedly down there at the bottom of a ball.
I mean, we know Antarctica's there.
It's
Like,
more water. So if 2/3 of the trip was water, that's all flat and horizontal that we know because it's measurable. How much how are you saying that this trip equals to anything about a globe anyway?
well,
How does that prove?
like I said, how do you magically go from the bottom of South Africa to New Zealand?
Can you show us that at the bottom
Well,
there at New
well,
Zealand? Can you show us that they're upside down?
but it's not magic, Sonny. Right? It's not magic. It's just he lied.
Yeah, he lied. So look
That's
up what
all it is.
Now let's
HRH.
just
Look
say
up
he
what HR.
wasn't fucking lying. Let's just say he
Look
wasn't.
up what
Why?
HRH means. He's
Well,
a
the only
prince.
way
He's Prince Charles.
the only way he wouldn't be lying is if there was curvature that we could measure. And since there's definitely not that, he was definitely lying.
I don't know, man. Like that's what I said. You're not gonna convince anyone unless they physically do it themselves, right?
Well, you're lazy. It sounds like.
Yeah.
Well,
I
to
just
be
told
to
you
be
I
frank,
just
I
told
don't
you
give a fuck enough. You know, it doesn't affect me either way.
He knows it's flat now because now he's starting to negotiate with reality.
Yeah.
but the bottom line is it's interesting to me that people like yourself who are human beings just like me say, I don't care if I've been brainwashed. I don't care if I'm in a religion. I don't care if I have to go on faith because that's fine. That's very odd to me. People don't care that they're brainwashed one way or another. It doesn't make a difference. All right, suit yourself.
I don't care if I've been lied to.
Against your will as well, Nubrak.
All I'm saying is you can't. Yeah, I don't know. I personally give people the benefit of the doubt unless proven otherwise. You know what I'm saying?
The benefit of the doubt was the horizon was geometric. That was the number one claim that tied all of this together. There is no geometric horizon. We gave them the benefit of the doubt when they said, oh, we have all of these calculations based on this size of the sphere. Okay, where's the sphere? Okay then. I've given you the benefit of the doubt. You haven't produced any evidence. Therefore, it's over.
The Earth is flat.
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, how would you feel if you were that guy, you made that trip, and then you discovered that like people are like, yeah, nah, that didn't
He's
happen.
lying, so I don't have feelings for him, and I don't give a fuck what he feels. How's that? He lied.
How many of the Queen's little bitch explorers have lied for the Queen about what they explored? How far back? Columbus?
I'm sure. I mean,
Oh, which we found out Columbus was a spy for the Portugal king. He came back directly after his first trip, spent 2 weeks with the King of Portugal. Why was that? You obviously haven't done your research, man. I suggest you go do some research before you start opening your mouth in here anymore.
Fair question for you, Nubrak, is do you believe the moon landings took place?
I mean, it doesn't seem out of our realm of possibilities that humans can do.
So you believe them then?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
Bruce
believe.
McCandless. Do you know who
Never
that
mind.
is? Do you know who Bruce McCandless is?
No.
He's the little astronaut that was out in space hovering. Just Google him real quick.
Who am I googling? What's the name?
Bruce McCandless.
I don't know how to spell his last name.
McCandless.
Okay.
You see that picture?
Of him hovering in space.
You think that's real? Do you think that's possible? I should say.
I mean, that looks. I don't know. That one looks.
Do you think it's possible? Remember, we were talking about possibilities.
Yeah, I think it's possible.
Okay. Do you know about the semicircular canals in your ear?
I know about a little about my ears. What about him?
Do you know about vertigo?
Oh.
Vertigo is a condition that basically you're off balance because for whatever reason the liquids in your ear
Okay.
right
Yeah.
are not level with the earth.
Okay.
So traveling to space, which took what, 3 days? I don't know if it's there and back or if it was 3 days there, 3 days back. I think it was 3 days there, 3 days back. Um, him being there away from the earth with no spatial reference for his semicircular canals to be engaged with There's no way he could survive that.
You would feel like you're on a merry-go-round the whole time. You would
Worse
probably
than that, I mean,
you'd probably
shit.
be you would probably be throwing up and everything because you would not have any sense of anything.
You would puke until you died.
Well, that doesn't sound.
Again, an impossible situation for a person that you think possibly is there in that impossible situation.
Well, how would you know that you would just puke and die, like with that spacesuit on?
Well, do you know about vertigo?
No.
Have you ever gotten drunk and thrown up?
Yes.
Okay, there you go, vertigo.
But how do you know they experience vertigo in that suit? Is what I'm saying.
Because they're not on Earth.
Well,
So they
but you
don't.
don't
So they
know
don't have.
what they're feeling. Like you don't know what it's like in space.
But
You've
they're
never
not.
been there, so don't make
Are
assumptions
you?
if you've never been there.
It's not about space, you knucklehead.
So,
Right?
so where are they at then?
Because it's not about space. How do you know that you're standing upright right now?
Well, I'm
Or
sitting.
sitting upright? How
Well,
do you know that you're sitting upright?
because I just say my legs are bent. I'm in a chair. I'm resting.
No, I mean, how do you know? You don't feel like you're tilting, right?
I mean, I am leaning a little bit. Yeah.
And you can feel that, can't you?
A little bit. Yeah.
And the only reason you know that is because of the earth, right?
I mean, I think I'd be able to feel if I'm leaning. Whether it doesn't matter, as long as I have something of reference, right?
Yeah, what's the reference?
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
What do you think the reference is?
Well, okay. So he's in 0 G's. Is that so? You're
No,
saying 0 G's
answer the question, please. What do you think the reference is
for
of your
him?
vestibular system?
Where my body
Remember,
as
it has
it is.
liquid. It has liquid in it, which goes to a level in your ear.
Okay. I mean, but if I
Yeah.
go,
What do you think that's?
but
What
if
do
I
you think
go
that's
upside
calibrating?
down, if I go on the side, if I go any direction, I'm not gonna just instantly puke.
You're gonna know every single angle of movement when
Okay.
you're awake.
I mean, he might know that too, but doesn't mean he's gonna
No.
be puking.
No, he
Yeah.
doesn't have he doesn't listen. I'll give you this, even if the earth was a sphere for this particular situation, right?
Okay.
Your system, the vestibular system, right, knows that you're on a sphere, right? So for you, level is equal from the center to the surface. So wherever you're at, you know that you're standing level on a ball. If there is no ball, there is nothing to be level with.
So my question is, do you think that because he's in 0 G's, that's what's causing this?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't have the earth.
Naturally, your head auto levels. Every time you do anything, your head is always auto leveling. You have to force it down to go to sleep.
So that guy out in space, obviously, he doesn't have an earth. So what's going on there?
Well, he has an Earth. It's just underneath him, like and I mean, you see it in the picture.
Yeah, but it's
You ever been
exponentially worse the further you get from Earth, isn't it?
I,
That's why
I,
he's hold on. That's why he's floating, right? So if he's floating, then
okay.
what is that telling you?
Well, I don't know. There's people that fly in 0 G's and they don't puke at all.
Well, they're not floating.
Yeah, in 0 G's they are floating.
No, they're falling.
Yeah, you don't puke when you jump out of a plane.
Yeah, you're falling. And guess what? Guess what? When you're falling out of a plane, the liquid in your ear is still level with the earth.
And your head is still auto leveling. Notice everybody always has to have their head upward, or they would be all over the place. They wouldn't know their reference.
So you're saying that anyone in space, even though space isn't real, anyone in space would just be puking abnormally.
Everybody
Hold
on
on.
sea.
Wait, time out. That's what they say. Google it.
But there's also on sea
No,
when you
wait.
feel
Hold
people
on.
become
I don't
sick,
want this point to be lost.
seasickness.
I don't want this point to be lost. They also say this. That's why astronauts, so called, go through training,
Yeah.
but you can't train for vertigo. That's not something you can
You don't think
train
that's
for.
like possible at all to train at all?
No, not for the time frame that there's no amount of training you could do. Hello, like self deprivation tanks.
I don't know. I think you could train anything if you try hard enough. Like that's kind of a iffy statement.
But nobody can do. Okay, so Google it.
What do you want me to
That
Google? How people can
they
train for?
th- they supposedly need medicine when they come back.
Yeah.
Supposedly, but so that lets you know that what I'm saying is true. They know that's true. That's why they have a story about it. Now, how true do you think the story is? If you think about it, there's no way, because it only takes a couple of hours for you to start feeling the effects in a self deprivation tank.
If they're gonna send anybody to space, shouldn't they be sending like pro athletes?
I mean, they usually do send in shape people for the most part. Yeah.
Really?
I haven't seen not one in shape person on the ISS.
Not one. Yeah, I was
Well,
just trying to bring it to
relatively
their
healthy. They're
bring
not
it
going
to
to
their
send
attention.
people with underlying illnesses.
I'm just saying, like, why won't they send a pro athlete? Because pro athletes their bodies are trained for the sport that they do, but they're more athletic. Their body is more trained to be more fit than the person that they even send up into space.
I'm with you. Like, you should send the best person into space.
But like, so then why do they send these people that are not even like pro athlete trained going up into space?
Because pro athletes and astronauts have two different skill sets. One is very athletic, and one is very intelligent, right? In a sense of astronomy, right? Or
No,
So
but intelligence wouldn't matter if you
Yeah,
were experiencing
I mean,
vestibular problems.
because it has to do with their body. Everything it's their body that's undergoing everything, right?
well, apparently they can handle it just fine. You know what I'm saying?
Not really, because space isn't real. But even
People
if
go
it
only
was
to space
real,
in your imagination.
Right.
but even if it wasn't real, obviously you couldn't do it anyway because of your vestibular system that's tailored to the place we live, in a level plane. Even if it was a level Earth, still wouldn't be possible.
I don't know. Like the fact that I don't know, it kind of bugs me. Is that the fact that you guys keep saying space isn't real, right? I don't know. For me, I don't know if true or not, right? But I believe that it's much easier to believe that something is there than there's nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Whatever makes you feel warm and fuzzy. We know for a fact that there's no globes floating in space. Space is fake. Can't go there. But you don't want to listen to that. You just want to think people fly on moons and rockets and dance around in space, and they're going to go to Mars, and we're going to have hotels on the moon that we can stay at before we go to Mars. All that's coming. It was in 2025, but they pushed it off. NASA and SpaceX doesn't have the budget for it now, and the Mars mission's been pushed off to 2051. But they're going there. Just don't worry about it. And they're going to find all their juice boxes and the rodents that they're taking pictures of on Mars.
I mean, but what if in 20 years, like they say it's a thing and like people can actually do it? Would that
I
change
just
your
told
mind?
you can't do it. So now what?
Well,
They were saying that 20
hold
years ago, bro.
hold up. Hold
Here's
up.
New Brick.
Hold your
Come on.
horses, partner. They said
That's
flying
not.
was impossible, but we're flying now.
Oh my gosh. New Brick, come on. Let's back up here a little bit. I mean, we can go into your fantasies and your future
Oh,
fallacies
you
and
want
all
to go to
that
my
stuff if
fantasies?
you want. Space is one of them. You obviously have a fantasy that outer space is the way they told you. You said it's easier to believe there's something there than that there's nothing there. No one here said that there was nothing there, for one thing. But I do want to go into that statement that you said, because apparently you're saying it's easier for you to believe what they told you, the stories they told you, even though it's scientifically impossible to have this alleged vacuum of outer space next to our atmosphere in the way that they claim. And also, besides the fact that there have been many, many, many countless anomalies in the science fiction that NASA presents to you, which is just a science fiction story. It's not that much different. You switch the channel and you go to the sci-fi channel, or you can go to the so-called news and see a less well-produced version of science fiction. That's what we're talking about here. They tell you right on the nasa.gov website that they did not go up and take a picture of the Earth, that they created that through Photoshop in the NASA headquarters there. Mr. Blue Marble, Robert Simmons, says it right there. Then we wrapped the flat map around the ball. My part was integrating the surface clouds and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. But your statement that it's easier for you to believe what they say, that's what I want to know, is why did you say that? Can you explain that further?
Why they said that? Said what?
You, Newbreck, said, and if this is not an exact quote, let me know.
Okay.
You said it's easier to believe there's something there than that there's nothing there, which is an inaccurate representation of what we said, because no one here said there was nothing there. There could be lots of things there. We don't know what's up there. We haven't gone up there. When people take amateur weather balloons up there, I mean, you could buy an amateur weather balloon kit. I'll show you an image of what people see when they buy an amateur weather balloon kit. They see a flat horizon up there. That's what they see when they go up over 100,000 feet. Would you like to see one of those images?
No, I mean, sure, why not?
You don't want, really? Gosh, because it would blow your mind. It's a completely different version of reality than what the mainstream news is telling you. But no, now you said sure, good. Because if you said no, you don't even want to see it. That'd be so
I
weird.
also want to see that
Okay, can you see voice text live stream Flat Earth Addict 121,000 feet? You can see it in the thumbnail there, but if you click on it, you can watch the whole video. That's only one. Many individual, unaffiliated people have seen the same thing when they go up there. So are you saying these people are conspiring, the people who go up with the weather balloon and see a flat horizon, the people who do the long distance observations, which I've done myself, seeing Chicago across Lake Michigan, all the observations, which I can list for you there. If you look on our wiki page, every one of them impossible on a globe of dimensions claim. People who did laser tests, are you saying all those people conspired to try to fool you into thinking the Earth was flat?
Well, what I'm saying is, like, I know how cameras work, right? And like, I see a camera, I know it has a zoom function, right? And I assume that same kind of mechanicals are in telescopes, right? So when I look in telescopes and I look at all these stars, these nebulas, these planets, these moons, all this stuff, right? Like, I see that in a telescope. It gets clearer, right? Some are blurrier, some are clear based on how far we think
I've
they
seen
are
them
away.
too.
Right. So it's easier to believe that than just, oh, that's just some light in the sky. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Like, if you just like come and telling someone, oh yeah, there's just lights in the sky. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Why? Why is it easier to believe a story, a fairy tale someone told you over your own eyes? Yeah, if you hadn't seen any of that stuff on TV, you'd look up there and you'd think, oh, there's some lights in the sky. I don't really know how far they are. No way to measure them. Why is that so hard to believe? You go to a planetarium. Are the things you see in the planetarium far off, distant, this and that, the other thing, all the stuff they tell you with their little fantasy science fiction stories? No, they aren't. They're just lights on the top of a dome. Why is it so hard to believe what you see in front of your eyes is just what it is?
And then another thing that it's like hard for me to believe, right, is I believe all humans are greedy. We're all trying to be competitive. We're all trying to reproduce. We're all trying to be the best we can be. We're always trying to have an edge against other people, and that's what advances our society. Like, it's because we're being competitive. We want to be
All
better.
of
We
us are
want.
trying to reproduce, bro, because a lot of us are, a lot of them are turning into the same sex. So I don't know what
Well,
you're saying about.
that's a different topic. But what I'm saying is, we want everything. We want more oil. We want more land. We want more all this, right? And if there was,
I don't.
well, okay, the USA wants oil. We go to wars over that shit,
Yeah,
right?
who are you referring to? The government.
Okay.
Who's the government?
I mean,
People.
people
Your
want more
neighbors.
land too,
They
right?
want more oil.
Okay,
This
let me
is
ask
a
you, do you
total.
want more money? Yeah, of course you do.
Would like to be financially stable.
Okay,
I
so
don't need all the money
you
in the
ask
world.
most people, right? They want more money. They want the best looking
Fine.
girl or spouse. They want to be the best
Oh.
in shape. They want the best of everything, right? And
Nope.
hey, if I can have more land, most people want more land, right? Now my question is,
You know how to deal with it.
true. I mean, most people can't. I've personally lost $500,000 twice, so I know what it's like to have shit and then lose it. But that's a different story too. My question is, if we're this greedy society, which I believe
Crypto
people are.
millionaire.
I'm sorry. You want to sing?
I was singing the Crypto Millionaire song to you.
Oh yeah, no, I lost 500K to BitConnect, but that's another story. Since we're so greedy, right? Why wouldn't we want to see what's below? You know, like what's below us? Like where's the edges of the world?
Well, it's not greediness; it's curiosity.
And we're curious creatures as well, right?
Yeah.
So why wouldn't the U.S., being all powerful and mighty as we are, be like, well, fuck the World Treaty. We want to see what the fuck's down there, and then tell
Well,
everyone about it.
Why do you think they haven't found out what's potentially down there?
Well, and the answer is to the general public that it's a globe and there is nothing, right?
This kid's lost.
Hey, I mean, you can call me lost. At least I'm good entertainment for your stream.
Like, yeah, but you don't make any sense. People listening are like saying the same thing, even if they're Globers.
Problem is, you use like we and us and ours too much. You know, when you refer to countries and governments, you're not the government. You're not part of that circle. So why would you think they would tell you anything that would empower
I
you?
mean, of course they fucking keep secrets and all kinds of shit, right? I mean,
Of course they do, but they don't keep secrets like this. This is too much, right? It's too big to lie
They only
about the
lie
actual.
about certain things. They wouldn't lie about.
They wouldn't lie about that.
Hey,
Sure they wouldn't.
hey, it's not out of the realm of possibility that people lie about everything,
I
right?
mean, are you a greedy person?
I am, yes.
You are, so
Yes.
you're cutthroat.
I'm not.
You will-
No, I'm
You
not
must be
cutthroat.
greedy. You had $500,000
What's
and
the
you
limit
kept,
of your
kept
greed?
investing it.
Will you stab your business partner in the back to get a little bit more?
No.
No.
Hey.
I do the
But you're
best I
greedy,
can.
right?
Well, of course, but there's a difference between being greedy.
In what sense are you greedy? Like you just enjoy more, or you're willing to step over people to get that
No,
more?
I'm not willing to step over people.
Well, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
So it's just a kind of out of control
hear that.
materialism for you then.
I mean, I don't give a fuck about the material. I just want to be the
He has
best
the
at
wish
anything
list,
I
that's all.
play, you know, or be, right? I play the video games. I want to be the best. I do anything I do. I always want to be the best, right? Because you only live one
Why?
life, and why? Because you got one life.
Why be the best? Why not just be, a
You'll
cruiser?
never be
Because
the
fuck
best.
being average. I ain't like everyone else.
Why not
Yeah,
pass
but for
on
some
your?
of us, we've always
You
been
are the
below.
epitome of everyone else.
What?
Exactly, Robin.
You are the epitome of everyone else. You're exactly the same as everyone else.
I mean,
Yeah, you're given
That is the irony.
he's saying that, Nubrik, because you are just defending the government story on all this space stuff. I mean, it's just so weird to me that you don't even seem that interested in, like I showed you what it looks like when you go up over 100,000 feet. Have these guys explained to you why long distance observations that I linked to you earlier in voice
maybe you
text
have to go a
are
little bit higher.
impossible?
Maybe you have to go a little bit higher.
Oh, Gosh, I waited for your whole premise which I until you got to the end of
Really?
your
5 miles, almost 6
wow.
miles isn't far enough for you?
Hey, I mean, if the Earth is as big as we say it is, maybe 5-6 miles ain't shit. To be honest.
You're not making sense. Okay, you can't defend their story, which if what you just said is, you might think because you haven't looked into the math, you might think that's true, even though it's not, according to their claim. They say this Felix Baumgartner guy went up and saw the curve. Well, how high? Do you guys know how high he was? Obviously not 100,000 feet because he wouldn't have been alive.
128,000 feet, I think.
Do they say he was that far?
I think so.
Oh
Don't
my
quote me on that.
gosh,
Well,
what
yeah, they
a
say that, but he was
lie.
wearing a full suit, so it is possible he went that high, but who knows?
Okay, so anyway, they say it's curved up there. The point is that they say it was curved up there, that he saw a
I don't
curve.
think
They
they're
showed a
saying that, are they?
ridiculous image. They showed a ridiculous image of the curvature from where he was with the fisheye, obvious fisheye lens curving the state of New Mexico. But you can see inside the cockpit before he jumped that the horizon was completely flat, just like the pictures that I showed you. But what just shocks me more is that you're just not even interested in another story, like hearing the other side of the story. Like, for example, you talked about this alleged greed, which I reject, that we are not this. Everyone is not this. I don't want more and more and more. I'm happy with what I got. I just want to be left alone. That's all a lot of us want. Once you understand the truth about the flat earth, you find, resources and strength within yourself to where you don't even care about all that outer material nonsense, because you aren't grasping for the next thing, searching for the next thing, because you realize it's all a gigantic lie. And it doesn't matter if you win their game, they'll just move the goalpost once more to keep you on the hamster wheel. So I reject your premise that people are naturally greedy. I mean, some people obviously are, but you're talking about, people wanting more land. Yes, that's one of the possible motivations behind this lie. Admiral Byrd, when exploring Antarctica, said that he saw other land, another continent beyond Antarctica that was about the size of the United States. So there's one possible reason. I mean, too high land and resources. So yes, obviously the people at the top are greedy or they wouldn't be there. I mean, that is why we're in the situation that we're in. But, your just lack of curiosity is just so bizarre to me. I'm shocked. Like, you say it's easier for you to believe there's something there than nothing. And yet I'm sorry, I posted the wrong thing. I posted the weather balloon again. I'll find it for you in just a minute. And yet you're not even curious when we tell you these things. Like, are you even saving any of these links? There it is. Richard E. Byrd, official interview, said there's another continent beyond Antarctica, hiding land. Good enough reason. Rodwin's got another video for you, why they might lie.
Okay.
But it's fine. You can stay in your delusion.
No,
That's fine.
let me
But
counter.
you should at least recognize that that's what you're doing.
Let me counter. Okay, so first off, if there was $100 bill in front of you, would you take it? And no one was around.
No.
Well, then you're stupid. I'm sorry.
Of course I would. Of course I would take it. What do you mean? Because then I could buy food for my children.
Right,
I mean,
exactly.
What do you mean
not,
if no
that is
one's
not,
around?
just wanting to have money
Yeah,
in
if
this society
it's a
where
lot,
you need
no.
it to get
I'm in the
food and
fucking woods and
clothes
I find a
is
$100
not
bill. Of
what
course, I'm
greed
picking
is.
it up.
That is
Hold
not
on.
what greed. That is not greed, Newbrack. So that is a ridiculous statement, and it does not prove your point in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, and then
It's luck. It's luck.
The
A
other
better way to formulate the question is, if you saw a $100 bill fall out the back pocket of the person in front of you, would you pick it up and go away?
I'd give it back to him.
I'd give
Yeah,
it
I'd
back.
definitely
Yeah.
give it back to him in a second. No, not even a question. I go back in the store
Regardless of
sometimes when
who
the
they were or what they
cashier
look like.
if the cashier gives me wrong change, I'll go back and give her back the $1, $10 or whatever. I mean, because otherwise I'd be sitting there all day. Oh gosh, I should drive back to the store, blah, blah, blah. And, you just do, when you have an inherent system of ethics, you do the right thing for other people. I know it's hard to understand if you don't have it. Or these people, sometimes these fake psychopaths, sociopaths, think people are just faking it when they do nice stuff. Like they do, because I guess they don't have a conscience. Like they don't even know what that's like. Because you could even say it's selfish for us to give it back to the person because we know our conscience is going to nag us. I mean, maybe it is, but that's what it's like when you have a conscience.
The problem, Nibrak, is everything you described like 5 minutes ago is just the symptoms of an atheistic, materialistic society. It's not the intrinsic nature of human beings to be cutthroat, greedy, stepping over each other,
But that's the
trying to get the
reality we
better
live
of
in,
each
though.
other. No,
No,
that's
that's
the
your
reality
reality.
that's been built for us, and most people blindly accept to be the only way things can be. It's not intrinsic. It's a decision. It's a conscious decision
You
by
put
each and
any
every
man in the right
individual in this world.
circumstances, he will be cutthroat.
Are you talking about starving people to death, basically?
Hey, I mean, it could be worst of scenarios, right? Like, if you have to kill
The,
someone
the
to
thing is,
survive, you're gonna do it.
it's retard. It's a retarded fucking example because
Okay. Let's
you take
move
5
on.
human beings that know how to cooperate with each other. They should never starve. They'd have to be mentally retarded to allow themselves to starve.
Well,
You're
it's like
talking about like an
Retarded to allow
inorganic situation like fucking Squid Game, where
Yeah,
you get
that
you
only
wouldn't
comes
be
from
able to even
somebody
let
that
one
only
of
comes that
you
only
wouldn't be
comes from somebody who puts no value on human life.
you wouldn't be able to even let one of the 5 people die in your group. It wouldn't happen.
yeah, you think it's far more complicated to feed yourself than it actually is. It's not.
And then so there's that, and then there's this bird thing you linked me, right? How do you know that he's not lying?
So he totally could be lying. Yeah, I'm just putting that out as a
Okay, so that's
possible
fair.
motivation.
Okay.
Yeah, he could. I mean, it's his story makes a lot more sense than your outer space fantasy story. I mean, somebody saying that you're going to go to Mars, that's a fantasy, and you and your ilk just eat that up. But a guy who took a boat down to Antarctica and said, I and my whole crew saw another continent, that's completely within the realm of possibility. For someone to say, we took a little spaceship out there and it's a vacuum, but nobody ever dies up there, and we can't go back to the moon, but we sent this thing to Mars, and here's this little 6th grade middle school animation project to prove it. That's a fantastic story. Those people, I mean, I know they're lying for many reasons because I know how the natural law works and that they're claiming to violate it. That's obviously a lie. Bird story is credible based on the place we live, the natural law, science, exploration. That's a possible story. And the fact that we're not allowed to go there lends more credence to his story. The Antarctic Treaty, signed by over 50 countries, severely restricts travel in that area. You're not allowed to go to Antarctica. It's not to protect you because you can go climb Mount Everest and die there if you want. You can go die a whole bunch of other ways and places, but you can't go down there and die. There's lots of things that lead credence to his story. It wasn't just him, it was his entire crew and so on and so forth. They accepted it at the time. If you ever bother to watch the video, you'll see the guy in the guy's interviewing. He's like, oh, okay, another continent. Isn't that interesting? Because back then, before they'd locked everything down, they probably assumed, look at this, we're going to go explore another continent. And just by coincidence, right after that, they took everyone's focus off the ground and said, oh, space, we're doing this thing and that thing. I mean, come on. You think we went to the moon in the way they told Nubrak, the way they said in 1969?
I mean, yeah, probably, yeah.
What makes you believe that story?
Well, I wasn't alive then. It's hard to, judge.
So when somebody says a story, but not us, except for, with the exception of the people who are telling you the Earth is flat and stationary just as it appears, anybody who tells you a story, you're just like, yeah, that's probably true. I mean, you don't even look into it,
I mean,
research
I try
it.
to be like, okay, does this make sense or does this not make sense, right? And then I come
And
to
it
my
makes
own
sense to
judgment.
you that in 1969 they went to the moon, and then all of a sudden, I mean, NASA so-called astronauts say they can't go to the moon anymore because they lost the technology. And it's a difficult and painful process to rebuild it. So they're telling you they're going to Mars, but they can't go to the moon. That makes sense to you? You need to wake the hell up. My God, man. I mean, it's fine. Like I said, you can stay in your delusion if you want, but you are in a deep, deep delusion. Just please at least consider that possibility. Consider. getting back on the ground and like being down to earth and seeing things how they are. Like, can you not handle the idea of being fooled or of them lying? Like, what is it that's keeping you from seeing the obvious truth right in front of your face? I just told you on NASA.gov, they say they photoshopped all those images. They say in plain sight they lied
Can you
to
show me
you.
that? I want to see that.
I showed it to you earlier. Sure, I'll show it to you again.
And then and I lost my fucking thought.
Well, take your time. See if you can get it back.
I have it. Okay. So, 100 years ago, right? You would have told someone, or I don't know, maybe it's a little over 100. It's about 100 years ago, right? Maybe 200 years ago. Go back 200 years. You would think that to have the cars that we have today, the planes that we have today, the technology we have today, if you told anyone that shit, they would be like, "You're crazy. There's no way that would ever be true."
Yeah, that's true. And only in one area does technology go backwards. I mean, we got to find you. The funny thing happened to the way to the moon. I really think this guy should maybe start with examining the moon landing. You can't I get it where you can't handle your whole paradigm. But any thinking person who examines honestly this story about the moon, I mean, Stanley Kubrick obviously filmed it. If you just even look at it, on its face, it's absurd. The footage they came up with, there's no way they went there.
So
it's a ridiculous story.
So you think
the moon lander is a piece of junk?
So you think that technology is going backwards in what area?
No, that's what they say. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going too fast. Okay, you asked me for the Robert Simmons stuff. I put it in there for you. And some other people put some other stuff in there. Robert Simmons said it's Photoshopped because it has to be. That's a quote from a video. I can get you that video where he said that. So we'll start with that before we go on. So do you see how on NASA.gov, this man says, we didn't go up there and take a picture of the Earth. We created it in Photoshop. This is documented. This is what a NASA.gov employee is saying. So there's thing one. To me, it'd be like, if this was me, I'd be like, whoa, I'm going to look at that. That's really intense. But you want to jump on to the next thing. I get it. That's perfectly fine. NASA proven to be an agency that puts out propaganda and fools people into thinking something. But they don't, they fool them. But even if they bothered to go look at their site, they're not even fooling them. They're just, it's right out there in plain sight. So anyway, then you have, obviously, shows you a little meme there with Don Pettit's supposed astronaut. This is a quote from him. We can't go back to the moon. We don't have the technology anymore. We can find the video of that for you.
Right, but
says,
whether he says that or not, do you believe that? Like, we don't have the technology to go to the moon.
We didn't go in the first place. That's an excuse for people who say, "Why don't we go back?" They never went in the first place.
They can't go because they can't. We're closest.
Okay.
Simple.
So technology advances and doubles in speed roughly every 18 months.
So why is NASA destroying 14,000 reels of telemetry data of the greatest event in all of mankind's history?
You're talking about computing power.
Well, in essence, technology.
Yeah. So who destroys technology? Do you realize you're following that group that destroys technology? And yet you're paying them
what group that I follow that destroys technology?
And yet you're paying them $63 million a day to fool you.
NASA. He's talking about NASA. You believe their stories.
So you think NASA's going backwards in technology?
Just look at their own technology. What are they saying themselves?
That one guy said it.
Listen.
He's an astronaut. Does anyone have the video of the Don Pettit interview?
Bro, I mean, presidents say stupid shit all the time.
PhD at NASA.
Okay, but listen, Trump said stupid shit. Biden said stupid shit. Everyone says stupid shit.
Okay, he doesn't want it. You don't want to hear it. You don't, Newbrack.
There's multiple people saying
you won't. So Newbreck, let me just make a little prediction for you.
Okay.
Like, you're going to go through, you're going to
Okay.
talk to these guys. I'm probably going to go get breakfast. They're going to tell you like thing after thing that should blow your mind. And you're going to come up with an excuse. Well, he was probably lying when he said that. I mean, but we haven't gone back to the moon. So it's just, you're just making excuses. You want to stay in your comfort zone. You want to stay in your delusion. You don't want your world shaken. That's perfectly fine. So you can go back and forth with these guys. That's fine. In a few years, if something ever happens to you where you think, oh, maybe I should rethink this. Gosh, I look out there and I'm going on a trip to the ocean. It's flat and stationary. The horizon never moves. Water's always flat. They say it's over 70% water. If you ever decide to use a little bit of imagination and like start to rethink your paradigm, come back. We'll probably still be here, but you can keep making your excuses. It's fine. Most people do. It's much more convenient, easier for you to stay in your comfortable lives, and that's perfectly fine. But it's interesting discussion. Like you said, you're at least providing entertainment for the audience.
I just.
And I can quote NASA for you. They said, I can go to space in a nanosecond, but unfortunately we lose the technology, and to build it back, it's a painful process.
They also said that they hope to go back to places like the moon and Mars again, but they have to solve these issues, like going through the Van Allen radiation belts. So it's like the first astronauts, they were questioned on the Van Allen radiation belts, and one of them was like, what? Well, I guess we didn't feel them when we went right through them. And he's like, we didn't have any issue at all, I guess. But now NASA today is saying they don't have the technology to get through these belts. So which is it? Did they go 6 times in the 70s, 60s?
And they went with the technology of a Game Boy.
Right. I mean, all it comes down to is basically needing math, right, and numbers, right? And I think there was even one girl on the NASA team doing it by hand, right? Some of the calculations, right? And it was better than the computer's calculations
That's what
at the
they
time.
say.
Yeah.
You love all the stories.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of wild. But the computer power back then was shit, so.
It's just a lot of things don't add up. A lot of things don't add up. One astronaut says when they went to the moon, they saw stars. One of them says they didn't see stars. I really think you should watch that funny thing happen on the way to the moon. You got them acting super weird and with their head down, they're fidgeting with their hands. Like,
are you guys
they
saying that a
don't
female
look.
being smart doesn't add up?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't know if you're referring to me or him, but I'm just saying,
I'm
like,
the
when they
only
came
one
back.
that made if I'm not allowed to make that statement after all the stuff I've been through, then yeah, let's debate that in the arena, mister. But that's not what we're talking about here.
Non sequiturs. And I'm just saying the astronauts look super guilty when they came back. They didn't look like they accomplished something significant. And, there's people who've won a fishing tournament look more excited. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. They all had their heads down. They look like evasive. And it's like, why, if you accomplished the most amazing feat in human history, why would you look like that in that post conference?
The video I posted on Why Would They Lie, that'll explain why they looked like that.
Well, okay.
I know, but if they're telling the truth, they would look very excited, And where was the president? Where was Nixon? You'd think Nixon would be involved, and he'd be like, "Hey, here's my boys. They did this amazing job."
So, I mean, with the way technology is advancing, right?
Is that the real daddy?
You think in the next 10, 20, 30 years, would we be able to get better information or for known information about, like, what the moon actually is? Or
who cares? Earth is not a globe.
Yeah, we got to talk about.
I don't even think the moon is a thing.
If it's already known what the moon is and everything surrounding it, then they know it. The people are telling us this lie. They know. They already know. They're not telling us. That's the thing. So
I'm just going to ask you a question. Like, if you paid somebody for a job, and let's just say you paid them between $50 and $70 million a day, and then they tell you they lost all your data, they taped over your footage, and they destroyed your technology after you paid them $50 million or $60 to $70 million a day. Like, would you be upset?
Yeah, I'd be pissed. Yeah.
That's our taxpayer money.
Wait, can you repeat that?
But you're not pissed. That's the whole thing. You're not pissed. You're defending them.
These guys are sending us fake pictures of Earth. fake pictures of Earth, and they're telling us they're losing our technology, they're losing our telemetry data, they're destroying the technology, they're taping over our footage, and they're giving us like silly looking footage of these lunar module, whatever, and it goes pew, and these little stars, these little colorful lights pop off from the side, and just goes straight up in the air. And this is an insult, and you guys should be mad.
Yeah. They
But they're feeding your space addiction.
they previously told us in 2015, the Orion project, that they had to solve certain crucial
Hey, what is
problems
that picture
before
in
they could get past the Van Allen
is that
radiation.
lollipop guy supposed to be like an illustration of the Earth flat?
So you just
or-
interrupt. Do you interrupt people all day long, like every day? I'm just
yes.
curious.
So
Like,
so
I've been
you said they
interrupted
gave
all
NASA
day.
Yes, I
what?
do.
Just mute Cry, man. He's a
64
tough
million?
spot.
64
Which
million?
one was that? Okay. Cry will.
Only
Yeah,
today.
cry about that. Mute while you're muted.
There you go.
Well, we know today it's around 70 million a day.
You guys been busy?
We pay NASA 70 million a day.
That's right.
Been pretty busy. Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, I hope they produce
All
some
night.
good fucking results then, eh?
Yeah,
Here's another thing. Most people, sorry, most people would assume that the blue marble or image, you got to be careful how you say it. Most people would assume on the streets that that's a real photograph of Earth, and they keep it on their little smartphone, and they look at it. They're like, "Wow, what an amazing place we live." But they have no idea that NASA is creating this image from square one, and they color the little oceans, and then other countries have different colors of the oceans and the continents. And then they use the same cloud patterns from 2002 to 2007. It's an insult.
So do you guys have the flat Earth picture instead on your phones?
Yeah, man, there's a great zodiac clock.
Yeah, the flat Earth
Earth
map the regular map that we have is my desktop and my screensaver. I have 5 screens, and when I'm at work, people just laugh because they know that I'm all about.
Hey! I give you props for standing up for what you believe in, man.
You should check
Not
the
a
app
belief,
out,
though.
because
That's
there's a
the point.
lot of information on the app with the pictures and the videos, everything. Everybody's telling you here about it's all on the app, and that's actually something I did first before I come in and arguing here.
Yeah, we should put the link to the app in here. Do you have it? Whoever was just saying that. I have that app too. I don't really look at it that much, but I think it's a good thing. Yeah,
I
it
think
has a lot of
you know
good
how they
intro
have the
videos and
raid
stuff.
Area 51. I think we should all get together and make a raid Antarctica and see what the hell's down there.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, somebody got killed
Great
doing
idea.
that.
You should do that.
I actually accomplished something.
Maybe
I mean,
NASA can do
I
it for all
wouldn't
that
call it
money.
a raid. I mean, if you just want to try, I mean, you are not going to be allowed to go down there. Memes Antoy, that's not the right one. I must not have capitalized his name. That it is illegal to go anywhere beyond their prescribed. Like, you can pay a huge amount of money to go on one of their tours where you'll go in a tiny little area. You cannot freely explore Antarctica. You will, as these Norwegians did get arrested. I think some of them died. I mean, I think it's a good idea to explore down there in the south. To see about if I had a sailboat, I'd go down there and check in on some of the distances, that kind of thing. I mean, there's a lot of exploration experiments you could do. I personally wouldn't even want to go to Antarctica. That's where they've had that place on lockdown since back in the Admiral Byrd times. Like that,
Yeah.
like who'd want to hang out with those people? That'd be the last place I'd want to go. Then
Look,
they're all a bunch of liars down there. I wouldn't want to hang out with those people. But
Look,
yeah, at least you got a
this-
little bit of spirit of exploration there, which I do appreciate, Mr. Newbrack.
Look,
Sarah
Dandelion
Rue
is
has a
we go down
question.
there and kick them out of it.
Yeah,
Kick them out of
so
there.
If we could, wouldn't that be nice?
Couldn't
Call
we
it
just
just
fucking
make
get a
expedition.
plane and fly over it and check it out, or even
Dude, if the
stealth,
weather
like
was
you said?
nicer,
And also,
Let's make an expedition. Don't call it a raid, because then they're going to shoot us and act like it was the capital raid. So just call it an expedition. We'll call it In Search of the Dome, and we'll all go down there, like 1,000 of us, and we'll see what happens.
Dandelion was referring to it there.
We will
Who was
disappear.
that?
We disappeared.
Who's they?
Of course we'll disappear, man. We need millions
Dude,
upon
if we have
millions of
live
people
footage, man,
behind
would they do
this.
that in live cam?
They
I
could
shared the
easily
link of the app,
disappear.
man.
Look,
Greg.
consider you're in the middle of fucking nowhere that nobody pays attention to, like average person, you know.
We'll have
And
three
they've got an
boats.
entire fucking, ice ring to essentially dump and fucking bury bodies. Yeah, we
We'll have
can
3 boats.
disappear easy.
Like it will name it
Saru wants to know. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. We're done.
Expedition in Search of the Dome. Let's try it.
Let me know how it turns out.
Oh, by the way, fun fact: you believe in the ISS guy, the Glober guy?
Yeah, that's me.
The ISS has never crossed the South Pole. It has never crossed Antarctica. Fun fact: of all the orbits it's done, it's never crossed the ice patch of the Antarctica.
Wait, what's never crossed that?
The ISS.
Ah, okay.
Of all those orbits it's done, never has it crossed over the Antarctic ice shelf. You should
Yeah,
look at
Saru,
that.
to answer your question, I don't know if these other guys heard your question. He wants to know who they is. They are the over 50 world governments that have signed the Antarctic Treaty.
Now that I will give you that. I just Googled that, and because it's been restricted to the orbital plane of certain degrees, and it can't go further north or further south than a certain amount. I'll give you that one.
How convenient for them.
Yeah, but the
That
fact
was
that
a bunch
the
of
fact
fire,
that it's
wasn't it?
even doing the rotations that it is doing is still kind of, you know what I'm saying? And the photos from there, supposed photos from there, and the supposed videos from there, right? Like, which I guess you guys think is all not like faked, right?
Yeah, because they're showing us
Anybody
like
with half a brain can see it's fucking fake, man.
they're showing us streetlights looking from space down to Earth. You know, there's like no cloud coverage whenever they do their photos. There's just no clouds. You just see the streetlights all the way down from at night. It's just so cool and beautiful.
Here, Nubrak, I've got something to show you. Let's see if you can resolve this without help.
I mean, whether this is real or fake, I mean, this video looks pretty cool. I'm walking out on the space station and the.
Hope they don't drown. 2 of them almost drowned. Hope they're okay.
Do you see that image I posted in the chat, Nubrak?
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, the ISS and the airplane.
Okay.
See any problems there?
Well, yeah, the ISS is smaller than the plane.
Yeah, they're relatively the same size, more or less.
Okay, right, but you do realize that the ISS is way farther away from you than that plane?
Do you realize you're seeing it at the same angular size as the plane? Which we know planes fly at, yeah, give or take 7 miles cruising altitude. And the ISS is claimed to be orbiting at 250 or so miles.
So obviously going to appear way smaller.
But it doesn't appear way smaller, does it?
Yeah, I mean,
So, question. Where do those
Problematic.
images come from?
These images, they're just taken by amateur astronomers. People looking at the moon, watching for transits.
yo, what about the video I linked? You think that's all fucking fake? The clouds and the there.
Which one?
I just linked one above your picture that
Yeah, let me have a look.
I'm walking. I mean, shit, like that's some good CGI if that is, man.
Oh, yeah,
Man,
certainly.
you can see the fisheye lens. Don't you see the fisheye lens?
No, I'm not talking about. Okay,
Oh,
forget about the shape. Just the clouds and the Earth in general.
I just
so you
posted
haven't
clouds in the earth. Look how easy it is.
What?
so you haven't seen the movie Gravity or
I
any
don't
new
know.
Marvel video,
I've seen a lot of space videos.
right? So that wouldn't be too hard then, right? Right?
What would it be?
Faking it, making it. That wouldn't be too hard, right?
Right.
If we give them
Right.
$60 million a day, isn't that enough to make a full-scale Hollywood movie every day?
Well, actually, did you guys see this? Wow, they have a live stream of the ISS. Do you believe all this is fake? Live stream? That's
Oh yeah, nice live
Live
streams
for
of
3 or
fucking
for
CGI.
5
I don't know.
years.
But it cuts out what every 45 minutes or something. I forget.
Well,
It's not even
I
like
don't
a
think
full
I don't think.
24/7 live stream. It's constantly cutting out.
Well, but it never repeats itself.
It loops, dude. I've watched it.
So you go into the what's it called, the description of that so-called live stream. It will tell you it's not a live stream. They are replaying stuff. And I can stick any sticker on a video and tell you it's live, right? Is that a hard thing to do?
It says this will show live and pre-recorded footage depending on the signal.
Oh, right.
They put that pre-recorded in. They don't have to put any live in.
And I can put a sticker on any video, right?
The funniest thing, Nubrak, is this is the fucking easiest parts of this live.
So they're not live then. Not live if it's pre-recorded.
Well, you don't know if they're live or not.
Yeah, but ask yourself the question: how are you gonna verify if it's live, dude? How the fuck are you gonna verify it, bro? Seriously, how are you gonna do that?
Well, with timestamps and then see if it repeats at any moment.
Timestamps to see if it repeats, dude. You can't. How's that gonna tell you if this is actually going on right now? Just because you can put any fucking time on there. Have you not seen shit like this before, man?
Well, if it's constantly different, then they're either editing on the fly.
So what if it's conference? You're looking from the ground up, right? Not the sky down. You're looking at what they're showing. Can you go from the ground and say, all right, there they are. That's exactly where they are on the earth. Right fucking there. I can see them passing over. Can you do that?
Well, you can see something in the sky, supposedly.
Can you do that, though? Can you verify it from the ground? Can you do that?
You can get a telescope and see the ISS in the sky, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, and I just showed you the problem with viewing that ISS in the sky.
No, actually,
it seems to be cruising around the same altitude as commercial planes.
It would be interesting.
That or fucking planes are flying at 250 miles high. So
it would
which
be
one
interesting when it goes above my my state here. I live in Detroit. I should be able to put my telescope out, and then maybe I can see the ISS and then confirm to see if the live footage matches up with me seeing it in the sky.
There you go. Now try and do that.
All right.
There you go. Well done.
Okay.
Now we'd love to see the footage of you trying to do that and succeeding.
Well, I mean, I've seen the ISS through a telescope in Vegas. I mean, I have with my own eyes through a telescope.
Oh, sure. Yeah, but you.
Good for you, man. Another unverified light in the sky.
There you go.
Well, it looked like an ISS. I mean, you could call it an unverified light, but I mean, if it looks like an ISS, it smells like an ISS. You know what I'm saying? Like
that means everything
when
that's
we
on
come at you
TV
and
must
say
be true that's no ISS
I mean,
on.
shit, I could look at an apple and on the inside it could be an
Right?
orange, right?
That's
Is that what you're gonna say?
When we come along to you and say the Earth measures flat, looks flat, feels flat, that doesn't fly with you though.
No, that's like caveman thinking.
No, that's caveman thinking. But for you, looks like the ISS, smells like the ISS, must be the ISS, right?
Yeah.
That's not caveman thinking. That's fucking modern.
This is
21st
technology,
century, man. Okay.
Preconceived bias, bro. It's just your confirmation bias. It's your anchor bias, bro.
Maybe people sometimes aren't ready.
Yeah, he's not for sure. But maybe something you guys tell.
I'm not ready. No, I'm definitely not ready.
Well, we're not anti-technology. You seem to have a real, misconception. It's weird. Like, I guess they say you've been here for 8 hours. Like, Earth-based technology. I mean, obviously, like, we acknowledge there is technology in the world. It's Earth-based. The things that they claim are space-based are clearly not. There's other explanations for everything that you see. Just because you see something in the sky that they say is the ISS, even though it's physically impossible for it to be at the distance they say it is, at the size that they claim it is. Their stories are inconsistent when you start examining them. So there's no caveman about this. There is we are going back in time to a time when people used their logic, their reason, their will to make determinations about the world around them. Yes, we're going back in time to a time when the scientific method meant you make a natural observation, you develop a hypothesis, you test that hypothesis in the real world. If you find it's falsified, then you discard the hypothesis, or if you see some evidence that it might be true, you refine the hypothesis, test it again, and so on. We are back to that time when people actually went out and learned things about their world and determined things about their world and didn't just believe the science fiction they see on TV. We're not the only ones who are questioning these so-called astrophysicists and the stories they make up. There are a lot of mainstream scientists who question the mainstream story about dark matter, who question what they say about the sun, because they are operating without oversight. They've got people all on board with this outer space cult, and their little thing they've got going on, where their little racket, where they're raking in billions to come up with this nonsense. So we're calling them out on it. We are forward thinking. We're some of the most forward thinking people around here. So your claim that we are caveman thinking just because we call out the lies, call out the inconsistencies, say that thing you're seeing in the sky is not the size and distance that they claim it is. It's just a logical inconsistency. It's not true. And we're just looking at it with cold, hard reason. You don't like that, that's fine. You can stay in your fantasy, as I've told you several times.
Yo, so like, I'm looking at this ISS live stream, and oh my god, look at all those billions of stars out there. That's crazy, whatever's causing that.
What about the bubbles?
You said you saw the ISS from your telescope. You think you can see something that's 250 miles away, which is claimed?
With the technology we have today, yeah, it's probably possible.
Well, it's not live. It's at November. So in the description, it says live November 2021.
In the
live stream, it says December 21, 2021.
It says in the description.
Yeah, that's probably
live,
when it
November
started. Yeah, that's
2021.
probably when it started. But like right now, the current time is obviously on the stream. So is anyone living in Australia or South Africa?
Yeah,
can you guys
I can
look up
stick
in the
a
sky
sticker.
right now?
I can stick a sticker on a video and call it live. This is what we are telling you, right?
I don't know. It's
Is
just
too
so
hard
crazy
to fathom?
to think that like a light in the sky, the sun. You guys believe the sun gives us the energy to live, right?
Stick to one thing, man. You were talking about the ISS.
Well, I'm seeing the sun in the ISS, so.
Oh, it even states underneath it, recorded video. There's loss of signal.
Yeah, we went over that, yeah.
Yeah, but it states in the video you just posted. You just said it here.
Yeah, we went
on
over
the bottom.
it. Yeah, I get
yeah.
it.
Okay, so not live.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
seeing.
you
I'm
sure
seeing
believe
the.
a
I'm
lot of
seeing.
things.
What was the production budget of Gravity?
Bro, you've been debunked. Can you at least acknowledge that it's not live?
Yeah, you sure believe a lot of things that are completely unproven. You've
How
provided
do you guys
zero
explain
proof.
the
You're
Northern
interrupting
Lights?
again. I know you're tired, but please
I'll
don't
get
interrupt.
galloping onto the Northern
Right in the
Lights.
middle
man.
of the sentence again. Yeah, you seem to believe like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of things that you have no validation for. We've debunked every single one of
I'm
them.
watching live
For the
footage. I
last
don't know
8
about you
hours,
guys.
you're interrupting me again. So for the last 8 hours, I've heard all of it, and it's astonishing to me that you can have that many fallacies, that much garbage coming out of your mouth that you have zero proof. Zero. What
Let's see if
other
he can
things in
admit
life?
that it's
What other
not lying.
things in life? What other things in life do you believe? What is your percentage of your confidence in the globe right now?
Very high.
Can you give me a number? Percentile?
Like 95. Yeah, like 95%.
Okay, so what other things do you believe in 95% confidence level with zero proof? What other things in life?
Like aliens. I'm
You believe them
95% sure
95%?
that
Well,
yeah.
that's the same thing. That's the same thing as what we're talking about. It's the space paradigm, the heliocentric model. That's wrapped up in the same paradigm. So in any other part of your life,
The afterlife.
you have a 95% confidence level with zero proof?
Well, it's not zero proof. I mean, there's thousands and thousands of scientists that
Oh,
do
this is
gravity
Scientists are not
experiments
proof.
that do.
Scientists are not proof.
I don't know. It's just so hard to believe that there would be hundreds and thousands of people that would just lie.
No,
So
they're all
you're
like you,
willing to
man,
ignore
totally in
your
denial and don't
consensus.
want to look at the evidence.
Yeah, so you're denying
Yeah,
all
hold
the
on. Let me
evidence
take this for a second, guys. Hundreds of thousands of people would never lie, right? Is that what you said? You can't believe it?
Well, yeah.
You
I
ever heard of
mean,
Santa
yeah.
Claus?
What?
Do hundreds of thousands of people lie about Santa Claus coming through chimneys at night?
I mean, I don't know. If you're
There's
good,
no
you
way
get
they could all be
presents. That's all
real.
I
Actually,
know.
it's billions of people with Santa Claus because that's in almost every country. Santa Claus, so
Oh,
billions.
is billion a lot more than 100,000? I'm not good with math.
Yeah, and NORAD has a Santa tracker. So does NORAD lie?
Hey, I mean, hey, it's not my fault you guys don't get presents under your trees, okay?
Right.
Oh, come on now. You were
I mean,
behaving growing up for the last 8
proof
hours.
to me
Don't
that Santa's
descend
not
into
real.
infantile
Do
behavior.
you have proof that Santa's not real?
So you've been streaming this the whole time?
Yes, I am a live streamer, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, could you at least have maybe
Hey,
told us that? Can you drop
you
us
give
a
us
link,
the link?
please?
Can I
It's
just
Yeah,
live
it's in
streamed
his
on
it's
YouTube
in his
anyway.
it's
It's
in
in
his
my
Twitch
Discord.
account.
Yeah, it's in my Discord. It's linked.
So, I mean, you're a live streamer, I assume on Twitch, whatever.
Yes.
So you came here for content. You didn't come here for knowledge or discussion.
No,
really,
that's
did
not
you?
true. You're putting words in my mouth.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with what live streamers do. They're constantly
I mean, you're
seeking
live
out
streaming,
fucking
so are
content.
you? What are you?
No, I'm just
Post
part of
your
a
live
live
stream
stream.
link so we
I'm
can
not
see
live
it to
streaming.
make sure you're not lying.
That makes sense now to why he's not making, he's being the way he is. That makes perfect sense. Thanks
No,
for telling me that, because I'm not going to bother to talk to you anymore.
I mean that's fair. You guys don't have
Hang
to
on,
talk to me.
let me see the live
No,
stream.
that's what globe liars do. Globe liars make money off of the flat Earth content because they got nothing. Show us the proof of your globe on.
I haven't made any money off of you guys. I'm just being honest. Like this is purely discussion. And I just want to see the other side. I don't get to talk to flat earthers. I really don't.
Oh my god, summer's forehead.
Stop. I came in here with an open mind. I've been very polite. I haven't, for the most part, I haven't interrupted. I've been adding good discussions for the most part, right? Whether I believe it or not, right? I mean, I think I've been contributing my fair share. Why'd they globally mute me? Oh well, I guess they don't want to talk to me anymore. That's weird though, I was actually talking to them. I was showing the stream everyone. If anything, I was helping them out if they were doing a good job on their case, right? What's up? That cut guy is still on. They can't be helped. Hey, I'm open to discussion. I really am. Yo, I want to ask, what did they think of the Northern Lights? No, they're 100% serious matter. That's why hey, I'm honestly curious. I mean, if anything, I'm advertising for them. Isn't that what they want? They want awareness. if they're spitting facts and you guys believe that facts, then you should be flat earthers too. You know, that's all. I mean, it's up to them. Hey, I talk to people that want to talk to me. You know. What is this showing? Is this showing the Indian Ocean? This image looks kind of fucky. I'm not even gonna lie. This image looks fucky as fuck. They have awareness of a peanut. Nah, see, I don't insult people or anything. People can believe what they want, right? Unless you've
See,
seen
I'm
shit.
not a tyrant.
So Nubrak, you're advertising for us now?
I mean, I feel like
It would be.
I've gotten
It would be
people.
nice.
I've had people that were watching my stream that I think came in, 1 or 2 came and discussed some stuff earlier today. So I think I'm helping out your stream.
One second. So it would be nice of you if you not put in your title trolling the flat Earth, right?
Well, I mean,
Why would
I'm, you know, have I been trolling you though?
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you're doing. Yeah, yeah.
Have I?
You're being dishonest about stuff.
I've
yeah,
been
you're being
really
dishonest.
okay. I do clickbait titles. I do it for everything. It's not just you guys. I really
Okay,
haven't
so
been trolling.
so
So he is
that's a good
making
one.
money off of us.
I'm
One
not making
second,
money
that-
off of you.
That's 1 second. 1 second. So that is a good one for his audience, right?
Right. That's a good title.
The audience that is watching your stream now, you admitted using clickbaits, right?
Yes, yeah.
Clickbait, earning some dollars. That's okay, right?
I'm not
But be
earning.
fair, right?
I'm being honest with
Be
you.
fair.
I didn't earn. I maybe earned $2 today.
Right. So, all right. Right. So, to your audience, he's using clickbait titles.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Why? Right. Why?
Because he can't make money off globe Earth, so he has to try with flat Earth.
No, I just joined yesterday.
He's got no other talent.
I got 16,000 followers. I mean, I just joined yesterday. You know, so you can say I came in here. I've been here 2 days.
But the only point we all bring it up is because your focus is not on the actual conversation.
It is though.
You're
Did you listen to my
entertaining.
conversation? Wait, hold up,
Right
hold up. Did you listen to my conversation for the past 8 hours? Because I contributed 100%. I asked good questions. I can list you all the questions I've asked.
If you're entertaining people, you can't give your full attention to something.
I'm not.
You
I
didn't
don't
ask
give.
any
I
good
don't give my
questions.
full attention. No, I give.
You never.
Well, that's
you never,
it. You're wasting our time.
You never answered one question of
You
ours.
came in here and immediately treated the thing without any level of seriousness. So that means even if let's just say
No, that's
we are
not true.
absolutely
I said it was
100% correct,
suspicious that the
you're not
ISS
gonna-
didn't
you're not
go
gonna learn
to
that
the
because you're not paying
South Pole.
attention.
No, did I not agree with some of the things you said? Some of the things I did, like the ISS not being able to go over Antarctica. I thought that was sus as fuck. I think our taxpayer money going to NASA when they aren't producing shit right now I'm agreeing with some of the shit you're saying. But I do have my own beliefs. I've been straight up honest with you guys. So I don't know.
Except you didn't told us you're streaming on Twitch.
It's in my Discord, bro. Like
yeah. Did you tell us?
I think I told someone in the beginning, 8 hours ago, maybe. I am not bringing it up. Hey guys, I'm streaming. Just keep that in mind. Like,
if he told at the beginning that, I mean, we can go back and check. I think that is, I mean,
yeah, go check. I'm
agree,
sure.
but,
I'm sure I mentioned
it is
one
the
time.
right thing to do.
But
Okay,
you know,
I
I'm
mean,
not
it's
gonna
definitely
bring
the right
it up.
thing to do to let
You know,
people know. I'm not like hugely concerned about it but it just explains your behavior. To me, I'm actually glad it came out because now I understand your behavior. Maybe somebody watching your stream is going to listen to the information and research it with more honesty. So it actually makes me feel like we wasted less time because this guy's not re-examining. He's not ready to re-examine the paradigm, but maybe someone listening to his stream is, or maybe because he's on the spot with the stream, he's not able to actually re-examine it. And that is understandable too. So it makes everything.
I mean,
make
I
sense.
have
So
showed.
I actually appreciate it.
I have showed all the videos, all the pictures you guys have shown. I've showed everything to my stream. And hey, if you made good points in my stream, watching me,
but you haven't shown yourself. That's the problem.
What?
We want honest, genuine people that are ready to show themselves.
I am honest and genuine.
And entertainers don't do that. They're
Well,
always
no,
running some kind of
listen, I don't
character,
get
some
paid
kind of
enough to fake
personality.
my personality. Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah,
be
well,
honest.
we know if you're not getting paid enough now, maybe
I
you get
made
paid enough later.
$20,000 in the stock market today. I'm being honest with you, and I don't need fucking money. I'm here
Yeah,
for
he's part of this. Yeah, he's part of the system. He's
right,
part of this whole
right,
live streaming thing. He's
right. I'm doing this
wants
for
to stay
fun.
in the system. He wants to stay diluted. He likes things the way they are. So yeah, I mean, he's not going to listen to anything that's going to
I mean,
challenge his paradigm. Although he did say he believed in an
Hey,
afterlife,
New
which is
Brock.
interesting because a lot of people who are attached to the globe
Hang
are
on.
attached to it because it's their new religion. Is this all this outer space stuff? Ooh, we're going to go to
New
Mars.
Brock.
It's like the new heaven. So you're not doing it to replace. Your religion. That's very interesting to hear.
Yeah, I mean,
New
I
Brock,
grew
give
up
me,
Catholic, but I'm agnostic now. So
New Brock, give me one of your stocks that
Oh,
makes
okay.
money.
So that fits the profile. Never mind what I
stock.
just said.
Well,
Erase it all.
legally, I can't
We're,
give you
we're
advice, but Baba is a really good bet right now. If you want to.
Dandelion wasn't talking about that. She was talking about your globe religion.
I don't. What's my? I don't have a globe. Well, okay. You're
Yes,
saying my
you do.
belief in the globe?
Yeah, it is only a belief. Faith without proof. It's called religion, and what you've been doing here for 8 hours is professing and defending your own religious zealotry, and then lying about it, saying it's not a religion, when by definition it is.
I never knew that. What I believe is a religion.
Yeah. Okay. What proof do you have to back it? And for 8 hours, you've tried and provided nothing.
I mean,
Yeah, a
I've asked
religion, the
a
largest one
lot of
ever
questions.
created. You interrupt me, and I'm fucking sick of that. You can't help yourself. I know. Yeah, it's a religion, the largest one ever created in all of human
Yeah.
history. The global heliocentric spinning space monkey religion. That's yours.
Created by your friendly Jesuits.
Dude, he said he'd never realised. It sounded like he was talking in past tense. So have you realised now that it is a religion, Nubra?
I can't talk. So like.
He's muted. So someone on mute.
Yeah, I still don't believe that it's a religion.
Muted. So someone on mute.
Yeah, I still don't believe. Can someone mute my stream? Thanks. I mean, I am open, right? I am very hard to convince, but I am open to always new ideas, right? Oh, I'm server muted now. What else was I gonna look up? I was gonna look up something. Fuck. What was I gonna look up? God, what was that gonna? Yeah, no, it's crazy. I go in there with the good intentions, and hey.
He still wants to hang around here. My gosh, the man has a lot of stamina. I'm not opposed to him sticking around. We have people come in and do the Twitch thing. I mean, usually they kind of arrange it ahead of time. Like I know Indio did
Like I said,
interview
I'm
with
not a
a
tyrant.
Twitch streamer. Do you have any questions about what you heard so far, Nubrak?
To be honest, I mean, I'll be more energized tomorrow if you guys are welcoming me again, but like, it's been an exhausting 8 hours. I've heard a lot of things, that it gets you thinking though, right? And that's the important thing, right?
New Brock, Bob has come down a lot. What's one of your long-term winners?
Well, Tesla was a good one. Neo was a good one until the crash earlier this year.
You don't believe in Tesla in the future? Was a good one?
I think Tesla's a great company, but I think it's overvalued right now.
So nothing besides Baba. That's it.
I don't give investment advice because legally I cannot.
It's not advice. I'm not asking you what's a good stock.
I mean, everything's crashing right now, so buying dips is always good.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
never. You've been respectful,
I am. I'm
more
not.
or
I'm not
less.
an
So
asshole. I'm not. You know. I'm not. I'm not devious. I'm not name calling. I don't do. You know. I really don't.
yeah, I'm just saying, like, yeah, for more or less. I've only been here for the last 2-3 hours, so. But
Right.
you've been respectful, man. Yeah, if you
Yeah.
come back, yeah, we'll welcome you. We're happy to
Okay.
keep speaking. But
Okay.
I think at this point, you need to go off, maybe just look over what you've heard, what's been discussed, and
Yeah.
internalize it and formulate whatever questions you want to bring back next time.
Yeah. For sure. For sure.
Because I think we're just we could keep speaking for hours and hours, but at some point
Right.
you need to go away with the information and be alone with it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. The only other topic I think that was on top of my head that it didn't. So how is the Northern Lights explained?
Someone else want to answer that?
That's the only other
I'll do
thing
it
I wanted to hear
if you
about.
guys don't want to do it.
Go ahead,
So
Hank.
the guy who said it originally said that it was what we call it today, electromagnetism, right? The lights, the sun's energy interacting with Earth's magnetic fields produced by the core, allegedly. We don't know what produces the fields, but we know that they're there. And the guy who initially said it, everybody said that he was crazy, so it wasn't accepted for many years because of orthodoxy. But it's accepted as mainstream now, so.
So why does it only appear in like that part of the world though? You know what I'm saying? Is it just because of the magnet fields there?
How could I know such thing? Why is it there? And it's not only there, right? It's in other places too. I think I've heard they're in the south.
Yeah, I guess they are in the southern hemisphere.
Are they? Can someone verify that? I'm not sure about that one.
Well, I'm just reading about it now. It's saying there is so.
Okay, so we're south.
Yeah, what region is that? Is that why they called Northern Lights? Was there in South?
Yeah, I don't know. That is kind of weird. Yeah, no, that's weird.
It is, right?
Yeah, why is it in the south if it is called the Northern Light?
Hey, Nubrak, with your globe belief, why is south south and why is north north on the globe?
Because humans gave it that way.
Why'd they do that? Do you know, bro?
So we can have some form of X, Y directions and be able to map that out.
When did north become north and south become south in the globe story?
I have no idea. I'm sure the people that first started creating maps or the compass, right? Like probably around that time.
Yep.
Gotcha, bitch.
So is there anything wrong with that, or?
No further questions.
How do I get to your stream? I want to see your stream.
I posted it, Godric. It's 39 across the hour. Or that's Radwin's post. I posted it 37 across the hour. But yeah, next time, new brick.
Yeah.
New brack,
Oh my
sorry.
god, is that the real daddy though?
If you do come back,
Oh my god, Summer
adjust your post, your title, also for your audience, right? You don't want to deceive them by clickbait, right? That's not what you want, right?
I mean, if I gets more people, I usually do what gets more people. But I can change the title if it's disrespectful. Yeah, I get that.
Okay, cool. Also, towards your audience, I would say. But okay. If you have any more questions, or even your audience, they're always welcome to come here and ask them, right?
Yeah, I think I had one person come in. I forgot his name, but someone did come in from my stream. Yeah.
Oh.
I forgot the name, but someone came in.
It's no problem.
Yeah. If I remember it, I'll let you know tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's a fair.
I think that was
if you're willing to take. If you're
that was the CW Cry guy, isn't it?
No, I I really don't.
Yeah.
I think it was Brixton, but I'm not sure.
If you're willing to change the name, I think that would be a fair concession with all the time and content that we've provided for you for free. So you're going to change the name? Because if you were trying to troll, you didn't. That's not. I don't actually think that he did troll. If that was your intention, I mean,
No,
I don't think
and
that you
actually,
did.
no. If I was trolling you, I'd be like, y'all are fucking stupid, y'all. You know, I would insult you. I'd be like, so do you believe in aliens, right? Like I didn't ask any troll or
Oh, you
stupid
did make
questions.
the you did
like
make
you believe in
caveman
aliens because you
content
know they're bullshit.
comment.
Okay, yeah, I did make that one. Okay, I do. Okay, yeah. No, I'm sorry for that one.
Honestly, it's okay if you came in to troll because most everybody that comes to realize Flat Earth started that way, laughing at it.
He actually
scoffing.
did come in trolling, but he realized pretty quickly that this is not a game. Remember, no
I
brag?
mean, I didn't
Yesterday's VC
personally, but
check-in.
I honestly didn't know that guy that came in with me. I'm being 100% honest there. That guy saying the
No, I
pledge and
believe
shit.
you, but you started joking and laughing with him, right? It was funny to you, like you said, like something like, "Oh,
Well,
I
because
pledged not
I'm
to."
like, what the fuck is going on with that dude, man? Like, I thought it was funny that guy's saying a fucking pledge,
All
and
right.
I'm just trying to get approved, man.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I laugh at stupid shit, man. So.
All right. Glad we worked it out, bro. So you know the difference between knowing and believing for next time when you come, right? You know the difference between factual, empirical information and blind beliefs.
Right, but I mean,
can
there. I
differentiate
mean,
between
throughout
two, right?
history, there's been a lot of known things, right? And
I'm
then
just asking if
that
you can
changed.
differentiate between the two. Do you know what does it mean to believe and what does it mean to know something? Like when you know something, you can demonstrate it.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's true.
Right, using actual knowledge, physics, natural
Yes, yeah,
logic, and
okay.
explain it that way.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
Or with the experience, tell us what we experience. Beliefs is just something that exists in your own mind, bro. So there's a huge difference between these two things, believing and knowing. The next time when you come, when you start talking about spaceballs and all that, again, you're just talking about your beliefs. We're interested in facts, empirical information. If you can bring proof for curvature or vacuum of space or the Earth's rotation, stuff like that. Proof.
Gotcha.
Science.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know if you understand what was wrong with your caveman comment, because I could come up with a very good argument that the people who have the caveman mentality are the Pavlov's dog conditioned response NPCs walking around this world, who just listen to their television, listen to their computer screen, do whatever it says. They keep themselves entertained, they feed themselves, they have sex, they do all these bodily functions. They're stuck at this very low level
thinking, just
existence.
basic thinking. Yeah, they just exist.
So
and
if you
nothing else.
after talking to these people here today still think flat Earth is some kind of caveman idea, I mean, I hope you're at least, because when I first looked at it, before I got what you got, which is the long distance observations that conclusively show and demonstrate that the globe of the radius of 3,959 miles is a complete impossibility and is a model that has been falsified many times over. Before I saw the actual measurements, and I just started looking into like the thought questions, why can't a helicopter, if we're a spinning globe, why can't a helicopter go up and hover, wait for the Earth to turn, and then land back where it wants to be, and so on and so forth. I mean, there's 1,000 thought questions like that can't be adequately answered. Before I actually got to the measurements, I immediately knew, even though I had been brainwashed by the propaganda on Twitter and so on, that the flat earthers were retards stuck in the dark ages, just like you. I very quickly realized, oh no, this is a very deep topic. There's a lot to it. These people have arguments, they have evidence, they have ideas, they have questions that can't be answered, and so on. So I would hope at least that you would walk out of here realizing that your caveman fallacy is untrue.
No, I said the caveman comment because of when you showed me that thing where that NASA guy said, yeah, we don't have the technology and technology is going backward. And I don't believe, I always believe technology is going forward, right? Unless there's
so you're on our side about that. We agree. We think it's ridiculous for them to claim they could go to the moon in 1969 with their little Game Boy PC or whatever the hell they're, I don't know
I
exactly
mean,
what
humans
the
have done
data was.
something.
And they can do all the stuff we see today with the computers and so on, and yet they can't go back there. It's
Well, the fact that
ridiculous
they can't
story.
go back there is, that's complete bullshit. I'm 100% with you guys that, like, if you
Yeah.
can do it once, why can't you do it again? Yeah, that's fucking complete.
Gosh, we did come to some common ground.
No,
there,
that's
at
bullshit.
least.
No, I'm with you there.
Somebody uses their brain.
In a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Yeah, to see it like.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So
that's
thank you, Fish
fucking.
Bear. We didn't have. I asked that earlier. I don't think you were here. We didn't have it, CB, because Newbreck. That is Don Pettit, NASA, so-called astronaut, so-called PhD, telling you they can't go back. That they lost the technology.
And all people who worked on that technology are dead. We didn't get information from them. They're all dead.
Yeah, but
right, but that was a long time ago,
can I
and
ask you
even if all that
That
shit,
was a long time ago.
Hold
that
on.
was 50 years ago.
I mean, that's a long way in terms of technology, though. 50 years, like we didn't have cell phones, we didn't have internet 50 years ago, we didn't have a lot of shit, And what I'm saying is, like, they can say all that 50 years ago technology was destroyed, but in 50 years we've gone from that to computers in our hands, right? We're like, that's just you can't even fathom that shit.
About sticks, we can measure the shadows with sticks in 2021, right? Is that the technology you're talking about?
I mean, you can measure shadows with sticks.
Measure the shadows and sticks, bro.
You can do that, yeah.
Globus.
And we're still
technology, right?
Can you do that? Can you repeat Aristophanes' experiment?
No, hold on. We still haven't gone to the moon yet.
Can somebody repeat it, Aristophanes' experiment? Anyone?
I just want to know.
No, we broke the sticks, bro. We lost the technology.
Yeah, but
no.
All right, if we hold on, dude. If we progressed so much in 50 years, why haven't we gone back to the moon?
Good fucking question. Good fucking question.
Everywhere else but the fucking moon, right?
Good fucking question.
Why is that?
Because I don't, because people are obviously something's going on that we don't know about. That's what's going on.
I will tell you why. Do you know how much distance we can reach now comparing that time?
Oh, by the way, you guys aren't going to like this shit at all. No, wait, hold up. This is actually fucking hilarious. So my grandma, oh shit, I don't know if I can say this on live stream because someone might come after me. My grandma worked as a chemist, and she tested materials from all different kinds of places, and NASA sent her lab space dust from the moon and Mars, and she had to test that shit. And it was highly security guarded, all this shit. And she managed to sneak some of that space dust and Mars dust, and I actually have some of that shit.
What was your reference material?
Space dust and Mars dust.
Hey, man.
Dude, scroll your screen so your viewers can see what we're typing, or we're going to mute you.
What do you want me to do?
Scroll your screen back so you can see our live text on your screen, or you're getting muted.
All right. Well, first off, don't threaten me. I'll gladly leave if you're going to be an asshole. But like,
you're the one that's the asshole, man.
I'm not an asshole. You're making threats to me. I'm just being peaceful.
Are an asshole.
You're telling me how to run my stream.
Yeah, do what Radwin said.
No, we're actually telling you
to
drop the real cave people that are in your chat and just have a conversation with us one-on-one, like a real person.
If anyone wants to go talk to
Look
you
at all
from
the
my chat,
comments
they can come.
his foul mouth
all the
users
people in your
are
chat are
chatting
welcome.
about. You get an idea of the audience he's pandering to.
Yeah, but listen this. Listen this information. In all museum, all that stones from moon are fake, but you have the real dust from moon. That's interesting.
No, he said he had dust from Mars.
And the moon. I have both.
Hey man, a friend of mine worked in Amsterdam.
Hold on.
But listen, you are the only one who has the real one. Other one has the fake one. Do you know that?
There is no dust from Mars. Nothing has
been returned.
He has...
Nothing has been returned. Hold on. Nothing has been returned from Mars. How the fuck got dust?
A friend of mine works in a museum in Amsterdam, and they got a rock from Armstrong, and they want to insure it, but they need to test it before of the insurance, and it turns out to be a stoned wood, and it's
Petrified
coming
wood.
from us. It's from Neil Armstrong. It was a gift because he came to Amsterdam. What
Yeah, petrified
what
wood.
is your
Petrified wood,
dust,
Listen,
bro.
man?
there's nothing from Mars unless it fell to Earth, according to these people. Because
The
we
moon.
just got there. We just got to Mars, right? So apparently you can't come back that fucking quick. So there is no fucking dust from Mars. I'm sorry.
No, he was talking
Vlad,
about the moon dust
Vlad,
fraud.
Yeah,
the-
the moon.
Fraud.
in the
No, he
Vlad,
said
in the,
Mars. He said the moon.
I heard. Hey,
I
what?
heard moon.
Yeah,
Oh,
moon
in the
dust.
time they gave it,
He said
in
moon
the
and
time
Mars.
they gave it to Yugoslavia also to Tito.
The thing is, Nubrak, if you don't have a sample, if you've never been to the moon and taken a sample,
No, I have
what the
not.
fuck do you have to reference it against?
I have nothing. All I have is I have a
So
story
you
from
have
my
more
grandma.
assholes coming to you with
I-
a baggie of fucking sand saying, yo, this is from the moon, and you believe them, and you
Well,
test
I
it, and
don't
you're
know.
like, oh, look, the composition looks kind of different from the local fucking dirt, because they probably picked it up on Devon Island or some fucking
I listen. I'm not
place
defending
no
my
one's ever
dust.
been.
I'm not defending what I have. It could be fake as shit for all I know. All I'm saying is my grandma worked as a chemist for like 70 years, and NASA came to her place
Oh, man.
That's
and
good.
gave her some
But she
shit, and
just
then she
never
handed
worked
that
as
to
a
me.
chemist
That's all I know.
on the moon. That's the
You
problem.
told it like a big deal.
Well, I thought it would add good conversation. I mean, I think it's kind of relevant to the whole conversation of but moon not existing and stuff. But
And what was in dust?
what?
What materials was in dust? What kind of?
I have no
Some new
fucking
one?
idea. No clue.
Oh, okay.
Wait, you said the moon doesn't exist?
Well, most of you believe that it's some kind of light and not a physical object.
Yeah, but you guys believe it's a rock ball in the
Can you
sky.
prove otherwise?
I don't believe anything about moon because I cannot know.
We can see it, and it's yeah.
I can start to believe, but that will be whatever. That means I don't want to
No,
believe
Breck,
in
that's
anything.
why I asked you if you know the difference between knowing and believing, dude.
No, I believe
The
this
whole
stuff.
world
Okay?
of difference, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. I believe, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's good.
So everything about the globe Earth is your belief. That's all you got, just beliefs, dude.
Hey.
Understand that, right? And everything about Earth being flat and stationary is what you experience and what can be proven physics and natural laws. You understand that, right?
Hey, I mean...
How
Do you
simple is
believe that
dude?
we
Do you
measure
understand that or
mountains?
not? Do you
Do you
understand that or
believe
not, bro? You understand that experience is the ultimate experiment? And
Yeah,
you
I do
experience
agree
the
that.
Earth stationary, dude.
Well, I move
How
with
will-
the Earth, right? If
That's your belief. Can you prove that? Because you experience it stationary. Now you saying you believe that it's moving. Can you prove that? Because if you can't, it's still just a belief that somebody told you.
Okay, I guess it's a belief then.
That's it, bro. That's all there is to it. So all you got is beliefs. And all
That's
your
why it's religion.
experiences and everything in physics and natural laws explain the Earth being flat and stationary.
Vlad,
It's the
how you
facts.
measuring how you measuring mountains in Bosnia? No, in Bosnia, in Austria.
From sea level, bro, like everywhere else in the world.
But Austria has no sea.
So a couple things, right? If
Listen, man, how you measure mountains in Austria?
I have no idea. Radio waves or some shit, right?
Barometric meters do like
No, they are reference to they are reference to sea level. But how we can reference to sea level? Austria has no sea. Which sea level we are taking? Adriatic Sea, Mediterranean Sea,
I have
Atlantic
no idea.
Ocean,
I don't
or
know.
Indian Ocean for
Do you know which
Austria?
sea? Do you know which sea?
I know what is sea level.
There's one sea level, dude.
It's only one sea level. It's water. It keeps level every time. It's like, people saying water is curving, and water's doing what always what is doing.
Right.
The water will do always the same thing because it's natural thing. It's water, you know. But some people saying no, water is not doing that. Water is curving.
Do you know how they measure the water level?
No, how do they measure it?
It's from a pipeline. It's from the sea, and with a long pipeline inwards, land inwards, and every 11 kilometers there's a pipe out of the ground, and they can see where the water is. And I can tell you, they don't count for the curve because it's all flat and straight. That's sea level.
Nothing accounts for the
We
curve.
So
talked
wait,
about
wait,
this
wait.
as
There
well.
is no curve.
Wait. I have something that ties into the sea level. This might be a completely off-topic question. If it is, don't answer it. But is there global warming that's causing Antarctica to melt and therefore increasing the sea level? Is there like proof to that?
So
or?
do you believe
There is
that
no
when
global
ice
warming.
melts, that increases the sea level? Is that what you believe?
I'm sorry. Too many
What
people
happens-
are talking. I didn't hear you.
Okay, what happens when you have ice and you pour coal inside and the ice is in there? What happens when the ice melts? Does the coke overflow?
Yeah.
It does?
Yeah.
You should do that experiment. You should check it out. You should try it if it does that.
Listen, this question: if we increase,
wait, hold on. No.
if-
That's an experiment we could all do. If you put ice cubes
There you
into
go.
water.
There you go. Just pour a glass of water.
Oh wait, no, you're right because the ice cubes take up less space. You're right. No, you're right there. Yeah, solids
So
take
what
up
would
more
happen
space.
if all the ice melts? Would the sea level increase?
No, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Exactly, bro.
but let's say that it will increase, Vlad. Let's say it will
Let's
increase
pretend, you
for
mean?
10.
Let's pretend
say
for a
for
moment. Okay.
yeah, for 10 meters.
Let's pretend it's a
That
globe,
will
right?
form the
Let's
curvature,
pretend there's a
or will
global
still
warming too.
yeah.
Wait,
That
but
will
wait,
form a curvature, or will stand level again.
My viewer has
My
a
question
point he
is,
wants to
does-
make. He said that the
My que-
ice is above the sea level and therefore it would make the sea rise because the ice is above the sea level.
Yeah, but my question is,
Just to
does
try
that
it.
if that
Tell him to try it with
increase,
a cup of ice.
Your
Because you have a
viewer's
genius
fucking
audience,
retarded.
bro.
that
Hovering on
increase will form a curvature or will stay level again? That increase of water will be leveled again or will form curvature?
It'll be level again. Unless it's trying to escape the glass and then it'll bubble up a little bit, right? And make like
The ice is
Unless it's
already
trying
on
to
top
escape
of the
the
water.
glass.
It's just in a different state. It's in a solid state. It's still taking up the volume it would take as ice. If it melts into water, it's not going to increase the water levels. It's like your fucking glass of Coke doesn't overflow when your ice melts. Because it's already displacing the water. You understand?
I mean, the
And
fact
we're
that we
coming
have to
from an
explain this,
ice
bro,
age, so
to grown men,
it's getting
like, wow.
warmer. That's logic.
unless your chat is saying the ice is hovering.
Well, my chat's
But
stupid
why-
as heck if they're saying it's hovering.
Why ice not conforming the shape of the earth? Why ice not conforming shape of the earth? Why it's flat?
Yeah, I don't know if you've been looking at what you're.
If you have frozen lake, why is not curved?
Frozen lake, why is it not curved?
Yeah,
Why would the frozen lake make it curved?
because it's curving. Because earth is a ball.
Because water's curved, isn't it?
Water isn't curved.
Oh,
Aren't you saying water's curved at 8 inches per mile squared?
wait, that's a lot of flat.
Are you saying that 70% of water doesn't curve?
You guys are blowing my mind right now.
But because they are saying the 70%
Yeah.
of water is earth and 38 it's land.
70% of Earth. 70% of Earth is water, and it's horizontal and level. You can go check this yourself. We've measured it thousands of times. Do you have proof of the contrary?
Well, okay, so I've learned calculus.
Now add to that. I started first. So now add to that of all the land that's above sea level, which is 30%, roughly speaking. 10% of that are plains, measurably flat. So you have 20% to make up the entire curvature of your globe Earth. How's that?
And that's only 20% is topography. It's not curving. There are mountains.
No, but I've got a request for your audience. One of your guys said we don't like allowing you guys to build logic that we can't refute. So I'd like to invite that guy in here to build his logic.
I mean, they
that
can
we
hear
can't
you, so.
refute. So
Wait,
yeah,
what did he say?
yeah,
now?
it's an open
Oblivious,
open
what did he say?
invitation.
I
He
don't
said, "Oh, us flat earthers, we don't like letting them build the logic that we can't refute."
Oh, he said he was
But,
already in there.
He's not in here.
He said he was.
I'm just offering an invitation to whoever that was.
What was his name?
Also,
and what was his name?
Yo, can somebody post his link? I want to check his channel.
Yurley.
Oblivious, can you send me a link?
Yeah, you Riley, get in here.
Also, I know I was trying to think about reasons why the water would curve around the globe, right? Because you were talking about the oceans, right? And you're like, it can't be flat and curved, right? Because water's flat. We all know water's flat. We see water's flat, right? But then it does, I believe still the globe, so it does curve, right? And how is that possible, right? Where I believe the Earth is big enough that there can be flat points that go around the circle, and isn't that what we call the tangent?
You can't have any flat points. It's a continuous curvature in all directions.
I mean, you can.
There's
a circle.
no straight lines on a globe. There's no straight lines on.
Take the
a globe.
tangent.
You can
Anywhere.
you can have on 1 point. Yeah, you can have on 1.2 miles. Yeah, one circle. Yeah, that's flat.
You can't. You don't listen. You don't have a tangent, bro, unless you have a horizontal datum, a horizontal plane to begin with.
And Newbrack, we
Do you know of it? Have you ever heard of or found a curved adjacent of a right triangle?
No, Sonny.
Do you have a right triangle?
He's asking. He has that on 3 miles with his height. He has that flat circle.
Yeah, I just want to say in general, just a small little
only 3
announcement is before you go on with this is, if anyone is interested in coming in here to debate, if you are a person who's researched the globe and you feel equipped to debate it, please do. Regarding the question about muting, we do set up formal debates if someone's interested in that, where you could have a moderator, timed responses and so on, where everyone else will be muted and you won't get muted. You'll have your time to present your case. So we are a platform for debating. We don't have a lot of people come in and debate the globicide. We used to, but they all just pretty much gave up because it is, irrefutable. And as we mentioned before, the globe is nothing but a fantasy religion. You can't really debate a religion of the globe against measurements and clear evidence in the real world that the Earth measures flat and always has and always will be, that the globe is nothing but a fantasy. But if there's someone who has something new they want to present, by all means, let us know. Our URL is discord.gg/flat
Earth. I'll put it in the title
anyone's
next
welcome
time.
to join.
Yeah, I'll put it in the title so people can
that would be nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, because we are all about debating here. We love having people to debate. We've been debating Newbrack for long time now.
Long fucking time.
Yeah, I don't know why your chat's saying you can get him muted, man. We've had every opportunity to speak.
I mean, there were a couple people on both sides that obviously did talk over each other. There was a big fiasco earlier. I don't remember how long ago, but yeah, talking over each other.
Yeah, it happens from time to time. It's just the nature.
It's a topic that people are so strong-headed about it that they'll never agree. They're just coming in to fucking bash for the other side, right?
Yeah,
But
and let me say with that being said, yeah, I mean, we are more heavily moderated with 24,000 members than a lot of Discord servers. So we do mute people. I'm not denying that. I'm saying you can set up a formal debate if you are the person
That's kinda
who's
cool.
formally debating the flat earther, then yeah, you're not going to get muted. But when it's a kind of a free for all like this, like people get debated, get muted because
Right.
people talk
And
over
there
each
could
other
be a
and so on
lot
and
of
so forth. That
people in here.
happens. So I'm not guaranteeing that people are not going to get muted. Yeah, you might get muted. Get over it. That's just par for the course when you have what we have right now in the live stream, which is kind of more of a, I don't know, free for all is probably not the right word. Open forum. Let's call it that. Open forum.
Yeah, just fucking behave and you won't get muted. Like, it's not that hard.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you for understanding.
So, Nubrak, are you like a disco ball earther or something? A bunch of flat areas that make up a sphere?
Well, I mean, there's 360 degrees, right? So there's 360 points, right?
Yeah, but you said there's some flat areas.
Well, I
There's
mean, like for
360
example,
points.
I go outside, it's flat. That's a flat point. I go 10 feet from now, that's another flat point. I go another 10 feet, that's another flat point, right? I mean, it's
Are you a
Yeah, you can go 100 miles. You'll walk
right,
across a flat
because
surface
as the
because you're on a
tangent point
flat
goes around the
plane.
circle, I'm always on a flat point.
You understand a sphere doesn't have any flat areas, right? That's why I joked around and called you a
Well,
disco
it does
ball.
have a tangent point.
Okay, well, points. We're talking about, a surface.
Well, a point on the surface is a tangent point, is it not?
Mathematically, they're infinite points, but we're talking about, in reality.
Hey, listen, go ahead and flip back to your Discord screen so your 29 viewers can see what we're typing.
All right, what are you guys typing? Looks like you're punching your monitors.
Just representing your chat for them, since they don't want to represent themselves, I guess.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I mean, there's a post at what is it? There we go. 10 minutes past the hour. How many straight lines are there on a sphere? None. So you don't have any disco ball Earth going on.
Shit, it's not the 70s. There ain't no discos anymore. No, I don't believe in like a disco ball.
Well, it can't be both flat and curved, my friend.
Well, how do you explain a ball? You're saying that's not flat and curved?
Not flat. Where is there a flat spot on a sphere?
I mean, you could pick any point on it, and like you can put a horizontal axis.
It's always curved. It's always curved, no matter where you pick a point.
Yeah, I don't know how that's difficult to understand.
Yeah, just like that, you'd be going out into space, wouldn't you? A straight line starting from the surface on a ball, moving in any direction. Wouldn't you be going off into space?
Have you seen the Black Swan yet?
Yeah.
I've heard the black swan, the red herring. I've heard a lot
He's
of
probably seen it 3 times.
Yeah.
Black swan and red herring.
I've heard
Yeah,
a
you
lot
only
of
heard red
animals
herring
in
because
this.
that's
I've
what
heard
you
a
were
lot
using
of
is red
animals.
herring.
You know what that means? The Black Swan.
I've
We
heard
were
a
just
lot
pointing
of
out.
fucking animals here, man.
We were
I've
just
heard
pointing out the.
monkeys. I've heard.
We were pointing out the menagerie you were using.
I've been through some shit, man.
Trying to feign it as logic.
Can you explain what the Black
It's
Swan
only
is?
begun.
Do you
Just
even-
begun.
Can you explain what it's saying? Can you say it in your words then?
What is
Did
what?
you say you know the Black Swan? Right?
I don't know if it was actually presented to him formally. I mean, do you want someone to show it to you?
Show you what the Black Swan is, because it's quite important to understand the details
Is
of it.
that
If you
the
don't
one with the
understand
oil rigs?
Yeah, it was.
Is that
Yes,
the...
it is.
Found it.
Oh,
He's
okay.
heard it. He's heard it 3 times.
Yeah, like maybe
He's heard it
5
3
times. Yeah, that's a lot.
with different people.
Yeah,
I could go back. You're still interrupting. Yeah, I could. Yeah,
you
you're still
explain
interrupting.
what
I could go
way you know
back to the and give you the timestamps of how many times he's seen the black swan.
Can you
More than
explain
once.
what's going
3
on there?
times.
Because
I'm guessing.
you can see
thank
too
you for
far.
I've
Can
been
you,
here the
can
whole.
you see that you
I've been here the whole time. It's all gonna be. It's all gonna be on. It's all gonna be on my channel.
Can you see that you can see too far with the Black Swan? It's just plain that you can see too far. Can you explain that why you can see so far, 10 times further than you should? I mean, there's definitely you got to face the fact that you can definitely see too far in the situation. there's a big problem there. See that problem? That causes an enormous problem with the globe. I mean, it basically, you can't have a globe with the black swan. The black swan kills the globe, completely wipes it off the face of the earth. There is no globe anymore because there's no ways you can see that far. And once you can see further than you should, there is no ways that you can have a globe ever.
Oh my God,
In
is
reality,
that the
there's
Ghost Daddy
you have to
though?
change your whole reality.
Oh my God.
So what I'm
Summon
saying is,
Stop.
you're still stuck in a paradigm. But once you see the black swan, there's no going back. You can't go back to a globe because there cannot be a globe.
Okay.
Can you see that? It's incompatible.
Okay. Let me ask you this. So I agree with you that you should only be able to see so far, right? Now let's just say, in this image, I'm not saying it's true or not. I'm just thinking, brainstorming here, right? You can't see that far. You shouldn't see that far, but you still see that far. What if that part of the sphere, and I'm not saying the Earth is a perfect sphere. I'm saying there's ridges, edges, mountains, all kinds of stuff, different elevations, right? What if that little strip of area, that kind of 6 miles or whatever, how far it is, mostly flat? And then, there's more curvature somewhere else on the globe, right? Like,
would you live on a Pringle-shaped Earth? I mean, what are we talking about?
I mean, our Earth it goes
Wishful
up,
thinking.
down, it goes, you know what I'm saying?
I don't think anybody knows what you're saying, bro.
Okay, you go up a
Yeah,
mountain.
there's
It
congelation.
goes up and down,
You
but it
go
goes
up
up
a
and down, but it
mountain.
never goes around.
Does water
It goes
doing
up and down, but it never goes around.
does water doing that?
Has
It's
anybody
flat
showed
here.
him
This is
Jay
sorry guys.
Tolan's
This is a
infrared
textbook
footage?
middle of the road fallacy. He wants to have his cake and eat it too. He wants there to be flat spots and round spots.
Well, I mean, there is mountains. I mean, you can't tell me that a mountain's flat.
This is why we do it over water, because water. Oh, I know. This is why we're talking about water.
You can't tell us a mountain's curved either.
We don't have we have observation from mountain to mountain also.
Right. And I know you guys don't believe in the moon tides, but you do believe in the wind, right? And that can cause different.
Okay.
We believe in tides, bro. Hold on.
How moon affects the tides?
How does moon affect the tide?
Yeah.
How do you know?
The mass of the moon pulls water towards it.
Who proved that?
Well, I mean, I see the moon in the sky at one point, and you see the water receding towards the moon.
If you look, the moon then is doing that.
So,
you answer me. I asked you who proved it. You said I'm looking the moon. I'm looking the moon also, but I cannot see when I'm looking moon that they are causing the tide.
He said he did. He said he.
Yeah, I know.
He said he proved it by looking.
Yeah, so when it's snowing, like the other day, it was the moon was out and it was snowing. Why wasn't the snow being pulled up to the moon?
Because it wasn't a big enough mass.
Can you tell me why Saturn rings not causing the tides?
I can only lift weights if they're super heavy.
I mean, it's just like we're not being pulled to the moon, right?
Can you tell me one question? Why are Saturn rings not causing the tides?
Why are Saturn rings not closing the tides? Because there's no correlation.
Really? But when I look the Saturn rings, I can see that they are causing the tides.
How can you see that? Is there a certain time?
How you can see that see that moon is doing that?
Well, I see the moon in the sky at a certain location.
See Saturn, man. Listen, I see the Saturn and Saturn rings.
Do you see them in a certain location, and you see the tide at that certain location at that certain time?
Oh, really? Do you want a map of the tides?
I mean, if you see Saturn in a certain spot and the tide happens at the exact same time, and it happens every single time, 100% without doubt, then yeah, maybe Saturn might have an effect on the tide.
Are you telling me that you have the map with the globe, the tides, where is the moon? It's moving. There is happening the tides. You have that?
You're saying there are tidal maps, yes.
Oh, can you show me?
I mean, I probably can Google it. I mean, if Google has it, I can.
Do you know that we research also that people know that is not happening?
Wait, so are you still trying to say that the Earth is all bumpy?
You think that is our new story for us? That about tides and how they are on for that moon is causing, because moon, like let's say moon is above the Los Angeles, and there are tides, you know. You
Right.
think that it's working like that?
I mean, it does work like that.
No, it
Who
doesn't.
told you that?
Well, you know, we're also often
Well,
to
and
whatever
it's
he wants to talk. You know, you didn't answer the questions from before. We're now talking about the moon and how you presuppose a lot of stuff that's going on. What we were talking about was the curvature and how we could see too far. And now you're dodging that whole subject.
no. I think someone else changed the subject. I think. So,
No, I mean, so what, are you trying to say the Earth is all bumpy?
okay. I'm saying because of the tides and because of wind and because of the Earth being bumpy, that there's reasons why water can temporarily be higher or lower.
All right. Well, here's
Man,
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Earth has been misrepresented to us by geologists because the globes that you buy, that you rub your fingers over and you feel the Himalayas and you feel the Rocky Mountains. No, okay? These mountains are puny compared to the size of the Earth. You would not know they were there. Surely that size, some big cosmic giant lumbering through space, coming upon the Earth, rubbing your hand on it. The depth of your, what do you call these things? Your finger, the fingerprint mark. The depth of that would be greater than the entire range of distance from the Marianas Trench in the bottom of the Pacific to the top of Mount Everest. Therefore, you would close your eyes, rub your finger, you would not know whether you are an ocean, valley, mountain, or hill.
So there, R.I.P. your bumpy Earth. Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
But
Turns
again,
out them balls are smooth as eggs.
exactly. And if you, that's why it's over water. So if you think water is curving somewhere, then you've got a whole nother problem.
No, I'm saying
So,
that water
so the point is,
levels can temporarily be higher or lower. For whatever reason you want to give that explanation to. I'm saying in
well,
regards to
sure.
that picture, that water could be temporarily higher, it could be temporarily lower,
It's
right?
still flat and
Right,
level.
but is it going to be temporarily higher or lower to throw off the size of the globe by an order of magnitude?
Shit, I don't know.
And it's also
Well,
not
think
higher
about
and
it.
curving.
I mean, think about it. Do you really think that, if even if it could though, if therefore, how did anyone get the radius of Earth? That's the point. If you're saying that the water can be up and down, and how can we ever get an accurate measurement? Well, good luck. Yeah, welcome to flat Earth, because that's what we're saying. How does anyone get the inaccurate representation of Earth?
Yeah, I mean, you're in the bargaining stage there. You're trying to say maybe the radius is bigger, maybe the shape is different. That's fine. What we're doing is testing the mainstream model that they gave us, where they claim the radius is 3,959 miles. We tested that and found it's wrong.
And it's also in the point that not that it's just wrong, it's all wrong by an order of magnitude. It's not just, oh, well, it's an extra mile. Well, they were off by a mile. No, they're
How
off
far
by,
off are they?
Earth would be as size from here to Jupiter.
Very,
Yeah,
very
you
off.
can't. Yeah, you can't just try to give a different number for the radius. That doesn't work either.
Yeah, that's
between
wild.
1,000 and 2,000%, they're off.
And it's a model really that we're debunking, not just the globe. It's the heliocentric model, which relies on that radius and does a lot of its other fairy tales based on that radius.
Yeah, it is.
I'm going to put a video by Dr. John D, PhD, who, like many of us, set out to show that flat Earth was wrong and ended up showing to himself that the globe is the model that is incorrect. And it's, I mean, if you get a chance to watch it later, you might find it interesting. It allows you to draw your own conclusions from the things that you're looking at, and also, and you can go out and test any of these things yourself if you care enough to go out and make some observations yourself. It's, he basically just says at the end, if you, in this case, I believe it's a buoy that's in front of the horizon, even though according to the globe model, it should not be seen. If you see the buoy, then you're not on a globe of the radius of 3,959 miles. That's not really a big deal, just that this model has failed. It's only become a big deal because of all the emotion and the propaganda and the superstitious belief that's been wrapped up in it. It's only because of the programming that you've undergone since childhood and the propaganda that you've been watching your whole life that you think it's a big deal. They tell you it's a big deal. They care a lot about flat Earth. That's why in Congress they admit that they censor flat Earth on YouTube and so on. And if it were so silly, why would they need to censor it? So, discarding a mathematical model should not be a big deal. The fact that it is, should tell you something.
And listen, these flat earthers, want to make observation all around the world. Australia, Vlad is there in USA. We have from UK, and listen the coincidence that all these locations are flat on globe.
Oh yeah, Funky Steve. I'm sorry, I got to address Funky Steve that Rodwin's portraying his comment to me. Didn't this lady say she was done talking to Noob after she found he a streamer? I did go and eat my poached eggs. I didn't think he'd still be here because he said goodbye a long time ago. And I don't really want to talk because of you, especially little hecklers in there that are clearly targeting me because I'm a woman, for whatever reasons of your own psychological problems. But, he kind of grew on me, so I decided to talk to him again. So there's your explanation. I change my mind sometimes. Did you know that women change their minds sometimes?
Hey, one thing I will say, I gave up trying to understand women a long time ago.
Good plan.
That's one theory, or it's not even worth diving into that one.
Yeah, I don't really want to talk to you guys, these little trolls in the chat. But Noob, like you said, he's kind of grown on me.
I do. I'm hoping they'll join.
Yeah, you guys should join. I mean, that's why I made my little announcement. We gave you the link, discord.gg/flat earth. Yeah, put your money where your mouth is. You're so sure about this globe. Come in here and prove it to us. At least your cohort here, Noob, is making an attempt.
I'm not doing a good job though, if I'm being honest. The only thing I had was that guy maybe going across the South Pole. That's all I had.
But here's the best part. Do you not appreciate how most everybody in here started out to try to be like, no, look, I'm going to prove flat earthers to be idiots. Obviously, here's proof of the globe. For 35 years, I thought I was in your shoes. Mm-hmm. Right? We all get it. We try to prove the globe to be correct.
We have a specific
Good luck.
policy that says if you say a
You'll find some of the biggest sci-fi nerds in here. That's the thing.
Put the sound up on your video you're watching so we can hear it. How she says they have to censor flat Earth.
Generally, our goal is to promote.
Calling Carnival Cruise Line. My name is Adrian. May I please have your name and booking number?
That's the first one. Is we want to provide users with
authoritative. Yeah, Noob. I was trying to point out. You'll find some of the biggest sci-fi nerds.
I think your phone cut out.
He needs to be muted. He's at work.
I'll mute him.
Oh, right.
I'm watching the video.
Dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
That's interesting. That's suspicious.
Joining me now is the director of the National Institute
What
of
do you think
Allergy
of that video?
You
have to do that?
Dr. Fauci, welcome back to Meet the Press.
That's fucking sus.
Thank you.
Which video is that? I missed it.
And they literally say authoritative content. authoritative content. Who is the authority? I mean, we're literally going to promote what the government wants us to promote, is what they're saying.
I mean, hell yeah, bro. The world we live in.
I mean, why are they not filtering out any kind of Bigfoot material?
I mean, do you guys believe Bigfoot is real?
Or porn?
That's not the point. That's not
He's
the
not
point.
even getting the point, yeah.
Damn, there's no proof for it.
Yeah, but
Why
that.
would you believe it? You
But
believe the globe
but
proof,
that
though,
is
don't
not.
you?
That is not censored. For example, that about that shit.
Yeah, the point is that they are clearly threatened by the concept of flat Earth. They don't if they claim that it's just a myth, that people are just stuck in the dark ages, then they would not need to pay attention to it. They don't pay attention to other things that they claim are untrue, like Bigfoot. They don't censor information just because they claim it's untrue. There's a lot of things they claim are not true that they don't pay any attention to at all. There's a reason why they've targeted flat Earth.
And don't know how much you've been paying attention over the last 2 years, but you might find a little bit of censorship on the kind of prevailing topic of the day as well.
Rodwin, can you stop posting their comments? Because these people do not, if they want to talk to us, they need to come in here. I'm sorry, but these people are not worthy of having their ridiculous comments featured, in my opinion. I mean, if you guys want, I'm just going to go. I don't want to have anything to do with these people, so I'm going. You guys can keep posting the comments if you want. I am having nothing to do with that.
It was nice talking to you, Dandelion. I like Dandelion.
Yeah, I'm pretty sick of it.
I just posted a video from Dirt, right?
We're liking you less and less the more you're on.
This is how easy it is for NASA to fool you, right? It's literally this easy. It's a 1-minute video. I mean, 30 seconds is all you need.
Why don't we see any land when we're looking down at the ocean from the space station?
Okay, I'm gonna watch it real quick.
Why? Because you're over top of ocean.
Okay, well, don't you think they could be fooling us with this picture?
Okay, I give you this.
Wait, looking down at the ocean from the space station.
Why? Because you're over top of ocean.
Okay, well, don't you think they could be fooling us with this picture?
Okay, I give you this.
Wait, watch the picture.
I know that.
Watch the picture.
I know that they airbrushed some stuff.
It's not airbrushed. This is us in our front yard on a solar panel, and we tricked you, showing you how easy. We have zero budget. They have $65 million a day, and I tricked you.
They tricked me. Yeah, that look pretty legit. Kind of funny.
They have 65. This is us in our front yard.
I know that they.
Yeah, that's picture. Even though, yeah, so they
airbrushed some stuff.
It's not airbrushed. This is us in our front yard.
They just took pictures of clouds moving, basically, and then they added that. Damn, fucking got me. Got my ass. Shit, maybe they're just filming the sky upside down.
He Dan. He's been here all day. Not VC verified. Nobody tried.
So, did you see this video?
Which one? The tricked one?
My
Fuck, man, I'm getting really fucking tired. I think I'm actually gonna have to fucking call it. It's been like 9 fucking hours. I am exhausted. And I have to do more stock trading and stuff. It's a good day. We're up late. We're doing good today. Huge day actually trading. So I've been kind of like trading like on the fly here. Not really paying attention, but it's a big trading day for me anyways. So yeah, Baba and Doyu did really well, and even XPEV is popping off right now. So yeah, Baba's going up for sure. Yeah. The Chinese stocks are recovering today at least. So I made some good plays today. Yeah, I wanna thank everyone for watching. Whether you're on one side or the other, I hope you got some kind of info, whether it was from me or from them. You know, but ultimately come to your own conclusions. You know, that's what I'm gonna say. I mean, most of the stuff I was like, okay, not really, but some shit is sus. There are some things that are very suspicious. Some of the things NASA said is pretty fucking dumb. And, you know, hey, hey, all I know is I gotta take a boat and go to Antarctica. So who wants to go with me? I'll take my stock gains and, like, we'll go on an expedition. So who wants to come with me on that shit? Because we gonna do that. And hopefully they'll let me talk to them tomorrow. I mean, most of them seem pretty chill. Some of them were very, very like, I like talking to the girl. She was very nice. Some of the dudes were decent, and there's like 1 or 2 guys that just kept on interrupting. Like, so I mean, overall, a great discussion. You know, hey, I learned a couple things. Hey, it's opening my eyes to some things. Okay, now I'm not no by any means, right? Like, but hey, 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 I had a sip of their Kool-Aid. Hey, I'm not saying that there's stuff in it or not, but hey, I'd be thirsty, you know what I'm saying? Watch the Illuminati and their influence on the world. Listen, I've been streaming for 9 hours. That's a long ass time to be talking about one topic. I've been here since 2 a.m. It is now going on noon. I kind of want to eat some lunch and like work out and like do my shit, you know? Believe it or not, I have a little life outside of streaming. Not a huge life, but a little life outside of streaming, you know? So yeah, once again, I appreciate you guys watching me, whether you're from, you know, the Flat Earth stream, Discord, whether you've been a follower of me. Don't just agree with me because I say things. Like, think for your fucking self. You know, I'll say stupid shit, but that's how I get to the answers, right? If I ask stupid shit and someone can explain it to me, right? Then I get a better understanding. So sometimes I'll say stupid shit to try to understand things better. That's just the way I operate. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. I will I wish I could host them. I don't think I can host a YouTube stream. But I'll post their Discord. Go check them out. Go talk to them if you have concerns. Don't bring it up to me. Like, come talk yourself. So they obviously want more people to spread awareness. I'm guessing to expand, you know, their thoughts and to get to the bottom of some things and to teach other things, right? But hey, any discussion is good discussion. When people stop talking, that's when bad shit happens. So with that, good night, guys. Thank you guys for watching. Go check out my YouTube. Feel free. And yeah, I'm uploading reactions every day. So like, check out my YouTube. That's my main focus right now. Investing. If you guys are, I'm trying to get in the dating scene. I'm getting buff. So if you guys know any like single girls or shit, like, hit me up. All right. Anyways, peace out, guys.